Chapter 1 The Vicious Younger Sister-in-Law. Miter child, it's all mother's fault for no fighting thieves wolf that mischievous boys to Leon, but mother beat them up several liferio, mother promise to say out hot from now on, I'll definitely hide the thieves wolf midir, don't sleep anymore, arambling voice a coed and shinzea sears. Shine stinctively furrowed her brow. Hoisit, and what Tarathi saying? Oh, did me dirchild move, oldman, coma quick and see, wake up, midir. The doctor said Shinzeo will be stable for the rest of her life, auntie, area seeing things? Go to hell, I can't still thread needle, I saw Madircia lids move with my own eyes. Mom, the doctor said Shinzeo will be like this for the rest of her life. Shinzon, how could you curse our sister like that, get lost. Wife, ik know you misurdi our childlet, but. Thero and dark-skinned man every wrinkle was filled with lankalyan heartache, hissage body, bent from years of farm work, had been further bode be Shinzeus in Jurathis the past few days, with many white hairs as prouting Gathas temples. Shinzeus mind ways a complete a mess, and the voice in her ears gradual a becami solid from fire the real state. Her soul was confined within a body, and her head felt like it was being stabbed with needles. Avas amount of information crowded into her mind, alrolated to her nwadi. She was an unambiguous lie-wicked woman, exploiting heraldher lipperence and bullying her younger siblings, she took advantage of her entire family, causing trouble everywhere even after getting married and live in Gathom, eating and causing havoc, leaving her 50-something parents to clean up her mess. The Shen family, no, the original owner's mother, defied the gossips of Teen Tyre village and the opposition of her brothers, determinately raising the original owner Tobias Pampira Dun Gladio Honavir lifted a finger, her fingers never touching soapy water, in the 1960s, when Fudwaskars, just because she dreamed of a little dragon while pregnant with her, she belly evet that the original owner weighs a lucky doll how will bring blessings to the family shine zisty don raising her toad fair skin down well-fed eating and wearing Thebast. Successfully nurturing the original owner is snobbish, overestimating, and arrogant personality. Shalukadan and her family had sincerely treat her for ayers and also Lukadan and her response family had saved her reputation in time as of she genuinely believed that Teverion washer servant and out her service she didn't favia princess life but suffered from Azaria's princess complex. Over the years, even when the original owner stole her brother's tuition monito by nuplos robbed her nephew's food, or snatched otherman, her mother indulged her endlessly. Therefore, both she and their mother were the most vicious and annoying supporting characters in the plot. Shinzeo called and felt butkers, wandering wishin'. Whereas the complaint channel, she wanted to call the police. Thethotoft he original owner beating a hung grindfew for stealing Ganigan then falling and breaking her head because of her own clumsiness ember. She couldn't bear to open her eyes. Could she commit suicide to go back? No, she scared sincerely. Before Shinzea could put her suicidal thoughts into action, an explosion of deafening cries echoed in her ears. Miter child, why haventio wo kenya piet, you're breaking me heart, ivory dalme tears furia, have a sampatin me and wake up, okay, shinlaute cry swear getting louder and louder. Mom, the doctor said it's normal for my younger sister to movie occasionally. The voice should belong to Easkin brother, Shinzon. Mom, don't just wait for my younger sister, there were many things happening gathamad hat need your attention. Shinlautai's Nortadan heritage should suddenly cooled down. Didumare so many wives just to for free, you just rely on ha, Shinzon, you've really made something of yourself. Shinzea felt a heavy burden in her heart. Shinlautai was really indulgent, and her second brother really hated her, it was ever she wanted to even more. Before Shinzon called refute, there was Sassadin Loudbang. Not good, auntie, your third son's leg has been crushed be Alabor. Shinlautai's went dark, but fortunately Shinzon caught her in time and prevented her from falling to the ground. Mom, Eri UK, Mom. Shinzeo had intended to play dead forever, but when she heard the sound of Shinlaute fainting on the news of her third brother's accident, her heart skipped a beat. Otherwise she might die later, or at least she could let the old lady losatwakal dren at the same time. Was this life to me to compensate her for the maternal shalakad in her previous life? Alright, she reluctantly agreed. Shinzeo struggled to open her eyes and reconnect with world. Her dark vision gradually brightened. She blinked uncomfortably. Only when she saw the mud wallet house in front of her, with a roof made of thatched brass, did Shinzeo ganarial sense of having revealed through time. Hey, it looks like Zeus' daughter has waken up. They'll read each audicrum become even more like a flock of ducks being released. Shinzeo net her head slightly and glanced at the clutter red people line the room, each of their faces ways a shed with the marks of time, their skin was dark brown, they wore straw hats to shield the soon while working in the files, and their bodies were clad in patched blue clothing. It perfect limited the preferencio frural ppe these are for blue and Greek clothes. The Unksay assured settled at this moment, and the transparent soul gradually solidified. Shinzong pinched Shinlaute's nostrils to rever. Upon waking up, Shinlaute didn't even both her with her Cindy trushed to Shinzea's bed sedinder, crying loudly. Shinzea felt like her chest was being pressed by a 300 gene boulder, making jitherd for her to breathe. She even doubted whether she had just come to life and was about to be taken away again. With difficulty she managed to speak, Mom, I'm fine, you should go kekin my third brother first. Shinlautisro can stroke Shinzea's cheeks, full of affection, midir, you gronuna pan matured, knowing how to karabuti our brother na. Your mom's gujral. Shinzong's Niradin disgust and forcibly pulled Shinlaute away. His ya and your brother's life was soon certain, and Shinzeo had already woken up what called a to her? When Shinlaute reached at the doorway, she suddenly turned back with a warm smile, midir, momolast your oldest sister-in-law to bring me sugar water ladder. Shinzeano did obediently, her hands neatly folded on the quilt, which softened Shinlaute shart. Even Shinzong, who glanced back inadvertently, found Shinzea particularly pleasing today. After Shinlao left, a group of people took turns to speak a few words to Shinzea like they were visiting their arena Milan then left. When Averion had left, Shinzeo's throat was so hoarse I thought she couldn't speak. Closing Gary Esterist, Ike was long before if sound of crying gone long was as gradually wretched her ears. She clearly heard her mother's vigorous scolding off Hivalager swahad kamatosifi commotion. Dantio have any work to dot home, your soidal, coming to see commotion at me house. Wait until I finish dealing with things so Mononophio will escape. The onlookers retreat to noon is an and left Shen compound. They huddle for Gaten that Shinlao Tan Shinzeo or Retha 12 fierce dogs off Shin village. Shinlao Tai was specially notorious for her fiery temper. Over the years, no woman in Shin village had ever been able to argue with her and win. Although gossip was delicious, being bitten by a fierce dig was not worth it. Midder, mom help had you drive a female away. Those gossip people have no filter on their mouths, and their hearts are black. They're just bored and shun Baynard. It will affect yourist, Shinlao Tai said. Shinzeo was still in a days hench felt their breath catch and their face pressed against their mothercist. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Should mom call the doctor Takekin? Chapter 2 The soft-hearted man with empty dreams. The dutiful Shinzong experienced his first act of rebellion against his mother. In a fervent exchange, he argued vehemently with old Madam Shin, his face flushed with indignation, all for the sake of ensuring that his younger brother would not be looked down upon in life. As the atmosphere grew tense, Shin Zhao seized a cotton pillow adorned with embroidery and hurled it to the ground. What are you arguing about? I'm getting a headache over this petty money squabble. Leave, I wish to sleep. With that, she pulled the quilt over her head, turning her back to them. Her mind was still in disarray. Once she sorted through the information, she believed that her third brother, Shin Yao's leg could indeed be healed. Little did she know that alongside the pillow, several banknotes had also been flung from her grasp, money that the original owner had set aside to curry favor with her lover. Old Madam Shin perceived Shin Zhao's actions as her daughter being fed up with their bickering, thinking that Shin Zhao had taken out her private savings to assist them in their time of need, and her eyes brimmed with warmth. Upon seeing the money, Shinzong immediately crouched down to pick it up, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Had he misdirected his anger towards Shin Zhao? My dear child, it is my fault for disturbing you. I shall leave now, please do not sulk. Take this money and buy yourself a new dress. As she spoke, she reached out to Shinzong, but in a fit of anger, he snatched the money back and fled. Old Madam Shin was left fuming, stomping her feet and cursing after him. After soothing Shin Zhao and confirming that she was not upset, Old Madam Shin finally departed. Shin Zhao exhaled in relief and returned to the narrative of her reading. A knock echoed through the room. Who is it? She turned towards the sound. A face peeked through the window. The moment she recognized him, memories flooded back. He was Song Xiao, the man Shin Zhao had stolen money for to support his lavish lifestyle. Shin Zhao scrutinized the man before her. He was as unimpressive as a boiled chicken, possessing neither charm nor merit, and in stark contrast to her husband's dashing demeanor, she couldn't help but think that the original owner had truly been blind to his shortcomings. Shin Zhao, I heard you've awakened, so I came to visit you, Song Xiao proclaimed, presenting himself as the epitome of a refined gentleman. Shin Zhao regarded him with an innocent expression and nodded. However, she surmised that his intention was not genuine concern but rather a ploy for money. Before she could inquire about his well-being, Song Xiao could hardly contain himself. Shin Zhao, you promised to lend me the money a few days ago. Feigning ignorance, Shin Zhao replied, Oh, that? It's gone. What, the money is gone, he exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. Realizing they were in the Shin household, he lowered his tone. Did we not agree on this? I promised you, once I have the money, I will take you back to the city with me. Take you back? Fat chance, Shin Zhao thought, her irritation flaring at his insincerity. Song Xiao, have you taken a moment to consider my current situation? My head is still swollen from the injury. Were your previous declarations of affection merely a facade? Your lack of concern is quite telling. Lowering her gaze, she forced out a couple of tears. Song Xiao, noticing her uncharacteristically soft visage devoid of garish makeup, found himself momentarily captivated. Who could have imagined that beneath Shin Zhao's ghastly facade lay such beauty? How could I deceive you, Zhao Zhao? My heart is wholly yours. It's just that, as you know, I am in dire need of that money to return to the city. I apologize for my earlier tone, but could you please return the money you borrowed from me? At her words, Song Zhao's expression darkened instantly. You want me to repay you? The money was given willingly as your support for my endeavors. How has it become a loan? He softened his tone. Shin Zhao, I understand that your family's situation compels you to say such things, but you must know that I am struggling as well. I have worked tirelessly to bring you back to the city. Silently, Shin Zhao scoffed at his manipulative words. For me, that's quite a flattering tale. In the book, Song Xiao had promptly discarded Shin Zhao for a wealthy heiress upon returning to the city. Don't you wish to explore the outside world? We have dreamed of a future together, me studying while you manage the household and care for our children. It could be so delightful, he continued, attempting to paint a rosy picture. Shin Zhao nearly retched at his audacity. The original owner had an unfortunate penchant for being a free caretaker, but she certainly did not share that inclination. She remained silent, scrutinizing Song Xiao until her gaze fixed upon his collar. Song Xiao, you liar. You profess your love for me, yet there are lip prints on your clothing. You are involved with another woman. Song Xiao paled, hastily glancing down to discover indeed there was a faint red lip mark on his collar. Shin Zhao's eyes narrowed as she observed his flustered reaction, a hint of cold disdain flickering in her gaze. So you have taken my money and are seeing another woman. No wonder you can't afford to repay me. You've squandered it all on your mistress, you better hope that woman disappears from this earth, or I shall hunt her down. A shiver coursed through Song Xiao as he realized the formidable reputation Xin Zhao held in the village. If the truth were to surface, both he and his mistress would face dire consequences. He quickly flipped his collar and withdrew a stash of money from his shoe, forcing a smile as he said, "Zhao Zhao, how could I betray you? That was merely juice from a fruit I ate. You are overreacting. Please take this money and focus on your recovery. I shall return to check on you in a few days." With that, he placed the money beside her bed and fled as if the devil were on his heels. Xin Zhao wrinkled her nose in disdain. The thought of money that had been in a shoe resting on her quilt was utterly revolting. Narrowing her eyes, she deduced that his frantic reaction only confirmed that he indeed had another woman. The book had omitted that detail, likely indicating he would be discarded later on. "Mother!" Old Madame Shen, hearing her call, rushed in with a smile. "What is it, dear? Do you wish for water?" "Your sisters are preparing lunch, just a moment longer." Xin Zhao pointed at the money. "Here, take it." Old Madame Shen's eyes widened at the sight of the $10 bill, her heart swelled with pride, believing her daughter had matured through this ordeal. Though she initially intended to refuse, the thought of her ailing third son cast a shadow over her joy. After much contemplation, she accepted the money, not forgetting to praise Xin Zhao. "My dear, you are far more sensible than your 4 brothers. Once your third brother's leg is healed, I shall save up to buy you a new dress." "Thank you, mother." Xin Zhao beamed, leaning against old Madame Shen's arm as if she had just consumed 2 pounds of honey. "Is it truly beyond hope?" "Doctor, do not speak so recklessly, please take another look. How could it not be treatable? He merely suffered a fall." A sharp female voice pierced the air. "Mother, go check on him, I will rest here," Xin Zhao said, but old Madame Shen hurriedly reassured her and rushed out. Xin Zhao ignored her mother's advice and left her bed to discover the condition of her brother's leg. In the courtyard, a crowd of adults and children gathered. Women wept, clutching their children as they mourned the misfortune of the third son. "Oh, third brother, why must your fate be so cruel? How shall we survive?" Third brother Xinyao wore an expression of pain and endurance, his brows furrowed in despair. Others stood with heads bowed, seemingly sharing in his sorrow. The doctor sighed heavily, lamenting the severity of Xinyao's injury. The bone was nearly protruding from the skin. Even if he were to be taken to the county hospital, there would be little hope. A visit to the city hospital might offer a chance of salvation, but it was already too late. He understood that many in the village had never left their town, and the city seemed a distant dream. Furthermore, the exorbitant medical expenses were beyond their means. He shook his head, lamenting the loss of a strong laborer. Silence enveloped the courtyard, punctuated only by the sounds of weeping. After the doctor departed, the cries grew louder. Suddenly, third sister-in-law Feng Erlin spotted Xin Zhao observing from the doorway, her eyes igniting with resentment. No one anticipated that she would charge forward and shove Xin Zhao with great force. Straddling Xin Zhao, she began to strike her while hurling the most venomous, crude insults. "You ill-fated star, it is all your fault. You owe me for my husband's leg, why don't you go die?" In a swift motion, Xin Zhao flipped the tables, pinning Feng Erlin beneath her. One hand restrained Feng Erlin's wildly flailing arms while the other gripped her mouth to silence her curses. "Ah, much quieter now." The onlookers appeared paralyzed, unsure of how to intervene, while only old Madame Shen shrieked, seizing a broom to strike Feng Erlin. "You dare to harm my child? I shall put you out of your misery." Old Shen, maintaining a stern demeanor, took a puff of his pipe and barked, "Eldest, why are you not pulling them apart? Are you all right, my dear?" Upon seeing the clear handprint on Xin Zhao's face, old Madame Shen felt as though her heart had been cleaved. Any pity she had felt for Xin Yao evaporated in the wake of Feng Erlin's outburst. "The family of the third son shall return home. You are all forbidden from eating lunch until you reflect on your actions." "Mother! On what grounds?" Xin Zhao protested, but old Madame Shen merely lifted her eyelids, casting a cold glance at the agitated Feng Erlin as she calmly stated, "Because the money for the third son's medical treatment came from my dear child." Chapter 3. The husband's arrival. The third brother and his wife have begun to quarrel. "Should we go and take a look?" Elder sister-in-law Lin Zhaoti's hands trembled slightly as she anxiously glanced at the patriarch seated at the head of the table. Old Man Shen, chewing on his dry tobacco, squinted his eyes, confident that his third son could handle his wife and still manage to eat. Old Lady Shen spat disdainfully, her face etched with dissatisfaction towards Feng Erlin. As a mother-in-law, she had been overly indulgent towards her daughter-in-law, allowing such a venomous woman to emerge. How dare she provoke her precious youngest son in her presence, granting Feng Erlin such audacity? If the third son did not earn her respect, she would ensure that Feng Erlin learned the true meaning of a wicked mother-in-law. After her tirade, old Lady Shen noticed Lin Zhaoti dutifully serving rice and softened her tone. "Has my son's meal been prepared?" Lin Zhaoti obediently replied, "Mother, the egg custard for my little sister is ready. I will bring it to her once I finish serving the rice." Satisfied, old Lady Shen settled down to eat, appreciating this daughter-in-law who was quite considerate, unlike the others who were increasingly cunning and deceitful. The burdens of raising children. She hoped that the wife brought back by the fourth son would be as grounded as the eldest's. She could not bear to have another delicate young lady delay her old age. The commotion from Xinyao's room had subsided, for no one dared to disturb old Lady Shen's peace. Everyone tacitly chose to bow their heads and eat. As Lin Zhaoti emerged with rice and fragrant egg custard drizzled with sesame oil, the enticing aroma instantly captivated the children, who stared with wide eyes, swallowing their saliva in silence. Ignoring their eager gazes, Lin Zhaoti made her way to Xin Zhao's room. "Little sister, I've brought your meal." Inside, silence reigned. Lin Jiadi assumed Xin Zhao was asleep, but upon pushing the door open to find the bed empty, a cold sweat broke out upon her brow. At that moment, the true instigator of the Xin family's chaos, Xin Zhao, was traversing a mountain path. Xin Zhao could only assist Xin Yao by amputating his leg, she lacked the skills to heal it. Thus, she had unearthed a renowned old doctor from a dilapidated cow shed, said to be a gem in the medical field, who had unfortunately succumbed to malnutrition and illness during his rural practice. Perhaps she could give it a try. Xin Zhao climbed out of the window along with Song Shao. The mountain path grew increasingly rugged, a testament to the hardships faced by those sent to labor here. Previously, it had been populated by esteemed professors from various fields. After traversing half the mountain, Xin Zhao spotted a ramshackle courtyard in a desolate and secluded corner. To call it a courtyard was an exaggeration. It was merely a ring of branches enclosing a few cows, with the house standing forlornly against the wind. The arrival of a stranger drew the attention of a few individuals, who paused their work and stared at Xin Zhao with hollow eyes. From the fragments of information gleaned from her readings, she could surmise they had endured inhumane suffering, struggling to survive in tumultuous times, yet witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelming. Immediately, she extended her hand. "Greetings, I am searching for Dr. Jiang." Their eyes flickered slightly, but their wariness of this unfamiliar villager remained palpable. "We don't know. We need to work, you should leave." If Xin Yao's leg were to remain untreated, it would be a dire situation. Xin Zhao retrieved a root that resembled a strand of grass from her pocket. "As payment, I wish for Dr. Zhang to treat my third brother's broken leg." The group exchanged glances, their eyes widening with surprise as they looked up at Xin Zhao, solemnly inquiring, "Do you know what you are holding?" Xin Zhao nodded earnestly. "Yes, ginseng." "Knowing what it is, and yet offering it as payment? This is a priceless treasure that can save lives, why not keep it for yourself?" The gaze of those in the cowshed shifted, regarding Xin Zhao with newfound respect. Xin Zhao thought to herself, the heroine's ginseng is secured. They invited her inside. "It's not that old Zhang does not wish to assist you. He is merely struggling to care for himself." They gestured towards the bed where Jiang Xiucheng lay, feverish and unconscious, and sighed heavily. Xin Zhao touched Jiang Xiucheng's forehead and winced. "He is hot enough to fry an egg." She dashed outside to gather some grass and, just as she was about to place it in Jiang Xiucheng's mouth, she was stopped. "What are you doing?" "Saving him. Trust me, after he eats this, he will recover within 2 hours." She had concocted potent remedies in her small workshop. Doubts clouded their minds. "Can you really? We've never heard of you before, and if you have such skills, why not treat your brother instead?" Xin Zhao raised her hands in defeat. "I only understand herbs." With no other options left, they deliberated and finally stepped aside to grant her passage. Xin Zhao raised an eyebrow and administered the grass juice to the frail old man. "I'll head home now. Once he awakens, he can come find me. A farewell." While searching for herbs for Jiang Xiucheng, she stumbled upon some shepherd's purse, which she planned to bring home for Xin Yao. Sweating from her descent down the mountain, she drew refreshing cool water from the well, gulping it down eagerly. The house was quiet, save for the chirping of cicadas in the summer air. The others had all gone to work. Xin Zhao crushed the shepherd's purse and mixed it with water, carrying it to Xin Yao. Unfortunately, her good intentions were met with harsh words, and Xin Yao scolded her mercilessly. Infuriated, Xin Zhao turned red in the face, hands on her hips, standing at the doorstep and shouting, "Xin Yao, I rarely show kindness, so don't take it for granted. Others would jump at the chance to drink the water I offer." A wave of disgust surged within Xin Yao as he turned his head away, staring at the wall, suspecting Xin Zhao had concocted yet another scheme to torment him. After waiting in vain for a response from inside, she approached and knocked lightly on the door before barging in, only to find Xin Yao with his eyes closed, staring blankly at the wall. "Don't tell me he is contemplating something drastic?" Without a second thought, she grasped Xin Yao's chin and forced the water into his mouth. Xin Yao's eyes widened as he struggled to break free, gagging and gasping, "What did you make me drink?" As she savored the expression of hatred on Xin Yao's face, Xin Zhao smirked mischievously, jesting, "Poison. I'll spare the family some rations. Once you're gone, I'll sell the fourth girl to a lecherous old man as a concubine." "Xin Zhao, shut your mouth, stop talking, how could you be so wicked?" "She is your little niece, only 2 years old. I thought you all knew I was a malicious woman. Why should I care how old she is? If you die, I'll sell her." Fury ignited in Xin Yao's eyes. If glares could kill, Xin Zhao would have been utterly annihilated. At that moment, he no longer wished for his own demise, but fervently desired Xin Zhao's end. Xin Zhao, having achieved her goal, made a swift exit. After she left, Xin Yao stared at his legs, which were gradually losing sensation, a strange glimmer passing through his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it? What do you want? There are no adults at home." She was not quite an adult. She was merely a child of over 200 months. "Xin Zhao, open the door, there is something important." Xin Zhao assumed it was already time for her fourth brother, Xin Zhu, to return home with his girlfriend and did not want to delay. Outside stood Wang Liuba, the village gossip, who was privy to every piece of news, even the number of eggs laid by the neighbor's hens. "Xin Zhao, something good has happened at your home. Quickly come with Aunt Lu." Wang Liuba's triumphant demeanor only convinced Xin Zhao further that her fourth brother and sister-in-law had returned. "Is it enough for me to go alone? Shouldn't I call my parents and brothers?" Wang Liuba waved her hand dismissively, "No need. It is perfect for you to go alone. Unbeknownst to Xinjiao, the individuals she anticipated were entirely different from those she would encounter. It wasn't until they reached the village entrance that she spotted a tall figure beneath the shade of a tree, gradually coming into focus. Upon hearing the commotion, the man turned, his tall, lean frame, fair complexion, and strikingly handsome features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His deep-set eyes held an air of distance, and a touch of elegance lingered between his brows, exuding an aura of resolute determination. He appeared somewhat familiar. Had they crossed paths before? Could this possibly be a remnant of the original owner's romantic entanglements? Xinjiao hesitated, unwilling to approach. Seeing her reluctance, Aunt Lu gave her a gentle shove. Why are you being shy? The man spoke, uttering two words that sent Xinjiao's legs turning to jelly. Wife. Chapter 4. A couple relying on their elders. What a coincidence. Alas, it is not. I have specifically returned to seek refuge with you. The man crossed his legs, his hands casually resting on his knees, his light brown irises filled with amusement as he observed the small head bowed in guilt across from him. Xinjiao fidgeted with her hands, feeling somewhat flustered at the unexpected arrival of her husband. The book never mentioned that he would return home now, seeking refuge with her. What on earth had transpired? Hadn't this enigmatic figure in the book merely served as a financial backdrop until now? Xinjiao discreetly raised her gaze to glance at the handsome man. The dilapidated surroundings seemed to take on an air of nobility when juxtaposed with his chiseled features. Perhaps sensing that Xinjiao was hesitant to speak, the man took the initiative to elaborate. I am unemployed now. You must support me. Xinjiao's eyes widened in shock, her expression almost screamed. You truly are unemployed? Yet, the man across from her appeared to revel in her dismay, nodding with a hint of a smile. Indeed, I have not a penny to my name. Xinjiao felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, frozen in place, her mind swirling with thoughts of poverty. This was disastrous. Was she truly destined to rely on her family for sustenance? Gradually, she turned her head, her gaze landing on Lu Kuanye. But if her memory served her right, he should have had a 3-bedroom apartment allocated to him. Where was the house? Lu Kuanye, perceiving her unspoken question, shrugged nonchalantly. It has been confiscated. Excellent, just splendid. Xinjiao felt her vision darken, wishing fervently for the sweet release of death. Enough. Truly, this was too much. Previously, Lu Kuanye had sent a substantial portion of his wages and rations to the original owner, so it was only reasonable for him to seek her now that he was unemployed. However, the crux of the matter was that she had neither money nor rations to spare. She simply could not support him. Lu Kuanye, who had been quietly observing Xinjiao, smirked at her vexed expression. Yes, just like that. Continue to disdain him, deem him a burden, abandon him, follow the script he had envisioned for his beloved wife. Lu Kuanye. She had addressed him by his full name. Surely the next line would be to cast him out. You'd best work diligently in my household, otherwise, you shan't have a morsel to eat. Lu Kuanye's hands tightened their grip, his thin lips moving slightly, and in the next moment, her delicate hand covered his mouth. She raised her eyes to meet his, a flicker of anger flashing in her gaze. We do not harbor lazy individuals in my home, with the exception of myself. Xinjiao seized the opportunity, pushing him inside the house. You can tidy up first. With a decisive slam, she shut the door behind them. Could she not be anxious? She feared Lu Kuanye might inquire about the money and rations he had previously given her. She had none to offer. Fortunately, the sun had begun its descent, and the women working in the fields were returning home in groups. They were to come back early to prepare meals, ensuring that the others could enjoy a warm dinner after a long day's work. Today, the cooking was entrusted to Grandma Xin and her sister-in-law, Su Yanhong. Upon entering the house, Grandma Xin was somewhat taken aback to see Xinjiao in the yard. Grandma Xin hurried over in a few swift strides to inspect Xinjiao, her concern evident as she inquired, Child, where have you been at noon? You ran out without eating. Don't you fear starving yourself? No matter how upset you are, you cannot neglect your own well-being. Her eyes filled with worry, she gave Xinjiao's back a gentle pat, half scolding and half sympathetic. You reckless child, do you wish to frighten your mother? The egg custard I made for you has gone cold. Xinjiao understood that Grandma Xin was genuinely worried for her. She forced a smile, leaning against her arm for comfort. Mother, I haven't eaten yet. I am almost starving. Is there anything left? This nearly sent Grandma Xin into a panic. You haven't eaten all afternoon. Without hesitation, she dragged Xinjiao to her room, scolding her all the while for not taking care of herself. If you didn't live at home, you would surely starve. You're already so thin that a gust of wind could blow you away. How can you not eat properly? Xinjiao dared not provoke Grandma Xin's ire. She merely smiled foolishly, which made Grandma Xin fall silent. Aren't you usually so sharp-tongued? Why the sudden lack of retort today? It's quite disconcerting. Xinjiao was not as oblivious as the original owner. She naturally wouldn't let Grandma Xin feel upset at clinging to her arm. She playfully said, Your daughter has grown up and is more sensible now. Grandma Xin chuckled. Well, that is certainly a welcome change. She then retrieved some peach crisps that had been tucked away in the wardrobe, carefully taking out 2 pieces for Xinjiao. These were from the last time her brother had lent her some money. Thank you, Mother, you are truly wonderful. I shall ensure that you become the happiest person in Xinjia village. This immediately brought a radiant smile to Grandma Xin's face, who playfully scolded Xinjiao with a mock glare. You only know how to flatter me. Xinjiao leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Mother, I found a doctor who can treat third brother's leg. Before Grandma Xin could respond, Xinjiao stuffed a piece of peach crisp into her mouth. Mother, these are delicious. You must try one. Sensing Xinjiao's reluctance to elaborate, Grandma Xin wisely fell silent. Regardless, it was the thought that counted. Even if it was merely to please Grandma Xin, she felt it was a good deed. As for the treatment of Xinjiao's leg, it was not that they could not afford it. Providing a meal was still within their means. At the dinner table, the entire family gathered to eat, the children quietly focused on their bowls, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Anyone returning home after a long day's labor to find an extra mouth to feed would be understandably irked. Moreover, the household already had more than its fair share of dependents. Here, we focus on Xinjiao, who was devouring her meal with gusto. Her sister-in-law, Su Yanhong, deliberately tapped her chopsticks against her bowl, casting a pointed look at the food. Is it fair to bully the honest folks like this? Shinzong's face darkened, his silence affirming his wife's remarks. Xinjiao was his biological sister, and with their mother as support, it was one thing for her to eat and stay at home, but for a couple to share the table was rather excessive. A married daughter is like spilled water. If you don't live independently, what does that say? Even Grandma Shin, who usually dotes on her daughter, remained silent. Her son-in-law, robust and capable, had hands and feet. How would he care for her daughter if he didn't stand on his own 2 feet? Lu Kuangya, under scrutiny, continued to eat calmly, as if the entire situation had nothing to do with him. Su Yanhong secretly cursed. What a thick-skinned couple. Lu Kuangya leisurely set down his bowl and chopsticks, glancing sideways at the oblivious Xinjiao. I previously sent, but before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Lu Kuangya was not a freeloader, he had been working in place of fourth brother until his leg healed. Su Yanhong scoffed, still unconvinced. Can fourth uncle's leg really get better? Just say you want to laze around at home for the rest of your life. Look at his delicate frame, what work can he possibly do? This remark did not sit well with third sister-in-law, Fong Erlin, who promptly threw her chopsticks at Su Yanhong's face. Mind your mouth. Realizing she had misspoken, Su Yanhong refrained from provoking Fong Erlin further, though she still wiped her face in annoyance. Why did you throw them at me? I merely spoke the truth. Fong Erlin huffed dismissively, sending a child to retrieve her chopsticks. An unusual silence fell as everyone resumed their meal. Is anyone there? Someone knocked at the door, causing everyone to pause and turn their attention to the entrance. Grandma Shin muttered, what could possibly be happening at this hour? Xinjiao's eyes brightened as she tugged at Grandma Shin's sleeve. Mother, I'll go. Her sister-in-law had likely stirred up trouble again. Su Yanhong, irritated, jabbed at the porridge in her bowl. Grandma Shin replied coldly, if you don't want to eat, just pour it out for the girls. Dr. Jiang and Professor Song, you've arrived. Xinjiao greeted the two at the door with courtesy. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the Shin family was thrown into a state of shock. Su Yanhong shrieked, Xinjiao, are you trying to bring ruin upon our family? Chapter 5. The elopement of the wife. Upon learning that the two individuals were summoned by Xinjiao to attend to Xinyao's leg, the members of the Shin family exhibited a myriad of expressions. Shin Guang and Shin Zong were dispatched by old Madame Shin to carry Xinyao out. Su Yanhong, with a sullen demeanor, maintained her distance while incessantly muttering curses under her breath. Don't involve me in this. If someone reports it, it won't be my concern. Mind you, the people from the cowshed are all guilty. What do they know about treating legs? Don't tell me you're deliberately causing trouble, little sister-in-law. They can stand in the yard with their foul odor, but don't let my meal be spoiled by it. Ironically, she, who was a country bumpkin herself, now adopted an air of superiority, looking down upon others. Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu lowered their heads awkwardly, shrinking back in discomfort. In the past, everyone would respectfully address them as professors, but now, even they felt a sense of self-disdain. Just as they contemplated whether to inform Xinjiao and wait for Xinyao outside, Xinjiao seized the sleeves of both. Her piercing gaze fell upon Su Yanhong. If you're scared, then just leave. No one has tied you here. She surveyed the patched blue cotton clothing Su wore and continued, the professors have not looked down upon you for your lack of education, yet you dare to disdain others? Labor is the noblest of pursuits, you should promptly brush your teeth, for the odor emanating from your mouth is unbearable. Su Yanhong's chest heaved violently as she struggled to catch her breath, pointing at Xinjiao but unable to articulate her words. Xinjiao smirked, swatting away the accusing finger. What are you pointing at? How rude. Before Su Yanhong could retort, Xinyao was carried out by Shin Guang and Shin Zong. As Xinyao's gaze met Xinjiao's, it lingered momentarily, his emotions stirred by the memory of the water she had given him. After drinking, his leg pain had subsided entirely, yet he could not fathom Xinjiao's motivations behind her actions. Why would she kindly summon a doctor for him? What was her ulterior motive? A shadow of apprehension crossed Xinyao's eyes. He feared Xinjiao intended to play with his hopes, only to plunge him into despair. Jiang Xiuqing approached, meticulously examining Xinyao's leg and physical condition. After a prolonged silence, the tension among the Shin family escalated, breaths held in trepidation. The urgent treatment had been executed commendably. He pressed against the muscles surrounding the wound, letting out a hiss. All eyes were glued to him, fearing that he might declare the injury untreatable at any moment. Did you take any medication? Fong Erlin squeezed beside her husband. No, I didn't take anything. The doctor didn't prescribe anything this morning. Both Xinyao and Jiang Xiuqing's gazes shifted to the corner where Xinjiao stood. Nightshade flower juice. The moment Xinjiao spoke, Fong Erlin was ready to strike her, perceiving Xinjiao as the one responsible for Xinyao's predicament. Fortunately, old Madame Shin swiftly grasped Fong Erlin's collar. Nightshade flower, that is an excellent pain reliever. Jiang Xiuqing expressed his appreciation, giving Xinjiao a thumbs up. Old Madame Shin dismissed Fong Erlin, snorting in annoyance. Did you hear? My daughter treats her brother so well, if you utter another inappropriate word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Her sharp gaze swept across her sons and daughters-in-law, her conviction growing that her daughter was the most considerate among them. A smile blossomed on Xinjiao's lips as she stood beside old Madame Shin, resonating with newfound confidence. Dr. Jiang, will my third brother's leg be treatable? Jiang Xiuqing nodded with a grin. It can be treated, provided you gather the necessary medicinal herbs. I assure you he will be lively and spirited in 3 months. Such sweet words. What if you mention herbs that are impossible to procure? Where will we find them? Su Yanhong interjected. Su Yanhong. Are you feeling a bit too talkative? If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. Old Madame Shin could no longer tolerate the embarrassment brought upon her family by the second son's wife. Even a 3-year-old child is more sensible than you. Stop speaking ill and provoking discomfort. Zhang Xiucheng brushed aside Su Yanhan's remarks, though gratitude towards Shin Zhao and Old Madame Shin shone in his eyes. Dr. Jiang, please write down the herbs. I will ensure they are all gathered. Shin Zhao bowed resolutely, handing him paper and a pen. After completing the list, Zhang Xiucheng and Song Jishu made their way back to the cowshed through the dark, burdened with an array of vegetables and bread thrust upon them by Old Madame Shin. Little sister, I'm not trying to cast doubt on you, but can you truly find them? Even the doctor mentioned they are hard to come by. Moreover, all the family's funds have been allocated for your and the third uncle's treatment. One must remain grounded and not boast. Su Yanhan scolded her as if she were family, pouring out her heart. Shin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at her words, leaning closer to her second sister-in-law's ear. Tell me, if the third sister-in-law heard you wishing ill upon the third brother, do you think she would strike you? Observing the trepidation on her second sister-in-law's face, Shin Zhao laughed, realizing that her second sister-in-law lacked courage. So how did you end up stepping on her toes? Is it because you appear too easy to bully since your arrival? Noticing Su Yanhan's eagerness to continue her tirade, Shin Zhao grasped her collar, playfully tapping her face, warning, second sister-in-law, what would you think if I decided to send you back to your family tonight? Shin Zhao tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile, her eyes slightly squinted. Su Yanhong finally regained her clarity. This individual before her was the true master of the Shin household. She realized her folly, panic flooding her heart as she blinked nervously. Shin Zhao's expression turned cold as she fixed her gaze upon Su Yanhong for a moment longer, only releasing her grip when she could no longer bear the tension. Next time, second sister-in-law, do take care to mind your words. Son-in-law, where is the little one? Old Madame Shin peered into the room from the doorway. Lu Kuanya generously opened the door wide, allowing the old lady to see in. Good morning, mother. Is she not at home? As dawn approached, Shin Zhao stepped over the sleeping Lu Kuanya, who stirred awake, yet remained unaware of anything. Old Madame Shin slapped her thigh, anxiously pacing. Where could the child have gone? Not even a word of breakfast, just leaving me to worry about this wayward child. At the dining table, everyone ate breakfast with trepidation, Old Madame Shin occasionally muttering angrily about Shin Zhao. Shinzong stuffed a piece of salted radish into his mouth. Shin Zhao has run away before. Mother, why worry? If she is hungry, she knows how to find food better than you do. Old Madame Shin shot him a glance, snatching his bowl to serve porridge to Shin Lao. Enough of your chatter. Stop eating and get to work. Shinzong begrudgingly took his wife and child outside to labor, while the others hastily finished their porridge and followed suit. Liu Kuanya was handed a sickle by Shin Guang as they exited. Old Madame Shin continued to lament Shin Zhao, who had ventured up the mountain, and deeper still. As she walked, she identified various plants, and even the well-traveled Shin Zhao felt like a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Truly, this was a mountain fit for a heroine. Its abundance of resources astonishing. No wonder the heroine's family thrived. Ginseng, cordyceps, reishi mushrooms, gastrodia, and even various critters were plentiful, seemingly offering everything to the heroine. Nevertheless, for now, she would experience it all for the heroine. Shin Zhao navigated through the dense forest, searching for the medicinal herbs required for Shin Yao's leg. She toiled until noon, drenched in sweat, her stomach growling, and her legs protesting in fatigue. Only then did she find a relatively clean patch of ground to rest, munching on wild pears she had foraged along the way while tallying the herbs collected: toad skin, toad venom, yellow gentian, angelica, and epimedium. She still had a long way to go, but at least they were primarily plant-based. Shin Zhao took a deep breath, recalling the nauseating sensation of being surrounded by animals while seeking toad skin and toad venom earlier that morning, especially the latter, which she had snatched from a toad's mouth. Shin Yao would owe her a lifetime of gratitude. After all, she had risked her life for him, enduring multiple splashes of toad urine. After a sufficient rest, Shin Zhao resumed her exploration of the resource-rich mountains. As the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, Old Madame Shin grew increasingly anxious, waiting for Shin Zhao to return home to prepare dinner. She urged all the adults in the household to go search for her. When some were reluctant, she planted herself at the doorway, mouth agape, ready to cry. Neighbors peeked from their homes, while the Shin brothers, along with their wives and Shin Lao, reluctantly adhered to Old Madame Shin's wishes and went out to look for her. However, they had no inkling of where Shin Zhao had spent the entire day, lacking any direction in their search. Could the little sister have eloped with Song Jiqing? I heard them mention that Song Jiqing left early this morning. Su Yanhong spoke with conviction, as if she had witnessed Shin Zhao's elopement firsthand. After her outburst, she was nudged by Shinzong, prompting her to cover her mouth and apologize to Lu Kuanya. My apologies, little Lu, I got carried away and forgot you were here. I was just rambling. Lu Kuanya's dark pupils resembled unfathomable ink, his depths concealed, yet a faint smile graced his lips. As the group reached the village entrance, they were faced with two diverging paths. One leading up the mountain and the other towards the city. They were still deliberating whether to split into two groups for the search when Lin Zhadi suddenly tapped her husband Shin Guang's arm. Dear husband, I believe I just spotted the little sister coming down from the mountain. All eyes turned in unison, and Su Yanhong stifled a laugh, contempt glimmering in her eyes. It seems Shin Zhao is indeed consorting with Song Xiao. Chapter 6. The mindless third sister Shin Zhao. Shinzong's heart was ablaze with frustration as he shouted Shin Zhao's name. Shin Zhao could intuitively discern their thoughts. Even with her toes, she, too, was at a loss, having toiled all day only to encounter Song Xiao the moment she descended the mountain, a stroke of ill fortune. It was she who had been wronged. That insufferable Song Xiao, upon seeing the Shin family, had dashed away, clutching his face as if she had victimized him. More wrong than Doi. After an exhausting day, her resentment peaked, and Shinzhao seethed. "Shinzong, why are you shouting?" Shinzong was momentarily taken aback by her retort, quickly recalling Shinzhao's habitual defiance. She would brazenly defend herself even when in the wrong. "You still have the audacity to argue? Do you know we went without food searching for you?" Shinzhao approached, digging her fingers into her ears, which were still ringing from his yelling. "I didn't eat either. What have I done wrong? I'm just a simple girl, Shinzong. If you shout at me again, I will tell our mother." Shinzong knew that Shinzhao was indeed capable of such threats. The mere mention of informing old lady Shin made him feel oppressed. At 28, with a 4-year-old child, he was still being scolded by their mother. All of this was because of that troublesome Shinzhao. After Shinzong fell silent, Shinzhao turned her back and headed home, completely disregarding them. Shin Guang and Lin Zhaodi were the first to catch up, and as they passed Shinzong, they sighed, "Second brother, why provoke the little sister?" This remark only served to infuriate Shinzong further, who pointed an accusatory finger at Shin Guang's retreating figure. "Only you would be such a coward, indulging Shinzhao." Meanwhile, old lady Shin, who had been anxiously awaiting her beloved granddaughter, felt her heartache at the sight of Shinzhao, covered in dirt. She pulled Shinzhao towards the well to fetch water, tenderly wiping her face and hands, treating her as if she were a mere toddler. "Where have you been, my dear? We haven't seen you all day. Next time, if you do this again, I won't save you any food. You'll go hungry for a couple of meals to learn your lesson." Shinzhao understood that old lady Shin had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If anyone else had uttered such words, they might have been sincere, but coming from her grandmother, it was merely a light-hearted admonishment. If Shinzhao were truly to go hungry, it would be old lady Shin who would fret the most. Allowing old lady Shin to meticulously dry her hands, Shinzhao was patted on the backside. "Now go inside and eat." As soon as the others entered the house, they found Shinzhao relishing her meal, igniting their ire. They had gone without food searching for her, only to find her ungratefulness, not even waiting for them to eat. What did that make them? Were they merely idle? The remnants of last night's warning still loomed, and Su Yanhong had an avalanche of curses pent up inside her. Spotting Fong Erlin standing behind her, an idea struck her, and she sidled up to Fong Erlin, spinning tales. Indeed, after listening to Su Yanhong's slander, Fong Erlin's gaze towards Shinzhao was aflame with anger as she pushed past Su Yanhong and stormed into the house. "Shinzhao! How can you still eat with such shamelessness? You claim to be helping Shinyao find herbs, yet you are merely cavorting with Song Xiao. Do you even have a shred of loyalty to the Shin family?" Amidst the chaos of accusations, Shinzhao's expression darkened, her grip tightening around the bowl as she fixed her gaze on Fong Erlin. Only when Fong Erlin ceased her tirade did Shinzhao speak, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Have you finished your rant? Are you satisfied? Why not continue?" Old lady Shin, maintaining order, joined Shinzhao in glaring at Fong Erlin, her countenance ominous. Fong Erlin stammered, "I was merely speaking the truth." Shinzhao shot a fierce glance at Fong Erlin and the cowering Su Yanhong, "Who informed you that I have a relationship with Song Xiao? Do you have any evidence? Speak freely. Do you realize that slander could lead to me reporting you for defamation?" She surveyed the assembled crowd, letting out a disdainful huff as she retrieved her basket from beneath the table and slammed it onto the ground. "If you utter another word, you can find your own herbs. I would rather feed these to the dogs than let Shinyao have them. Third sister, I extend to you the courtesy of calling you sister-in-law, but I hope next time you will use your brain and not heed the gossip of others before rushing to strike me." The onlookers leaned in, astonished at the contents of the basket. Not only were there unfamiliar herbs, but also an abundance of mushrooms and wild fruits, with a few chicken feathers pressed at the bottom. They stared in disbelief at Shinzhao, then backed down at the basket. Could it truly be that Shinzhao, the girl who couldn't even tell the difference between chives and scallions, had gathered all this? "Sister-in-law, how much did this cost? Our family is in dire need of money. How could you be so extravagant?" Su Yanhong's incessant prattling was particularly irksome at this moment. Shinzhao lifted her gaze, coldly assessing Su Yanhong before turning to Shinzong. "Shinzong, it's one thing for your wife to have a loose tongue, but can you not rein her in? You are no better than the eldest brother, equally useless." Shinzong's face flushed crimson, his anger boiling to the surface as if his very eyes would pop out. "If you can't manage your wife, I will take it upon myself to do so." As Shinzhao stood, Su Yanhong instinctively took a step back, remembering that she was, after all, a sister-in-law. Previously, Shinzhao had let bygones be bygones. This time, she assumed it was merely a scare tactic, and so she held her ground. A gust of wind rushed past, followed by a resounding slap across Su Yanhong's face. "Ah! Shinzhao, you hit me. So what if I did? Do you find joy in inciting third sister to insult me? Have you had your fill of mocking me behind my back for associating with Song Xiao? I am merely helping you curb your tongue, and you don't even thank me." Shinzhao resumed her stance, cold and detached, speaking softly as she observed Su Yanhong's colorful expression. Her speed in apologizing was impressive, but judging by her demeanor, it seemed she still harbored resentment towards Shinzhao. "I didn't spend a dime. I gathered this from the mountains. Are you satisfied?" Shinzhao cast a sidelong glance at Shinzong. Old lady Shin rose, shielding Shinzhao behind her, pointing a finger at everyone and berating them. "You are no longer children. Do you not feel ashamed for letting so many children witness your disgrace? Your tongues are so sharp, perhaps you should go tell your sixth aunt and have a good gossip session. It is because of you that the Shin family is ridiculed daily in the village. Look at your attitude towards your sister. Does that even make sense? And you, Kwang Yi, your wife is being bullied, and you stand idly by. Tonight, you will only have thin porridge to eat. Reflect on your actions." Old lady Shin took the basket and led Shinzhao outside. The weight of the basket startled her, and upon seeing its contents, she gasped, "My dear, you must be exhausted today." Xin Zhao shook her head, handing a wild chicken to old lady Xin. Mother, stew this for a nourishing meal. Old lady Xin beamed with joy, cupping Xin Zhao's face in her hands. My daughter has truly grown up. Lowering her voice, she asked Xin Zhao, are you certain this isn't store-bought? She had a good sense of her daughter's capabilities. Xin Zhao shot a playful glare at her mother. I assure you, it's not, I caught it in the mountains. As she spoke, she pulled from her pocket a generous handful of wild pears, pressing them into old lady Xin's hands. Mother, try these. They are exceptionally sweet. The children nearby watched with eager eyes, their mouths watering in anticipation. Xin Zhao beckoned them over hesitant, they exchanged glances, unsure. Xin Zhao feigned anger, her face stern. If you don't come, I'll spank you. The 4 children darted towards her, standing before her timidly, calling out, Aunt. Their innocent voices melted Xin Zhao's heart, and she handed them a pile of wild pears, saying, remember to share with Ernyo, Sanyo, and Sinyo. The children scampered off joyfully. Old lady Xin was as delighted as if she had consumed buckets of honey, carrying the chicken and wild fruits to the kitchen. Liu Kuangyi lowered his head, his gaze filled with Xin Zhao's reflection, his expression complex, and in a low, measured tone, he remarked, my dear, you have changed so much. Chapter 7. The affection for today's young Aunt Lu Kuangye's remark, I feel like I no longer recognize you, sent Xin Zhao into a fit of rage. In a fit of indignation, she forcefully shoved a freshly washed wild pear into Lu Kuangye's mouth. However, this time, Lu Kuangye's mouth proved to be a challenge to silence. Grasping the pear she had just removed from his lips, Lu Kuangye's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Xin Zhao. Frustrated, Xin Zhao lamented that not even food could stifle his words. With a flash of inspiration, she crossed her arms defiantly and declared, Lu Kuangye, if you can't even recognize your own wife, perhaps you should reflect on your worthiness. As long as she could shift the blame swiftly enough, no one could fault her. After 2 years of marriage, they had only met thrice, and now he had the audacity to claim she had changed. Lu Kuangye, are you even human? With a face full of grievance, Xin Zhao felt a pang of sympathy for herself. However, upon glancing at Lu Kuangye, she found him utterly unperturbed, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. A surge of anger welled up within her, prompting her to hurl the pear at him before making her escape. Phew, that was perilous. She sensed something was amiss with Lu Kuangye. It seemed as though he harbored secrets, his eyes penetrating her very soul. Shrugging off her concerns, Xin Zhao resolved that while she couldn't confront him, she could certainly evade him. Meanwhile, Lu Kuangye stood his ground, now holding yet another pear, as he watched Xin Zhao storm away, a smirk gracing his lips. She was more astute and intriguing than the Xin Zhao he had known before. In the kitchen, the chimney belched forth clouds of black smoke, soon replaced by the enticing aroma of meat. Elder Madame Xin personally wielded the knife, deftly plucking feathers from the chicken before dividing it into 2 halves, one for stir-frying, the other for soup. Knowing it was for her youngest son, she spared no expense in adding copious amounts of oil. The diners in the hall grew increasingly restless, wishing they could forfeit their sense of smell. The tantalizing scent of meat wafted through the air, while they were left to sip on bland porridge. Having abstained from meat for several months, their appetites were awakened, and they swallowed hard, feigning indifference. As the aroma intensified, Su Yanhong could no longer contain herself, her usual gluttony taking over. Old Zong, do you think Mom will let us have some to eat later? Xin Zong shot her a look of incredulity. Their mother was never one to go back on her word. She had expressly stated that only Xin Zhao would partake in the meal, leaving them out of the equation entirely. Moreover, the chicken had been personally procured by Xin Zhao, rendering them unqualified to voice their desires. Having been struck just moments ago, it was baffling how quickly Su Yanhong had forgotten her previous embarrassment. Xin Zong was at a loss for words, pondering what to say to her. Yet someone had to be bold enough to test Elder Madame Xin's resolve. If they were lucky enough to be granted a share, it would be a win, and if not, only Su Yanhong would bear the brunt of the reprimand. Thus, he silently averted his gaze, offering a non-committal reply, I don't know. Su Yanhong was plotting in her mind. Elder Madame Xin first called for Xin Zhao to wash up and join the meal, then returned to the kitchen to bring out the dishes and soup. Xin Zhao responded affirmatively, emerging from the bathroom, her body still enveloped in steam. The Xin family owed their independent bathing facilities to the original owner of the house, who had requested their construction to emulate city living, greatly enhancing their convenience. From a distance, she spotted Elder Madame Xin scolding Su Yanhong with her chopsticks. Stick to your porridge, if your hand reaches out any further, I'll chop it off. Xin Zhao couldn't help but smile. A child cherished by their mother was truly a treasure. Under the envious gazes of those around her, Xin Zhao took a seat and patted the empty space beside her, inviting Elder Madame Xin to join her for meat and soup. Just as Elder Madame Xin was about to decline, a knock echoed from the door. Xin Zong's son, Xin Zixiao, eagerly dashed to open it. Standing outside were Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu, both swallowing hard at the delectable scent of meat wafting inside. Xin Zhao rose to welcome them, filling each of their bowls with half a serving of chicken soup, accompanied by several pieces of chicken. Startled, they quickly protested. This is hardly compensation for your late-night consultations. I am not made of money. They were all aware that Xin Zhao had previously gifted them a century-old ginseng, more than enough to cover their fees. Her current statement was merely intended to ease their acceptance. However, the predatory gazes of the other Xin family members, who had yet to partake, made it difficult for them to accept without hesitation. As they struggled to find a way to decline the offering, Su Yanhong abruptly stood up. Her shrill voice pierced the air. Xin Zhao, you would rather give chicken soup to outsiders than allow your brothers and nephews a taste. Xin Zhao found it incomprehensible how Su Yanhong could summon such energy to confront her once again. Fortunately, Fong Erlin was level-headed enough to restrain Su Yanhong. They were invited to help treat her husband's leg. Xin Zhao is simply offering them some chicken soup as a courtesy. She knows better than to be ungrateful. She firmly held Su Yanhong back, preventing her from continuing her tirade. Xin Zhao cast an appreciative glance at Feng Erlin, grateful that she had not let her down, urging Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu to drink their soup quickly. She went to fetch the medicinal herbs for Jiang Xiuqing to inspect. Observing the children and adults eyeing the meat with longing, Xin Zhao decided to stop toying with them. She picked up her chopsticks and distributed 3 pieces of chicken and 2 spoonfuls of soup to each of them. Meanwhile, Elder Madam Shen was distressed, repeatedly attempting to intercept Xin Zhao's hands. 1 piece per person is sufficient, my dear, save some for yourself. Mother, it's quite alright, if I can catch one today, I can certainly catch another tomorrow. You are all my family, we should share this meal together. The children, oblivious to adult concerns, had long since succumbed to their appetites, devouring the food with greasy hands, even gnawing on chicken bones as they swallowed. The adults, however, regarded Xin Zhao with a mixture of astonishment and newfound respect. Was this truly their malicious little sister-in-law? After feasting to their heart's content, Jiang Xiuqing was rendered speechless by the abundance of herbal remedies. Did you truly gather all of this today? Indeed. Little Shen, you are truly remarkable. Not only did you manage to collect everything in such a short time, but the quality is also exceptional. If you happen to find more next time, could you spare me just a little? Though reluctant to voice his request, the sheer volume of treasures at Xin Zhao's disposal was too enticing to resist. Xin Zhao understood Jiang Xiuqing's eagerness. After all, the professors from the previous generation were even more fervent in their pursuits. Fortunately, she had more than enough to spare. I'll give you all the remaining herbs once my third brother's leg is healed. I can always find more for myself. Jiang Xiuqing's face flushed with excitement. Really, you can't go back on your word. Xin Zhao nodded firmly. No backing out as long as my brother's leg recovers. Witnessing this exchange, Feng Erlin felt a swell of gratitude towards Xin Zhao, her eyes misting with emotion. Jiang Xiuqing began treating Xin Yao's leg, aware that it would be a lengthy endeavor. Elder Madam Shen decreed that they would all dine at the Shen household for dinner and spend the night, rising early to avoid the villagers on their way back to the cattle pen. Ultimately, they could not defy Elder Madam Shen or Xin Zhao, and thus they acquiesced. Moreover, traversing the mountains at night posed risks of encountering wild animals, making it perilously unsafe. That evening, lamps were extinguished in each room, and the children in one room whispered secrets beneath their blankets. Gidge, I really like today's young aunt. Me too, if only she could be so wonderful every day. The pears and the wild fruits were so sweet. I want to go pick more tomorrow. Chapter 8. You are my son. A stone struck the window with a resounding thud. The drowsy Xin Zhao, disturbed from her slumber, furrowed her brow in annoyance. Yet, the cacophony persisted, shattering her beautiful dreams. Sitting up in bed, she seethed with frustration, wishing she could obliterate the window itself. Unbeknownst to her, the assailant outside continued to hurl stones without regard. Clenching her teeth, Xin Zhao rose with the fervent hope that the disturbance was due to an extraterrestrial invasion. Otherwise, such an egregious disruption of her peaceful slumber would certainly warrant a taste of her wrath. With a sudden motion, she flung open the window, only to be greeted by a speeding stone. Unfazed, she extended her hand to seize it mid-flight, her gaze locking onto the culprit, and swiftly retaliated by tossing it back. Bullseye. Hey, what are you doing, Xin Zhao? Xin Zhao was at a loss for words, thinking, what about you, who could possibly be a decent person throwing stones at windows so early in the morning? Opposite her, Song Xiao pressed his lips together, glancing at the sun hanging high in the sky, silently reminding himself that he had come with a purpose today and must exercise patience. With a smile, he said, Xin Zhao, I genuinely have an important matter to discuss with you. Xin Zhao scrutinized him, noticing that he had clearly made an effort to look presentable today, even styling his hair into a slicked-back look. His intentions were undoubtedly questionable. She chose not to respond, leaning against the window to observe Song Xiao. His impatience grew. Comrade Xin Zhao, won't you invite me in for a moment? Xin Zhao chuckled inwardly. He was the one sneaking around and banging on her window, yet he had the audacity to expect an invitation inside. Coldly, she replied, as a married woman, I cannot entertain you, and you have a partner as well. Such a situation could easily lead to misunderstandings. Song Xiao was taken aback, studying Xin Zhao with renewed interest. Was she truly concerned about her reputation? The sun must have risen in the west. Noting her unyielding demeanor, he refrained from mentioning entering her home again, mistakenly believing she was merely sulking. As for Lu Kuangye, he didn't regard Xin Zhao's nominal husband with any seriousness. Alright, let us leave it at that. Song Xiao adjusted his glasses and continued, today, I've heard some unfounded rumors about you and me, claiming we spent the entire day together on the mountain yesterday. While his indignation was palpable, Xin Zhao remained remarkably composed. She had anticipated such gossip and felt unfazed by it. We stand tall and true, we need not fear shadows. No matter how they twist the truth, they cannot paint the innocent as guilty. Comrade Xin Zhao. Have you forgotten that I am currently at a critical juncture in my life? Even if our past camaraderie has faded, we should still remain the best of friends. Can you bear to see my future jeopardized? Song Xiao spoke with heartfelt emotion, his eyes pleading with Xin Zhao, exuding a melancholic aura. Yet, Xin Zhao remained as serene as a chrysanthemum. You just claimed we have no connection, so why should your troubles concern me? If you wish to perish, so be it. Who among us is a friend? You're elevating yourself to the status of a stranger. Song Xiao lowered his gaze, revealing a handsome visage. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but you mustn't utter such words that wound my heart. Have you truly forgotten our moments together, strolling by the fields, basking in the sunset, sharing the sweetness of a sweet potato? Have we? Xinjiao crossed her arms, averting her gaze. She wished to scoff at the previous owner's lack of discernment. After glancing at Song Xiao, she would need to cleanse her eyes for at least half an hour after looking at Lu Kuanye. A shadow flitted past the corner of the room, causing Xinjiao's expression to shift slightly. Realizing that emotional appeals were futile, Song Xiao resorted to a more forceful approach. Xinjiao, I don't care. You must go outside and clarify that we have no relationship and have done nothing together. For the sake of our past feelings, I implore you to help me one last time, alright? Once I return to the city, I will not forget your kindness. I didn't distance myself from you out of dislike. Rather, it is because I care for you that I wish to protect your reputation, even if it means enduring pain to separate from you. Can you comprehend my intentions? Any innocent young girl, devoid of romantic entanglements, would likely have been moved to tears by Song Xiao's declarations. After all, he had openly confessed his feelings. But alas, Xinjiao felt only nausea at such words, relieved she hadn't eaten breakfast that morning, lest she waste food by regurgitating it. Seeing Xinjiao bow her head in apparent guilt, Song Xiao inwardly rejoiced, convinced that no woman could resist his heartfelt rhetoric. Surely, she was touched. His confidence swelled. Xinjiao, I assure you, the day I return to the city will be the day you are liberated from your troubles. I will ensure you become the happiest woman in the world. However, I have been rather generous with the village chief lately, and finances are tight. I promise this will be the last time I ask for your help. Once I achieve success, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Indeed, I shall give you everything. He added a deeply affectionate gaze for emphasis. Xinjiao was left perplexed. Was Song Xiao in his right mind? Had he accidentally swallowed water this morning that had muddled his thoughts? How else could he dare to ask her for money? And to paint such grandiose dreams of prosperity, it was almost suffocating. Those who spoke of future success rarely ever achieved it. She hadn't even reclaimed all her money from him yet, and here he was, audaciously asking for more. Who gave him such courage? Xinjiao could not fathom his rationale. She remained unaware that Song Xiao felt emboldened to request funds precisely because he had heard of Lu Kuanye's return home, surmising that Xinjiao was currently in a position of wealth. After all, who didn't he know that the foolish Lu Kuanye had given his entire salary to Xinjiao, and this time would presumably be no different. I have no money and will not give you any more. In fact, I wish to reclaim some of the funds you owe me. Song Xiao's smile froze. After saying so much, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. So, Song Xiao, what were you doing in the mountains yesterday? Surely, you weren't on a date with another woman? Song Xiao was taken aback. How did Xinjiao figure it out? Had she seen something? No wonder she was acting so cold-hearted today. He swiftly employed his persuasive tactics, grasping Xinjiao's hand. Besides you, there truly is no one else. You always suspect me, and it pains me deeply. If you are unwilling to lend me money, I can accept that, but you must not tarnish my feelings for you. Xinjiao's ears perked up. She withdrew her hand and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. I am merely a fellow villager to you. Song Xiao covered his face, yet his eyes still shimmered with deep affection. Indeed, just fellow villagers, but do you know, I revere you as I would the sun. I like you. Oh, is that not Song the youth, chatting about the sun instead of working? You, a married man, harboring such feelings? Comrade Song, that simply one do. To her surprise, Xinjiao, who had once trailed behind him, now found herself mocking him. You're merely posturing. Song the youth, has the village chief arrived yet? Upon spotting a familiar figure in the crowd, Song Zhao's mind went blank, his ears ringing, and he stood in shock. All he could think was, it's over. Chapter 9. The fearsome man. Xinjiao perched herself on the stool, crossing her legs as she raised her gaze to the circle of gossipers before her. Zhao girl, though you haven't finished your words with Song Jiqing, your expression speaks volumes about their clandestine relationship. Xinjiao nodded. The onlookers wore expressions of predictable surprise. Meanwhile, the cornered Song Xiao, overwhelmed with agitation, quickly retorted, Comrade Xinjiao, why are you framing me? Xinjiao turned her head, meeting his gaze with serene composure. I slapped you. What is inappropriate about that? The crowd, bewildered, chimed in, Zhao girl, is that what you meant? Of course, did you not see the sizable handprint on his face? Xinjiao's words left the onlookers disheartened. Before further inquiries could ensue, Grandmother Shen stormed in, accompanied by the Shen family, her voice laced with indignation. Which little rascal dares to bully my daughter? Though it was well known that Grandmother Shen indulged Xinjiao, Song Xiao, sporting the handprint, claiming Xinjiao was the victim was rather absurd. Upon her arrival, Grandmother Shen's first concern was to assess her daughter's well-being, followed swiftly by an accusatory finger pointed at Song Xiao and the village head. She chastised Song Xiao for lacking morals, for attempting to entangle her daughter, and berated the village head for his failure to resolve the matter, insisting he should have reported Song Xiao to the authorities by now. The village head, silenced by her tirade, was 3 years her junior, and faced with her boisterous demeanor, he had no choice but to endure her scolding, as she was not one to heed reason. Xinjiao grasped her grandmother's hand, saying, Mother, please give the village head some time. Naturally, Grandmother Shen acquiesced to her daughter's request. At that moment, another principal character was also subjected to the sympathetic gazes of the crowd. Lu Kuanye cast his eyes downward, silently approaching Xinjiao from behind. His meek and quiet demeanor only served to evoke more pity from the onlookers. This poor fellow, returning home only to find his wife entangled with another. Xinjiao rolled her eyes and shut them in exasperation. The village head began to inquire about the events leading up to the incident with Song Xiao. The latter, being far from honest, insinuated that Xinjiao harbored feelings for him, claiming he was coerced into these actions due to his desire to return to the city. He effectively recast himself as the victim. Xinjiao realized just how tarnished the original character's reputation had been within the village. His flimsy narrative somehow convinced everyone present. Seething with indignation, Xinjiao rose and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, delivered 2 resounding slaps to Song Xiao's face. Now it's even, she declared. Song Xiao, it was you who shamelessly spouted those disgraceful words. Everyone heard you when you came here. Who coerced you? Is it because I learned of your escapades with another woman in the mountains that you felt compelled to ruin my marriage? The onlookers were skeptical, recalling how they had previously witnessed Xin Zhao pursuing Song Xiao. However, Grandmother Xin was convinced. She promptly delivered 2 kicks to Song Xiao, gritting her teeth as she scolded him. And you claim to be a city-educated youth, yet your thoughts are so crooked. Trying to harm my daughter, I swear today I shall see you punished. Grandmother Shin's fervor to strike Song Xiao startled everyone, prompting the village head to rush forward and separate them. Calm down, third aunt, he implored, grasping her arm in an attempt to pacify her while discreetly signaling Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao urged her grandmother to sit, saying, Mother, do not soil your hands with him. Song Xiao was merely framing me. That day, I went up the mountain to gather mushrooms and fruits, and upon my descent, I fortuitously encountered him parting ways with a woman. He, fearing his indiscretions would be unveiled, sought to drag me into his mire. You all know Song Xiao never cast a glance in my direction before. Such a sudden change is implausible. Her reasoned arguments swayed the crowd's sentiments. Their gazes shifted towards the furious, irrational Song Xiao, and they found themselves inexplicably inclined to believe Xin Zhao's words. In response to his tirades, Xin Zhao declared with unyielding certainty, the guilty conscience betrays the thief. Coincidentally, on that day, another witness corroborated Xin Zhao's story, Lu Datu, who had also been foraging in the mountains. Lu confirmed that Xin Zhao had indeed been alone, thus, Xin Zhao's innocence was established. While Song Zhao's entanglement with the mysterious woman became the focal point of discussion, the village could not abide such audacious behavior. Clandestinely entering the mountains raised suspicions of wrongdoing. How could the educated youth from the city treat village girls with such disdain? What would become of their daughter's prospects for marriage? The crowd pressed Song Xiao for the identity of the woman, but he stubbornly held his tongue, revealing nothing. With the drama at an impasse, Xin Zhao took her family home to prepare lunch. On the way, Grandmother Xin meticulously inquired about the events, particularly concerned whether Xin Zhao had suffered any losses. Xin Zhao recounted the entire affair, assuring her grandmother that she had emerged unscathed. This earned her a commendation from Grandmother Xin, who exclaimed, My dear daughter, how commendable! The other members of the Xin family wore expressions of disbelief. Lu Kuan-ye kept his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, until Xin Zong patted his shoulder, saying, Brother-in-law, do not be disheartened. To which Lu Kuan-ye replied, What gave you the impression I am disheartened? I merely find the work a bit exhausting. Upon returning home and finishing lunch, Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye retreated to their room for an afternoon rest. As soon as they entered, Lu Kuan-ye stood in the doorway like a sentinel. You gave Song Xiao the money, did you not? Xin Zhao was taken aback. How did you know? No, wait, why bring this up now? No, I spent it. Do you not fancy Song Xiao? Have you ever seen someone in love slap their beloved? Lu Kuan-ye remained silent as Xin Zhao scrutinized him from head to toe. Lu Kuan-ye, what are you scheming? You were the one who instigated this, weren't you? I saw you. Maintaining his composure, Lu Kuan-ye replied, I do not know what you are talking about. Xin Zhao crossed her arms, smirking, You eavesdropped on my conversation with Song Xiao and brought someone along, did you not? Surely your intention is to ruin my reputation. I venture to guess you wish to divorce me? Lu Kuan-ye's voice remained unsettlingly calm, even eliciting applause from Xin Zhao. I do not comprehend your words. Xin Zhao scoffed, keep pretending. Time for dinner. The timely interruption of her sister-in-law's voice broke the peculiar tension in the room. Lu Kuan-ye turned to leave, and Xin Zhao regarded his retreating figure with contemplation. From the moment he had returned, something felt amiss. Over the past few days, he had been incessantly inquiring about her relationship with Song Xiao, feigning vulnerability. Now, many in the village sympathized with him, while she had yet to substantiate her earlier suspicions. The events of today made it clear that Lu Kuan-ye's return carried ulterior motives. He seemed to relish the act, projecting an image of profound affection for her in public, while secretly devising plans to divorce her. Xin Zhao picked up a piece of clothing belonging to Lu Kuan-ye, inhaling its scent, and chuckled softly, Since you enjoy pursuing thrills, I shall indulge you to the fullest. Rising to discard the garment, Xin Zhao stepped out, sweetly calling, Darling, could you help me serve dinner? The lingering tone of her voice left the Xin family feeling full even before the meal was served. Xin Zaidi leaned towards his brother Xin Zixiao, whispering, Aunt is even more terrifying than when she was striking us. Chapter 10 The adorable new friend Lu Kuan-ye sat rigidly, his back straight and his gaze unwaveringly directed at the meal before him. Xin Zhao, with a playful squint and a smile, leaned close to his arm, her breath fragrant like orchids, and sweetly implored, Darling, could you please break the egg custard for me? I prefer not to eat it in one whole piece. The Xin brothers and their wives trembled slightly, their heads bowed over their plates, too afraid to glance up, lest they burst into laughter. Lu Kuan-ye harbored an immense disdain for the loving wife persona he had once endeavored to cultivate. Now, it seemed, he had no grounds to refuse. If he failed to comply with Xin Zhao's wishes, she would accuse him of not loving her. It was utterly vexing. Aside from Xin Zhao and the elderly matriarch, the others were experiencing the arduousness of dining for the first time. Lu Kuan-ye dutifully lifted the egg custard and meticulously divided it into small morsels before offering them to her. To his surprise, Xin Zhao had further demands. Disregarding the stares of those at the table, she opened her mouth wide, exclaiming, feed me. Lu Kuan-ye felt a throbbing in his temples. Xin Zhao was indeed a handful, yet he discerned that she was deliberately teasing him. Aware that Xin Zhao was relentless in her pursuits, he realized that refusing her now might lead to even more outrageous antics later. After weighing his options, he reluctantly grasped the spoon. Pleased, Xin Zhao affectionately ruffled his hair, declaring, "What a good husband you are, so obedient." Her eyes sparkling with delight. The meal felt akin to a trial, leaving everyone drained. While others were fatigued from suppressing laughter, Lu Kuangye was weary in both body and spirit. After the meal, Xin Zhao nestled against Lu Kuangye's arm, burying her head in his chest, and cooed, "Darling, now you know that my affections are solely for you. You needn't worry about feeling jealous of Song Xiao anymore. With your handsome looks and tender care, how could I possibly have eyes for anyone else?" The others suddenly understood. She was indeed feeling jealous. The elderly matriarch beamed with joy, relishing the warm scene of familial affection, reassured by her son-in-law's kindness towards her daughter. In the afternoon, the Shen family returned to their labors, while Xin Zhao, the sole idler, strolled about the house until she was met with Xin Yao's exasperated wrath, resulting in a pillow being hurled at her before she sauntered outside leisurely. Passing by the fields, she shielded her forehead with her hand against the sun, squinting to locate her family. Spotting the elderly matriarch bent over her work, Xin Zhao called out, "Mother." The elderly matriarch looked up just as Xin Zhao approached and thrust a water jug into her hands. "Mother, drink this. It's my homemade summer tea." Upon hearing it was made by her daughter, the elderly matriarch tilted her head back and drank, intending to praise her child regardless of the taste. It was only when the sweet flavor hit her palate that she opened her eyes in surprise, asking, "Did you add sugar?" Xin Zhao shook her head. "No, just some herbs and wild pears." "Where's father? I made another jar for him." Following the direction indicated by the elderly matriarch, Xin Zhao walked on. However, instead of finding her father, she encountered Lu Kuangye. The villagers, keenly attuned to the scent of gossip, discreetly observed the pair as they continued their work. "Darling, I've brought you some heartfelt tea." Xin Zhao beamed, presenting another jug to Lu Kuangye. He regarded her with suspicion, feeling that the contents were dubious at best. "Why aren't you taking it? I made it myself, surely you want to taste it." Mother just praised it for being delicious. Lu Kuangye was entirely cornered. The surrounding onlookers were reveling in the spectacle. He had no choice but to accept it and took a substantial gulp, nearly losing control of his expression. A hand, unbeknownst to him, was stealthily squeezing at his waist. Frowning, he swallowed the bitter concoction, feeling as though he might perish from the ordeal. Xin Zhao's laughter was sweeter than ever as she urged, "Darling, you must finish it all, not a single drop can be wasted." Lu Kuangye began to suspect that Xin Zhao might be attempting to poison him. He managed to drain the entire jug, feeling as though his spirit might ascend, and after receiving a nonchalant compliment from Xin Zhao, she dashed off, leaving him feeling like a beleaguered spouse, drawing the sympathy of those around him. Yet, to his surprise, the fatigue that had weighed upon him began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of vitality and clarity, entirely devoid of the usual toil associated with working under the sun. This tea truly had a remarkable effect. Xin Zhao, who exactly are you? After delivering the tea, Xin Zhao, carrying a basket she had pilfered from her father, made her way to the river to seek out her little nephews and nieces. The riverside was tranquil, devoid of children at play, and a gentle breeze offered a refreshing reprieve as the sunlight danced upon the water's surface. Just as Xin Zhao began to savor the moment, her peace was disrupted by an unexpected visitor. Observing the girl standing before her, Xin Zhao smiled lightly and inquired, "Are you the one who has been flirting with Song Xiao?" The girl was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a direct accusation. Flustered and indignant, she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's not me." Xin Zhao casually plucked a blade of grass and began to chew on it. "Oh, then what do you need from me? Are you secretly pining for Song Xiao and seeking to defend him?" "Yes, I won't allow you to slander Comrade Song," the young girl declared with fervor. Xin Zhao glanced up, taking in the girl's appearance, which radiated an innocent simplicity. No wonder she found herself enamored with someone as duplicitous as Song Xiao. "Are you a sent-down youth?" After a moment's hesitation, the girl nodded. "I arrived 3 months ago. I'm the sent-down youth Zhou Yue." Xin Zhao acknowledged her with a casual "oh" as she stepped around her. Zhou Yue bit her lip in frustration, stamping her foot as she chased after Xin Zhao, grabbing her arm. "You haven't given me an answer yet." Xin Zhao's affectionate gaze startled the girl, prompting her to take a step back, stammering, "What kind of look is that?" Xin Zhao shook her head. "It's nothing. Little one, don't ask so many questions. I've agreed, now go back to your work." Her words were sincere, devoid of any malice. "Wait, don't go, I still have something to say." Zhou Yue clung to Xin Zhao like a child. Perhaps it was her adorably naive demeanor that inspired Xin Zhao to show patience, standing still to let her speak. "Stay away from Comrade Song." "All right," Xin Zhao replied with indifference, too weary to refute her. "Can I go now?" Zhou Yue tilted her head, sensing a stark contrast between Xin Zhao and what she had heard from others. She found herself surprisingly fond of spending time with her. Yet, unable to muster the courage to speak freely, she hesitated to let Xin Zhao go. "Sent-down youth, what do you want?" Xin Zhao regarded the hand clasped around her wrist with a sense of resignation. It was a novel experience to be treated in such a manner. Zhou Yue's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, speaking softly. "Where are you going? Can I go with you?" Xin Zhao clicked her tongue. "Is this some sort of shameless ploy?" Zhou Yue looked bewildered. "Huh?" At that moment, the voices of children reached Xin Zhao's ears, prompting her to turn and look. Pointing, she said, "Look, I'm going to find the kids. Do you want to come?" Zhou Yue silently stepped back, shaking her head in fear. "I don't like children." After scaring Zhou Yue away, Xin Zhao crouched by the river, searching for little fish and shrimp. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her back. Chapter 11. You wouldn't want him to go in, would you? Xin Zhao dipped her hand into the water, feeling the refreshing chill glide across her palm, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, she turned to the side. Thud, help, help, save me, I can't swim. A woman flailed helplessly in the water, yet, Xinjiao did not rush to rescue her. Instead, she crouched by the bank, leisurely observing the woman's struggle. If her instincts were correct, this woman had just attempted to push her into the river. Had she not dodged in time, it would have been her floundering in the water. The splashes soared higher than a person, the woman's clothes drenched, hair clinging in damp strands to her face. It was quite a comical sight, and a hint of amusement played on Xinjiao's lips. The woman, with keen eyes, noticed and, disregarding her own plight, began to curse Xinjiao. You wretched creature, not only do you refuse to save me, but you also have the audacity to laugh at my misfortune. Once I get out of here, the first thing I shall do is tear your face off, just you wait. Oh, how resounding her voice was. Xinjiao nodded with a smile, eager to see what would unfold. The woman continued her tirade until, exhausted, she finally remembered to feel fear. After all, she was still in the water and her demeanor shifted to one of pitiful pleading for Xinjiao's forgiveness. Xinjiao regarded her with confusion. Could this woman truly be so dim-witted? After such a lengthy outburst, had she not realized anything amiss? Well, since she was too foolish to comprehend, it was hardly Xinjiao's fault for not enlightening her. The woman began to cry, a sight most pitiable. Her raucous cries attracted the attention of nearby children foraging for fruit. Brother Xiao, I think I heard someone calling for help. I heard it too, little T. You and Sister Dania take care of the younger ones, and I'll go see what is happening with Xuanzi and Huzi. Shinzai Xiao promptly handed the little girl in his arms to Danio and, alongside his companions, dashed over to investigate. Hearing their approach, the woman in the river turned, abandoning her pleas to Xinjiao, and shouted loudly, I'm over here, come save me. Whoever rescues me first shall receive candy. The candy is from the supply store, something you country folk have surely never tasted. Xinjiao erupted in laughter, only to receive a glare in return. The woman threatened Xinjiao, just you wait, the first thing I'll do once I'm on dry land is to end you. If you have any courage, don't run away. Xinjiao nodded again, genuinely intrigued to see who would emerge victorious in such a confrontation. As Shinzai Xiao, Huzi, and Xuanzi arrived, they caught sight of the refreshingly composed Xinjiao by the riverbank. They came to an abrupt halt, each behaving with utmost decorum, lowering their heads as they approached her. Auntie, hello. Huzi and Xuanzi echoed the greeting, for they were indeed relatives of the Shin family, and it was only fitting they addressed Xinjiao as auntie. In their village, they were small tyrants, yet before Xinjiao, they transformed from ferocious tigers to meek little kittens, not daring to extend their claws. Xinjiao nodded. The woman in the water despaired. Summoning the children of the Shin family was a fool's errand. With Xinjiao present, the prospect of rescue was as likely as a ghost appearing. Xinjiao, you despicable creature, is this all intentional? Xinjiao shrugged, why should I care? It was you who called for help. She turned to the three children, raising her chin toward the river. If you wish to save her, then by all means. At that moment, from Shinzai Zhao's perspective, his aunt, emanating a sinister aura, smiled at them while urging them to save someone, yet beneath that smile lay a palpable threat. Trembling with fear, they quickly shook their heads. Auntie, we won't go. Their voices quivered with distress. The woman in the river became increasingly agitated. Xinjiao, you are indeed a wretched being. Xinjiao, bored, shrugged, if you have time to spare, perhaps you should learn from others at the village entrance how to curse properly and expand your vocabulary. Repeating wretched has grown tiresome. The approaching children, though intimidated by their aunt, could not suppress their curiosity and stole glances at Danio, hiding behind her sister, innocently asked the most poignant question, Sister, is the lady in the river a fool? Why doesn't she come up by herself and instead seeks help? Danio's sister patted her little braid, shaking her head, I don't know, perhaps she thinks it's cooler in the water. The woman looked down and realized the water only reached her chest. Drowning was not a possibility, thus, she had just made a fool of herself in front of Xinjiao while still begging for her assistance. She wished she could simply drown in the river. Awkwardly climbing back onto the bank, her first instinct was to blame others. Why didn't you little brats tell me sooner? It seems you're all cut from the same cloth as that wretched Xinjiao. This remark did not sit well with Xinjiao. While the children were merely 5 years old at most, such venomous words were intolerable. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, Xinjiao stepped forward, causing the woman to retreat nervously to the riverbank, stammering a warning for Xinjiao to halt, claiming that if she advanced, she would not hold back. Xinjiao laughed derisively, her disdain evident, grabbing the woman's arm and unceremoniously tossing her back into the river. With such a foul mouth, perhaps you should wash it out in the water. Do you think you are worthy to insult the children of the Shin family? The children, innately sensitive to kindness and possessing pure hearts, sought refuge behind Xinjiao. The woman, emerging once more from the river, charged at Xinjiao, adopting a stance that suggested mutual destruction. You are the woman raised by Song Xiao? Xinjiao crossed her arms, gazing at the woman with lowered eyes. The woman froze in shock. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xinjiao struck her with a swift slap. Come to trouble me, did you not inquire about my reputation before coming? Do you think you are qualified to hit me? You were with Song Xiao in the mountains yesterday, weren't you? You're from Chenjia village, not our Shin family village? With each word Xinjiao spoke, the woman's bravado diminished until Xinjiao uttered her name, causing her face to pale in terror. Chen Xiaoru? It seems my guess was correct, the village head's daughter. What do you think would happen if I told your father about your liaison with Song Xiao? Chen Xiaoru struggled to maintain her composure, but she was clearly all bark and no bite. I'm not. Don't say such things. Xin Zhao deduced the sequence of events leading to Qin Xiaoru's involvement with Song Xiao. She had likely been harassed by a rogue, and Song Xiao happened to be passing by, gallantly rescuing her. He was slightly more handsome than the typical country bumpkin, and she had fallen for him. Furthermore, Song Xiao had been using Xin Zhao's money to masquerade as a wealthy gentleman in the countryside, generously bestowing gifts that had undoubtedly captured Chen Xiaoru's heart. Chen Xiaoru's mouth fell agape. How do you know this? Xin Zhao chuckled coldly, because I possess a brain. You didn't come to warn me to stay away from your Song Xiao, did you? You guessed that too? Chen Xiaoru regarded Xin Zhao as if she were a lunatic. Xin Zhao sighed. Could it be that too many people had sought her out? You may leave, I have no interest in Song Xiao. He came looking for me, and rather than warning me, you should manage your man properly. Xin Zhao's tone turned frosty, expressing a hint of disgust at the mention of Song Xiao. By the way, do you adore Song Xiao? Is he the one for you? Chen Xiaoru instinctively nodded. Oh, splendid, now pay up, your beloved owes me 131 yuan, I'll give you a discount, just 140 will suffice. Are you robbing me? Is this a discount or a heist? I deserve compensation for my emotional distress, you two have been pestering me day in and day out, driving me insane. Xin Zhao asserted with righteous indignation. Chen Xiaoru vehemently disagreed. How could he possibly owe you that much? Oh, all the gifts and meals he treated you to were paid for with my money, Xin Zhao retorted, pulling a promissory note from her pocket to show Chen Xiaoru. Chen Xiaoru stared at the paper for several minutes. I can't read. Xin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, having neglected to consider that aspect. A promissory note, if you don't repay it, I'll report you. Your dear lover will find himself behind bars. Chen Xiaoru panicked. She did not wish for her fiancé to end up in prison before their marriage, however, who carries so much money when they go out. Xin Zhao, unfazed, suggested that Chen Xiaoru return home to fetch the money, assuring her that she would wait. Don't try any tricks, or I will ensure Song Xiao serves time. Chen Xiaoru, irritated, spat out a string of curses. Fine, I get it. You talk too much. Chapter 12. A touch of magic. Auntie, can we leave now? The children's clear eyes timidly gazed at Xin Zhao without Chen Xiaoru by their side. They began to fear Xin Zhao again. Xin Zhao waved her hand, beckoning them to come closer. The children exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they slowly approached her. Xin Zhao maintained a stern expression, watching them for a long while, until their frightened little faces were on the verge of tears, prompting her to secretly curl her lips in a smile. With a sweeping motion, she gathered the closest Qin Zixio and Qin Zaidi into her embrace. Terrified, the children burst into tears, pleading, Auntie, we know we were wrong, please don't hit us. Their pitiful appearance tugged at Xin Zhao's heartstrings. The original owner truly lacked compassion. How could one be so cruel to such adorable children? Xin Zhao's hand rested gently on their heads, feeling the stiffness beneath her palm as she fervently ruffled their soft hair. Auntie will never hit you again. You've behaved well, today, you didn't help that wicked woman, very clever, Auntie wishes to reward you, so come closer. Although the children were unsure of Auntie's intentions, they could sense her cheerful mood and obediently gathered around her. Xin Zhao lifted the youngest, Fornyo, who was not yet 2 and in a delightful phase of playfulness, and joyfully played with her for a while before retrieving a few candies from her pocket. She had to thank Grandma Xin for treating her like a child, as she had discreetly slipped her some sweets before leaving that morning, just enough to share with the little ones. When the children saw the candies, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly swallowed their saliva, yet none dared to reach out for the treats until Xin Zhao gently placed the candies in their hands, prompting them to whisper their thanks. As they savored the sweet confections, their smiles grew even brighter, the candies melted quickly in their mouths, and the reluctant children licked the remnants off the wrappers. Xin Zhao patted their heads one by one, saying, if you behave well, I will bring you more candy next time. Now, go play. She still needed to wait for Chen Xiaoru to bring her some money, yet the children were reluctant to leave, insisting that they had to protect Xin Zhao. Amused by their childlike sincerity, Xin Zhao allowed them to stay, and they lined up, playing with water while waiting. Brother Xiao, let us try to catch fish. Last time, the dogs caught a big one. Qin Zaidi gestured the size of the fish with his hands. Xin Zhao rested her chin on her hand, watching them play and occasionally reminding them not to venture into the deep water. Hearing them murmur about wanting to drink delicious fish soup, she realized they were tempted. Xin Zhao called them back. Do you want to catch big fish? The children chorused, yes. Xin Zhao smiled gently. How about I perform a little magic for you while you wait here on the shore? The children chirped excitedly. Okay, we'll wait for you, Auntie. Sitting on the bank with their little feet splashing in the water, they watched Xin Zhao intently. After a brief moment of flurry on the shore, she returned with a handful of grass, her face radiant with a bright smile that sparkled in the sunlight, leaving the children mesmerized. Their auntie was so beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens. I will conjure fish from this grass. Not long after Xin Zhao waded into the water, a few children approached, picking up small stones to throw at the Xin siblings sitting by the riverbank. What are you doing sitting there? Although Xin Zhexiao and the others were annoyed, they knew they couldn't win against the older children, so they patiently explained that they were waiting for a magic trick involving fish. This elicited laughter from the others. There's no such trick, only little kids like you would believe that, you've been fooled. Impossible, Auntie said it's possible with grass. Qin Zaidi immediately rebutted, standing firmly by his aunt's side. Your aunt? Xin Zhao, that is too funny. The group doubled over with laughter, hurling things at them while mocking Shinzisho and his friends as fools. Despite the taunts, Shinzisho and the others honored their promise to wait for Shinzhao, remaining steadfast even when pelted with stones. They preferred the minor discomfort of pebbles over the fear of their once strict aunt becoming the cruel figure she used to be. Meanwhile, Shinzhao was diligently seeking a suitable spot in the river to attract fish, slightly farther from the shore, patiently waiting. After a considerable wait, she finally caught a 3-pound fish. Just as she was about to show off her prize, she lifted her head and noticed her children being bullied. This she could not tolerate. Striding purposefully towards the bank, she hurled the fish at the largest child. If you bully the small, do not be surprised when I retaliate in kind. Her aim was true, sending the child tumbling to the ground. The rest of the children screamed and scattered in fright. Shinzhao retrieved the fish from the ground and delivered a couple of swift kicks to the fallen child. You dare to bully my niece and nephew? You little brat, do you not know that only I can bully the Shin family? With a swift motion, she turned the miscreant over, exposing his backside, and the sound of her firm slaps echoed in the air. The two children, now awake, cried bitterly, remorsefully vowing to be good from now on. After the scolding, they ran away, clutching their bottoms and not daring to look back. The little ones gazed up at Shinzhao with admiration. Auntie, you're amazing, just like a hero. Their praises flowed in a stream, the children's limited vocabulary repeating words of admiration for their aunt's beauty and prowess. Even so, those few phrases were enough to fill Shinzhao with delight. With a flushed face, she waved her hands. Enough with the flattery, look, my magic has already produced results. Upon seeing the fish on the ground, the children's excitement surged, and their gasps of awe filled the air, prompting Shinzhao to leap into the river again and catch 2 more fish. Auntie, from now on, you will be our idol. This magic is incredible, can you teach me? Me too, I want to learn, I want to eat fish soup every day. Shinzhao was utterly defenseless against the children's earnest adoration. At that moment, she felt like an emperor surrounded by eager concubines. Her smile stretched from ear to ear, and the children's calls of fairy auntie left her in a daze. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to take them home, but thankfully, a sliver of reason remained. She could not part with over $100. Shinzhao instructed them to fetch a basket to carry the fish home first, mindful that being seen with their catch might invite jealousy from others. As the children reluctantly prepared to leave, they clung to Shinzhao's hands. Auntie, please come back quickly. Once they departed, the surroundings fell silent again, with Shinzhao still grinning. They were truly easy to please. A single candy and a fish catch had made them forget all her past misdeeds, elevating her to their most revered figure. How adorable they were. When Shen Xiaoru arrived, she immediately noticed Shinzhao's expression of unearned delight and disdainfully handed her some money. Here, $140. Stay away from Song Xiao in the future. Shinzhao folded the money and tucked it into her pocket, nodding with a smile. After delivering the money, Shen Xiaoru left with a decisive stride. Shinzhao watched her go, lamenting, Song Xiao has a keen eye for picking foolish ones. The IOU was forged, and the individuals involved were illiterate and numerically challenged. She had been given $150. They were so easily deceived, just like the original owner. Shinzhao shook her head, feeling pity for them for encountering such a scoundrel as Song Xiao. Well, what was done was done. The important thing was to mitigate losses and help them see Song Xiao's true nature sooner rather than later. With her hands behind her back, she whistled her way home, already pondering how to prepare the fish for dinner that night. Chapter 13 The Favorite Aunt. Upon entering, Shinzhao was immediately encircled by a swarm of children, flitting around her like a flock of lively sparrows, their cheerful chatter filling the air. Their adorableness did not irritate Shinzhao in the slightest. She crouched down, resting her chin on her hands as she observed their animated discussion. Once their exuberance subsided, she inquired, have you decided what flavor the fish should be? Fish soup is the most delicious. I want steamed fish. I crave something spicy. The little girl's face was awash with shyness, her soft voice barely audible amidst the boisterous boys. When their eyes met, the girl shrank back, as if touched by a shy plant. Shinzhao's smile widened, and she beckoned to the little girl, with eyes blinking like a cautious snail extending its antennae. The girl approached slowly. Shinzhao scooped her into her embrace, pinching her cheek gently. So, you fancy something spicy, do you? The girl nodded bashfully. That's wonderful. We share the same taste. I also relish spicy food. Shall we ask Grandma to prepare it for us tonight? The sweet, almost tender words left the little girl blushing like a cooked shrimp, still incredulous as she whispered to Shinzhao, do you really like spicy food? Shinzhao, with a twinkling smile, cupped the girl's face and planted a kiss on her cheek. Indeed, your aunt is quite the aficionado of all things spicy. The other children clamored to with such a large fish, shall we make them all? After pacifying her own brood, Shinzhao instructed Huzi and Xuanzi to bring a fish home. They were quite sensible, understanding they were not to take it. Yet, Shinzhao feigned anger, threatening to spank them if they didn't carry the fish back. The two boys, startled, sprinted home with the fish in tow, oblivious to the flailing tail that smacked them a few times. Shinzhao watched, laughing for a good 10 minutes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's labor concluded with its descent. On the road, sister-in-law Lin Zhaodi, second sister-in-law Su Yanhong, and third sister-in-law Fang Erlin flanked the elderly matriarch Shin. Mom, what shall we cook tonight? Dr. Jiang from third brother's house said he needs something nourishing. How about we prepare a couple of bowls of egg custard? They spoke while keenly observing the expression on Elder Shin's face. The moment there was the slightest hint of displeasure, they would fall silent. As they awaited her response, Elder Shin finally huffed softly. Don't look at this old woman so expectantly. Though I might be a bit harsh at times, the third son is a piece of my flesh. Since the doctor has been consulted, a few days of egg custard won't hurt him. Tonight, let us just whip up some cucumbers and pickles to go with it. Fong Erlin's anxious heart settled, and a smile blossomed on her face as she hurriedly thanked Elder Shin, quickening her pace to return home and prepare dinner. Watching her rush off, Elder Shin couldn't help but remark, that third daughter-in-law of mine, such a grown woman, yet still lacks composure. Lin Zhaodi and Su Yanhong exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with amusement. They tolerated Elder Shin's favoritism towards Shin Zhao and her meticulous control over the household because they understood that she was a tough exterior with a tender heart. As long as they did not act foolishly, their treatment was hardly abusive. At the very least, they shared meals equally with the men, and both genders were expected to contribute to the household chores. Compared to other matrons in the village, Elder Shin was quite lenient, not overly demanding of her daughters-in-law. Of course, matters concerning Shin Zhao were an entirely different story. As the Shin family approached their doorstep, they noticed Fong Erlin standing there, perplexed, and she gently prodded her, "Why aren't you coming inside?" Fong Erlin pointed silently. The Shin family followed her gesture and were astounded. Was Shin Zhao really playing with the children? How could that be? She usually shunned them, barely tolerating their presence. Yet, the scene before them was undeniable. Children surrounded Shin Zhao, and she was joyfully engaging with them, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Had the day's labor exhausted them to the point of hallucination? Before Shin Zonghua could voice his thoughts, Elder Shin swiftly smacked the back of his head. "You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Get inside, don't block the doorway." The Shin family rushed in, and the children's eyes lit up upon spotting their grandmother, tugging at Shin Zhao as they exclaimed, "Grandma, Grandma, cook us some fish." Elder Shin chuckled as she pinched her eldest grandson's cheek. "Silly child, where do we have fish? Next time, ask your father to catch some from the river." Shin Zisha shook his head, pointing to the basin in the courtyard. "Grandma, the fish are right there." Su Yanhong approached to take a look and gasped, "Oh, there are indeed 2 fish, and they're quite large." The Shin family erupted in excitement, the thought of meat igniting their appetites. Elder Shin, maintaining her composure, grasped her grandson's hand and inquired about the fish's origin. The children animatedly described how Shin Zhao had transformed into a fish. The Shin brothers and their wives looked at Shin Zhao with astonished. Elder Shin released her grandchildren and rushed to Shin Zhao's side, gazing at her with admiration, repeating her praise. My daughter is truly a blessing. Shin Zhao nuzzled against Elder Shin. "Mother, I promise to ensure you live well." Elder Shin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mist gathering as she forced herself to appear unaffected, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "My dear child, you are indeed my treasure, far more conscientious than your brothers." The Shin brothers, caught off guard by their mother's sudden praise, continued to fixate on the fish, accustomed to it. "There is no need to kill 2 fish, let us save one for tomorrow." Elder Shin was reluctant to indulge in such extravagance for a single evening meal, as she preferred to leave something for the next meal. The 3 sisters-in-law readily agreed, but just then, Shin Zhao popped her head in. "Mother, let us cook both fish." "You wouldn't want your daughter to be a woman of empty promises, would you? I've already arranged to make fish head soup, one steamed and one spicy. After we eat, I can catch more. Come on, let us cook plenty so I can eat my fill." Elder Shin hesitated for a moment but ultimately succumbed to her daughter's pleading. All right, we'll prepare both fish. My dear, make sure to eat well tonight." Outside, the men and children of the Shin family, busy washing vegetables and preparing cucumber dishes, caught whiffs of the fragrant fish from the kitchen, their mouths watering uncontrollably. "Daddy, how much longer until we eat? It smells so good." "I don't know, just wait." Everyone continued their tasks, stealing glances at the kitchen until they heard Elder Shin call out, "Bring the rice and bowls." They all scrambled to finish their chores, making it the most industrious effort the Shin family had ever displayed. Shin Zhao lounged at the table, waiting for the meal to be served. Elder Shin cast a few glances at her daughter's audacious posture, wanting to chide her but ultimately deciding against it, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. Once the dishes were laid out, the Shin family settled down obediently, their eyes fixed on the elder couple, awaiting them to begin. The 2 elders were not ones to seek the spotlight. They picked up their chopsticks and served themselves, prompting everyone else to eagerly follow suit. Just as Lu Kuan-ye reached for food beside Shin Zhao, he was thwarted. "With such a charming voice, I'll let you eat, but if not, you might just die of longing." Lu Kuan-ye lowered his gaze, taking in Shin Zhao's deliberately vexatious demeanor. Recalling that cup of tea from earlier, he hesitated and then expressionlessly uttered, "Wife, not loud enough, try again." Shin Zhao's eyes sparkled with mischief, for the others at the table perked up, intrigued by the unfolding drama. After a moment of intense eye contact, Lu Kuan-ye's lips curled into a smile. "Wife." The sudden declaration startled several around the table, resulting in a chorus of coughs. "All right, dear, enough of the antics. Little Lu has been quite diligent today." Elder Shin interjected with a smile, coming to her son-in-law's defense. Shin Zhao shot her a disapproving glance. "Mother, he has only been home for 2 days, and you're already favoring him. How biased." Young Shinzitai raised his hand. "Aunt, I'm on your side, and us too." Chapter 14, treating you like a non-human. Dr. Jiang and Professor Song have arrived. Quickly, take a seat and join us. As Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu stepped through the door, they were promptly handed a bowl of fish soup. The broth was a rich, milky white, and the aroma wafted enticingly as they held it in their hands. Without hesitation, they greeted everyone and settled down to partake in the meal. They were taken aback by the unusually lavish spread laid out by the Shin family, especially considering the recent financial struggles they had been enduring. After several days of simple porridge and pickles, it was surprising to see such a feast. Grandma Shin laughed and explained that the fish had been caught by Shin Zhao, which significantly improved their impression of her. "Shin Zhao, you truly are remarkable," they thought. They had all experienced the difficulty of catching fish from the river recently. The waters were so overfished that even small shrimp were a rarity, yet here was Shin Zhao, effortlessly presenting 2 sizable fish. How could anyone not be astonished? Shin Zhao waved her hand dismissively. "It's merely a trivial matter. I used a type of grass that attracts fish, and I caught them with ease." "Dr. Jiang, Professor Song, you both look rather lean. You should drink more. By the way, I'll make a trip to the cattle shed tomorrow and bring you another fish. Jiang Xiucheng and Song Jishu shook their heads, insisting, this is far too precious. We cannot accept such a gift. Shenjiao shrugged nonchalantly, don't overthink it, the children at my home are clamoring for fish and fruits, so I'll just stop by and catch another one. It's just a matter of convenience for me, you intellectuals should prioritize your health. She refrained from divulging any information about their future vindication and returned to being esteemed doctors and professors, simply urging them to take care of themselves. Observing this, Jiang Xiucheng and Song Jishu ceased their refusals. Their companions in the cattle shed were suffering greatly. Their dedication to healing Shenyao's leg was the best way to repay Shenyao's kindness. Consequently, the sound of anguished cries emanated from Shenyao's room, louder than on previous nights. Early the next morning, Shenjiao was roused by the commotion of the children. Sitting on her bed, she noticed their eyes filled with resentment. Without hesitation, she playfully grabbed one of the little ones and playfully bit their cheek, eliciting a toothy grin from the child, who proudly displayed a gap where a tooth was missing. Though you are quite adorable, this does not grant you immunity from disturbing my sleep, she declared. Now, everyone stand at attention. Facing the door, 1-to-1. The children scrambled onto Shenjiao's bed, snuggling close, softly pleading, Auntie, we really miss you and want to play with you. With a heart steel like iron, Shenjiao pushed away their little heads. Auntie does not wish to play right now. She wants to sleep. Eventually, she lay back down, surrounded by a heap of children who quietly played beside her. She relented, for she was a loving aunt with a tough exterior but a soft heart. When the sun reached its zenith, Shenjiao awoke naturally, only to find a cluster of children still peacefully slumbering. Their cherubic faces, squished together, appeared even more endearing. Shenjiao chuckled to herself and extended her mischievous hand. They had awakened her once, now, it was her turn. Get up quickly, if you don't rise, Auntie will leave you behind. Her words startled the children awake. Shenjiao led the little ones in washing up and having breakfast before coaxing her brother out the door. As they approached the riverbank, they were greeted by a lively scene. Numerous children were playing in the water, including some familiar faces. Shenjiao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the same children who had bullied Shen Zixiao the day before. Cautiously, she approached and swiftly caught hold of the fleeing culprits, delivering a firm smack to each of their behinds. Who dares to ambush me? She demanded. The once brazen children, who had boasted before, now recoiled like turtles retreating into their shells. Auntie Shenjiao, hello, they stammered. Shenjiao nodded, lifting her chin, go apologize to my child. The children complied, offering sincere apologies, fearing a fate similar to that of Shunzi and Liuzi, whose behinds had been left bruised. Why are there so many people here today? Shenjiao inquired, to which the children responded that several adults had come as well. The children explained that word had spread about Shenjiao's successful fishing expedition the day before, and everyone had come to try their luck. Shenjiao was taken aback, realizing she had unwittingly become the talk of the village. Auntie Shenjiao, can we leave now? The children inquired, trembling with fear. With a grand wave of her hand, she sent them scurrying away. Turning to her little entourage, she asked, do you wish to follow me, or stay here to play? With Auntie, they chorused in unison. Shenjiao knew they wanted to witness her transformation into a fish. The previous night, they had clamored in her ear, lamenting their missed opportunity to see her in action. As the nearby adults and children became aware of Shenjiao's arrival, their gazes followed her with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. They watched as she meandered around, holding a handful of grass, silently mocking her. Clearly, they believed she was inexperienced and merely lucky the day before, attempting to catch fish with grass. Surely, the fish could not be that foolish. Undeterred by their jeers, Shenjiao smiled and instructed the children to watch from the shore while she waded into the water. The onlookers had been fishing for quite some time without success, and they eagerly anticipated her potential misadventure. Minutes passed, and as Shenjiao maintained her pose, the nearby women began to chuckle. Point one pretended to offer her advice. Jiao girl, what you're doing? One tea work, you need to find some worms if you wish to catch fish. Ignoring her, Shenjiao focused, and the taunts continued to rain down in a mocking tone. However, Shenjiao felt a surge of pride as her nieces and nephews boldly retorted against the disparaging remarks. Well done, my little ones, you haven't wasted my fish. Then, with the sound of fish splashing, Shenjiao sprang into action. She stood tall, clutching two large fish in her hands. Suddenly, the surrounding chatter ceased. The woman who had been mid-sentence fell silent, her mouth agape in disbelief. Shenjiao threw a casual glance in their direction. Why have you stopped? This is far too entertaining, do continue. The first woman to mock Shenjiao stared in shock. How is this possible? Shenjiao placed the fish into her basket and returned to the water, emerging moments later with 3 more fish in hand. They seemed to obey her, as if time had paused. Seizing the opportunity before anyone could react, Shenjiao caught 3 more fish, totaling 8, and strutted away with confidence. After her departure, the crowd rushed to the spot where she had stood, only to discover she had indeed caught fish, substantial ones at that. They were both astonished and eager to try their luck as well. Meanwhile, the Shen family members working in the fields were taken aback by the gossip spreading around them. It took them a moment to realize that Shenjiao had gained notoriety for taking the children fishing. The thought of having fish for dinner that evening brought smiles to their faces, invigorating their spirits as they worked. Only Lu Kuanya seemed lost in thought, wondering if Shenjiao would still deliver tea to them. Meanwhile, Shenjiao had already returned home, where she promptly yanked Shenyao from his bed. What are you doing, Shenjiao? Let me go. Are you trying to kill your brother? He protested. I always knew you were a wicked woman. Shenjiao smiled with mock sweetness, dragging Shenyao outside to a bench. This wicked woman is going to let you roast in the sun. Watch the children and the fish. If I return to find a child missing or the fish dead, I shall take my revenge. She was unafraid of the immobile Shen Yao, raising her fist and playfully punching his shoulder. Ouch! Shen Yao shot her a glare. Are you even human, Shen Zhao? Not even patients are spared from your cruelty. I am certainly human, whether you are, I cannot say, Shen Zhao retorted, and in a fit of frustration, Shen Yao grabbed a nearby water ladle and hurled it at her. Shen Zhao, for her part, was relentless in her teasing. Chapter 15 My sister is also family. Get out of here, you're such an eyesore. Shen Yao closed his eyes, adopting a posture of deliberate ignorance. Shen Zhao intentionally approached and tugged at his eyelids. Is this how you treat your savior? Although her intentions were tinged with a desire for repayment, she was content as long as her methods proved effective. Indeed, Shen Yao awkwardly expressed his gratitude, his demeanor softening considerably. I will take good care of the household, just be cautious while you're on the mountain. Shen Zhao circled around Shen Yao, plucking her tongue. Is this really my fiery lion king of a third brother? Now transformed into a docile little kitten. Shen Yao's face flushed with anger. He had anticipated that Shen Zhao would take advantage of him. Struggling to suppress his irritation, he intended to gently coax her out the door. Just then, an unwelcome voice intruded from the entrance. Isn't this the third son of the Shen family? Even with a broken leg, you dare to venture outside. How reckless. If you were to fall, who would be there to help you? You all should have carried him inside. The speaker feigned concern for Shen Yao's leg, but their face was a mask of mockery, deliberately rubbing salt into his wounds. Shen Zhao, pinching her nose, retorted, who is that spewing nonsense at my doorstep? It can't possibly be you, Aunt May. Noticing the darkening expression on the woman's face, Shen Zhao struck again before she could speak. What brings you here today? Aren't you busy wiping your precious son's backside? Aunt May, fuming, pointed at Shen Zhao, ready to storm in and reprimand her. As she approached, she stumbled and fell flat on her face. Shen Yao, feigning remorse, concealed a smile in his eyes. Aunt May, I hope you weren't hurt too badly. It's my fault for having an injured leg and not being aware of where it was placed, causing you to trip. My apologies. Aunt May struggled to rise, covered in dirt, as the onlookers fixed their gazes upon Shen Zhao and Shen Yao. One was a cripple, the other a vile bully. Old Lady Shen truly had an eye for breeding. Though infuriated, Aunt May recognized the united front of the two siblings and the pack of watchful little wolves behind them, understanding the danger she faced. You all wait here. Shen Zhao scoffed. Next time, I'll treat you to a serving of dung. Shen Yao turned to Shen Zhao, for the first time feeling that this sister was indeed family. Shen Zhao raised her hand to block his view. How nauseating. She hastily slung her backpack over her shoulder and rushed out. Shen Zhao genuinely pondered why she seemed to attract misfortune. Was it merely a trip to the mountains that could lead her to such calamities? Concealed among the grass, she let out a barely audible sigh. Not far ahead were three individuals, a woman in her 40s and two robust men of similar age. They were huddled together, with a woman lying on the ground, her fate uncertain. Under normal circumstances, Shen Zhao wouldn't have encountered them if she had merely gone out to gather fish and fruits. However, with the household's medicinal herbs running low, she had intended to forage during this time. As she walked, she stumbled upon the crime scene. It appeared that the three were attempting to abduct the woman to sell her as a bride. In this era, human traffickers were not uncommon. If they succeeded, the woman's life would be irrevocably ruined. Shen Zhao trailed behind them, stuffing potentially useful herbs into her pockets. This group seemed to be seasoned criminals, moving with alarming speed and precision, leaving no trace behind while remaining particularly vigilant. Shen Zhao dared not breathe too heavily, fearing detection. If captured, with her slender arms and legs, she would likely share the same fate as the unfortunate woman. As evening descended and the sun dipped lower, the mountain mist began to envelop the area. The group decided to pause for a brief respite. Shen Zhao, trailing behind, took a moment to catch her breath. Her body was weary and strained from the exertion. The latter part of the journey relied heavily on sheer willpower. Sweat soaked her clothing, yet her fastidious nature had no time to fret over cleanliness. Shen Zhao knew that her opportunity was at hand. The woman, who lay unconscious on the ground, stirred slightly. Moments later, she awoke, her gaze darting around the unfamiliar forest, her expression one of bewilderment. Upon seeing the three men, she screamed. The traffickers were drawn to her outburst. Oh, you've woken up quickly. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Do you know who I am? Let me go. Heh, we brought you here to sell you, of course. Please don't sell me, my family is wealthy. If you let me go, they will pay you whatever you want. The woman was now sobbing uncontrollably, her pleas met with derision from her captors. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. We don't want your family's money, we only seek the profit from selling you. If you comply, perhaps you will suffer less along the way. The woman continued to plead, repeating that her family was rich and could pay, begging them not to sell her. She crawled to the feet of the eldest, clinging to her leg in desperation. Please, let me go. The woman looked down coldly, smirking as she kicked her aside. You should blame your own naivety for being so easily deceived. It turned out they had known her identity and status from the outset. She was their target. Shen Zhao observed the scene silently from a distance. The woman soon realized her dire situation, collapsing to the ground in despair. Seeing her compliant, the traffickers resumed their idle gossip and drinking. Shen Zhao, risking exposure, gathered a pile of grass and kindled a fire. May your strength determine my survival today. The wind was favorable, and the fire was not far from them. The flames and smoke quickly caught the men's attention. They swiftly drew the knives hidden on their persons, their blades glinting menacingly. There's someone, second brother, go check it out. The other man nodded, gripping his knife as he cautiously approached. Xinjiao concealed herself behind a nearby rock. The second brother reached the fire, seeing no one, and instantly became alert, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he relaxed. Big brother, it's just a fire. Nothing to worry about. The other two eased their grip on their knives, chuckling in relief. The eldest exchanged a meaningful glance with the woman, instructing her to keep an eye on the unconscious woman before he cautiously approached the second brother. It's probably just a little mouse, no danger. The second brother reported back, a glint of excitement in his eyes as his gaze suddenly fell on Xinjiao's hiding place. Having worked together for years, the eldest immediately understood the implication in the second brother's expression. His previously stoic demeanor now bore a hint of amusement. They exchanged a knowing look, confirming their intention to toy with the hidden little mouse. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Found you, little mouse. Xinjiao's eyes reflected the fierce faces of the two men before her. Their scrutinizing gazes roamed over her like they were appraising merchandise, nearly making her retch. Why are you following us? Xinjiao furrowed her brow, refusing to show fear. Aren't you the ones following me? I got lost while foraging for herbs on the mountain. A flicker of suspicion crossed their faces, but upon seeing the bundle of herbs in her bag, they seemed convinced. Nonetheless, they had no concern for Xinjiao's intentions. Encountering them meant she was now their prey. The woman approached with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Seeing an innocent person being captured only deepened her despair, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. It was as if she had made a monumental decision. She suddenly clutched the legs of the eldest and second brother, shouting to Xinjiao, "Run, they are human traffickers." Chapter 16. Listen, the sound of eggs shattering. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. A woman, typically devoid of aggression, now displayed an uncommon resolve. Despite enduring relentless blows from the first and second men, she clung steadfastly to her grip. Xinjiao remained stationary, hesitating to flee. Rest assured, I shall find you a worthy match. The second man's malevolent visage broke into a lewd grin as he lightly slapped Xinjiao's face. Out of the corner of her eye, Xinjiao caught a glimpse of the smoldering fire pit, silently praying for it to take effect swiftly. The woman had already been kicked into a daze. Upon witnessing Xinjiao's capture, she erupted into anguished cries. To their surprise, they had acquired a rare prize, and the trio began fantasizing about the substantial fortune they would soon squander. Their spirits soared as they chatted about how to divide the anticipated riches and where to indulge themselves. Xinjiao leaned against the woman, observing the bruises marring her delicate, beautiful face, deepening her disdain for the trio. Fortunately, from her observations, the woman's injuries appeared worse than they were. The men were still cautious, mindful of fetching a good price. As their banter dwindled, their voices grew softer. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the first man collapsed. The two remaining men, caught unawares, had no time to react and swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness, while Xinjiao feigned sleep. A minute passed, her heart racing violently, limbs tingling. In her previous life, she would have faced these three without a trace of fear, denying them even the opportunity to approach her. Yet, in this life, she had never anticipated encountering such perilous circumstances, and had not consciously prepared any toxic herbs. Xinjiao took a moment to steady her numbed limbs, hastily retrieving another herb from her pocket, crushing it between her hands before forcing it into the woman's mouth. Soon, the woman furrowed her brow and awoke. The bitterness in her mouth impeded her ability to speak. Immediately, Xinjiao urged her, "Hurry, escape." Upon seeing the three men lying unconscious on the ground, the woman's pupils widened slightly, her gaze towards Xinjiao filled with both inquiry and admiration. Wasting no time, they sprang to their feet and fled into the forest. At that moment, Xinjiao's remarkable memory and uncanny ability to identify plants served as a mental map. Fearing pursuit, she left behind misleading traces as they ran, and beside her, the woman had become a devoted admirer of Xinjiao, watching her crouched form with wide eyes before finally speaking. "Hello, my name is Lu Lingyi. What is yours? You are incredible. How did you manage to bring them down?" Faced with Lu Lingyi's barrage of questions, Xinjiao felt no impatience. The woman's calm demeanor was a boon for their escape. "I am Xinjiao. I merely used some herbs to incapacitate them." "Wow, you are so impressive to know so much." Lu Lingyi's eyes sparkled with wonder. They engaged in light conversation as they made their way down the mountain, oblivious to the chaos that had erupted outside due to their actions. To be precise, it was because of Lu Lingyi. Those searching for her had followed a lead to Shin family village, scouring inch by inch. They were clad in uniforms, armed, disembarking from their orderly convoy. The villagers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were utterly terrified. They gathered all the inhabitants of Shin family village, even calling in the young intellectuals. After counting heads, the Shin family realized that Xinjiao was also missing. Panic gripped old lady Shin as a child informed her that Xinjiao had gone up the mountain. Just as the searchers had thoroughly combed through Shin family village without finding anyone, their sights turned to the only plausible location, the mountain. The villagers gazed at the endless expanse of mountains, troubled by the vastness of the area. If they ventured in to search, who knew how long it would take to find her? The longer they delayed, the greater the chance she would escape. Old lady Shin pressed her hand to her racing heart, urging the men of the Shin family to hasten their search, sensing danger for Xinjiao. Lu Kuan-ye cast a deep glance toward the mountains, contemplating the plants Xinjiao was familiar with. He felt confident she could survive for a year even if left to fend for herself. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, a man exuding authority, clad in a simple black jacket, uttered a single command: investigate. The officers immediately grew solemn, their expressions resolute as they affirmed and ascended the mountain. At old lady Shin's insistence, old man Shin, along with the two brothers and Lu Kuan-ye, joined the search party. Other men from Shin family village voluntarily participated, spurred by the fact that one of their own was missing and the prospect of gaining favor with powerful figures if they succeeded. The opportunity for advancement was merely a matter of seizing the moment. While everyone sought them, they were in flight, now utterly exhausted, breathless, and unable to speak, a singular focus on escape. For if they slowed, death awaited them. The three men had awakened alarmingly quickly, deftly navigating the false leads and honing in on their trail. Those two filthy wenches dare to play tricks under my very nose? They must be tired of living. The leader spat vehemently, damn it, just don't let me catch you, or even if I forego the business, I'll ensure your demise. Beside him, the second man chuckled ominously, why don't we have our fun first? It has been too long since I've had an outlet, these two wenches are too beautiful, killing them would be too merciful. A chill ran down Xinjiao and Lu Lingyi's spines. None uttered a word, gritting their teeth and pressing forward, yet, the disparity in strength was undeniable. Having been raised in comfort, they could not match the speed of seasoned traffickers. Despite pouring every ounce of their strength into their flight, the distance between them and their pursuers continued to diminish rapidly. This could not continue. Xinjiao cast a solemn glance at Lu Lingyi beside her. You must run, you keep going, follow this path down, and you will find help. I entrust my life to you. Lu Lingyi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She understood the weight of such words. The three men pursued them, and upon seeing only Xinjiao, they expressed their disappointment. Looks like your little friend has abandoned you, why bother saving her if it means your own demise? The leader shook his head. This one is mine. You two pursue the other. The second man's face twisted with a lewd grin as he approached Xinjiao, extending a vile hand towards her face. Ah! Xinjiao coldly grasped his fingers, bending them at an unnatural angle. You think just because I haven't shown my claws, I'm merely a kitten? Xinjiao struck first, feigning a slap while delivering a powerful kick. That strike harnessed all her strength. The second man instinctively raised his hand to block, but before he could revel in his success, he felt a chilling sensation below. Listen, the sound of eggs shattering. Chapter 17 No more pretense, brother, save me. The words escaped from the depths of Lao Er's throat, almost strangled by fear. He hunched over, glaring at Xinjiao with a ferocious intensity, as if his gaze could rend her to pieces. The elder brother, witnessing the torment inflicted upon his younger sibling by a woman, cursed vehemently while urging an elderly woman to chase after Xinjiao, intending to assist Lao Er. Like a nimble monkey, Xinjiao clambered up the tree, her eyes set upon the fruits dangling above. They appeared to be excellent weapons. Once she reached a vantage point, she noticed flickering flames in the distance, not too far away. It seemed salvation was imminent if she could endure just a little longer. She hastily gathered all the fruits within reach and stowed them in her bag, unwilling to waste them on these two scoundrels, feeling a twinge of regret at the thought. Below, the two men were infuriated, kicking the tree trunk and hurling curses at Xinjiao. It was not that they lacked the will to ascend, the trunk was too smooth for them to scale, leaving them with no choice but to concede defeat. If you have the guts to hide up there for a lifetime, let us see who perishes first, you or us. You think you can escape our grasp, but today, I swear, I will kick this bitch down from the tree and finish her off. Beside him, Lao Er remained in agony, his hand never leaving his groin, wishing he could tear Xinjiao apart with his bare hands. Brother, stop wasting time on this bitch. Let us bring her down quickly, someone will come looking for us soon. They had sensed the movement down the mountain, surmising that reinforcements were on the way. The elder brother, exasperated, tugged at his hair and kicked the tree trunk again in frustration. His hatred for Xinjiao was palpable. Had it not been for her interference, they would have long since fled with their ill-gotten gains. The combined fury of two grown men was enough to make the tree tremble. Xinjiao could only cling to the trunk with one hand while tossing fruits downwards with the other. The two men, infuriated by the projectiles, increased their efforts to shake the tree. Just then, the sound of rustling leaves echoed nearby, alerting the men to a new presence. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, the dim light casting a softer glow upon his features. Upon recognizing him, Xinjiao momentarily froze. How could it be Lu Kuanya, the very person she had not expected to see? Lu Kuanya, save me, brother, they're in cahoots. Both men regarded Lu Kuanya with malevolence. A pretty boy, huh? Brother, let us hold him down. However, before they could act, Lu Kuanya stepped aside with a smile, urging them, please, continue. Xinjiao was dumbfounded. Was Lu Kuanya truly abandoning her in her moment of peril? I am your wife, and you stand idly by while I am in danger? Lu Kuanya crossed his arms, his gaze devoid of warmth, reflecting the adage that in times of great adversity, even the closest companions may abandon one another. He realized that rather than seek a divorce, this was an opportune moment to feign widowhood, sparing himself much trouble. Suppressing a flicker of bitterness, he warned the two men, if you don't act quickly, it will be you who meet your demise. The brothers hastily resumed their efforts. See, even your husband has forsaken you, come down and join us willingly. Indeed, I can promise to introduce you to a good family, you'll become a wealthy matron, we know many affluent people. Xinjiao gritted her teeth, glaring at Lu Kuanya, cursing him silently a million times over. Since she could not rely on him, she resolved to devise her own means of escape. The vile words of the two assailants held no weight in her mind. Suddenly, the nauseating taunts evaporated, leaving the two men in disbelief as they found themselves grasped by a man who had appeared beside them. Lu Kuanye's gaze was cold as ice, as he loathed those with foul mouths. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip, rendering both men unconscious. Casting them aside like refuse, he spared Xinjiao a glance before striding into the woods. Xinjiao, now questioning the very fabric of reality, wondered how he had gained such strength from merely a few days of labor. If he had gripped her throat, she mused, she might have been severed in two by now. With Lu Kuanya gone, Xinjiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She kicked the unconscious men twice before hastening in Lu Kuanye's direction. It wasn't long before she spotted the flames in the distance. Upon reaching the site, Shen Laodai fixed her gaze and, overwhelmed with joy, broke away from Shen Guang, who had been supporting her, rushing towards the flames. Yao Er, let me see you. Shen Zhao found herself enveloped in her grandmother's embrace, the scent of sweat lingering in the air not particularly pleasant, yet it brought an unexpected sense of comfort. Despite her usual resilience, the presence of someone who genuinely cared for her made her eyes well with tears, her heart softening momentarily noticing her daughter's tears. Shen Laodai's heart melted, and she began to console Shen Zhao. Once her granddaughter composed herself, she hoarsely pointed towards the direction from which she had come, informing the others of the presence of human traffickers. The villagers, harboring a deep-seated loathing for such individuals, surged forward, binding the unconscious traffickers and rousing them from their stupor. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Zhao cast a few glances at Lu Kuan-Ye, who feigned ignorance while gently inquiring after her well-being. Had she not witnessed his ruthlessness firsthand, she might have been swayed by his act. As they descended the mountain, they encountered another group searching for Lu Lingyi. Lu Lingyi rushed towards Shen Zhao, enveloping her in a tight embrace, crying, "I'm so relieved you're safe. If anything happened to you, I could never forgive myself." Turning to her parents, she introduced Shen Zhao. "This is Comrade Shen Zhao, who saved me twice in the mountains. She is truly a good person. Without her, I would have been taken by traffickers." Lu Lingyi's words rang true. Her family was indeed affluent, her father donning a uniform adorned with 3 stars, intimidating in appearance, while her mother's demeanor exuded sophistication. They agreed to return with their thanks once the matter with the traffickers was resolved. As Lu Lingyi was dragged away by her parents, she cried out, "I want to spend more time with Shen Zhao," but her pleas were dismissed, and she was forcibly taken away. Lu's mother apologized to Shen Zhao's family, admitting that her daughter had been spoiled. The Shen family, unfamiliar with such grandeur, waved their hands in modesty, overwhelmed by the encounter. The entire village watched as the convoy departed, still in a state of disbelief. Such a spectacle, those city folk, they murmured. Their vehicles are something else. Shen Zhao has truly done a remarkable deed this time. Perhaps the Shen family will rise to prominence. Let us hope they do not forget our village. A chorus of envy filled the air, their words laced with bitterness. The Shen family offered perfunctory responses, exhausted as they made their way home. Silence enveloped them on the journey. As they approached their doorstep, they were greeted by a row of small heads peering out. "Auntie is back." The adorable little mushroom sprang up, rushing towards Shen Zhao and clinging to her legs with affectionate cries. "Auntie, we are so glad you're safe. It is all my fault for being too small to protect you, Auntie. We wanted to find you, but Daddy wouldn't let us. He is so mean, and I was so worried about you." Chapter 18. Greetings to my dearest aunt. The children's sincere words brimmed with concern for Shen Zhao, stirring a soft feeling in her heart as she reached out to ruffle their hair. "Thank you for your concern, my dear children. Your worry allows me to return home safely. Please eat well and grow strong to protect your aunt, alright?" The Shen family still found it rather unusual to witness Shen Zhao's affectionate interactions with the children, prompting each to scurry indoors to attend to their tasks, leaving only old Madame Shen and Lu Kuan-Ye outside. Old Madame Shen gazed at the scene with warmth in her heart, longing to see Shen Zhao cultivate better relationships with the rest of the family. After all, there would come a day when she would depart, and it would then fall upon Shen Guang and his brothers, along with their children, to look after Shen Zhao. She worried that without her presence to support Shen Zhao, life at home might be challenging for her. Cheerfully, she pulled a few candies from her pocket, offering one to Shen Zhao and each child. "Aunt, I'm an adult now, and I don't like candies." Shen Zhao protested, but old Madame Shen promptly tore open the candy wrapper and shoved it into Shen Zhao's mouth. "No matter how old you are, you're still a child in my eyes." After feeding the candies, old Madame Shen returned inside, needing to supervise the daughters-in-law as they prepared the meal. Lu Kuan-Ye had been observing from the side for quite some time, and his gaze did not go unnoticed by the children. Shen Zadi leaned closer to Shen Zhao's embrace and whispered in her ear, "Aunt, Uncle is watching you. It seems like he wants to devour you." Even Shen Zhao, who prided herself on her thick skin, felt her cheeks flush at the innocent words. Although she understood the boy's innocent intent, an inexplicable sense of ambiguity lingered. Meeting Lu Kuan-Ye's direct and probing gaze, she asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" His gaze felt like a caress, and then a smirk danced upon his lips. "I see no flowers, only a little tabby cat." The children erupted into laughter, playfully pretending their fingers were cat whiskers, exclaiming, "Aunt is a little tabby cat." Shen Zhao released the children and dashed into the courtyard, lowering her head to inspect her reflection in the water. Only then did she realize how disheveled she appeared. Her face was slick with sweat, smeared with an unknown layer of dirt, her hair adorned with grass clippings, and her clothes bore several rips. So, this was the image she had presented to everyone just moments ago while chatting with the Lu family as parents. Did anyone require a test for rat poison? She longed to find a hole to hide in and never emerge. Resigned, Shen Zhao returned to fetch fresh clothing and bathed the children, curious due to Lu Kuan-Ye's remark, clung to him, eager to play. By the time Shen Zhao emerged, sparkling clean, she found the little ones surrounding Lu Kuan-Ye, showering him with praise. "Aunt is exceptionally wonderful. I adore Aunt. She gives us candies and transforms fish for us. Uncle, don't you also like Aunt very much?" "Brother Zadie, you're so foolish. Uncle married Aunt precisely because he loves her. He must love her more than we do. Uncle, can you please not compete with us for Aunt's affection? Aunt is beautiful and gentle. She is the best aunt in the world." Who can comprehend the awkwardness of hearing others extol one's virtues? To everyone's surprise, Lu Kuan-Ye displayed no sign of impatience, appearing genuinely attentive as he listened. When Shen Zishao saw Shen Zhao emerge, he promptly abandoned Lu Kuan-Ye and rushed to hug Shen Zhao tightly, exclaiming, "Aunt smells so nice. I love it." Xin Zhao bent down to pinch his little nose, teasing, next time, I'll bathe you so you can smell just like me, alright? Xin Zishou's face flushed from his cheeks to the back of his neck, his voice barely a whisper, okay? The other children, unwilling to be outdone, pressed close to Xin Zhao, requesting her to wash them as well. Xin Zhao could only agree, of course, I'll wash all of you. Raising her head, she collided with Lu Kuangye's ink-black gaze, unable to decipher the emotions swirling within, yet recalling his act of saving her earlier that day, she mustered a thank you to him. Lu Kuangye fell silent for a moment, responding, if you truly wish to thank me, then tell me who you are. Why are you doubting me again? Xin Zhao retorted, flinging the towel around her neck at Lu Kuangye's face. Get lost. I am Xin Zhao. Dinner was even more lavish than the previous day, making Xin Zhao's mouth water. Not only was there fish, but also cured meat, stir-fried snow peas with cured meat. Those who have tasted it know how exquisite this dish is. The glossy, fragrant cured meat was simply tantalizing. At that moment, Xin Zhao felt the fish paled in comparison. Let us eat. With old Mr. Shen's words, the entire Shen family reached for their chopsticks, devouring the food with astonishing speed. Only Lu Kuangye remained an anomaly, savoring his meal with refined grace. Xin Zhao glanced at him twice, contemplating, before ultimately serving him a piece of meat. Lu Kuangye's expression darkened in an instant, barely concealing his irritation as he said to Xin Zhao, you can eat it yourself. This meat is too fatty, I won't have any. I won't eat it either. Xin Zhao countered, her tone laced with innocence. Lu Kuangye felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Xin Zhao turned to him with a pitiful and harmless demeanor, her eyes glistening with moisture. Darling, but I picked this piece of meat for you. Are you truly not going to eat it? The others at the table exchanged knowing glances, aware that Xin Zhao was merely playing a trick, yet, Lu Kuangye chose to yield, suppressing his frustration as he consumed the fatty meat along with the vegetables. Xin Zhao beamed with triumph, and Lu Kuangye, astonished by her radiant smile, found himself inexplicably unperturbed. The rest of the Shen family stifled their laughter. Even Fong Erlin, who had been worried about her husband's injured leg and had worn a gloomy expression for days, couldn't help but smile, teasing, sister and brother-in-law share such a lovely bond. There was a hint of envy in her tone. Xin Zhao mumbled, who was close with him, I'm just teasing. Early the next morning, instead of working, everyone gathered together to gossip. Xin Zishou raced back with his brothers, shouting, Aunt, wake up, it's so lively. Awoken by the chorus of excited voices, Xin Zhao thought she had raised a flock of pigeons. What is going on, my little ancestors? Didn't I promise to play with you this afternoon? The big girl clung to Xin Zhao, looking exceptionally well behaved. Aunt, there's a commotion, grandmother is here. Yes, Aunt, grandmother asked us to come and get you. Xin Zhao instantly became alert. Grandmother? Has Lu Lingyi returned so soon? She hurriedly got out of bed, tidied herself with a quick wash, and together with the children, they ran towards the source of the noise. Upon arrival, they discovered it seemed to be an argument. Song Xiao, you must give us an explanation today, no matter what. Indeed, if we hadn't noticed something was amiss with our younger sister and called a doctor, we would still be unaware that her belly has grown. The crowd erupted in murmurs once more. To their astonishment, this Song Jiqing, who usually appeared quite polite, was revealed to be a scoundrel, misbehaving all over the place. I warned you when he arrived that this pretty boy was nothing but trouble. Song Xiao's face turned ashen, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, veins popping on his forehead, exuding an air of suppressed grievance. I have no relationship with her. Xin Zhao can testify for me. Upon hearing her name, Xin Zhao looked up abruptly. The onlookers, eager for gossip, spotted Xin Zhao's arrival and shouted, the young lady Zhao is here. Chapter 19. False pregnancy, genuine extortion. Zhao, Song Jiqing claimed that he was with you on the night of the 15th of last month. What a ridiculous accusation, Comrade Song Xiao, surely you must have some evidence for such baseless claims. Why would a married woman venture out with you in the dead of night? Xin Zhao was pushed forward in front of Song Xiao by the crowd. She had expected to see Qin Xiaoru causing a scene, but instead, she was confronted by another woman's face. Xin Zhao couldn't help but click her tongue. Song Xiao truly was like an octopus, entangled with so many people. Among the onlookers was a familiar face, Zhou Yue, anxiously gripping her hands while gazing at Song Xiao, their exchanged glances laden with unspoken feelings, leading one to believe they were a couple. Xin Zhao stepped forward, blocking their view. My relationship with Comrade Song Xiao has always been purely one of mutual aspiration and camaraderie. In light of his slanderous remarks, I demand compensation for both emotional and reputational damages. Song Xiao's expression darkened. The mother and daughter who had come to stir trouble, feeling overlooked, insisted that Song Xiao pay a dowry and arrange for a wedding within a week. You will not receive a single coin from me. I have no ties to Chen Sanmei. On that night, I was indeed admiring the moon and discussing ideals with Comrade Xin Zhao. Song Zhao's candid demeanor diminished the surrounding murmurs condemning him as a scoundrel, a testament to his successful image crafting over the years. Upon hearing this, Xin Zhao felt the focus shift back to her, just in time to spot Lu Kuangye nearby, leaning on his arm, looking up at her. Wasn't I on the phone with you that night in the county city? Speak up, my husband. Lu Kuangye looked down, his voice low, what do I gain from helping you? Whatever you wish. A trace of amusement flickered in Lu Kuangye's eyes as he admitted that he had indeed spoken with Xin Zhao that evening. Song Xiao hadn't expected Lu Kuangye to acknowledge it. They had genuinely conversed that night, and Lu Kuangye had unwittingly adorned himself with a metaphorical green hat. Stammering, he found himself at a loss for words. However, he quickly realized that it was likely Lu Kuangye's pride that compelled him to admit it. This thought inexplicably filled him with a sense of pleasure, accompanied by disdain for Lu Kuangye. The villagers had elevated Lu Kuangye to an almost mythical status, claiming he once worked at a research institute and treated Xin Zhao exceptionally well. Yet, so what, now, Lu Kuangye had fallen under his shadow. His wife preferred Song Xiao, and without a job, he was destined to toil in the fields for life. At least Song Xiao, as a knowledgeable youth, could eventually return to the city. Song Xiao regarded Lu Kuangye with an air of superiority. "You shameless wretch, it was you who seduced Song Jiqing, no wonder he abandoned me, even forsaking the child in my womb." Chen Sanmei accused Xin Zhao vehemently. Old Lady Chen, ever eager to escalate matters, charged forward without allowing anyone a chance to defend themselves, assaulting all three of them, Song Xiao, Xin Zhao, and Lu Kuangye. "You have a husband, yet you enticed the husband of Sanmei. Do you even know the meaning of shame? You've caused my grandson to reject his own father. All of you from Xinjia village are no good." Upon hearing this, Xin Zhao leaned out from Lu Kuangye's embrace. "You can insult me, but why malign our village? I am denouncing Xinjia village for producing wretches like you. This village is certainly not virtuous." Old Lady Chen's words ignited the ire of Xinjia village's people. No matter how chaotic things became, they had been willing to overlook it as mere entertainment. However, to insult their village was intolerable, especially on their own turf. This was akin to trampling their dignity underfoot. The entire village surged forward, restraining the Chen family members. Upon encountering Old Lady Chen, she dramatically collapsed to the ground, wailing, "I am so pitiful. My daughter has been wronged and refuses to acknowledge it. Seeking justice, I am bullied instead. Perhaps I should just die." The village chief of Xinjia, his face pale, stepped in to restore order, instructing the agitated villagers to step aside. Meanwhile, the Chen family continued to create chaos on the ground. "You, an old woman, creating a scene on the ground, how shameful. Let us speak civilly. If any wrongdoing has occurred from our village, we will surely impose strict penalties." "That sounds nice, but you're all from the same village, so you'll protect them." Old Lady Chen's drooping triangular eyes glinted with shrewdness. "I, in the name of the village chief of Xinjia, promise that should there be any bias, I will resign from my position immediately." Old Lady Chen settled herself on the ground, her sharp gaze scanning the crowd. "Song Xiao, give us 300 yuan, along with 300 jin of grain, and we will accept my daughter into your home and host a banquet." Song Zhao's chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly bulging from behind his glasses. Just then, the educated youths at the commune stepped forward to vouch for Song Xiao, asserting their belief that he was a good person and capable of such disgraceful acts. The female educated youths echoed these sentiments, praising Song Zhao's kindness, enthusiasm for helping others, academic prowess, dedication to labor, and respect for women. Song Xiao swelled with pride, feigning nonchalance while secretly reveling in their praises. The village chief shot a glance at Song Xiao before turning to Old Lady Chen. "Your demands are excessive. 300 yuan and 300 jin of grain would suffice to marry 5 wives. My daughter is a genuine paragon of purity. Our family has invested considerable resources in her upbringing. And for someone as affluent as Song Xiao, this is hardly unreasonable." Old Lady Chen persisted in her demands, fully aware of Song Xiao's esteemed reputation as a wealthy and handsome youth. She remained resolute, forcing the village chief to direct his gaze toward Song Xiao. "Village chief, I do not know her. That night, I was truly with Xin Zhao." Two educated youths corroborated that during that time, Xin Zhao had been persistently pursuing Song Xiao. The onlooking villagers began to gossip amongst themselves. "In my opinion, how could Song Jiqing possibly be interested in Chen Sanmei? With her pockmarked face and buck teeth, Xin Zhao, though a bit fierce, is undeniably attractive. I think the Chen family is deliberately trying to extort money while offloading their daughter. They have plotted well. Oh dear, had I known, I would have sent my own daughter to create a fuss too." Upon hearing these discussions, Old Lady Chen became agitated, rising to strike the surrounding villagers with her cane. "Do not speak such nonsense. I will shatter your mouths." Xin Zhao's eyes glinted. It seemed the Chen family was beginning to feel a twinge of guilt. "Do you need my assistance?" A warm breath brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Xin Zhao bit her lip. Lu Kuangye seemed to be deliberately trying to entice her. She instinctively covered Lu Kuangye's mouth. His warm, soft lips brushed against Xin Zhao's palm like a feather gliding lightly across her heart. "No need." Xin Zhao dashed to Chen Sanmei's side, ready to defend her. "What are you doing? Are you still trying to bully Sanmei?" Xin Zhao was forcefully pushed aside by Old Lady Chen. Maintaining her composure, she smiled. "You have come here solely to extort money, village chief. Call the police." "You shameless wretch, how dare you speak such nonsense? I see now, you only wish to absolve your lover." The 5 words from Xin Zhao shattered the Chen family's facade. Chapter 20. Do not approach me again. Thank you for your help. I knew you still had feelings for me. Song Xiao gazed at Xin Zhao with a mixture of shyness and gratitude. Xin Zhao's expression was as cold and unyielding as ice. "Enough, stay away from me. Who helped you? My meeting with you is merely a warning. If you drag me into your mess again, I will ensure your ruin." Song Xiao dismissed her words, his mind consumed with the belief that Xin Zhao's assistance stemmed from love. He was convinced that her previous demands for money and their arguments were merely manifestations of jealousy. In her moment of need, she had still come to his aid. Unable to contain himself, Song Xiao reached out to take Xin Zhao's hand. Xin Zhao would not allow this rogue to succeed. "Do you want to see what happens when Chen Xiaoru comes looking for you? My affections for others are mere facades, only with you do I feel genuine fondness." She crossed her arms defiantly. "So, you admit to having an affair with Chen Xiaoru?" She raised her voice, looking towards the corner. Darling, Song Xiao is trying to take advantage of me. Lu Kuanya emerged from around the corner. Song Xiao looked incredulously at the smiling Shinjiao. Before he could utter a word, Lu Kuanya's fists began to rain down upon him. If I catch you near my wife again, I will end you. Lu Kuanya struck with such ferocity that Song Xiao had no ability to retaliate, enduring the blows until he finally lost consciousness. Alright, he is out cold. Any more and we'll have a problem. Lu Kuanya rose, standing beside Shinjiao like an impenetrable wall, casting her entirely in his shadow. Wife, how did I perform today? Shinjiao nodded, patting his solid chest. Not bad. The two laughed as they left the alley together, returning home. Upon their arrival, they were promptly invited to sit down for dinner. Today, we owe a great deal to our little sister. Lin Jiaodi sincerely praised Shinjiao's prowess. Su Yanhong immediately felt something was amiss. Indeed, if it weren't for her, Song Jiqing would likely be marrying Chen Sanmei. Old Lady Shen snorted, slamming her chopsticks onto the dining table. Second daughter-in-law, does your tongue ache if you go silent for a moment? Stop eating. The meat was brought back by our little sister, and you, second sister-in-law, seem to enjoy it the most, Fong Erlin added with a subtle jab. Su Yanhong's face fell, as all eyes turned to her with accusatory glares. Why are you all scolding me? Can I not say a few words? Is there still a place for me in this family? You all just enjoy bullying me. She elbowed her husband, Shinzong, urging him to speak up on her behalf. To her dismay, Shinzong merely replied, eat your food. Su Yanhong's fury erupted as she turned on Shinzong. I have been married to you for 6 years and bore you 3 children, and this is how you treat me? You won't even say a word in my defense. It seems I am the only outsider here, bullied by all of you. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. Meanwhile, Aunt May and her family, residing nearby, were eavesdropping over the wall, enjoying the spectacle. Why are you still bullying her, third aunt? You can't play favorites. Look at how your daughter-in-law is being mistreated. Old Lady Shen's face darkened as she rose and hurled a broom towards the wall. Mind your own business. Take care of your son, who has been caught peeping at others bathing and was beaten for it. Third aunt, your words are quite ungracious. I merely wished to assist your family, yet you fail to appreciate it. Stay out of this. If you keep babbling, I'll make sure to take care of your son. Old Lady Shen brandished a knife from the kitchen, causing Aunt May to retreat like a turtle, silenced. Old Man Shen entered, slamming the knife down in front of Su Yanhong. Second daughter-in-law, keep your scheming to yourself and don't embarrass the family. Return to your room. Su Yanhong, intimidated by Old Lady Shen's piercing gaze, fell silent and, with tears in her eyes, retreated to her room. With the troublesome presence gone, Old Lady Shen returned to her seat, serving Shinjiao several pieces of meat. Don't pay any mind to Su Yanhong, her words are as inconsequential as flatulence, she's just a shallow fool. As she spoke, she shot a glance at Shinzong, who was quietly eating. Shinjiao buried her head in her meal, nodding vigorously. Mom, you should eat too, I won't let her words affect me. After dinner, Shinjiao found herself cornered by Lu Kuanya in their room. Now it's our time as a couple. Shinjiao sat confidently. Go ahead, speak your mind. You have no other relationship with Song Xiao, correct? Shinjiao looked at Lu Kuanya in bewilderment, expecting a question about her identity, but this was unexpected. No. Lu Kuanya maintained his unwavering gaze on Shinjiao, and after a long pause, he nodded. Alright, I believe you. You may go wash up. Shinjiao was slightly taken aback. Was this the correct course of action? Hadn't he been fixated on her identity? Why now, when he had the chance to inquire, was he asking unrelated questions? Although confused, she decided not to delve deeper. It was better left unasked, and she cheerfully took her clothes and exited, unaware of the predatory intensity in Lu Kuanya's gaze as he followed her. Lu Kuanya gazed down at his long, slender fingers, his brow furrowing. Recently, he had not been himself. The moment he saw Song Xiao approach Shinjiao in the alley, he had to exert all his strength to restrain himself from rushing out to sabotage Shinjiao's plans. He alone understood the selfish motives behind the severity of his blows to Song Xiao. Tonight presented a splendid opportunity to uncover Shinjiao's true identity, yet he had questioned Song Xiao instead. Even the most ruthless analytical machine in the research institute, Lu Kuanya, had succumbed to a moment of irrationality. As for Shinjiao, remaining married to her didn't seem so bad. Zhao, you still need to find some medicine. After taking it, your third brother might be able to attempt standing again. Dr. Jiang brought explosive good news to the Shin family. Xinyao lay in bed, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Fong Erlin could not help but embrace her husband, their family was on the mend. But don't celebrate too soon, gathering the final prescription won't be easy. All eyes turned to Shinjiao. I'll try to find it, she replied cautiously. Aunt, I'll go with you. I am grown up now. Shen Zixiao raised his arm to show off his muscles. Shinjiao chuckled softly, pinching Shen Zixiao's small bicep. We do have a little man in the family, but you're still not strong enough. Wait until you grow to your uncle's height before you can protect me. Then let uncle protect you, aunt. Shen Zixiao blurted out, leaving Shinjiao frozen in place, unable to meet Lu Kuanya's gaze. In recent days, an inexplicable atmosphere had enveloped her and Lu Kuanya, especially when he called her wife, sending ripples through her heart. This sensation had caused her to avoid him during this time. Chapter 21. She will succeed in everything she does hereafter. Rejecting the overly enthusiastic advances of her nephews and nieces, as well as Lu Kuanya, Xinjiao hastily ascended the mountain with a basket on her back. Her first task was to gather some edible wild vegetables and fruits to send to those in the cattle shed. Before delving deeper into the mountains, however, today Jiang Ning stumbled upon some remarkable finds. To her astonishment, wild sweet potatoes were discovered in the hills, and upon further digging, the yield was surprisingly abundant. It was hard to believe that such a high yield of wild sweet potatoes could exist on the mountain. Xinjiao collected a few and placed them in her basket, preparing to return home for a taste test. With a smooth entry into the mountains, her plans for the day's foraging were underway. Meanwhile, excitement brewed at the foot of the mountain. 3 luxurious four-wheel vehicles came to a halt at the village entrance, drawing curious gazes from the villagers. Before the doors even opened, the cars were surrounded by a throng of onlookers, both adults and children, some daring enough to reach out and touch the sleek vehicles. "My goodness, I've never seen such a magnificent car," exclaimed one villager in awe. As the doors swung open, the crowd's curiosity shifted to the occupants within. Once the individuals emerged, the villagers recognized them as the couple whose daughter had been kidnapped in the mountains not long ago. "Oh, it really is them. That young lady looks so radiant," they murmured, noting the stark contrast to her disheveled appearance when she was rescued. Among the crowd was Lu Lingyi, looking splendidly dressed and meticulously groomed, a far cry from her previously disheveled state. She, however, was quite at ease, pulling out a handful of candies from her handbag to distribute among the nearby children. "I'm looking for Comrade Xinjiao. Can anyone tell me where she is? Those who answer will receive a candy." Most of the children, typically wary of Xinjiao, turned and fled at the sight of her, oblivious to her whereabouts. Fortunately, Shunzi, with his sharp eyes, spotted Xinjiao's brothers outside the throng, and he dragged his companions over to Lu Lingyi, eager to take credit for the discovery. As Xinjiao's nephews, they were likely to know her whereabouts. Lu Lingyi thanked Shunzi with a smile and handed him a piece of candy. The children, now delighted, scampered off to play, leaving only a few of Xinjiao's relatives behind. "Sister, why are you looking for our aunt?" they asked, their eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and fear towards the stranger. Lu Lingyi, somewhat intrigued, crouched down and asked, "If I were seeking trouble with your aunt, would you still tell me where she is?" The parents of the Lu family, embarrassed by their daughter's childish behavior, turned their heads to admire the scenery. "We want to tell you. You re a bad person." The unexpected intensity of their reaction took Lu Lingyi by surprise. Not only did they scowl, but they also returned the candies they had just eaten, wrapping them back in their paper. At that moment, Shen Laotai, wielding a sickle, passed by and noticed her grandchildren clustered around such an imposing figure, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly called them back. "You little monkeys, come here. Don't obstruct others from working." The children dashed back to their grandmother like swallows returning to their nest. "Grandma, they're asking where our aunt is." Shen Laotai embraced the children and, glancing at Lu Lingyi, recognized her as part of the Lu family. "Your younger sibling has gone out to play. She will return in a while. Would you like to come to my house for a drink?" The Lu parents, feeling no heirs around the family of their savior, followed along cheerfully, trailed by a group of villagers eager to assist with carrying gifts, inciting envy and admiration among the onlookers. Meanwhile, those from the Shen family still working in the fields were summoned home to entertain guests, and the village head graciously approved their leave. However, some murmured discontentedly, "We also lent a hand." "Why should only they be thanked? We spent hours searching the mountains. Don't we deserve some recognition?" Aunt Zhang, working nearby, chuckled heartily at their complaints. "You lot are shameless. I see you're just eyeing the goodies they've brought. You re the ones who've been the laziest." Just then, someone came sprinting down from the mountain, shouting for the village head. Well armed, the village head dropped his hoe and rushed out. "What's the matter? Why the urgency? Quick, head up the mountain, Xinjiao, something has happened." The entire village erupted in commotion. Their concern was not so much for Xinjiao's safety, but rather whether that wild boar had escaped. They even hoped Xinjiao could stall for a while longer to allow them to arrive. After all, it could mean a feast for the entire village if they managed to capture it. Who wouldn't be excited? Young and old men from the village grabbed their tools and headed up the mountain. Meanwhile, Lu and Shen family members, who had just settled down with refreshing well water, were taken aback by the news. "Mom and Dad, I want to go save Comrade Xinjiao. Let those men come with me." Lu Lingyi insisted, pointing to several strong men standing behind her, assigned to protect her parents. Lu father held back his anxious daughter, saying, "Don't worry. We re with Comrade Xinjiao, she will be fine, let us go." The latter part was directed towards the Shen family. The group set off in a grand procession up the mountain. Upon arrival, the villagers were left speechless. "The wild boar is dead? We were summoned to help hunt it, not to haul it back home." "Zhao girl, did you kill this wild boar?" the village head inquired, gesturing to the boar lying on the ground with a gaping wound on its forehead. "I didn't kill it. How could I be that capable? It just happened to run into a tree stump while I was walking." "Suicide by tree stump?" Although they were skeptical, they had no intention of delving deeper into Xinjiao's tale. After all, regardless of how the boar met its end, they were all poised to benefit from the meat. They hoped such fortunate occurrences would happen more frequently. As the Shen and Lu families pushed through the crowd, they were taken aback to see Xinjiao, speckled with bits of blood. Shen Laotai gasped and rushed to embrace Xinjiao, anxiously inspecting her for injuries. "Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Mom will take you to the doctor." Xinjiao nearly got pulled away to see a physician, but the surrounding villagers chuckled and restrained Shen Laotai. "Rest assured. Your Zhao girl has come to no harm and has even brought back a wild boar for everyone to feast on." Only then did Shin Lao Tai and the others notice the boar on the ground, incredulous that it was indeed Shin Zhao's doing. Yet, given the recent spate of poultry and fish they had acquired, it seemed almost normal. They had been subtly influenced by Shin Zhao. Even if she had brought back a bear, they would not have been surprised. The Lu family, however, regarded Shin Zhao with newfound respect. Not only had she remained composed and resourceful in a crisis, but she had also managed to hunt a wild boar. It appeared that she had successfully dealt with a beast weighing no less than 200 to 300 pounds, and they genuinely believed her to be a rare talent. Reflecting on how their daughter had been persistently asking to play with Shin Zhao and become her friend, they felt reassured that this friendship would be beneficial for their daughter. With such intelligence, Shin Zhao would undoubtedly succeed in all her future endeavors. Chapter 22 felt more like a performance than reality. Today, we owe our share of pork entirely to Shin Zhao, the daughter of the Shin family. The village chief, beaming with joy, stood before the villagers, extolling Shin Zhao's virtues. He seemed to have exhausted every commendable word he could muster in her honor, rendering Shin Zhao momentarily bashful. The sun was nearing its descent, and the others were becoming increasingly restless. Had it not been for the presence of the pig above, many would have turned back home long ago. After a sufficient amount of praise, the village chief took a sip of water and began discussing the distribution of the pork. He informed the villagers that, since the pig had been procured by Shin Zhao, the Shin family would receive a larger portion, including the pig's entrails, while the young men who had helped carry the pig back would each receive an extra pound of pork. The villagers raised no objections. While some felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the Shin family's substantial share, they understood the unspoken rule of silence. Lu Lingyi clung to Shin Zhao's side, her face alight with curiosity and excitement. This is my first time witnessing the distribution of pork. It's quite the spectacle. Shin Zhao nudged her, urging, you could go up and get some too. Oh, but that wouldn't be proper, I'm not from your village. Lu Lingyi, though eager, understood the decorum expected of her and was no spoiled child. Mother, can we let Lingyi have a pound of our pork? Shin Zhao boldly approached old lady Shin, causing Lu Lingyi to feel the weight of the villagers' gazes upon her, making her blush. Especially when old lady Shin turned to look at them, Lu Lingyi felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Just as she was about to wave her hand to decline, Shin Zhao insisted, if you're going to play, then don't settle for just a pound. That's far too little, let us make it 3. With a sweet smile, Shin Zhao demonstrated the undeniable truth that a child with a caring mother is indeed a treasure. After expressing her gratitude to old lady Shin, she took Lu Lingyi's hand and dashed toward the crowd gathered for the pork distribution. The parents of the Lu family exchanged knowing smiles with the Shin family. They're still so young, brimming with mischief, one remarked, though the words seemed like a gentle reprimand of the children as faults. Anyone within earshot could discern the underlying affection. Indeed, my youngest is the same, forever behaving like an ungrown child. Old lady Shin chimed in, playfully teasing Shin Zhao. To her surprise, an oblivious neighbor, Aunt Mei, approached, saying, isn't it all because you spoil her? Old lady Shin shot her a glare. Aunt Mei had long disapproved of how old lady Shin lavished attention on Shin Zhao, believing that for years, she had allowed Shin Zhao to avoid any hardship. Most irksome to Aunt Mei was the fact that her own son, a few years older than Shin Zhao, had harbored feelings for Shin Zhao since childhood. When Shin Zhao first became engaged, Aunt Mei's son rushed to old lady Shin, only to be met with rejection and a harsh scolding that rendered her son worthless in comparison. Later, Aunt Mei arranged for her son to marry a capable and virtuous bride, and she constantly belittled Shin Zhao in front of old lady Shin, even calling her a spinster destined to remain unmarried, having missed her chance with Aunt Mei's son. Aunt Mei's repeated disparagements of Shin Zhao were like stepping on old lady Shin's toes, and after a year, when Shin Zhao married Lu Kuanya, Aunt Mei's son fell into gambling and domestic violence, further deepening the rift between their families. Their encounters devolved into exchanges of insults. This time, old lady Shin showed no mercy, rolling her eyes and spitting in disdain. If you're so capable, don't come begging for the pork we got thanks to my daughter. Aunt Mei, undeterred, retorted, that pig was merely lucky to be found by Shin Zhao. What's there to boast about? If you're so impressive, go catch a wild boar yourself, instead of relying on my daughter's good fortune. Old lady Shin was unyielding, snatching the pork from Aunt Mei's grasp. Go home and enjoy your vegetable soup. If you linger too long, your son might not leave you even a morsel. Aunt Mei was filled with fury, throwing a fit on the ground and hurling insults at Shin Zhao. The surrounding villagers, who might have sympathized with her plight, found themselves unable to intervene. They were not inclined to engage in such petty squabbles. Ultimately, Aunt Mei's shameless antics culminated in her stealing the pork and fleeing home, bringing the farce to a close. Meanwhile, Shin Zhao and Lu Lingyi stood in line, gossiping. You're married? What a pity to marry so young. Who's your husband? Lu Lingyi was curious about her new acquaintance. Shin Zhao scanned the area, realizing she hadn't spotted Lu Kuanya and assumed he preferred the tranquility of home. Just then, she caught sight of her husband squatting down, exuding a husbandly demeanor as he patiently entertained a child. A smile, sweet and unbidden, spread across her face as she pointed him out to Lu Lingyi. He.S. right over there. If your husband treats you poorly or isn't handsome, let us not entertain such hypotheticals, Lu Lingyi sighed. No wonder you were willing to marry early. Where did you find such a husband? Does he have friends? Introduce me to one. I suddenly feel the urge to date. Her words were sincere. Just witnessing Lu Kuanya was enough to captivate the attention of every girl nearby. Lu Lingyi noticed the shy blush on the faces of the young women, each secretly wishing to approach him. Zhao Zhao, are you really comfortable letting your husband be out here alone? Aren't you worried someone might steal him away? Shin Zhao smiled enigmatically. Anyone who can be stolen away is not worth keeping. There are plenty of men out there, just replace him. Lu Lingyi was taken aback by such a bold and generous sentiment, as if a door to a new world had been flung open, leaving her in awe of Shin Zhao. Zhao Zhao, you're absolutely right. IVE had an epiphany. Just as it was their turn to receive the pork, Xin Zhao and Lu Lingyi turned around, inadvertently missing the deep, lingering gaze Lu Kuangye cast upon Xin Zhao. They made their way home, burdened with heavy bags of pork. The rest of the Xin family had already returned to prepare dinner, while Lu Lingyi's family remained to share a meal. Upon arriving home, Xin Zhao collapsed onto the hall floor, pulling Lu Lingyi down beside her. Several children gathered around. Xin Zhao expertly directed the little ones, instructing, Xin Zishou and Xin Zifi, come help your aunt and sister with shoulder and leg massages. Xin Zizhong and Ernyo, go fetch us some water, and remember to ask grandma for some candy. Lu Lingyi was momentarily taken aback. Is this really acceptable? Wouldn't it be considered child abuse? However, seeing the children joyfully participating without any hint of coercion, Lu Lingyi felt at ease. Be strong. My arms are sore from carrying the pork today. Shao, show your aunt what a real man is capable of. Alright, aunt, I'm going to give it my all. If it hurts, let me know. The obedient nature of the children struck Lu Lingyi as almost theatrical, reminiscent of her relatives' mischievous children during holidays, each more troublesome than the last. Ernyo and Xin Zizhong cautiously returned with warm water, even bickering over who would serve Xin Zhao. Ultimately, Ernyo emerged victorious, while Xin Zizhong, looking pitiful, quickly returned to embrace Xin Zhao. Watching this, Lu Lingyi, who typically disliked children, found herself tempted to play with one of them, yet, not everyone was in high spirits. Some wore long faces. Dainyu, Ernyo, do you only spring into action when someone calls for you? Why are you so eager to serve others while neglecting to show any appreciation for the mother who raised you? Chapter 23 Betrayal is unthinkable. The two young girls stood awkwardly to the side, heads bowed, murmuring soft apologies. Su Yanhong grew increasingly arrogant, her words becoming ever more excessive as she pointed at their heads, using them as a means to chastise Xin Zhao. Witnessing her daughter's disobedience, she even went so far as to twist the girl's arms. The little ones were on the verge of tears from the pain, yet they gritted their teeth, unwilling to utter a single word of distress. By the time Xin Zhao noticed, their heads were bowed, eyes redder than those of a rabbit, their lips bloodied from biting down in silence. A pang of sorrow gripped Xin Zhao's heart, her icy gaze fixed upon Su Yanhong, who recoiled in fear, exclaiming, What, are you going to meddle in my disciplining of my daughter? Sister-in-law, you are overstepping your bounds. You may have the support of your mother-in-law at home, but this is my business in raising my own child. Xin Zhao pulled back the sleeves of the girl's garments, only to be confronted with a sight far worse than she had anticipated. The delicate arms of the 3- or 4-year-old girls were marred with an array of dark bruises and numerous scars. Su Yanhong, it seemed, had enough sense to strike where it could not be seen. These two young girls were remarkably resilient, enduring the torment in silence. Xin Zhao, unable to contain her compassion, hoarsely inquired, Why did you not tell your grandmother? The girls shook their heads, tears streaming down their cheeks in silence. Xin Zhao's heart felt as though it had been pierced. She had been so presumptuous, believing that the affection lavished by Elder Xin would extend to all. In truth, she was merely an anomaly. Perhaps the girls had attempted to seek help long ago, and having learned the outcome, chose instead to endure. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyi had lost her ability to speak. Like Xin Zhao, she was the sole daughter at home, indulged by her parents. The only hardship she had faced was a prior kidnapping ordeal. Xin Zhao drew the girls behind her, firmly grasping their slender shoulders, solemnly assuring them that they could confide in their aunt about any grievances. No one, not even their own mother, had the right to bully them. Did they understand? The girls timidly nodded, yet Xin Zhao knew that their tender hearts had already constructed tall walls, making it difficult for them to relinquish their wariness. But that was alright, she had a lifetime to earn their trust. Initially, she had merely wished for her brothers to support her, but now her aspirations had expanded to ensure that all the girls in the family could lead normal lives. She entrusted the children to Lu Lingyi, who understood Xin Zhao's unspoken request with a single glance and nodded, offering a reassuring look that conveyed, You can count on me. Xin Zhao rose and took deliberate steps toward Su Yanhong, advancing as Su Yanhong retreated. Until she stumbled over the threshold, Su Yanhong, realizing Xin Zhao was upon her, immediately fell to the ground, crying out, Help, my sister-in-law is trying to kill me. The Lu family parents and their bodyguards, who had been chatting over tea, turned to look, as did the Xin family members. Su Yanhong lay on the ground, wailing as if she had suffered a grave injustice, rolling about and accusing Xin Zhao of being heartless. For years, she had treated Xin Zhao as her own daughter, and though Xin Zhao had struck her on several occasions, she now sought to take her life. The Lu family, seasoned and perceptive from their years in high society, recognized the charade for what it was. However, as this was a matter concerning the Xin family, they chose not to interfere but rather to observe Xin Zhao's capacity to resolve the issue. Xin Zhao, matching Su Yanhong's theatrics, threw herself onto the ground with even greater fervor, stirring up the dust beneath her, akin to an automated vacuum cleaner. My life is so wretched, wronged by your accusations. Second sister-in-law, I have always regarded you as a mother. Who would have thought you would strike the two little girls instead of me? If you have grievances, why not voice them directly? I consider Dainyu and Ernyo as my own sisters, their suffering is my suffering. This tactic was ruthlessly effective. I apologize, second sister-in-law, I will even harm myself until you are satisfied. Lu Lingyi, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to reveal the horrifying scars on the girl's arms. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, particularly Su Yanhong's, who now wore a visibly troubled countenance. Even the Lu family parents' faces darkened, and they remarked, We have only one daughter. Seeing these two little girls in such a state truly pains our hearts. Each child represents the future of our country and deserves the care and protection of their parents. Even if a child errs, education should be prioritized over violence. Such methods will only lead to psychological issues down the road. Su Yanhong, though dim-witted, recognized that she had angered the family as esteemed guests. She had originally intended to exploit Xin Zhao's treatment of the children to turn the Lu family against her, hoping to introduce Lu Lingyi to her sister, thereby securing benefits for the Su family. Surely her parents would praise her for it, but this was not the end. Sister-in-law, why do you unjustly accuse me? I may be a bit blunt at times, but it is always out of concern for you. Though I may not have treated Dinyo and Ernyo as well as your mother-in-law, I have given them my utmost. You slander a mother's love for her children. Do you not realize how that pierces my heart? Concealed from the others, Su Yanhong flashed a triumphant smile, certain that no one would doubt a mother's devotion to her children. And my daughter has never borne any injuries, yet suddenly so many appear after your accusations. Could it be that you took advantage of my absence to harm the children? I have tolerated your demands, allowing them to serve you tea and perform chores. How could you be so cruel to little ones barely out of infancy? Elder Shun, though unable to ascertain whether her daughter had indeed struck the children, regarded such behavior as inconsequential. After all, her own son had faced his share of discipline for mischievousness. However, the presence of others made it imperative to exercise caution. To show excessive favoritism towards her daughter might ultimately lead to her downfall. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Su Yanhong's eyes as she realized her plan would succeed. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to expel both Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya, the outsiders, from their midst. Su Yanhong cast a glance at the two girls, who trembled in fear, bolstering her confidence. The flesh she had shed would never betray her. Chapter 24. She is playing you. I firmly believe that Xin Zhao is not the type to bully children. However, just moments ago, I witnessed you ferociously scolding the child. Lu Lingyi stepped forward, choosing to trust Xin Zhao. The two had just been together, and children possess a remarkable ability to discern good from evil. The fact that the child eagerly assisted Xin Zhao was certainly not an act. Su Yanhong dismissed Lu Lingyi, this naive young lady, with a tone of earnest admonition. My dear, one can know a person's face but not their heart. You feel that Xin Zhao is a good person merely because she saved you before, but you could inquire about my sister-in-law's reputation outside. We all know what kind of person she truly is. Lu Lingyi's beautiful and gentle countenance seemed to be enveloped in a layer of frost as she fixed her gaze upon Su Yanhong. Understanding a person should not come from the words of others. One must truly feel with their own heart. Comrade Xin Zhao is genuinely a good person, and no amount of slander from you can alter her intrinsic goodness. She turned to Xin Zhao, her expression softening into a warm smile filled with trust and affirmation. Even if Comrade Xin Zhao had not rescued me, my experiences from today have led me to my own conclusions. Su Yanhong scoffed, muttering under her breath, you are a young lady. You have your own judgment, yet you refuse to heed my advice. No wonder you were kidnapped. Such words were unwelcome, especially to Lu's parents, who felt as though they had been pricked by a thorn in their hearts. Now, to hear Su Yanhong mention it with an air of disdain only intensified their discomfort. Even the Shin family members were tempted to slap Su Yanhong for her thoughtlessness in speaking such words. Indeed, Lu Lingyi felt a sting of hurt. Reflecting on that day's harrowing experience still sent shivers down her spine. She had been plagued by nightmares since then, prompting her concerned parents to hire a psychologist to help her cope. Only yesterday did her emotions stabilize, and she hurried to seek out her savior, Xin Zhao. As Lu Lingyi stood beside her, Xin Zhao immediately sensed her irregular breathing, as if she were on the brink of collapse. After a brief contemplation, she understood the reason. From her pocket, she discreetly produced an item and placed it in Lu Lingyi's hand. What is this? Lu Lingyi asked, curiosity piqued. A surprise, you'll see for yourself. Xin Zhao teased, drawing Lu Lingyi's attention away. With careful anticipation, Lu Lingyi opened it to discover a small blue flower inside. Is this flower for me? She exclaimed in delight. Xin Zhao nodded. Take a whiff. Expecting a pleasant aroma, Lu Lingyi inhaled deeply only to be nearly overwhelmed by a foul stench. Xin Zhao, having successfully played her prank, stifled a laugh. Ah, you mischievous comrade Xin Zhao, how could you torment me so? This is simply dreadful. Just as Lu Lingyi prepared to retaliate, Xin Zhao raised her hand, her expression turning serious. Don't hit me. Listen first, although this plant has an unpleasant odor, don't you feel there is something uniquely fascinating about it? Lu Lingyi, startled, hesitated but then began to assess the flower, frowning and glaring at Xin Zhao. You tricked me again. This time, I won. Listen to your nonsense. She was resolute in her intention to give Xin Zhao a deserved reprimand, yet, despite her indignation, when Xin Zhao had something to say, Lu Lingyi paused her playful assault. This is genuine. While the flower may be odorous, it is indeed a rare plant known for its calming and sleep-inducing properties. I gift it to you, wishing you a restful night's sleep. Those dark circles under your eyes are approaching panda proportions, they're quite unsightly. Though Xin Zhao's words carried a hint of disdain, how could anyone fail to recognize that she was offering Lu Lingyi a thoughtful gift? Lu's parents, initially provoked by Su Yanhong, found their anger dissipated by Xin Zhao's actions, even feeling a touch of joy, tacitly permitting the two to continue their playful banter. The atmosphere among the other members of the Xin family noticeably lightened, especially with the softened expressions of Lu's parents, indicating that their family's standing was secure. Their gazes towards Xin Zhao became complex. If her actions were unintentional, she was fortunate indeed. If deliberate, her emotional intelligence was remarkably high. Meanwhile, Su Yanhong sat on the sidelines, utterly dissatisfied. How could this group of people so blatantly ignore her presence? What did they take her for? Seeking to re-establish her relevance, she pointed at the flower in Lu Lingyi's hand. Look, I told you Xin Zhao is not a good person, you refuse to believe me. She has repeatedly deceived you and now she gives you such a foul-smelling flower. What could her intentions possibly be? Who knows her true nature? I predict she will only lead you to greater misfortune. Su Yanhong believed she had struck a chord, oblivious to the fact that in everyone's eyes, she was merely a fool. So what do you plan to do? What advice do you have regarding Shen Zhao? Lu Lingyi, having regained her composure, inquired of Su Yanhong. Without a moment's thought, Su Yanhong replied, of course, we must expel Shen Zhao from the Shen family and the village, letting her fend for herself. She even claimed this was not merely her opinion but the consensus of the entire family, asserting that everyone disliked Shen Zhao. The ensuing firestorm of animosity quickly engulfed the Shen family. Shen Guan, Shen Zong, Shen Yao, along with Lin Zhaodi and Fang Erlin, felt the piercing gaze of old lady Shen upon them, each silently lamenting their predicament. Shen Zhao casually remarked, turning to address them, who among you wishes for me to leave the Shen family? Now is the time to cast your votes. If the majority agrees, I shall depart today. Shen Yao and Fang Erlin were the first to express their steadfast support. They wholeheartedly desired to continue living alongside their younger sister. They could never forget the debt of gratitude they owed her. Shen Zhao had gone out of her way to find them a doctor, gather medicinal herbs from the mountains, and provide daily nutritious meals. Even a heartless ingrate could not betray Shen Zhao, and they were certainly no ingrate. The eldest brother as family quickly voiced their agreement, noting that their improved living conditions were entirely due to Shen Zhao's efforts, and they were more than willing to assist her in any way. All eyes turned to Shen Zong, who felt the weight of scrutiny bearing down upon him like a thorn lodged in his back. Old lady Shen scoffed, you mean bother speaking? You and your good wife are in cahoots. Shen Zong quickly denied, no, mother, I have no intention of driving my sister away. Though he had once wished for Shen Zhao to be as far away as possible, he was acutely aware of the need to navigate the situation wisely. To oppose the family was unthinkable. He shuddered at the thought of what life would be like thereafter. He was also vexed by his foolish wife, who constantly sought trouble, despite his many warnings to act with caution. Su Yanhong, listening to the responses of her sisters-in-law and husband, felt a chill in her heart, realizing she had made a grave miscalculation, yet, now she was caught in a predicament. She considered shedding a few tears, claiming that the Shen family was uniting against her while adding that they had all been coerced by old lady Shen into supporting Shen Zhao. But just then, she heard a remark that would seal her fate. The girl clenched her garment, unable to lift her gaze, and finally summoned the courage to speak. Mother, you always hit me and my sister when you're unhappy, but our aunt has never laid a hand on us. Chapter 25. A grand gift. No one would doubt that a mere 4-year-old child could lie. Moreover, it is impossible for all children to be deceitful. Su Yanhong's vehement screams and arguments crumbled in the face of the children's words. Old lady Shen cast a sidelong glance at Shen Zong beside her and slapped the back of his head. Observing his still silly demeanor, she kicked him in frustration. The second son was usually the most astute among the 4 children. Why was he acting so foolishly today? Why don't you go take care of your wife? Shen Zong, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly nodded and rushed over, grabbing Su Yanhong's arm and forcibly dragging her into the room. Su Yanhong resisted while cursing, resembling a madwoman, yet, ultimately, she could not withstand Shen Zong's strength and was pulled away. Once the commotion subsided, old lady Shen apologized to the Lu family parents. I truly apologize. My daughter-in-law is not in her right mind. Having observed the situation for long enough, the Lu family understood who was right and who was wrong, and they waved their hands dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Shen Zhao embraced the older and younger girls, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Thank you for being brave enough to stand up and speak for your aunt. You are the most courageous and wonderful children. What I told you is true. If your mother hits you again, come to me, alright? The 2 little girls' faces flushed with excitement as they obediently nodded. Shen Zhao gently caressed their cheeks, smiling broadly. Now, give your aunt a smile, don't frown like a little old man. The 2, still clouded by worry, suddenly burst into laughter. Other children, unwilling to be left out, crowded around Shen Zhao, seeking hugs and kisses. This made Lu Lingyi feel terribly envious. Outside, Lu family parents watched them frolic with gentle smiles, joining in their play as if they had not aged at all. Before long, Fang Erlin, Lin Zhaodi, and Shen Guang emerged from the kitchen, each bearing steaming, aromatic dishes. The older and younger children halted their play, eagerly waiting for the meal to begin. Zhao Zhao, so you eat such delicious food at home. It's even better than the state-run restaurant in the county. Shen Zhao modestly replied, though secretly her excitement was palpable. I owe it all to my mother, brother, and sister-in-law. Their culinary skills are exceptional. Even the simplest vegetables become delectable in their hands. I don't believe it. I dislike vegetables the most. They're all green and taste like rabbit food. Lu Lingyi scoffed. Shen Zhao, with a mysterious smile, replied, just wait. Once you try it, you'll know I'm not lying. The 2 patiently awaited the dishes to be served, and everyone soon took their seats. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Lu family parents, old man Shen began to eat. Shen Zhao immediately placed some vegetables into Lu Lingyi's bowl, gesturing for her to try them. Lu Lingyi looked at the greens with a troubled expression. She genuinely disliked eating vegetables, having avoided them since childhood. However, the basic table manners she had learned over the years prevented her from picking the vegetables out of her bowl or passing them to her parents, as that would be too disrespectful. Moreover, wasting food was shameful. While she could waste food at home without anyone noticing, it was different now with so many people present. After all, it was not easy for the Shen family to grow their vegetables. Lu Lingyi picked up the greens, mentally convincing herself that she would eat them no matter what. As the vegetables approached her mouth, she caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, not the bland smell of simply stir-fried or boiled greens. Curiosity piqued, her resistance waned. Even Lu Lingyi's parents wanted to discreetly advise their daughter not to force herself to eat what she disliked, but in the next moment, they saw Lu Lingyi close her eyes and shove the greens into her mouth. She opened her eyes wide, sparkling like a radiant star. As she chewed, her eyes grew brighter. She gave a thumbs up. Delicious, this is the best vegetable I've ever had. Lin Zhaodi smiled shyly, saying, if you like it, eat more. Lu Lingyi's parents, intrigued by their daughter's enthusiastic praise, each took a small bite of the greens and were genuinely astonished. They were incredibly fresh, perfectly cooked, and infused with the unique aroma of pork. No wonder the discerning Lu Lingyi found them delectable. The meal was a resounding success. After everyone was satisfied, Lu's mother engaged old lady Shen in conversation. I wonder if anyone in your family is interested in working in the city? The question nearly caused old lady Shen to drop what was in her hands. I have a job opening at a steel factory. I'm quite familiar with the factory manager. You can consider whether you'd like to take it. This was a golden opportunity. Who wouldn't want to work in the city? Everyone knew how hard it was to secure a stable job, especially as a steel worker. If their family could land such a position, it would be wonderful. Old lady Shen's face glowed with excitement. Fortunately, having witnessed many grand occasions in her lifetime, she quickly regained her composure. Sister, you are offering us this position because my youngest son rescued your daughter, aren't you? But this is too generous. The gifts you brought today were already quite valuable, and we cannot accept your kindness further. Hearing old lady Shen's response, Lu's mother became even more pleased, patting old lady Shen's hand. This isn't a burden for us, but it is a splendid opportunity for you. Besides, our time together today has been truly delightful. Your family is filled with good people. Offering you this position is a way to forge a bond, especially since my little rascal will need your daughter's care in the future. Seeing old lady Shen still hesitating, Lu's mother feigned anger and said, if you refuse, I will turn down the position myself. My family and my husband's family both have their own businesses and aspirations. No one has the time for this job. Old lady Shen's heart ached. Turning down a job at a steel factory was an egregious waste. She opened her mouth to protest, but Lu's mother interrupted, saying, it's settled then. I'll leave the introduction letter with you. Just send someone to the steel factory next Monday at 8 in the morning to see manager Lu. Let's not be so polite between us. If you truly feel guilty, just bring us some vegetables. You know how expensive they are in the city. Lu's mother smoothly shifted the conversation to the vegetables, inquiring about how they were grown and prepared to be so delicious. Old lady Shen pondered briefly before following Lu's lead in the conversation. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyi was engrossed in discussion with Shen Zhao, their newfound friendship blossoming as they exchanged ideas without end. However, Lu's father and a few of the Shen men remained somewhat taciturn, silently sipping their water. After a while, Lu's father glanced at Lu Kuanye and initiated a conversation. I heard you used to work at a research institute? Lu Kuanye lowered his gaze and took a sip of water, responding with a simple yes. Lu's father was genuinely curious. A person whose background could be summarized in just one sentence was certainly not ordinary. The fact that even he could not find information about Lu Kuanye suggested that the place where he had previously worked maintained a high level of secrecy. But why had he suddenly become unemployed and returned home? Chapter 26 Praise Me. After Lu Mu concluded her conversation with old Madame Shen regarding culinary matters, the distance between them dissipated entirely. The previous awkwardness vanished, and they clasped hands like close sisters. However, as dusk approached, the realization that driving home too late could be perilous prompted old Madame Shen to gently caution, Dear girl, it is nearly time for you to prepare for your journey home. Otherwise, the roads may become treacherous. It is not that I wish to send you away, but rather that the conditions here are rather modest. Lu Mu, with a playful grip on old Madame Shen's hand, responded, I understand your concern, dear elder sister. Fear not, for we shall conclude our conversation here for today. In a few days, when the holiday arrives, I shall return to seek your guidance on gardening. Old Madame Shen eagerly nodded in agreement. As they ventured into the hall, they encountered a group of men already inebriated, swaying precariously. Lu Fu, with slurred speech, was engaged in a conversation with Lu Kuanye about topics incomprehensible to others, even gesturing animatedly as he recounted tales of his youthful exploits. Witnessing this, Lu Mu felt a surge of frustration and approached her husband, forcefully handing him a glass of cool water. Meanwhile, when Lu Lingyi was located, she was nestled comfortably in bed, engrossed in conversation with Shen Zhao. Suddenly, she was yanked up by her mother by the collar, nearly eliciting laughter from Lu Mu. You certainly have no sense of propriety, chatting away on their bed during your first visit. Lu Lingyi, it seems you are determined to stir trouble. Quickly put on your shoes, we are returning home. Initially, Lu Lingyi, who had been playfully seeking her mother's forgiveness, felt a surge of panic upon hearing Shen Mu's intention to take her home. She clung to the bedpost, wailing her reluctance to leave. Ultimately, she was unceremoniously escorted away by a bodyguard at Lu Mu's command. Before departing, Lu Mu apologized to Shen Zhao, Auntie, it was I who encouraged Lingyi to lie here and chat. It was rather comfortable, please do not blame her or scold her. Upon hearing Shen Zhao's defense, Lu Mu's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, far superior to the insincere flatterers in the city who merely sought to extract money and favors from Lu Lingyi. Lu Mu nodded, very well, Auntie understands. We shall take our leave for today. Next time, I will bring Xiaoyi to play with you. Shen Zhao nodded in agreement, donning her shoes to escort the Lu family out. The group did not re-enter until the car's taillights had faded from view. Upon their return, they were greeted by the sight of Su Yanhong devouring food ravenously that evening. In an effort to prevent Su Yanhong from causing further disruptions, old Madame Shen had refrained from allowing her to join the dinner, instead instructing Shen Zong to bring her a meal. Observing her current state reminiscent of a famished ghost, old Madame Shen furrowed her brow in displeasure. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, Su Yanhong interrupted, "Your entire family mistreats me. I have diligently labored to help raise your family's children without complaint, yet you confine me to my room and deny me food simply because I misspoke a few words. How can your family be so cruel?" Old Madame Shen felt a throbbing pain at her temples, genuinely disinclined to engage in conversation with such a senseless individual. "Second son, you handle this," she instructed Shinzong, who was equally exasperated, having been preoccupied with cooking and chores, and inadvertently forgetting to bring Su Yanhong her meal. Regardless, even without her food, she had somehow managed to emerge and feast heartily. Who had truly mistreated her? Before Shinzong could approach, Su Yanhong was already raising her voice, demanding an apology from the Shin family. She accused them of secretly indulging in meat while denying her sustenance, lamenting her pitiable plight. Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of Mrs. May from the neighboring household, as well as several others who were intrigued by the commotion. Mrs. May seized the opportunity to mock. "Third aunt, I must say, you and your family frequently bully the second son's wife, always crying about it. Aren't you tired? Your noise is disrupting our meals." Old Madame Shin shot a cold glare at Mrs. May, leaning on her cane. "Does your family still have enough to eat? I thought all your possessions had been gambled away, leaving you with naught but water?" Fuming, Mrs. May gritted her teeth, struggling to contain her anger. "Surely the city folk you just received didn't leave you empty-handed? Don't be so stingy, sharing everything with Xinjiao. You ought to distribute some to the other brothers as well, lest you make the second son's wife feel so wronged. If you ask me, third aunt, you are simply too indulgent towards Xinjiao. I find the second son's wife quite admirable, intelligent, capable, and eloquent. She has given you 3 lovely grandchildren, and if you do not treat her well, you may find it difficult to locate her should she decide to leave." Old Madame Shen scoffed. "If she is so wonderful, then why wouldn't it suit you for your son to marry her?" Mrs. May, exasperated, pointed at old Madame Shen, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Mind your words, your tongue is sharp enough to poison yourself one day." Unfazed, old Madame Shen retorted, "Rest assured, I will certainly outlast you, even if it means enduring the day your son drives you to your grave." Xin Zhao, carrying a bowl of water for washing vegetables, splashed it towards Mrs. May, who was caught unawares and drenched. Xin Zhao feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my apologies, I mistook the wall for a large black rat and accidentally splashed you. Mrs. May, truly sorry, you ought to be more cautious in such perilous spots. Should I frighten you again, I might inadvertently throw a knife." Mrs. May, completely drenched, wiped her face, only to find a leaf clinging to her hair. Seething, she ground her teeth in frustration. It was one thing to be bullied by third aunt, now even a mere girl like Xinjiao was taking aim at her. With a shrill voice, she shouted, "You clumsy fool. Surely, Mrs. May, you cannot hold me accountable for my misfortune. I acted purely by accident. I have heard villagers praise your generosity and kindness, surely they were not mistaken?" The unexpected flattery left Mrs. May bewildered. Who could resist such compliments? Her anger transformed into a smile, the fire within her heart extinguished as her lips curved upward. "Oh my, who is so skilled in the art of flattery? You all should keep such praise to yourselves. Nevertheless, I know you are a clever child. It was merely a misunderstanding. I bear you no ill will. Should you hear others speak well of me in the future, do be sure to share it with me." Typically engaged in a relentless feud with old Madame Shen, Mrs. May was easily pacified by Xin Zhao's few well-chosen words. Su Yanhong, taken aback, had anticipated a continuation of the argument between Mrs. May and old Madame Shen, hoping that it would drive the latter to her demise. Yet, Mrs. May departed after a few soothing remarks. Truly an ineffective old fool. Xin Zhao, with a touch of pride, sought praise from old Madame Shen, parading around her as if begging for compliments. Old Madame Shen, with a chuckle, affectionately stroked Xin Zhao's hair, eliciting a radiant smile from the girl. In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere outside, the mood within the house had soured. Su Yanhong, who had remained silent until all the food was taken away by Shinzong, could no longer contain her frustration. "Shinzong, what are you doing?" Chapter 27 Work Assignment. Eat. That's all you think about. I have told you countless times to control your mouth. If you can't, then go back to your mother's house. Shinzong glared darkly at Su Yanhong's discontented face, pulling up the unrepentant Su Yanhong, who only blamed others. "I warned you that if I catch you hitting the children again, it will lead to our divorce, do you remember?" Su Yanhong froze abruptly, her pupils widening in disbelief as she looked at Shinzong. "You want to divorce me?" "Just because of 2 little girls, I merely tapped them accidentally. I didn't even use much force. Is it necessary for you to hold this against me?" "Shinzong, after all these years of marriage, I might not have accomplished much, but I have endured a lot of hardship. You know very well how many medicines I took and how many doctors I visited to give you a son, and how much suffering I went through." Su Yanhong felt no remorse for her words. Ever since giving birth to her son, she had become increasingly arrogant, believing deep down that she was the great benefactor of this family. With her son as her shield, she was convinced that Shinzong would always protect her, no matter the circumstances. "Shinzong, stop pretending. You never showed much affection for those 2 burdens, otherwise, you wouldn't have insisted I bear a son. Now you claim you want to divorce me for their sake, you just want to rid yourself of me. Let me tell you, that is not going to happen." After finishing her tirade, Su Yanhong shot a glare at Shinzong, snatched the food, and stormed off to the room. As she passed Xin Zhao, she deliberately bumped her shoulder and hissed under her breath, "Wretched girl." Afterward, Xin Zhao turned back and fiercely retaliated by colliding with Su Yanhong's wrist, twice. The greatest loss one can suffer is to be wronged. Su Yanhong wanted to curse Shinzhao further, but upon seeing the menacing expressions of the Shin family, she cowered. Once Su Yanhong had left, grumbling, Shinzong approached old Madam Shin to apologize. Mother, I am sorry. It is my failure to manage my wife properly. Old Madam Shin stepped aside, glancing at the two small girls, gently patting their heads. Tonight, you two shall sleep with me to avoid that wicked mother from hitting you later. As everyone was about to disperse, old Madam Shin called them back. Tomorrow, summon the fourth son home. I have something to discuss with you all. Everyone was perplexed, wondering what significant matter could warrant the fourth son's return. However, seeing the resolute expression on old Madam Shin's face, they wisely refrained from asking further. Shinzong volunteered to take on the task of going to the city to find the fourth son. After everyone departed, old Madam Shin sought out Shinzhao, inquiring about her thoughts on her four brothers, specifically which brother she felt treated her best. Shinzhao reflected for a moment and concluded that thus far, it had been her eldest brother Shinguang and sister-in-law who had tirelessly cared for her. Old Madam Shin then casually proposed giving the job at the steel factory to Shinguang. Shinzhao was taken aback, realizing that the Lu family had bestowed a significant gift upon them. Regarding old Madam Shin's decision, Shinzhao harbored no objections. After all, if he took the job, he would still be a member of the Shin family, and such arduous work at the steel factory was not something she could handle. However, she wondered whether the other three brothers would be displeased with the job being offered to the eldest brother. Before dawn, Shinzong rose early and walked to the county town. It was only at noon that he returned with someone in tow. Mother, we are back. Shinzhao turned with the others. Upon seeing the man following Shinzong, she noted that he bore a striking resemblance to Shinzong, albeit with paler skin due to lesser exposure to farm work. Upon entering, he merely greeted, Mother, without much expression, presenting himself as a modest individual. Ah, it's good you are back. Come, Xiaozu, let me see you. Have you lost weight? You are looking fit. Shinzu handed a tightly wrapped parcel to old Madam Shin, offering a faint smile. Once everyone was seated, old Madam Shin invited them to eat. Even Shin Yao, who usually dined in his room, joined the gathering today. Everyone was pondering what old Madam Shin had to say, exchanging a few casual remarks before focusing intently on their meal. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Zhaodi and Feng Erlin began clearing the table. Su Yanhong sat nonchalantly, resting. Now that everyone is present, I shall not beat around the bush. There is a job at the steel factory. Who among you wishes to take it? Old Madam Shin quietly observed the reactions of her sons. Su Yanhong, startled, dropped the toothpick she was using, her eyes shining with excitement as she pressed old Madam Shin for details about the steel factory. Even shamelessly self-nominating, she was met with cold mockery from old Madam Shin. What business is it of yours? Close your mouth. If you do not wish to hear, go wash the dishes. Su Yanhong begrudgingly fell silent. Shinzong hung his head, his fists clenched on his knees. He hated Su Yanhong, loathing why he had a wife who always sabotaged good things, resenting her foolishness and how she brought him trouble. With Su Yanhong's outburst, Shinzong realized he had no chance of securing that job and silently bowed his head in resignation. Shin Yao also declined the offer, as his leg had yet to fully heal. He feared he would leave a poor impression on the factory leaders, and his treatment required him to remain in the village. Observing the other three sons' silence, old Madam Shin called out their names. Why are you all silent? Have you all lost your tongues? Shinguang lowered his head and replied, Mother, I do not wish to go. I cannot speak well. All my life, I have only known farming, and I am certain I would not adapt to life outside. My teachers always said I was slow-witted. Only Shinzong and Shinzu remained. Old Madam Shin looked at them, asking, What about you? Do you not wish to go? If not, I shall offer this position to someone else. After a long pause, Shinzu finally spoke, Mother, I am currently learning to repair cars with my master. I cannot leave him. If I go, I would be betraying my master. Su Yanhong's eyes reddened, her agitation evident. Mother, this job is not suitable for my husband. He has stated he only wishes to stay home with the children and me, but I have an excellent candidate in mind. Old Madam Shin raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Su Yanhong puffed out her chest. My brother Su Hong. He was a high school student, quite intelligent, articulate, and he is family. What do you think, Mother? Shinzhao scoffed inwardly, recognizing Su Yanhong's cunning plan to secure a good job for her brother. She thought too highly of herself. No. Not only Shinzhao thought this, but everyone present regarded Su Yanhong as utterly shameless. Shinzong remained silent, but she spoke on his behalf, even attempting to secure benefits for her brother. Su Yanhong began listing her brother's virtues while simultaneously belittling others. She claimed that Lin Zhaodi's family had never been educated and thus would not be competent, and that Feng Erlin's sole brother would need to stay home to care for the elderly, making her family the most suitable. Upon hearing this, Shinzhao interjected, I think my husband is quite suitable. He not only completed high school but also attended university. He is intelligent enough to win Mother's favor and be treated like a son. Surely he is articulate enough too. Su Yanhong's face flushed with anger, and she finally spat out, Your husband will cheat if he goes to the city. Lu Kuanye, bewildered, thought, What an absurd accusation. I would never cheat. Chapter 28, The Secret. Enough, my dear daughter-in-law, please calm down. Elder Mrs. Shin banged the table to silence the increasingly furious Su Yanhong. Mother-in-law, why do you only criticize me? Clearly, Shinzhao is causing even more trouble. Su Yanhong retorted. Mrs. Shin shot her a sharp glare. Shinzhao is my daughter. What are you to me? If you wish to secure a job for your brother, that is possible. Upon hearing this, Su Yanhong's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up to bow in gratitude, showering Mrs. Shin with compliments. Mrs. Shin raised her hand. Don't be too quick to rejoice. Have your parents bring me 200 yuan, and then I shall grant you the position. Su Yanhong's expression changed in an instant. Mother, we are family. Why should there be money involved? Who among us is family? We are the Shins, and you are a Su. You want to take advantage without spending a dime. Does such a good deal exist? Shin Zhao crossed her arms and stared at Su Yanhong. Mother, you are being too distant. Once my brother secures a job, he will certainly remember you, bringing you gifts during the festivals, and my parents will be grateful to you as well. Su Yanhong exerted all her efforts to speak well of her family. However, Mrs. Shin remained unmoved, insisting on the payment as a prerequisite for employment. She remarked that while they might express gratitude during holidays, it would be inappropriate to forget once the job was secured. Since Su Yanhong's marriage, every festival had seen her family descend upon them, feasting and taking more than their share. They arrived empty-handed but left with their arms full. This behavior had long become a source of ridicule for Mrs. Shin among the villagers. To believe Su Yanhong's deceitful words would be the act of a true fool. Ultimately, with no other options, Su Yanhong reluctantly conceded to consult her parents, requesting Mrs. Shin not to hastily offer the job to someone else. Frankly, at this juncture, 200 yuan for a job was already quite a bargain, as such positions could fetch 300 to 400 in the outside world. After Su Yanhong hurriedly left, Mrs. Shin turned her gaze back to her sons. None of you truly wish to work in the city, do you? Shinzong was at a loss for words, his head bowed as he anxiously fiddled with his hands. Mrs. Shin pointed to her eldest son. Last night, I discussed with your younger brother that if you are willing, I will secure the job for you. You are the eldest, diligent, and responsible. It is only right that you should be the first. Shin Guang's dark face flushed with pride. He could hardly believe that his mother had praised him. It was the first time in his life. So, in her heart, he was regarded in such a light. With reddened eyes, Shin Guang replied to Mrs. Shin, it is precisely because I am the eldest that I must remain at home to care for you as you grow older. Mrs. Shin was quite pleased with her eldest son's response. He was indeed the most filial son she had watched grow up. Do you not regret missing the opportunity to go to the city? Not at all. Shin Yao and Shin Zhu remained silent. The matter of work held no relevance for them. Mrs. Shin turned to Shin Zhao. You, my dear, what are your thoughts? Mother is listening to you. Shin Zhao glanced at Lu Kuanya. Do you wish to work in the city? Lu Kuanya shook his head. I promised you I would stay home to help until your brother fully recovers. Shin Zhao nodded. Mother, why not ask second brother if he wishes to go? If he does not, let us sell the position to someone else, but I refuse to sell it to Su Hong. Mrs. Shin smiled slyly. All right, mother understands. Her gaze fell upon Shinzong. Now, you speak. Shinzong raised his head, hesitated for a long moment, and finally expressed his desire to give it a try. Mrs. Shin laughed and chided him. You usually have the most opinions and chatter. If you want to go, just say so. Shin Zhao clapped her hands. Excellent, let us give the job to second brother. It is settled. She handed the letter Mrs. Shin had given her last night to Shinzong, stretched her limbs, and left with Lu Kuanya. Shinzong was overjoyed, having never anticipated that securing a job would be so effortless. The three brothers took turns congratulating him, urging him to work diligently and look out for Shinzu in the city. Shinzu sat next to Shin Yao, his drooping eyelashes concealing his emotions. Third brother, what happened to your leg? I've only been away for a little over half a month, and the changes at home are remarkable. Shin Yao discerned that his younger brother's inquiry pertained to Shin Zhao. He looked outside to see Shin Zhao and Lu Kuanya in the yard, occasionally hearing Shin Zhao's laughter as she playfully chastised Lu Kuanya for his faults. Isn't it wonderful this way? I need not worry about my leg. With the doctor and herbs that little sister found, I shall recover soon. Shinzu stared incredulously at Shin Yao. Was he actually praising Shin Zhao? It was almost unbelievable to hear such words from third brother's lips in his lifetime. Third brother, have you taken the wrong medicine? Shinzu thought to himself that perhaps Shin Zhao had given Shin Yao some sort of mind-altering potion. Shin Yao chuckled softly. Little Zhu, you have been away too long. Stay for a few days, and you will witness an entirely different Shin Zhao. While Shin Zhao still retained her playful and somewhat capricious nature, one could sense her innocence. She often surprised him with her helpfulness. She was genuinely delightful now, and even the younger children at home adored playing with her. Shinzu shivered at the thought, unable to fathom that such words could be used to describe Shin Zhao. He stared at Shin Yao, his expression one of disbelief. Third brother, I believe your greatest ailment is not your leg, but your mind. You are hallucinating. This imagination is quite terrifying. I absolutely do not believe in the Shin Zhao you speak of. Shin Yao shrugged and made a bet with Shinzu. If he stayed at home for 5 days and lost, he would owe the other 50 cents. Shinzu agreed. Meanwhile, the protagonist outside, Shin Zhao, was diligently sorting the herbs she had gathered the previous day. Suddenly, she felt a tickle in her nose and sneezed. I feel someone is talking about me, she declared confidently, turning to Lu Kuanya. Lu Kuanya raised an eyebrow. Could it be that I am merely thinking of you? His flirtation earned him a playful punch from Shin Zhao. Hurry up and work. Otherwise, I shall deny you dinner tonight, she threatened, feigning fierceness. Lu Kuanya laughed as he grasped her hand. If I perform well, will there be a reward? Shin Zhao withdrew her hand, her gaze evasive. You shall be rewarded with an extra piece of meat. Lu Kuanya understood that today had been light-hearted enough. Pushing further might scare her away. All right, I shall heed the boss's orders. I hope to enjoy the meat that the boss personally rewards me with tonight. After Xin Zhao playfully urged him to get back to work, she swiftly departed. Once inside, she dared to touch her flushed face. So hot, how did Lu Kuan-ye learn to be so charming? Xin Zhao rushed to Mrs. Shen's room. Mother, I wish to have a piece of land to plant sweet potatoes. Can you assist me? Mrs. Shen replied, that is no trouble at all, we can clear a spot in the yard for you. My dear, what made you think of planting sweet potatoes? It's a secret. Perhaps it will surprise you later. Chapter 29. A tenfold return. Su Yanhong returned to the Shen family in a state of utter despair upon witnessing the harmonious scene among the Shens. A surge of resentment welled up within her. It was all Xin Zhao's fault. Had it not been for her, her brother would undoubtedly have secured the job. No one was more suited for that position than her brother. If it weren't for Xin Zhao's greed for that 200 yuan, how could she have possibly returned home to inform her parents about this matter? If it weren't for Xin Zhao, she would never have been scolded by her parents for being useless. The mere thought of her parents' cold faces reprimanding her, even denying her a meal, was all because of Xin Zhao. The memory of her face still stung with a lingering pain. Fortunately, the journey had been long enough that the marks from the beating were no longer visible. She vowed to hold Xin Zhao accountable for this, wishing for her demise. I'm back, mother. Can I have a few more days at work? Please give my parents some time to borrow money? Old man Shen glanced at Su Yanhong's face and immediately surmised what had transpired. After all, he had long known the nature of those two in-laws. It was no mystery that she had likely been beaten, yet he could not fathom why this daughter-in-law was so obstinate, her heart entirely devoted to her maternal family. Though their family was not particularly well off, they were not unkind to their daughters-in-law either. If it weren't for Su Yanhong's persistent lack of clarity, she would not have been subjected to daily scoldings. However, her family was indeed harsh, with daily reprimands and beatings, denying her food, leaving all the household chores and fieldwork to the three sisters, and yet, she remained steadfastly loyal, truly a foolish endeavor. Old Lady Shen had long ceased to scold her. No matter how many times she was reminded, Su Yanhong always wore that same morose expression. Considering she had borne 3 children and was relatively adept at household tasks, she would have been divorced from the second son long ago. After contemplating, Old Lady Shen directly addressed the matter of the job being given to the second son. Since someone from their family was willing to work, there was no need to sell it to others. However, this news seemed to hit Su Yanhong rather hard. She looked at Shinzong in disbelief, frantically rushing over to grasp his clothing. Why did you go to the city to work? Don T, you know I wanted that job for my brother. Why are you competing with him? Are you planning to abandon us to find a younger, wealthier woman? I'll tell you, Shinzong, that is absolutely impossible. I would rather die in your home. Faced with Su Yanhong's dark and twisted words, Shinzong remained unfazed. Having shared a bed for so many years, he was well aware of her temperament and had long been prepared for such outbursts. Yet, hearing her words still stung somewhat. Under his unflinching gaze, Su Yanhong grew increasingly frantic, her eyes scanning the surrounding faces, ultimately landing on Xin Zhao. Seeing Xin Zhao's curious expression only fueled her hatred further. Pointing at Xin Zhao, she wore an expression of accusation. It's you, isn't it? It's all because you dislike me, look down upon my family, and deliberately want to humiliate me. Knowing I wanted this job, you still allowed Shinzong to take it. I knew it was you, you troublemaker. Why don't you just die? Why do you continue to linger in this household? You, who are already married, still shamelessly cling to your family. Don't think that because you've done a few things around here, everyone will forget what happened before. You think you're so important just because your mother-in-law dotes on you? Without you, this family would be far more harmonious. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your mother-in-law's favoritism, I would not be so despised. Now that you've achieved your goal, staying here without opposition, I've been ousted and humiliated. Are you pleased? Before Xin Zhao could retort, Lu Kuan-ye, unable to bear the scene any longer, pulled Xin Zhao closer, his chiseled features taut with determination. The job was obtained because Zhao Zhao saved someone. What are you barking about? Unable to produce money, too afraid to confront Shinzong, and now you seek to bully the weak. Xin Zhao interjected, I'm sorry, but you've bitten off more than you can chew. I have never excluded you. It's you who has consistently targeted me. The job was given to the second brother because he desired it, disregarding your husband's feelings while only thinking of your brother. What qualifications do you have to speak? Don't forget you are now part of the Shen family. With Xin Zhao's sharp tongue and Lu Kuan-ye's unyielding presence, even a dozen Su Yanhongs would stand no chance against them. Su Yanhong's face flushed crimson as she spat out, you're all bullying me. Second daughter-in-law, Old Lady Shen said today she has no desire to scold you. If you don't wish to be here, find a place you like to stay, Old Lady Shen said, her patience thoroughly exhausted, waving her hand for Su Yanhong to leave. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Yanhong scanned the room, finding no one to support her. Everyone merely watched her humiliation in silence, and in a fit of rage, she nodded a few times before fleeing. Lin Xiaodi, witnessing Su Yanhong's pitiable state, felt a pang of sympathy. She urged Shinzong to keep an eye on Su Yanhong, fearing she might do something foolish in a moment of despair. Shinzong stared at the empty doorway, shrugging off his sister-in-law's concerns. Don't worry, it's far more likely Su Yanhong will come to harm us than she would take her own life. If she does, let her be. Xin Zhao turned her head, meeting Lu Kuan-ye's gentle gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly commanded him to return to work and not to attempt any bribery to shirk his duties. As for Xin Zhao, she scampered away like a startled rabbit to tend to her sweet potato field. Unknown to her, Shen Zhu had approached silently, observing her with keen interest. He watched her, like a child playing in the mud, devoid of her previous disdain and pretense of cleanliness, instead radiating joy. A few siblings, including Shen Zishou and Shen Zaidi, surrounded her, appearing quite content. Shinzu picked up a stone and tossed it into the bucket beside Xinjiao. The calm surface of the water was disrupted, and as the stone sank, it set up a large splash that drenched Xinjiao, while the remaining water splattered onto the sweet potato field. Fortunately, it was summer, and the heat made the cool water from the well quite refreshing. Though her clothes became uncomfortably clingy, the sensation was rather pleasant. Xinjiao initially thought it was just children playing with stones. She bent down, diligently crafting a mud castle, cautioning them not to get wet and to be careful not to catch a chill. The children protested, claiming it was not their doing. Xinjiao looked up, scanning the area until her eyes narrowed at the figure of her fourth brother standing in the back. With an accusatory tilt of her chin, she asked, "Was it you?" Her tone was less than amiable. Shinzu thought to himself, indeed, as I've said, Xinjiao could never become a good person. "Yes, it was me. So what?" Xinjiao smirked. "You've got guts to admit it. Alright, children, listen to my orders, soak him completely." Chapter 30. Never surrender. Xinjiao took the lead, guiding the children, each armed with a water container, as they chased after Shinzu, drenching him mercilessly. "Fourth brother, there's still a chance for you to beg for mercy." Shinzu snorted coldly, splashing a ladle of water at Xinjiao to assert his stance. "Gathering so many helpers is not only unethical but also childish." "Xinjiao, I am your brother." Xinjiao merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." So what if he was her brother? After all, she had 3 other brothers. Furthermore, the fact that others were willing to assist her spoke volumes about her charm. Perhaps they should reflect on why they chose her over Shinzu. Accusations of immorality and childishness only fueled her resolve to teach Shinzu a lesson. As Shinzu scolded and dodged, the onlookers in the room merely watched their playful brawl without intervening. However, it wasn't long before Shinzu found himself unable to escape. Overwhelmed by the children, he was pinned to the ground and quickly drenched, leaving not a dry spot on him. Xinjiao insisted on knowing whether Shinzu was willing to concede and apologize. Shinzu stubbornly refused. Xinyao, watching from inside the room, was nearly in fits of laughter. Fong Erlin stifled a chuckle and, leaning on her husband's shoulder, quietly inquired, "Did fourth uncle and little sister used to play like this?" Having married in 3 years, she had seldom seen Shinzu. Typically, during festivals, he would return home in silence, quietly generous with gifts for the children. Today, however, it was the first time she witnessed the lively and talkative fourth uncle, a stark contrast to his previously morose demeanor. Upon hearing his wife's words, Xinyao's smile faded slightly as he reminisced. He chuckled softly, recalling that while they used to quarrel, it had been genuine fights, not the playful antics of today. The only losses Xinjiao had ever suffered were at Shinzu's hands. Not much older than Xinjiao, Shinzu had always disapproved of how Xin Laotai indulged her, unwilling to be her slave or follow her whims. Thus, a series of rebellions ensued. Xinjiao, once quite arrogant, had commanded her family's attention and, not content, insisted Shinzu comply with her whims, often tormenting him. After being struck by the impetuous youth, Shinzu had stormed out after a fierce argument with his family, leaving home to venture into the world alone. Rarely returning or speaking over the years, Xinyao observed this with both sorrow and concern. The 3 brothers had always held a deep affection for their younger sibling, often concocting excuses to send provisions to Shinzu in the city, fearing he might starve. Noticing her husband's shifting expression, Fong Erlin sensed her words had perhaps been ill-timed and awkwardly changed the subject. "Do you think fourth uncle will concede to little sister?" Xinyao shook his head, observing his brother's unyielding face, and confidently replied, "Just you wait. Little Zhu will not concede and will surely clash with Xinjiao." In the next moment, Shinzu indeed pushed aside all the children in Xinjiao, pinning her to the ground and pouring water over her, fiercely demanding, "Will you concede?" Xinjiao spat out the water in her mouth defiantly. "Shinzu, you better watch out. You're only 3 years old combined. You hit me once, I hit you once." Lu Kuan-ye considered intervening but was teased by his siblings, told not to be so nervous or protective, as Xinjiao appeared to be enjoying herself. As the playful scuffle progressed, they emerged looking as if they had just crawled out of a mud pit, with only their eyes visible amidst the mess. They exchanged insults and laughter, neither willing to concede. Suddenly, Xinjiao noticed something amiss with Shinzu's dangling left hand. "What's wrong with your hand? Let me see." Shinzu shook her off, retorting, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands." This incited Xinjiao's ire. Her concern met with insult only spurred her on as swiftly. She seized Shinzu's left hand and squeezed hard. Shinzu broke into a sweat, appearing in great pain, gritting his teeth and cursing Xinjiao as a lunatic. Xinjiao laughed, "You still have the energy to curse me, so it seems you're not in enough pain." It became evident that his arm was likely dislocated, and it had likely gone untreated for several days. One had to wonder how Shinzu had endured the discomfort. It was undoubtedly excruciating. Shinzong and Xinguang rushed out, inquiring what had transpired. Upon hearing Xinjiao's account, the 2 brothers were alarmed, chastising Shinzu for neglecting his own well-being, suffering in silence for days without seeking a doctor. Shinzu, ashamed, lowered his head, muttering, "I thought it was just a bump." Xinjiao squeezed his arm and chuckled. A sharp crack echoed, causing Xinguang and Shinzong to wince in sympathy. Though not their hands that were harmed, they felt an inexplicable twinge of pain. Even Shinzu let out a yelp. Xinjiao, with a sinister grin, remarked, "So you do know pain? I thought you were a lifeless doll." Even at this juncture, Shinzu still had the strength to retort, only to be sent sprawling by a kick from Xinjiao. "Xinjiao, just wait for me." Meanwhile, Su Yanhong emerged from the Shin household, her demeanor resembling that of a deranged individual. Crying and sullen, her appearance frightened her children into hiding. Upon stepping outside, she felt an overwhelming desolation, realizing she had nowhere to turn. Recently expelled from her natal family, her parents had made it clear. She must find work without spending a dime, even if it meant resorting to theft. To secure a job for her brother from the Shin family, she had already devised a strategy for this. To obtain a loan from Shin Lao Tai, believing that his family, it would be her prerogative whether to repay or not. Little did she anticipate the jealousy that would cloud her judgment upon entering, nor that the job would have already been taken from her. Now, Su Yanhong was filled with remorse. She shouldn't have provoked her husband. Having the job in Shin Zong's hands was advantageous for her. All she needed was to flatter him a little, perhaps entice him in bed, and surely she could secure it. Now, everything lay in ruins, all thanks to that wretched Shin Zhao. Each encounter with her drove Su Yanhong to madness. Shin Zhao must disappear. She could slowly win Shin Zong over later. With unwavering resolve, she headed toward the shade of a tree in the village, where a crowd had already gathered. They were all idly gossiping about others. Upon seeing Su Yanhong's disheveled approach, their eyes sparked with curiosity. They eagerly beckoned her over to share in conversation, which suited Su Yanhong perfectly. The villagers listened intently to the scandalous revelations Su Yanhong divulged, occasionally erupting in righteous indignation, cursing the Shin family and comforting Su Yanhong, affirming her suffering at their hands. As Su Yanhong grew increasingly animated, they praised her while simultaneously disparaging the Shin family, expressing their long-standing discontent. Yanhong, you are a good person, it's just unfortunate that you fell into the Shin family's clutches. Su Yanhong, flattered and swept away by their words, had initially intended to stick to her plan of simply ousting Shin Zhao from the Shin household. However, she found herself increasingly excited, feeling as though she had finally found someone who understood her, and uncontrollably divulged things she should not have. The crowd beneath the tree burst into laughter, reveling in her tales. Chapter 31 Irreconcilable. In the evening, Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu arrived punctually at Shin Yao's residence to examine Shin Zu's condition. The Shin family requested their assistance, and upon inspection, they found themselves utterly astounded. Jiang Xiuqing hesitantly inquired whether the Shin family had harbored any disdain for Shin Zu, suspecting mistreatment, for how else could such a robust young man appear so frail, even less vigorous than old lady Shun? Furthermore, his body bore numerous wounds, a veritable testament to his suffering. Had he not spent time with the Shin family and understood their character, he might have been compelled to report them for abuse. Old lady Shin was left in a state of bewilderment. Under pressure, it was revealed that Shin Zu's master was nothing short of a scoundrel. Though referred to as a mentor in driving and vehicle repair, he had merely enlisted a child to tend to their daily needs, using Shin Zu as a convenient outlet for his frustrations. Moreover, Shin Zu was responsible for the care of not just one, but 5 individuals. The Shin family had always assumed he was thriving outside. For years, he returned home only with good news, which dissuaded them from urging him to return. They were taken aback to learn of the harsh reality he faced, laboring like a beast of burden when he could have been working the family farm, or at least he would not be subjected to such indignities. Yet, Shin Zu possessed a stubborn disposition, firmly believing that having fled in search of a better life, he could not return without achieving some measure of success. Old lady Shin resolutely decided that Shin Zu should remain at home henceforth, for he had learned nothing of value and had endured such mistreatment. It was a disgrace, Shin Zu defiantly countered her, asserting that he had only just begun to learn, and if he were to leave after enduring so many years of hardship, it would all be in vain. Besides, the person he cherished remained there. Ultimately, Shin Zu's determination prevailed, and old lady Shin could only implore him to finish his studies and return home swiftly, urging him not to be so foolish. Shin Zhao, resting his chin on his hand, observed the scene. After discussing the condition of third brother's leg with Jiang Xiuqing, he felt reassured upon hearing that Shin Yao would soon be able to stand. As Shin Zhao prepared to leave, Shin Zu cast her a glance, and once she had exited, he shared disparaging remarks about her with old lady Shin. Mother, if you truly wish for my return and to witness my marriage, then simply send Shin Zhao away, and I shall return at once. I will never leave again. Upon hearing this, old lady Shin struck Shin Zu's head sharply. Sitting on the bed, Shin Yao covered his eyes, bemused by his brother's audacity. Shao Si, why can you not tolerate the youngest? Were it not for her, our family would not enjoy such bountiful meals. Your disdain for her is unwarranted. Shin Zu scoffed, declaring it impossible for him to harbor any affection for Shin Zhao. Were it not for her, he would never have left home, nor endured such suffering, and he certainly would not have been deprived of his education. Once a top student, teachers had encouraged him to persevere, assuring him of future opportunities for higher education. Yet Shin Zhao insisted on demanding a dress, clamoring for a meal at the state-run restaurant to show off to her friends. When the family opposed her, she threw tantrums until, seizing the opportunity when everyone was away working in the fields, she pilfered money to indulge herself outside, squandering it all. Upon returning home, she brazenly informed the family that she had spent all the money. When he confronted her with the question, "What am I to do now? I can no longer attend school." Shin Zhao merely mocked him, saying, "You think you can still go to school? You will toil in the fields for the rest of your life, serving me all the while." That grudge was one he could never forget, replaying in his mind 1,000 times, wishing for her demise even in his dreams. Old lady Shin, recalling the enmity between the siblings, sighed and gently stroked Shin Zu's neck. In the past, your sister was merely immature, but she has truly changed. Do not harbor hatred for her. If you must blame someone, blame me for my inability to secure funds for your education. Upon hearing old lady Shin's words, Shin Zu lowered his head, unable to suppress the rising tide of grievances. His shoulders trembled as tears, large as peas, cascaded down onto his trousers. He felt justified in resenting old lady Shin for her favoritism, for her perpetual indulgence of Shin Zhao, and for her years of indifference towards him, especially since he was but 2 years older than Shin Zhao. Yet how could he bring himself to resent the mother who had given him life? Thus, his hatred was reserved solely for Shin Zhao, the one who had usurped all affection. Old Lady Shen, having quietly retreated, left Shin Zhu to gaze through tear-filled eyes at Shin Yao on the bed. He choked out a call to brother, a single word laden with unspoken grievances, bitterness, and helplessness. Shin Yao, his eyes reddened, beckoned him closer, pressing his head into his embrace. Cry, let it all out, it will be all right. Shin Zhu wept as if to drain every tear from his being, consumed by his sorrow. Meanwhile, Shin Zhao was examining the recently gathered plants with Jiang Xiuqing. Suddenly, her right eyelid twitched. She urged Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu to step outside. Tonight, professors, you should return to the cattle shed. I have a foreboding feeling that danger is approaching us. Jiang Xiuqing and Song Jishu exchanged glances, though they wished to dismiss her as superstitious, recalling Shin Zhao's prior luck in the mountains. They swallowed their words. They decided it best to heed her warning and quickly made their way up the mountain. Upon reaching a clearing halfway up, they turned back to see Shin's residence illuminated by torches, a throng of villagers clearly visible. A wave of dread washed over them. Thank goodness we listened to Zhao. Had we not fled, we would surely have faced dire consequences. Song Jishu exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Jiang Xiuqing, fearing the villagers might have split into two groups to corner them, urged Song Jishu towards the cattle shed. Breathless and drenched in sweat, they returned to the cattle shed, startling the others inside. Questions arose regarding any trouble at the Shin household. Jiang Xiuqing, aware that it was not yet safe, quickly silenced any discussions on the matter and reminded everyone to securely hide the mountain goods and meat recently sent by Shin Zhao. On the other side, Shin Zhao was indeed in grave trouble. Intruders had stormed into her home, pinning her down. They recklessly rifled through the house, searching every corner. Shin Zhao noticed some individuals exploiting the situation, masquerading their intentions under the guise of a search. Village head, what is the meaning of this? Release my youngest immediately, we can discuss this civilly. Old Lady Shen rushed out, pushing aside those who restrained Shin Zhao. Liu Kuanye and others emerged as well, their expressions darkening at the sight of Shin Zhao's distress. What business do you have at our home at such a late hour? Even if you had a matter to discuss, it is utterly disrespectful to detain my wife. A man beside the village head scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Kuanye. You, a mere parasite, have no say here. Step aside. Liu Kuanye took 2 strides toward the man, seizing his collar, and glared down at him, ready to confront the affront. Chapter 32 A Reckoning. How are you better than me, you leech? With that, Liu Kuanye cast aside the man restraining Shin Zhao and helped her to her feet. The village chief's expression darkened upon witnessing his son being humiliated by an outsider. Xiao Lu, you are not from Shin family village, do not interfere in our family matters. Standing tall, Liu Kuanye resolutely positioned himself in front of Shin Zhao, silently conveying his stance. The village chief's son, Big Zhuang, rose to confront Liu Kuanye, arrogantly jabbing a finger at his chest. We have received complaints from villagers that Shin Zhao not only trespassed into the mountains to poach but has also been consorting with the people from the cattle shed. This is a grave offense, we could summon the Red Guards to apprehend you. You are indeed unfortunate to have such a wife. You may not be aware, but when you are away, your wife is quite promiscuous, seeking to flirt with every man, even the ruffians. Shin Zhao's face darkened with indignation. Who is spreading these vile rumors? Just as she was about to confront Big Zhuang, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Looking up in astonishment, she realized Liu Kuanye was furious. Big Zhuang, on the receiving end of the blow, was in a dire state, blood flowing from his mouth, a white object flying out with the spittle. Father, my tooth, he exclaimed, pointing in shock at the white square on the ground. Should you dare to slander my wife again, I will strike you each time I hear it. The village chief, incensed, ordered the immediate binding of all Shin family members. Shin Zhao, of course, refused to comply. You have already searched and found no evidence. Instead, many have seized items sent to my family by the Liu family. You are despicable and shameless, envious of our good fortune. The village chief's face fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Silence. He turned to the gathered crowd. Whoever has taken something must return it immediately. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you to the police station. Some timid villagers, trembling under the chief's piercing gaze, began to produce their stolen items. The chief, witnessing the pile accumulate, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. I told you all, we are merely searching for evidence, not here to rob. We are all from the same village, how can you be so brazen? Regardless, the Shin family will be taken for re-education soon, so why not take these items? It would be a waste otherwise, one villager insisted defiantly. Shin Zhao laughed in exasperation. Does it matter whether you take them now or later? If they are truly taken away for re-education, then so be it, but if you take them now, you are merely robbing us. Who informed you that I had connections with those from the cattle shed? The villagers pushed forward an individual. Upon seeing the person, the Shin family was utterly enraged and felt deeply betrayed. No wonder Shin Zong had refused to return home for dinner with Su Yanhong tonight. They had thought she was merely sulking, but it turned out she was conspiring with the villagers to undermine them. Facing the wrathful gazes of the Shin family, Su Yanhong lowered her head, unable to meet their eyes. Internally, she offered silent apologies, believing that once the family was restored, they would recognize her good intentions and thank her. Shin Zhao had already pieced together the truth. Since the villagers could recount the Shin family's affairs so precisely, even to the details of meals shared, it was evident that no one but the Shin family could divulge such information. You have searched thoroughly. Did you find any evidence? Present it. If you truly have it, I shall accept it. If not, I will call the police. The villagers exchanged glances, yet no one could produce any evidence. The village chief stood in stunned silence, grasping Su Yanhong. Did you not say they were here? Did you not claim there was plenty of fish and meat? Where are they? Where are the people? Su Yanhong, in disbelief, looked at the village chief. You can't find them? How is that possible? She broke away and went to search herself. Shen Zhao observed her with a cold smile as she frantically searched through the house, nearly overturning the entire Shen residence. Yet, nothing was discovered. Su Yanhong collapsed onto the floor, clutching her hair in despair. How can this be? She lunged at Shen Zhao, gripping her arm. Where have you hidden them? Shen Zhao smiled faintly, dismissing Su Yanhong entirely. There is nothing to find, for it does not exist. I have done nothing wrong, second sister-in-law. Even if you despise me, there is no need to slander me. You vile wretch, you must have hidden them somewhere. Su Yanhong turned to the village chief. Haven't the people from the cattle shed returned yet? Just then, two young men entered with torches, shaking their heads at the village chief. Everyone is asleep. Su Yanhong felt utterly defeated. They released their grip on the Shen family. Shen Zhao revealed the true motive behind Su Yanhong's slander. The Lu family had offered a job as gratitude for saving their lives, but Su Yanhong sought to bypass the Shen family to secure a position for her brother. They had agreed that if she could produce 200 yuan, she could secure the job for her brother. However, Su Yanhong's family was unwilling to contribute financially while demanding the position. The Shen family, not foolish, had given the job to Shen Zong, leading Su Yanhong to spread rumors and discontent. The villagers began to regard Su Yanhong with disdain, particularly the aunt who had spent the afternoon conversing with her and had even invited her to dinner. She approached Su Yanhong and slapped her twice across the face. How dare you deceive me? Do you not realize that I am not one to be trifled with in this village? After a long night of fruitless labor, Su Yanhong covered her swollen face, desperately shaking her head to assert her truth. Yet, all the Shen family members testified to Su Yanhong's desire for the job. As the topic of employment arose, the villagers became envious once more. They had been green with envy when they saw the Lu family bringing in goods resembling a small mountain. Now, they were astonished to learn of even more valuable items. They congratulated the Shen family for securing a golden opportunity, warning them not to forget their roots. Shen Zhao stepped to the door, blocking the exit. We will address future matters later, but for now, let us discuss the damage you have inflicted upon my family and the thefts that have occurred. If those hidden items are not returned, I will have Lu Kuangye call the police. Zhao girl, how could we possibly take your family's belongings? Do not speak such nonsense, an aunt retorted, her spittle flying in her agitation. Shen Zhao chuckled, extending her hand. Did you not take anything? Let us see your pockets. Chocolate, tea, candy, cigarettes, are they not all within your possession? The aunt's momentary guilt flitted across her face, yet she still refused to concede. Zhao girl, you are merely fabricating lies. I have never taken anything from others. You should check your own pockets. Why should I show you my pockets? And why did you enter my home? The village chief furrowed his brow, nearly pinching a fly. Enough. Fifth aunt, let us see what you have. Chapter 33 Assessment Period. Shen Zhao took a firm stance, confronting the villagers of Shenjie village, confining them within their homes. Not only did she demand the return of all items stolen from the Shen family, but she also sought compensation. The village leaders bore expressions of deep discontent. However, they had no recourse, as their wrongdoings were undeniable. Unable to retaliate against the Shens, they could only direct their ire towards Su Yanhong. One by one, they mocked her, attributing her actions to selfish motives. Su Yanhong found herself at a loss for words, desperately attempting to defend herself while trying to shift the blame onto Shen Zhao. Yet, the entire village had recently suffered greatly due to Shen Zhao's foresight. Now, seeing her was akin to encountering a dread fiend, they scurried away at any opportunity. Yet no one was foolish enough to approach her. All the villagers fled, leaving only Su Yanhong to face the entirety of the Shen family. She swallowed hard and took a step back, about to plead her innocence when Shen Zhao interrupted her. If it wasn't intentional, it was certainly willful. You may wish to drive me out of the Shen family, second sister-in-law, but the least you could have done was spare the Shen family from your recklessness. Su Yanhong glanced at Shen Zong, who appeared unfazed, and thus found her courage, puffing out her chest and defiantly retorting, you know I cannot stand you. Why don't you just leave? I may have erred, but the Shen family has not faced any actual calamity. Her audacious tone ignited the fury of all present. Even Lin Zhaodi, known for her gentle temperament, shook her head in disappointment, reproaching Su Yanhong, are you out of your mind? Who doesn't know that had it not been for Shen Zhao's instincts last night, those two would have faced dire consequences? Su Yanhong, preoccupied with her own grievances, failed to consider that her family, her husband and children, were all within the Shen household. Old Lady Shen, having passed the height of her anger, regarded Su Yanhong with eyes that resembled those of a stranger. First, you will be confined to the woodshed for reflection. If you cannot discern your mistakes by tomorrow, I shall send you back to your family. Su Yanhong's head jerked up to meet Old Lady Shen's gaze. Everyone understood that her return to her family implied a divorce. In this era, rural customs did not involve obtaining marriage certificates from the county. A mere banquet sufficed. If she were publicly returned to her parental home, it signified the man's rejection of her. Su Yanhong could hardly fathom that Old Lady Shen would utter such severe words, and with sincerity. In an instant, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, Mother, you cannot treat me this way. Yet, Old Lady Shen dismissed her with indifference, turning to retreat into the house. Shen Zhao watched Old Lady Shen's stooped form as she turned away, feeling a pang in her heart. She understood that while Old Lady Shen had her flaws, her heart was tender. Had Su Yanhong not gone too far, such words would never have been spoken. Even now, old lady Shen still offered Su Yanhong a final chance. If she were willing to genuinely reflect on her actions that night, she could remain with the Shen family. However, it appeared that Su Yanhong had yet to grasp this. Shen Zhao averted her gaze to Su Yanhong, who was now kneeling before Shen Zong, weeping and begging for mercy, and sighed. The following morning, the Shen family awoke to the enticing aroma of food. As Shen Zhao groggily rose, she inadvertently stepped on Lu Kuanye's foot. The muffled grunt startled her fully awake. Looking down at Lu Kuanye, curled up and protecting himself, she quickly offered her apologies. After a prolonged moment of deep breathing, he managed to suppress the sharp pain and muttered through clenched teeth, "No worries. Just be mindful of your steps, may your future be filled with happiness." Shen Zhao's face flushed as she hurriedly exited. Outside, she encountered Su Yanhong, who greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, little sister. Breakfast is ready." Shen Zhao politely acknowledged her and thought to herself that perhaps Su Yanhong possessed some wit after all. Of the family gathered quietly around the table, devoid of their usual clamor, as they were hesitant to speak up today. Once the meal concluded, Su Yanhong eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. Old lady Shen interjected, "Let the third daughter-in-law handle that." She then turned to Su Yanhong, inquiring, "Have you come to your senses?" Su Yanhong nodded vigorously, profusely apologizing and vowing to control her tongue in the future. Observing her sincere attitude, old lady Shen refrained from further admonishment, stating that they would assess her conduct in the coming days. Knowing she might remain, Su Yanhong was overwhelmed with joy. Shen Zhao, however, paid little mind to this. She had anticipated today's outcome and had already taken her basket up the mountain. Accompanying her was Lu Kuanye, and the two proceeded directly to the cattle shed, where the workers sighed in relief upon seeing Shen Zhao safe and sound. They had been restless with worry throughout the night. Once the tension eased, Lu Kuanye sought out several individuals he wished to speak with, while Shen Zhao engaged in conversation with Jiang Xiuqing about medicinal herbs. "I plan to sell the herbs on the black market. How about we split the profits 50-50? That one do, Xiao Zhao. We appreciate your goodwill, but the herbs were your discovery. We old fellows cannot take advantage of you. Besides, our lives have improved significantly with your assistance. We are quite content." Shen Zhao chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "Of course, I won't be giving you the money for free. We shall collaborate. I will gather the herbs, and you will help me dry and store them." Jiang Xiuqing and the others still felt as though they were benefiting from Shen Zhao's generosity and were reluctant to accept such a large share. Ultimately, Shen Zhao insisted on a 40% cut before they reluctantly acquiesced. With their cooperation settled, Shen Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon, they could initiate the next phase. She aimed to save some money to help her third brother and sister-in-law establish a small stall for business. Just half a year more, and they would be able to embark on their venture. Observing the smiles on Jiang Xiuqing and his companions' faces, she too smiled, envisioning their eventual return to the city with dignity. On the descent, Shen Zhao noticed the flowers and plants at the roadside and casually inquired about the reason behind Lu Kuanye's dismissal from his job. After a prolonged silence without a response, she glanced back to find him smiling at her in a way that seemed devoid of value. Just as she was about to ask about the source of his amusement, he suddenly remarked, "I thought you would never inquire about my affairs. Does this mean you're curious about me, perhaps even fond of me?" Shen Zhao immediately bristled as if someone had stepped on her tail. "Who is curious about you? Who likes you? I am merely concerned that you might continue to rely on me for a living." As soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. She understood that technically, Lu Kuanye had been supporting her during this time, laboring diligently in the fields, earning praise even from old lady Shen. Embarrassed, she felt a desire to hide away, and Lu Kuanye chose not to press the matter further. "I have my own tasks, you need not worry about my employment." Chapter 34. A not being human who worries about your work. "Lu Kuanye, you are exceedingly self-absorbed." After leaving a remark, Shen Zhao hastily fled down the mountain as if pursued by a dog. Especially upon hearing the hearty laughter behind her, she lowered her head, allowing her hair to veil her flushed ears, and hurried down the slope. In truth, Lu Kuanye was correct. During this period, Shen Zhao had been diligently planning for the future of the Shen family, devising suitable career paths for them. Lu Kuanye was also included in her considerations. However, she had always sensed that he harbored secrets. Despite returning home, he seemed perpetually occupied, particularly at night. He was often engrossed in writing. Of course, Shen Zhao refrained from prying into his writings, for that would infringe upon his privacy. Moreover, Lu Kuanye was unwavering in his weekly visits to the city's post office every Monday morning to send items. These were all observable patterns. Shen Zhao smacked her forehead. How foolish she had been to concern herself with Lu Kuanye. On the first day that her second brother, Shen Zong, started working in the city, he borrowed a bicycle from a villager. In the morning, the eldest brother rode him to the factory gate before cycling back. During this time, Su Yanhong had been remarkably well behaved, almost a complete transformation, and even the once timid daughters, Danielle and Erniao, had begun to warm up to her. After all, she was their biological mother. Regardless of past grievances, a hint of kindness could draw them closer. "Mom, where is Dad going today?" Erniao sleepily clung to Su Yanhong's leg, gazing at their father preparing to leave. Su Yanhong beamed. "Your father is going to work in the city. He will be a worker from now on." She had come to realize that with Shen Zong as a worker, she too would bask in the envy of others, which was a good thing. However, it did mean that the next time they saw their parents, they might receive a scolding. The entire Shen family accompanied Shen Zong as he departed. Although Granny Shen said nothing, she discreetly stuffed 5 steamed buns, freshly made the night before, into Shen Zong's arms. Sniffling, Shen Zong promised his grandmother that he would work diligently, bidding farewell to everyone before sitting on the back of his elder brother's bicycle, heading towards the city. With one less person, there was more work for everyone to do. Even the children understood the need to contribute. In these past few days, Xinyao had been practicing walking at home. Only Xinjiao spent her days tending to the sweet potato field in the yard. The rest of the Xin family was always curious about what Xinjiao was observing. However, no matter how they inquired, she refused to divulge any information, merely stating that they should await the surprise. 2 days prior, Shinzu had returned home. After staying for a few days, he noticed that Xinjiao was exceptionally different. Following his loss in a bet with the third brother, he returned to the city. Upon his departure, the family was filled with apprehension, especially Granny Shin, who seemed on the verge of tugging his ear to speak with him. This made Shinzu so anxious that he avoided people for several days. Xinyao approached Xinjiao, peering at the flourishing sweet potato seedlings on the ground, wondering how Xiaoxi was faring now. When would he return? He had mentioned bringing back his favorite girl next time, but Xinyao was unsure if he was telling the truth. Xinjiao glanced up at her third brother, who was pretending to be profound, and suddenly shifted her position. Hey, Xinjiao, what does this mean? You're treating your brother this way when he is talking to you. Ignoring me without a reply, Xinjiao merely nodded nonchalantly, letting her hands hang limply. Indeed, she was ignoring Xinyao. There was no other choice. Xinyao was simply too bothersome that he was a quintessential younger brother. Ever since their encounter with Shinzu, he had been incessantly babbling about Xinyao, making one wonder if he thought Xinyao was his wife. Furthermore, after mentioning Shinzu, Xinyao would seek out someone to chat with. If anyone indulged him, it would be a disaster, as he would endlessly chatter in their ears. He even brought up the time he wet his pants as a child, as Xinjiao had been a victim of this incessant nagging. She did not wish to be bothered by Xinyao. Pretending not to hear and avoiding him was the best strategy. Xinjiao, you truly are a good sister. How could you be so heartless as to neglect your poor brother? I am truly pitiable, with my leg injured, forced to be cooped up at home, and my only sister won't even speak to me. I am utterly miserable. Sigh, I might as well go out. Xinjiao lifted her head. Oh, you want to go out? Very well. Xinjiao pushed the wheelchair, which Lu Kuanya had specially prepared for Xinyao during his free time when it was first brought out. The villagers had gathered to watch as Xinyao was wheeled out to the door. This wheelchair had garnered Lu Kuanya much praise from the villagers. Xinjiao positioned Xinyao in the wheelchair, causing him to grasp the handles in alarm, nervously questioning what Xinjiao intended to do with him. Xinjiao, I am your biological brother, you cannot sell me off. Xinjiao merely smirked, thinking that her third brother was excessively confident in himself. Who would want him like this, unable to work and perpetually complaining? Anyone willing to take Xinyao home would be warmly welcomed. Adhering to her principle of not speaking to Xinyao more than necessary, Xinjiao ignored him throughout their journey. As they distanced themselves from the village, Xinyao finally panicked. Xinjiao, are you really going to abandon your brother? I must tell you, if mom finds out tonight, she will definitely scold you. Xinjiao grinned. Third brother, you are just too confident in yourself. It is impossible for mom to scold me. Unable to contain herself, she relented slightly since they had already arrived at their destination and allowed herself to speak a bit more. Then she released her hold. Xinyao looked at the surrounding trees and the distant village entrance, swallowing hard. A little sister, why have you brought me here? Xinjiao continued to smile. Third brother, what did you call me? Call me that a few more times. Xinyao could only comply, secretly planning to trip Xinjiao up once they returned home. Xinjiao, delighted by his response, informed Xinyao that she was fulfilling his wish. She even praised herself as the best sister in the world. Didn't you say you wanted to go out and see the world? Now I'm taking you out to breathe fresh air, right in the woods. Just look at this beautiful environment, and there is an additional benefit. Do you know what it is? What? I don't know. Xinyao's smile was more akin to a grimace that he could already guess from Xinjiao's expression that today would definitely involve some trickery on her part. Third brother, today is an excellent opportunity to aid your recovery. Just think, breathing fresh air will lift your spirits, and soon you'll be able to stand up, pushing your wheelchair home. The exercise during our journey will surely suffice for your daily requirement. You can show the villagers that you are now a man who can stand. Let us see who dares to mock you again. Upon hearing this, Xinyao instantly grasped the crux of her plan. Yes, that sounds wonderful, but what about you? You're not included in this plan. I have a bad feeling about this. Of course, as your wonderful sister, I will always accompany you. Then you push me back. It was evident that Xinjiao was indeed not being human. Chapter 35 of The Weasel Visits the Hen for New Year's greetings. As they journeyed along the path, all eyes were fixed on Xinyao and Xinjiao. Has Zhao girl been injured? No, Yaozi, your leg is healed? The onlookers were akin to spectators at a zoo, marveling at the fresh spectacle. Xinyao wished fervently to abandon Xinjiao and return home with a forced smile. He greeted the crowd, his head bowed as he hastened Xinjiao's pace considerably. Yet, Xinjiao deliberately spurred him on. Third brother, hurry up, you're too slow. Xinyao felt an urge to slap her. At last, they passed the most crowded stretch, and the incessant inquiries around them finally ceased. Just as Xinyao sighed in relief, he was prompted by Xinjiao to push the cart faster, nearly gasping for breath. Third brother, what do you want to do now that your leg is better? Why do you ask that? Xinjiao looked up. Are you and third sister-in-law considering starting a business? Xinyao, alarmed, swiftly covered Xinjiao's mouth, scanning the vicinity for eavesdroppers. Have you lost your mind? Is that something you can say? If others hear us, we're finished. Xinjiao pulled his hand away. It's fine, I'll be able to speak soon enough. I'm just asking if you want to do it. I think third sister-in-law has excellent skills. We could set up a small stall to sell food, and you could help out. After pondering for a moment, Xinyao shook his head. You should stop overthinking it. If you don't keep quiet, I won't push you back. Xinjiao zipped up her mouth. Today was merely a test of Xinyao's attitude, and it seemed her third brother was indeed tempted. The prospect of making money was a good thing. After supervising Xinyao's workout upon their return home, Xinjiao disregarded his pleas and set out with a water bottle in hand. As she stepped outside, she reveled in the village's unique natural beauty, occasionally hearing voices from the fields, while the warm breeze enveloped her like a fiery embrace. Lowering her hat's brim, she hummed a tune as she walked. Despite having had her share of conflicts with the villagers, it was undeniable that they remained quite sincere. Even after quarrels, they would readily lend a helping hand when they knew someone was in need. Shinzong's vehicle for commuting to work was often borrowed from the villagers, several of whom were not on good terms with the Shin family, yet they still obliged. Of course, the Shin family was not ungrateful. They would always offer something in return, be it a small gift or a couple of dimes. Immersed in the summer atmosphere, Xinjiao was suddenly confronted by a pair of delicate hands. Curiously, she looked up. "What do you want from me?" Zhou Yue, flustered, glanced around. "Can you do me a favor?" Xinjiao flatly rejected her, her tone unyielding. "No, move aside." "Why are you like this? Aren't we good comrades?" Xinjiao found Zhou Yue's sudden accusatory tone amusing. "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at you, of course. I've only spoken to you once. Who are you familiar with?" There was one thing Xinjiao refrained from saying. A weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. A blush crept onto Zhou Yue's face as she forcibly grabbed Xinjiao's hand, dragging her alone. "I don't care, you must help me." Xinjiao, speechless, didn't resist, curious about Zhou Yue's intentions. However, upon seeing Song Xiao, she fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Yue. She thought, the sycophant is certainly up to no good. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, she quietly awaited the exchange. "Comrade Xinjiao, long time no see. I have something to discuss with you, but you've been avoiding me, so I can only." Song Xiao turned to Zhou Yue, exuding charm as he offered her a gentle smile and a nod of appreciation. Xinjiao glanced at Zhou Yue and could hardly bear to witness her infatuation with Song Xiao's face. She truly wanted to tell Zhou Yue to treat herself to something nice. If nothing else, perhaps borrow Lu Kuangye for a look. Under Song Xiao's suave demeanor, Zhou Yue, dazed, vacated the scene, promising him she would be available for any future matters. Xinjiao closed her eyes, trying to block out the annoyance. "Xinjiao, I want to ask if you received money from Chen Xiaoru before?" "Oh, so that's what this is about." Xinjiao lifted her eyelids to glance at the normally composed Song Xiao, responding with a cheerful hum. In the next moment, an outstretched hand appeared before her. "Xinjiao, return the money to her. If there is any issue, come to me." Such an assertive statement almost made Xinjiao laugh. "Are you defending her? If your little admirer Zhou Yue hears this, won't she be heartbroken?" "Stop talking nonsense, Yue and I are just good comrades." Song Xiao retorted, his posture exuding confidence. Xinjiao responded with an "oh," directly informing him that returning the money was out of the question. "Aren't you quite capable, a wealthy man from the city? Surely this sum is trivial for young Master Song." She intentionally invoked Song Zhao's title to fabricate a false identity. Seeing Song Zhao's expression darken at the mention of young master, she nearly burst out laughing. "No way, could it be that everything young Master Song said before was a lie?" Song Xiao quickly composed himself, looking at Xinjiao as if she were a mischievous child. "You can speculate all you want, but you should not deceive Chen Xiaoru for money." Xinjiao pointed at herself. "Me? Deceive for money? Do you have any evidence?" Song Xiao was at a loss for words, indeed lacking proof, but Chen Xiaoru had informed him. Just the thought of Xinjiao acquiring so much money made his heart ache. He couldn't bear to imagine the significance that amount could hold for him. The glimmer of greed that flickered in his eyes was caught by Xinjiao. With a smirk, she mused, "So it's really about the money. Forget it, this is too dull. Song Xiao, don't forget all the money you've taken from me under various pretexts. I advise you not to pursue me any further, or I will ensure you have no hope of returning to the city." Startled by the fierce glint in Xinjiao's eyes, Song Xiao took a step back. Recalling her recent string of victories, he suppressed the urge to speak. He chose to release Xinjiao, allowing her to leave, though his gaze lingered on her retreating figure, darkening with intensity. Unfazed by the brief interruption, Xinjiao arrived at the fields, where Zhou Yue rushed over first. "What did the young intellectual Song discuss with you?" Xinjiao shot a glance at Zhou Yue, who resembled a curious child, and her demeanor cooled. "If you really want to know, go ask Song Xiao yourself. I am under no obligation to inform you." Zhou Yue pouted, watching Xinjiao walk away, muttering a few complaints about her unwillingness to share even a simple inquiry. So stingy. Another female intellectual approached, curious about when Zhou Yue had become so close to Xinjiao, reminding her to be cautious, as Xinjiao was not someone to be trifled with. Zhou Yue huffed, "Who was close to her? I merely want to use her. How could a country bumpkin like her be worthy of playing with me?" The other girl could only roll her eyes at Zhou Yue's disdainful attitude. Chapter 36 pursued. "Ah, is Miss Zhao here to deliver water to your family again? How delightful." Xinjiao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to each greeting, exchanging a few pleasantries before quickening her pace. She had become adept at recognizing members of the Shin family solely by their silhouettes amidst the throng of indistinct figures. After bidding farewell to those conversing with her, she hurried towards her family. "Mother, father, elder brother and sister-in-law, second and third sisters-in-law, come and drink some water." Upon hearing Xinjiao's voice, the Shin family looked up, their faces lighting up with joy. They knew she must have brought something with her. Surrounding her, they inquired about the tea she had brought today. Nearby, a group of men working heard the Shin family's banter and chimed in with grins. "Your family is so particular. Drinking tea, are you?" Other men joined in, teasingly expressing envy that the Shin family could enjoy the water Xinjiao delivered every afternoon. The Shin family responded with cheerful retorts, "Well, you can envy us all you want. It is not our fault you don't have any. The group of men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with mockery. Their intention wasn't to genuinely praise the Shin family, rather, they aimed to subtly criticize Shinjiao for not working and merely delivering water daily. Little did they know, the Shin family was blissfully unbothered, keeping a slight distance. One of the men dryly remarked, "You drink up. We aren't as fortunate as you." The Shin family paid no heed to their words, for only those who had truly tasted the tea Shinjiao brought would understand its remarkable effects. Under the blazing sun, the Shin family felt no fatigue, all thanks to their daily consumption of Shinjiao's tea, which left them warm and invigorated for work. After distributing the water, old Madame Shin downed her cup in one go, glancing at Shinjiao who was idly squatting on the ground, pulling weeds. Suddenly, she beckoned her over. Shinjiao, thinking old Madame Shin wanted more water, rushed over and began to explain the dangers of overindulgence. Old Madame Shin quickly grabbed Shinjiao's arm, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm not asking for water, listen to your mother." Shinjiao tightened her grip on the water jug, responding with an "oh." Having been tricked by old Madame Shin numerous times, she no longer believed her claims of not wanting water. With a smile, old Madame Shin patted Shinjiao's arm. "You child, you don't even trust your mother. I have a very important task for you." Shinjiao looked at old Madame Shin in confusion. Apart from working at home, what other tasks could she possibly have? Today, they had caught fish and meat, supervised the third brother's exercise, and the little ones were playing by the fields. Shinjiao rattled off the details of the household activities like pouring beans. Old Madame Shin hummed in response, as if conjuring magic, pulling a slightly warm, melted candy from her pocket and placing it in Shinjiao's hand. "This is a reward for you, but that is not what I wanted to discuss. I need you to take something to your uncle." Shinjiao considered that since she had nothing else to do, it would be more enjoyable to head out for a bit. Old Madame Shin's family home wasn't too far away, just 2 villages over. If she left now, she would likely arrive home by dinner. After clarifying what old Madame Shin wanted her to deliver en route to her uncle's house, Shinjiao shoved the remaining water jug into Lu Kuangye's hands and dashed off. Lu Kuangye, feeling the lingering warmth of the jug, called after her, "Be careful." He chuckled as he saw Shinjiao wave her hand in acknowledgement before bowing his head to continue his work. Shinjiao dashed into her home like a gust of wind, nearly startling Xinyao to death. "What is the rush? Don't you fear colliding with someone?" It was Shinjiao's first time leaving their village, and in her excitement, she couldn't find the words to respond to Xinyao. She took the basket into old Madame Shin's room and stuffed all the items she was instructed to deliver inside. Xinyao stood at the doorway, his legs still a bit unsteady, watching Shinjiao busily at work, his mouth never ceasing to chatter, akin to Tang Sang reciting the tightening spell to Sun Wukong. If Shinjiao weren't so occupied, she would have surely engaged in a spirited debate with Xinyao. Once everything was packed, Shinjiao finally spared a fraction of her attention for Xinyao, who appeared rather idle, and she promptly pushed him towards the wash basin. "Brother, help me kill a couple of fish from the basin." Xinyao crossed his arms and shot her a sidelong glance. "Didn't I just talk to you for ages, and you ignored me? Now you want me to work?" Shinjiao replied with a firm, "I need them for my uncle, hurry." Upon hearing this, Xinyao fished out a fish from the bucket, swiftly stunning it and scaling its skin with an impressive flourish. Shinjiao, standing nearby, offered a few supportive compliments. After acquiring the fish, she coldly reminded Xinyao to remember to cook dinner before turning on her heel and darting away. Exasperated, Xinyao shouted after her, branding her an ungrateful little brat. "After doing so much for you and preparing the fish so well, you don't even offer a simple thank you and expect me to cook." It felt like abuse to him. Having already left the village with her load, Shinjiao sneezed repeatedly, muttering, "It must be the third brother cursing me behind my back. I'll confront him when I return tonight." Fortunately, she didn't lose her way, as there was only one road initially. Shinjiao felt confident and found it amusing, but as time passed and the scenery remained unchanged, coupled with the sparse population along the route, she began to feel a twinge of regret. The basket felt rather heavy. As she trudged along, she spotted a village up ahead. Shinjiao recognized it as Qinjia village. Passing through it meant she had covered half the distance, leaving only the other half. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, prompting Shinjiao to find a large stone by the roadside to rest for a moment. Unexpectedly, she spotted a familiar face. It was one of the Chun family members who had attempted to extort money from Song Xiao the other day. Sensing trouble, Shinjiao quickly prepared to slip away unnoticed, but just as she was about to leave, she was spotted by Chen Sanmei. She pointed at Shinjiao, speaking to her mother, and old Madame Chen, seemingly fueled by an adrenaline rush, shouted from the fields, declaring that Shinjiao was the one who had bullied her. Since they were all from the same village, they were more than willing to lend a hand. One by one, they picked up their tools and charged towards Shinjiao. As she ran, she shouted in protest, "I did not bully anyone from your village. It was your people who came looking for trouble in ours." However, the crowd paid no heed to her explanations, insisting that she stop. Shinjiao knew well that if she halted, she would face dire consequences. With her feet gliding like oil, she sprinted away among the crowd. Chen Xiaoru suddenly recognized Shinjiao's profile, pointing her out to her parents. Now the villagers of Qinjiao were even more determined to chase her down. Their resolve to catch Shinjiao was unwavering, leaving her feeling bitter. Just as she pondered her next move, she rounded a corner and spotted a cyclist. Shinjiao quickly called out for help. "Brother, give me a ride. Save me." Chapter 37. A repayment. There was no room, comrade, you should just run away. Shinjiao's foot slipped, nearly causing her to fall. Shouldn't it be about mutual assistance? Noticing the indescribable expression on Shinjiao's face, the man gave an awkward smile. "It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that my legs aren't in good shape. Riding to carry you would probably be less efficient than your running." Shinjiao glanced down at his feet, seeing nothing amiss. Didn't he seem to have caught up from behind? Shinjiao found it hard to articulate her thoughts. "Come on, buddy, can't you find a more reasonable excuse to refuse?" Before Shinjiao could say more, the pursuers were closing in rapidly. "Can I give you a ride?" She swallowed hard, staring anxiously at the man. That if he were to refuse again, she'd have no choice but to make a run for it. The man glanced back at the approaching figures and nodded in agreement. Xin Zhao swiftly mounted the bike, confirming he was settled before pedaling away. The wind rushed into her mouth, making her eyes nearly shut tight. After a considerable time had passed without hearing the sounds of pursuit, Xin Zhao finally slowed down. The man's hairstyle was tousled by the wind, bringing the bike to a halt. Xin Zhao expressed her gratitude profusely, pulling a small ginseng from her backpack and offering it to him. This seems inappropriate. I haven't really helped you that much. Xin Zhao waved her hand dismissively. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have been beaten up. The man grew curious about why Xin Zhao was being chased by so many people. Xin Zhao briefly recounted the events leading up to her predicament, prompting laughter from the man. He then shared his own reasons for being there due to his family's poor health. He had heard that the nearby mountains might provide some needed resources. Thus, he had come on his bike, wandering around for several days without success, as he was not a professional and couldn't identify medicinal herbs. Therefore, what Xin Zhao had given him was a lifesaver. After exchanging names and addresses, Xin Zhao learned that the man's name was Zhou Jianping. As they chatted, the man pulled out a large bill from his pocket and handed it to Xin Zhao, almost fearing she might refuse. After giving it to her, he rode off, telling her to keep in touch whenever possible. If she came across any more nourishing herbs, he would be grateful. Xin Zhao stood there, inhaling the exhaust of the bike, watching the kind-hearted stranger depart, her steps revealing her joy. Before long, she arrived at Zhangjia village, and as an outsider, her presence instantly attracted attention. Even Xin Zhao, who usually thrived in social situations, felt a tad embarrassed. An aunt approached, scrutinizing Xin Zhao's face for a while. "Who are you looking for, girl? You seem a bit familiar, and you have a rather charming appearance." Xin Zhao confidently inquired about the whereabouts of Grandma Shen's brother. Upon hearing she was the granddaughter of Grandma Shen, everyone gazed at Xin Zhao with a look of awe, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "I told you she resembles Xiao Mei's child. But she seems to have become even prettier than before. She is just a little girl. She has grown up, hasn't she? It's been years since anyone has seen her. Isn't that normal? I want to ask my daughter what she has been eating to look so beautiful." "Don't dream too much, ninth aunt. Your daughter, no matter how much she eats, won't become pretty. Get lost, my daughter is stunning." Soon, someone arrived, bringing Zhang Chun along. He was a small, slightly hunched old man with keen eyes, who squinted at Xin Zhao as he approached. Within her delicate features, he discerned a resemblance to his sister. In an instant, the old man's expression shifted from joy to seriousness. "Come with me." Xin Zhao followed the old man, gradually distancing herself from the crowd. They reached a row of 4 connected courtyards, and Zhang Chun led Xin Zhao into the first house. The interior buzzed with activity, likely having just returned from the fields, busy preparing dinner. As Xin Zhao sat down, a spirited little boy brought her water. Calling her aunt sweetly, Xin Zhao quickly retrieved some candies from her pocket to share with him and the other children. Observing Xin Zhao's actions, the old man let out a cold snort, leaving Xin Zhao puzzled. Had she truly done something wrong? Hadn't she been behaving well since her arrival? "Speak up, how much do you wish to borrow this time? If you weren't my sister's granddaughter, I certainly wouldn't lend you any more money." Zhang Chun cautioned, reminding her that they were not a wealthy family and could not afford her frequent borrowing. Xin Zhao was taken aback, suddenly recalling how Grandma Shen had indeed caused her brothers quite a bit of trouble in the past. It was only due to their kind nature that they were willing to lend Grandma Shen money, despite their own financial constraints. The last time she had received money for her head injury had been contributed by her brothers. Now, it made sense why they had all greeted her with such sour expressions. It was a miracle they hadn't kicked her out. Hastily waving her hands, she set down her backpack. "No, uncle, I'm here today to bring you something." Others gathered to take a look, and upon seeing the basket brimming with mountain goods, they were taken aback. Especially when Zhang Chun saw the fish Xin Zhao pulled out, he solemnly asked her if she was planning to starve herself. "Don't bring so much just to save face. How much did you spend on this?" He firmly refused to accept Xin Zhao's gifts, insisting she take them back. After Xin Zhao explained and assured them that everything had been foraged from the mountains without any expenditure, Zhang Chun remained skeptical. "Uncle, don't you believe me?" Xin Zhao was momentarily speechless, casting a complicated glance at her uncle, wishing she could convey that sometimes honesty wasn't always the best policy. Reluctantly, she pulled out her trump card, revealing a stack of money from her pocket. "Uncle, here is the money I owe you from before tonight. Please prepare meat and vegetables, and invite a few uncles over for a meal. I'll repay you." The Zhang family was not merely surprised, they were utterly astounded. "You haven't done anything wrong, have you? We can't accept this money, take it back." Xin Zhao felt as if she might spit blood. Had she truly reached the point in their eyes where they suspected her of deceit, she had to explain that her second brother had gone to the city for work and had made some money, urging them not to worry. After repeated assurances, Zhang Chun finally sent someone to notify the neighboring families, which were quite close. That evening, everyone gathered together, filling the courtyard with lively chatter. Before the dishes were prepared, Xin Zhao sought out several uncles, handing them the money, and then quietly slipped away. She had promised to return for dinner and was primarily concerned that they might try to return the money to her. Throughout the journey home, Xin Zhao hardly dared to pause, rushing straight to her doorstep. However, upon arriving home, she discovered that dinner had already been served. Fortunately, Grandma Shen had set aside some food for Xin Zhao. As she ate, she updated Grandma Shen on the situation. Hearing that Xin Zhao had returned the money to her uncles, Grandma Shen could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Xin Zhao, weeping for a while. "I didn't raise you in vain, my dear." Chapter 38. A tender kiss. The consequences of yesterday's escapade left Xin Zhao unable to rise from her bed this morning. In a fleeting moment of regret, she lay there, astonished at the pervasive soreness that enveloped her body. Lu Kuangye, having returned to check on Xinjiao, couldn't suppress a laugh upon seeing her sprawled on the bed, looking utterly despondent, like a dreamless salted fishy enraged. Xinjiao bared her teeth in a mock threat, "Laugh again, and I shall bite you." Lu Kuangye's restrained amusement erupted at her words. However, sensing that Xinjiao was on the verge of becoming a feisty little cat, he deftly smoothed her ruffled fur. He approached her and began massaging her legs and shoulders, all the while observing her intently. The sight of a small cat brandishing its claws was perilous. Should he provoke her, he could face the consequences of her ire. With a gentle smile, he increased the pressure of his massage. Xinjiao closed her eyes in bliss. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she opened her eyes wide and inquired of Lu Kuangye, "What is today's date?" "It's the 10th of September. "Why," he replied. Xinjiao's eyes sparkled with realization. She was eager to witness the festivities. "Little Lu, give me a thorough massage, and should you perform well, I shall reward you with a sweet." Lu Kuangye gazed at her audacious little face and smirked. "But what if I do not desire a sweet?" "What do you wish for, then?" Xinjiao asked. Lu Kuangye teased her, merely stating that she would find out in due time. Not pondering further, Xinjiao acquiesced and requested another round of leg massage. After a full half hour, feeling the discomfort in her legs diminish, Xinjiao called a halt to Lu Kuangye's ministrations. "That will suffice." "Well done, little Lu, you possess a natural talent and take your work seriously. Speak up if you desire anything." Lu Kuangye remained silent, leaning closer to Xinjiao. This situation had arisen numerous times before, particularly when he had questioned her identity, and Xinjiao had long since grown accustomed to it. She assumed he was about to ask yet another question, reflecting on whether she had concealed any misdeeds from him recently. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her lips, a brief yet impactful kiss that departed before she could fully register it. Her expression of surprise had yet to grace her features. "The reward I sought has been acquired. Thank you, Boss Xin. Do remember to call on me again when needed." Xinjiao stared at Lu Kuangye, her face a canvas of disbelief. "I never anticipated you to be such a person. How depraved, utterly depraved." Yet, her thoughts were invaded by the vivid memory of his thick, curled eyelashes, closed eyes, reverent expression, prominent nose, and heated breath. A nonsensical saying flitted through her mind. It was said that men with prominent noses possessed superior virility. In an instant, Xinjiao's face flushed crimson. She hastily scrambled out of bed, muttering a curse against him before dashing outside. It was not until she reached the riverbank that she managed to calm her racing heart. Internally chastising herself, she thought, it was merely a kiss. How unbecoming. After all, I have traversed from a liberated world. Surely, this behavior won't make Lu Kuangye perceive me as timid? Meanwhile, abandoned at home, Lu Kuangye felt no such inclination. Instead, he found her bashful demeanor utterly charming. Xinjiao squatted by the river, fixated on her reflection, yet her gaze inexplicably darted towards her lips. "Oh dear. Why do I keep thinking such peculiar thoughts?" Resolute in her decision to distract herself, she recalled the day's anticipated events. Rising and dusting off her backside, she set off. Two occurrences awaited her. One involving Song Zhao's ill-fated attempt at heroically rescuing a damsel in distress, resulting in the unfortunate marriage of a girl to a loathsome, impoverished, and abusive ruffian. The other was the return of the novel's heroine. After a moment's contemplation, Xinjiao chose to remain in place. Indeed, the hero's rescue shall unfold here. She proceeded to wade into the water, intending to catch a couple of fish to take home, as idleness was not an option. Unbeknownst to her, she had become the object of scrutiny from a distance. Two figures concealed in the underbrush watched Xinjiao anxiously. "Why hasn't she left yet? If she lingers, our plan will be thwarted, and we shall lose our opportunity for profit." The other, a ruffian lurking in the grass, glowered at Xinjiao. Meanwhile, Song Xiao was still in the village, searching for an excuse to request a leave of absence. However, a child, strategically placed by Xinjiao, obstructed him. The village chief, noting Song Jiqing's frequent absences and the unsavory rumors circulating about him, deemed it detrimental to the reputation of the village's unmarried women. Several families had approached him, expressing their grievances about the potential fallout for the Qin family should this continue, which might even affect efforts to find wives for the young men. For the greater good of the village, the chief had no choice but to decline Song Zhao's request. Desperate, Song Xiao found himself with no opportunity to escape. Even a trip to the restroom was accompanied by a shadow. The thought of the day's arrangements filled him with anxiety. His greatest fear was that the carefully orchestrated rescue would serve as a wedding dress for another. Previously, Xinjiao's unexpected predicament had led to Song Zhao's timely intervention. Witnessed by others, the two unmarried individuals had been seen soaked and entwined, which ultimately resulted in their marriage. However, it was also true that Xinjiao had been intent on ensnaring Song Xiao, deliberately floundering in the water and calling out to attract attention, not realizing that the person who came to her aid was not Song Xiao at all. At that moment, she had fervently wished to avoid marrying Lu Kuangye, as no one knew the true nature of this passerby from Xinjia village. Yet, when Song Xiao discovered Lu Kuangye's extraordinary background and generous demeanor, he changed his mind, insisting that marrying Lu Kuangye would bolster Xinjiao's prospects, assuring her that as long as they wed, Lu Kuangye would not touch her, and he would not mind her being a second wife. The original Xinjiao, naive and easily swayed, was left dazed by his words. She was relentless in her insistence to Grandma Xin that Lu Kuangye must marry her. Lu Kuangye and the professors had come to collect samples for experiments, intending only to lend a helping hand, yet they unwittingly embroiled themselves in complications. Worse still, the group found themselves confined by the villagers, who refused to allow them to leave without a marriage. They had pleaded with fervor, explaining that they had merely come to assist, insisting that there was no need for two strangers to wed, as it would only harm the two youths. Yet, the original Xin Zhao, blinded by her feelings for Song Xiao, disregarded their protests, insisting that without marriage, they would not be permitted to depart, even threatening Lu Kuan-ye with several professors. The situation was precarious. Had the professors been reported, none would escape unscathed. To protect his mentors, Lu Kuan-ye reluctantly acquiesced. Just as Xin Zhao crouched down to fish, a sudden rain of stones began to fall around her. Several struck her, inciting her to emerge from the river and confront her surroundings with hands on her hips, shouting, "Which fool is hurling stones? If you have the guts, step forward." Chapter 39. The arrival of the protagonist, Clear the Way. Xin Zhao, with a lively fish in hand, meticulously searched the area in the direction from which the stones had been thrown. She swiftly dragged out the two men who had been hiding in the bushes, too frightened to show themselves. "So it was you two who ambushed me from behind, was it? Do you derive some pleasure from throwing stones at people?" Xin Zhao thrust the fish between them. No matter how the fish wriggled, it faced them squarely. At the moment the two men opened their mouths, they were met with the fish's flailing. Xin Zhao had no intention of allowing them the opportunity to speak. After having her fun, she dismissed them outright. "Do not let me see you again, or I shall strike you each time I do." With their faces damp and reeking of fish, the two men hurried away without a backward glance. They abandoned their pursuit of profit, for wherever Xin Zhao was present, fortune eluded them. Not only them, but even the most notorious ruffians in the village would think twice before lingering in her presence. Meanwhile, the ruffian hidden in the bushes could only watch in dismay as the two fled in cowardice. The absence of those two posed a significant problem. Their plans for the day were now thwarted. Fixated on the disruptor Xin Zhao, he felt a mixture of anger and irritation. Nevertheless, he resolved not to reveal himself too soon, for he believed that the young man named Song Xiao would not simply let this matter rest. If he discovered that their scheme had been foiled, he would undoubtedly devise a counterplan. Ironically, Song Xiao would indeed contemplate a follow-up, but the blunder lay in the fact that the two thugs had not informed him of the disruption. The two men, realizing they would not receive any further payment, had no desire to face Song Xiao's inquiries about the money he had previously given them. They left, arm in arm, to indulge in gambling and drinking. With the troublemakers gone, Xin Zhao resumed her wait by the riverbank, only to rise when she spotted a captivating woman in a red dress approaching from a distance. "Hello, beautiful. May I inquire whom you seek?" The woman appraised Xin Zhao, momentarily taken aback by her exquisite beauty, which effortlessly overshadowed her own elaborate attire. "It's nothing," she replied, her tone laced with irritation. Xin Zhao understood the unfriendly demeanor. After all, they were mere strangers. Had she not wished to spare a girl a lifetime of misery, she would have preferred not to wait there at all. "What brings you to our village? I've never encountered a beauty like you before." "Is that so? I suppose you have good taste." No one could resist a compliment, and the woman's tone softened considerably. "I'm looking for Comrade Song Xiao. Do you know him?" Xin Zhao nodded. "Of course, how could I not know him? Song Xiao is quite a well-known figure in our village." "Oh?" The woman's interest piqued as she inquired further about Song Xiao. Xin Zhao engaged her in conversation while guiding her across the bridge, but upon reaching the other side of the river, she felt no desire to say another word. The woman was exceedingly difficult to please, speaking from a lofty perch as if granting Xin Zhao the privilege of her attention was a great favor. It was unbearable. "Continue down this path, and you will find Song Xiao working in the fields. I must take my leave now. Farewell." Xin Zhao hastened away, eager to avoid further torment from the demanding woman. Left behind, the woman stomped her foot in frustration, lamenting the rudeness of country folk. She had hoped that a gift of perfume might elevate Xin Zhao's understanding of the world, but now she felt cheated. Meanwhile, the ruffian hidden in the bushes had succumbed to slumber after drinking too much. Having waited too long for the arrival of others, Xin Zhao found her way to the vicinity of the protagonist Xin lady's home. Before she even approached, she could hear the sharp crack of a bamboo rod striking flesh, a sound that elicited a visceral reaction of pain. "You wretched girl, I told you to cook for your brother, and you dare steal food. You think stealing eggs is bad? What will you dare next? To steal from your mother? I'll teach you a lesson today." "I'm sorry, mother, I know I was wrong to steal. I never intended to marry, I promised to work hard." The girl's frail voice was barely above a whisper, as if it might vanish at any moment, yet, the only response to her pleas was the relentless sound of the rod striking down with greater force and frequency. Xin Zhao, hidden in the shadows, felt her heart ache. She could not bear to witness a life extinguished before her eyes. Summoning her courage, she knocked on the front door, shouting, "Who is cursing so loudly in broad daylight? You're disturbing my ears, Aunt Jo. You couldn't have chosen a worse time to seek someone while I am not around." "Who the hell cares? I'll discipline my daughter as I see fit," came the irate reply, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Aunt Jo, her face etched with deep lines of anger, who splashed a basin of water towards Xin Zhao before finally acknowledging her presence. "I apologize, dear. My eyesight isn't what it used to be." With a slight smile, Xin Zhao replied, her words laced with venom. Aunt Zhou's face twitched with rage, but mindful of Xin Zhao's formidable grandmother, she held her tongue. "I won't beat her anymore. You can go now, Zhao girl." Xin Zhao remained silent, peering inside in the dilapidated courtyard. A figure lay curled up on the ground, resembling a fetus in its mother's womb, lying quietly and without a sound. Aunt Jo turned around to see Xin Zhao's sister, Xin Zhao still sprawled on the ground, and her anger surged anew. If it weren't for this wretched girl provoking her, Xin Zhao wouldn't have had to endure the scorn of her junior. "Just a few strikes, and you act as if you're in need of rescue. Normally, even after dozens of strikes, you would be up and working. Today, you think someone will come to your aid just because you're lying there? Aunt Zhou fumed, stomping over to deliver a couple of harsh kicks. Shinzhao couldn't intervene in time. Witnessing the last flicker of life extinguish from Shinzhao Di, she realized that nothing could be done to prevent the inevitable. Aunt Zhou continued her tirade, and Shinzhao felt her head throb. Stop cursing. You show no concern for your daughter's life or death. Aunt Zhou crouched down to inspect, her face paling as she realized Shinzhao Di had truly passed. Almost collapsing in shock, she resumed her angry muttering. After raising her for so long, I had hoped to sell her for a decent bride price for my son. Now she is dead, and I've lost my investment. Hearing this, Shinzhao felt a surge of indignation for Shinzhao Di. Death seemed a blessing in disguise. At least she would no longer endure beatings, labor from dawn until dusk, or be forced to sell herself for her brother. However, she had recently overheard a matchmaker from the neighboring village mention that a wealthy man in the city was seeking a bride for his elderly father, and sending the deceased girl there could yield a significant sum. Shinzhao's expression hardened. Was this truly humanity, not even allowing the dead to rest in peace? Aunt Zhou, let me inform you that this is a crime. Not if you wish to avoid imprisonment, I advise you to behave yourself. This is my daughter. How could it possibly be a crime? Zhao girl, do not speak recklessly. The figure on the ground twitched a finger, and Aunt Zhou, with sharp eyes, noticed it. She yanked Shinzhao Di up, cursing, what are you pretending for? Get up at once. Chapter 40, Are you testing me? Shinzhao watched intently as Shinzhao Di, having awoken, overturned Aunt Zhou and stealthily slipped into the house without uttering a sound. Regardless of Aunt Zhou's furious tirades and the forceful kicks against the door, silence reigned within. Shinzhao understood that the heroine could adeptly manage her domestic affairs without her concern. With her hands clasped behind her back, she seized the opportunity to return home while Aunt Zhou was distracted. The Shin household had prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting Shinzhao's return for dinner. You're back, my dear. Where have you been playing today? If you come home this late again, I shan't save you any food. Shinzhao chuckled softly, rushing over to wrap her arms around old lady Shin's, sweetly coaxing. Oh, my dearest mother, would you truly let your adorable and caring daughter go hungry? Old lady Shin beamed with delight, gently tapping Shinzhao's forehead, and replied with a smile, all right, I cannot bear it. Come, sit and eat. After they all shared a meal, they retreated to their respective rooms. Upon entering her chamber, Shinzhao noticed Lu Kuanya, smiling at her as he patted the empty spot beside him, resembling a great wolf eagerly awaiting his little lamb. Avoiding me? My dear wife. Shinzhao gave an awkward laugh and slowly made her way to sit beside him, retorting, I am not avoiding you. Besides, why would I do that? Lu Kuanya gazed at her defiant expression, a smirk forming on his lips. Well, that's good. He then inquired about the reason for Shinzhao's late return. He knew she was typically punctual, never arriving late for meals. This opened the door for an engaging conversation. Shinzhao began recounting her encounter with that young lady. Upon hearing the name Song Xiao, Lu Kuanya raised an eyebrow and pinched Shinzhao's cheek. You saved your rival? Shinzhao's round eyes widened in shock. How could she be my rival? Lu Kuanya's face drew closer, allowing her to discern every fine hair upon it. She attempted to explain, but all that came out was a series of muffled sounds. Shinzhao endeavored to convey her innocence regarding Song Xiao with her gaze, yet Lu Kuanya held a different perspective. His moist, captivating eyes were solely fixed on her, stirring something deep within him. He playfully covered her eyes with one hand and said with a light-hearted smile, I cannot resist temptation. Shinzhao, infuriated, thought, who is tempting you, you narcissist? Before she could voice her indignation, warmth enveloped her lips, soft and lingering. The kiss was fleeting, followed by a flurry of gentle pecks, akin to a chick pecking at grains. When Lu Kuanya finally released her, Shinzhao was utterly flustered. Lu Kuanya tenderly arranged her disheveled hair and asked, Are you dazed? Shinzhao, regaining her composure, shot him a glare and playfully punched him, thinking, your kissing skills leave much to be desired. A sudden chill ran down her back as she sensed an unmistakable air of danger. Shinzhao straightened her neck defiantly, questioning, what's wrong with that? Lu Kuanya, amused by her bravado, recognized the vulnerability in her eyes. Then I must implore you, my dear wife, to make a sacrifice and practice with me more. Shinzhao felt as though she had shot herself in the foot. She wished for him to find someone else to practice with. However, the threatening smile he wore made her realize that if she dared voice such a thought, Lu Kuanya would surely silence her with a kiss. With a resigned sigh, she pondered how Lu Kuanya had morphed into such a domineering figure. Before she could delve further into her thoughts, Lu Kuanya urged her to continue speaking. Shinzhao recounted the incident involving Shinzhao, her tone laced with a tinge of regret and self-recrimination. Lu Kuanya wrapped his strong arms around her, reassuring her, it's not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Shall we go to the town market together tomorrow? Shinzhao extricated herself from his embrace, scrutinizing him closely. Are you inviting me on a date? Indeed, my wife, would you do me the honor of accompanying me? Shinzhao huffed playfully, then posed the most critical question, do you have money? This was indeed a perilous inquiry. Lu Kuanya changed his approach, drawing her close again, and confessed, I may have been remiss in not turning in my earnings on time, but I assure you, upon my return tomorrow, I will hand it all over. Shinzhao nodded, extending her finger to poke his chest, acknowledging, recognizing one's errors and vowing to amend them makes one a good companion. Regret washed over Shinzhao for agreeing to accompany Lu Kuanya. Before the sun had even risen, while the world outside remained shrouded in darkness, Lu Kuanya roused her from sleep. There was no escaping this. He promptly pulled her up and had even prepared a warm towel for her face to help her awaken. Is it absolutely necessary to go? Yes, it is imperative. With no choice but to rise and change, Shen Zhao observed Lu Kuan-ye bustling about, preparing their belongings, intrigued by his diligence. Are you bringing all that with you? Indeed, he replied, stuffing more items into the bag. They arrived early at the village's cowcart rendezvous point. Shen Zhao had anticipated a sparse crowd at such an early hour, but upon arrival, she discovered she was the only one lethargically present. Several young women were already seated, accompanied by numerous villagers. Upon seeing Shen Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye together, their faces lit up with teasing expressions. It's the first time we've seen you two lovebirds out together. We thought you, Zhao girl, had lost interest in city excursions. Their banter carried a hint of jest, as everyone was aware that Shen Zhao held a particular fondness for emulating the affluent city dwellers. She was always the first to snatch up the new arrivals at the supply and marketing cooperative. After a hiatus from the city, some had speculated she had changed her ways. Several kind-hearted aunts warned Lu Kuan-ye to keep a tight grip on his purse strings when taking Shen Zhao out, lest she decide to abandon him. Shen Zhao, irritated by the early wakefulness and their incessant ribbing, felt her mood darken. Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped hers, soothing her rising emotions. Lu Kuan-ye turned to face the gossipmongers, nonchalantly stating, "No need for your concern," effectively silencing them all. Of the lively atmosphere of the cowcart abruptly ceased, and after a few half-hearted remarks aimed at Shen Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye, the group shifted their focus to other people's gossip, blissfully ignoring the couple in the corner. With their chatter fading, Shen Zhao relished the tranquility, leaning against Lu Kuan-ye's chest and closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Throughout the ride, some passengers kept a watchful eye on Shen Zhao. The cowcart journeyed from dusk until dawn, and as the sun began to warm their skin and the number of marketgoers swelled, the driver finally called out, "We've arrived." As everyone disembarked, the driver reminded them to keep track of time, or else they would have to find their way back on their own. Observing the relatively quiet market, Shen Zhao, not even glancing at the cooperative, pulled Lu Kuan-ye along, inquiring, "Where is the black market?" "Are you testing me?" Chapter 41. Entering the station in a fit of anger, Shen Zhao pinched the soft flesh at Lu Kuan-ye's waist. With a forced smile that failed to reach her eyes, she questioned, "Is this truly how you perceive me?" Lu Kuan-ye seized her hand, clasping it tightly. "Come, I shall take you," he replied. The pair ventured into a narrow alley, taking a convoluted route before finally encountering a man leaning against the wall. He held an unlit cigarette between his lips, ever vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Lu Kuan-ye, he visibly relaxed, nodding in greeting. "You're here?" When his gaze fell upon Shen Zhao, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he lowered his voice to inquire, "Is this your lady?" Lu Kuan-ye nodded, saying nothing further, as he deftly retrieved a bill from his pocket and handed it to the man. Understanding Lu Kuan-ye's intent, the man accepted the money and simply remarked that they should enjoy themselves. If there was anything they could not find in the black market, they could seek him out. Observing the man's eager assurance, Shen Zhao nudged Lu Kuan-ye and curiously asked, "Who is he? You seem quite acquainted." Lu Kuan-ye had no intention of concealing the truth from Shen Zhao. "He is the proprietor of the black market. I have aided him before." Shen Zhao nodded, dismissing the matter from her mind as she took Lu Kuan-ye's hand and began to explore the black market. The black market occupied merely two narrow alleys. Though small, it thrived with activity. Resembling a bustling marketplace, the ground was lined with an array of stalls selling vegetables, meats, various tickets, and even bicycles and radios. Shen Zhao's eyes widened with wonder, eventually drawn to a stall selling snowflake cream and clam oil. "Come over, young lady. What I sell here is snatched up at the department store. The supply cooperative can't even get their hands on it. Applying it will not only make your skin delicate and smooth, but also fairer, though you are already quite fair," the vendor called out, eyeing the man accompanying Shen Zhao. "Young man, is she your girlfriend?" he queried. Lu Kuan-ye nodded, prompting the vendor to clap his hands excitedly. "Buy one for your girlfriend, she'll surely be delighted." "How much?" Lu Kuan-ye inquired. "Not expensive, just 5 yuan, this price is a favor for you too. For others, I charge 7. As Shen Zhao was about to haggle, Lu Kuan-ye swiftly paid for the snowflake cream. The vendor, overjoyed, wrapped up the product and handed it to Shen Zhao, praising her choice in a partner. "Your boyfriend is a gem, caring, generous, and handsome. A perfect match. Come back for more, and I'll give you a discount." After departing the stall, Shen Zhao clutched the precious 5 yuan snowflake cream, contemplating for a moment before taking Lu Kuan-ye's hand. "Thank you. I truly like it. I promise to take good care of my face and not embarrass you." Lu Kuan-ye couldn't help but chuckle at her adorableness. The two continued their exploration of the black market, purchasing an array of items. "Are you hungry? The food at the state-run restaurant is quite decent." Upon hearing about delicious food, Shen Zhao couldn't suppress a gulp of saliva, nodding eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Kuan-ye. As they exited the market, they exchanged greetings with the man at the entrance. "Take care, Lugu, the winds have been tight lately." Not long after, a group of young men approached, scrutinizing them before demanding they surrender their belongings, threatening to report them for shopping in the black market. Before the two could respond, a commotion erupted nearby, causing the young men to push past Shen Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye and flee, leaving the couple bewildered. However, they soon understood the reason for the hasty retreat. Authorities had arrived, specifically to apprehend black market participants. Without a word, they whisked Lu Kuan-ye and Shen Zhao away. Many others, their faces pale with fear, were also taken along. Once confined in a room with several others, the atmosphere shifted as conversations began. "What terrible luck! I was too slow," one lamented. Indeed, I hope this ends with just to find out if they confiscate my belongings. That would be a significant loss, another added. Don't fret, let's wait for further instructions. I hear the inspections have tightened. A new leader has arrived. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye huddled in a corner. Are you afraid? Xin Zhao shook her head. What is there to fear? Worst case, we simply pay a fine. It's not a serious crime. Moments later, several more groups of apprehended individuals were ushered in, including the man from the alley, which sent ripples of panic through the crowd. How could you have been caught too? This is dire. The man, Chen Shun, brushed dust from the floor and nonchalantly seated himself. What of it? I've been caught plenty of times before. It's nothing to worry about. Stay calm. His fearless demeanor quelled the crowd's anxiety, and they settled down to chat. However, this harmony was soon shattered by the arrival of the imposing figure known as Uncle Hat. A few men entered with notebooks and pens, surveying the room with grave expressions before beginning to interrogate them about the black market. Apart from Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye, the rest were familiar faces, well acquainted with Uncle Hat in the process. They even anticipated the questions and responded without prompting, yet this time, Uncle Hat was not easily placated. He rapped his notebook against the table, demanding honest responses and warning, if you do not cooperate, we shall confine you for several days. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain why their usual compliance seemed insufficient today. They soon discovered the reason. A new, unfamiliar authority figure, flanked by followers, had walked in and upon seeing the room full of people, he pointed and declared, we must ensure proper management, we cannot allow any illicit trading within our jurisdiction. Yes, we shall heed the leader's words. We will conduct thorough inquiries and educate them properly. The apprehended crowd realized that this time, their release would not come easily. A wave of despair washed over them. They were merely trying to conduct small trades to support their families. If caught, all their goods would surely be confiscated, resulting in monetary loss and possible imprisonment. Their greatest fear was the potential impact on their children's futures. Lu Kuangye comforted Xin Zhao, do not worry. Even if things turn serious, I can arrange for us to be released. Xin Zhao looked up in astonishment. Lu Kuangye, it seems you have quite a few secrets from me. If you can arrange for our release, you must know some formidable individuals. Before Lu Kuangye could respond, the leader, flanked by his entourage, spotted someone familiar and called out to Xin Zhao. Why, it is you, Comrade Xin Zhao. Chapter 42. The stone of longing for a wife. My dear, it seems your connections are quite extensive, Lu Kuangye remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao was about to protest that she hardly knew anyone of such stature, spending her days idly at home. The man removed his hat and pointed at his own face, exclaiming, it's me, Zhou Jianping, do you remember me? We just met a few days ago. Upon seeing him, Xin Zhao recognized him as the kind soul who had slipped her 50 yuan. However, those around them, unaware of the context, began to assume that Xin Zhao had some sort of illicit affair with Zhou Jianping. Casting sympathetic glances toward Lu Kuangye, Chen Shun even rushed over to comfort his friend, slinging an arm around his shoulder and patting him gently. Brother, if you feel like crying, my shoulder is here for you to lean on. Ignoring Lu Kuangye's protests, he firmly pressed Zhou Jianping's head against his shoulder. Brother, I thought you were joking when you said your wife was beautiful and that you were afraid to show her off. Seeing your wife now, I realize you were telling the truth. It's a pity to keep such a lovely wife at home, especially when dangers lurk outside. Lu Kuangye's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he delivered a punch to Chen Shun's shoulder. After freeing himself, he shot a cool glance at Chen Shun and the group of men who regarded him with pity. My wife's beauty is a source of pride for me. She would never betray me, nor would I her. Chen Shun sighed, wearing a sympathetic expression. I understand you might not be able to accept this right now, but look, your wife has left with someone else. You must face this reality. If Xin Zhao were to learn that she had gone to such lengths to save them, only to have them speak ill of her behind her back and undermine her marriage, she would undoubtedly disregard them. Comrade Xin Zhao, I never expected to see you here today. Zhou Jianping exclaimed. Indeed, I too did not anticipate that you held such a prominent position. Oh, I am not a big shot. Please do not feel burdened by my presence today, Zhou Jianping replied, slightly embarrassed. Xin Zhao nodded, still somewhat taken aback as Zhou Jianping kindly inquired how Xin Zhao had come to be apprehended. At this, Xin Zhao's expression grew somewhat complicated, and she ultimately chose to tell Zhou Jianping the truth. She had been wandering the black market, purchasing a few items, when she was caught upon emerging. Zhou Jianping awkwardly responded with an "oh," and, embarrassed, rubbed his nose while quietly apologizing to Xin Zhao. It's alright, you were merely following protocol. We failed to adhere to the law, she reassured him, not wishing to place blame on Zhou Jianping. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of guilt, especially since Xin Zhao was his savior. Remembering this, Zhou Jianping grasped Xin Zhao's hand in gratitude, exclaiming, if it weren't for that ginseng you gave me, which I was able to return home in time for my family, they might have been lost to me forever. I am truly grateful. Xin Zhao withdrew her hand, remarking that it was merely a trivial act, especially since he had also saved her and given her 50 yuan. They were even in that regard. Zhou Jianping's face flushed with embarrassment as he inquired about the origin of the ginseng she had previously gifted. Fearing that Xin Zhao might misconstrue his curiosity for interrogation, he added, I simply wish to know if you could procure another ginseng of similar quality. I would like to have one more for my family as safety, please. Do not hesitate to state any conditions you may have. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Zhao recalled that the ginseng she had given him was of the lowest quality, making it somewhat challenging to find another of the same caliber. Her hesitant expression led Zhou Jianping to conclude that she had merely been fortunate in her first encounter with ginseng and that procuring a second would be exceedingly difficult. He then offered her some consolation. Even if you cannot find another, it matters not. That one has already been a tremendous help. Is the person who accompanied you today your husband? He seems quite distinguished, a fitting match for you. May you both enjoy a blissful life together. Xin Zhao affirmed, inquiring whether Zhou Jianping required another ginseng of identical quality. Zhou Jianping's eyes sparkled with interest. Do you have more ginseng, even if it's of lesser quality? It doesn't matter, I would be thrilled with anything better. Zhou Jianping was momentarily taken aback. Did I hear you correctly? Better, if there is something superior, then of course I want it, the more, the merrier. Comrade Xin Zhao, how did you manage to find so many excellent ginseng? His astonishment was palpable. Xin Zhao casually explained that she had stumbled upon a few while foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms in the mountains. Zhou Jianping gasped, regarding Xin Zhao as if she were a lucky charm. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. He did not doubt her words. After all, foraging for food in the mountains was commonplace. Every household would venture to gather wild greens or game when time permitted. Even those raising pigs would need to harvest grass, yet, not everyone possessed the good fortune to discover such treasures. The notion of someone like Xin Zhao stumbling upon an entire family of ginseng was unheard of. Xin Zhao promised to deliver the ginseng to Zhou Jianping the following day, with the stipulation that the individuals present today pay their fines and be allowed to leave without harassment, as they were merely trying to make a living. Zhou Jianping furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before consenting. After all, it was not as if they were being released, they were merely required to pay fines. Inside the room, the individuals who had just been fretting over their situation suddenly heard the hat-wearing officers urging them to come forward to pay their fines and retrieve their belongings. They were also cautioned not to engage in such illicit activities again, for being caught once more could lead to several days of detention. They all found themselves thinking of Xin Zhao, who had accompanied Zhou Jianping. Chen Shun remarked to Lu Kuanye, it seems your wife has some affection for you. She remembered to rescue you. We are fortunate to share in your good fortune. Lu Kuanye remained silent, though his stern demeanor softened slightly. The hat-wearing officer glanced at the last two remaining individuals. Why are you still lingering? Chen Shun explained for the taciturn Lu Kuanye, he is waiting for someone, I am here to keep him company. Just as the officer was about to say something, the landline rang. In this day and age, a direct call was a sign of high importance. He set aside the two and hastened to answer the phone. Upon returning, the officer's gaze was complex as he fixed his eyes on Lu Kuanye. Someone from above had personally called to instruct them to treat a certain individual with utmost caution, without any negligence. Just then, Zhou Jianping and Xin Zhao emerged from the office, prompting Lu Kuanye to spring up and rush to Xin Zhao's side, resembling a vigilant wolf. Xin Zhao took Lu Kuanye's hand and greeted Zhou Jianping with a smile. We shall take our leave now, see you tomorrow. Not a word was spoken by Lu Kuanye until they had walked a considerable distance away. Finally, he spoke in a husky voice, laden with an unspoken grievance, you still have to meet him tomorrow. Chapter 43. At the disappearance with a sense of helplessness, Xin Zhao gently ruffled Lu Kuanye's hair. After much effort in explaining and soothing him, she contemplated heading to the state-run restaurant for a meal, while also planning to pack a couple of portions for Shinzong at the steel factory and Shinzu from the convoy. However, just as they reached the entrance, they encountered a woman clad in a chic, trendy red dress adorned with lace and polka dots, her hair slicked back in a manner that suggested an excessive application of hair wax. Xin Zhao couldn't help but think, what if the restaurant ran out of oil? Could they scrape some off her head? This thought made the two disdainful figures opposite them appear somewhat endearing. Who were these impoverished wretches, thinking they could grace a state-run restaurant? If they lacked funds, they ought to refrain from loitering about, marring the ambience. Their presence was tarnishing the establishment's esteemed atmosphere, robbing diners of their appetite. The woman, with her finger pressed against her nose, regarded the two at the door as if they were refused. The man beside her, though not verbally endorsing her sentiments, mirrored her body language. You poor souls probably wouldn't be able to scrape together enough to dine here even after a month of toiling in the fields. They could only gaze from the entrance. After a flurry of cold mockery, the pair found satisfaction in their superiority, strutting away with heads held high as they entered the restaurant. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanye paid little mind to the jester's barbs, linking arms as they proceeded inside. Upon reaching the ordering window, they overheard the woman fussing over the menu, her demeanor one of disdain and scrutiny. What do the dishes look like? How large are the portions? Are they palatable? Her picky attitude exasperated the staff, who displayed noticeable impatience, while the chefs dismissed her with a curt remark, if you don't wish to eat, then be gone. Incensed, the woman stomped her foot, vociferously denouncing the service at the state-run restaurant, which caused even the most patient of servers to show irritation. The man next to her, sensing the scrutinizing gazes of other patrons, felt a pang of embarrassment. He tugged at the woman's arm, signaling her to temper her behavior, to not overstep. Instantly, she transformed, feigning submissiveness as she nestled against him, alleging that everyone was bullying her. Xin Zhao pushed past the couple who were engrossed in their theatrics. If you enjoy acting, do so elsewhere. You're obstructing the ordering window. The woman, shedding her guise of fragility, revealed her true nature as a fierce adversary, pointing at Xin Zhao and hurling insults. What is the matter with your state-run restaurant? Anyone can waltz in here, just look at this pauper. What could they possibly afford? The very air feels tainted. I can hardly stomach the thought of dining with them. Your establishment shows no consideration for its patrons, and your staff displays no manners. A small town can never compare to a grand city. Her tirade offended all within earshot, and had it not been for the patrons' decorum, they would have been inclined to intervene. Noticing that Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya remained unfazed by her vitriol, her anger intensified. She continued to berate them, gesturing wildly, denigrating Xin Zhao from head to toe, inside and out. 3 portions of braised pork, 3 servings of pig trotters, and 3 servings of greens. 1 for here, and the other 2 to go. Also, 20 meat buns, packed separately. We'll take them with us when we leave, thank you. After swiftly placing her order, Xin Zhao handed the bill and payment to a nearby server and led Lu Kuanya to an empty table. Though her voice was not loud, it seemed as though everyone could hear the sound of a slap landing on the woman's face. Just moments ago, they had mocked her for her supposed lack of funds, yet here she was ordering an abundance of dishes and paying without hesitation, while they had spent ages merely nitpicking without ordering a thing. An immediate contrast was apparent. The surrounding patrons felt a sense of relief as the tension dissipated. The man beside the woman, unable to maintain his composure, glanced down and reprimanded her softly before retreating to a corner with her after ordering 2 dishes. A young man approached, placing dishes on Xin Zhao's table, exuding familiarity. "Hey, you guys are impressive, I admire you so much, may I join you for a meal?" Lu Kuanya glanced at Xin Zhao for approval and, seeing no objections, nodded in agreement. The man set down his utensils and engaged them in conversation, noting their generous order and expressing admiration, albeit with concern. "Please, don't spend all your money just to impress those 2. If you change your mind, you can cancel your order while the chef is still preparing it." "Cancel? Not at all, we're ordering for our family," Xin Zhao replied, looking curiously at the man while attempting to return the inexplicably appeared money. The man observed their demeanor and, relieved to see they were not feigning wealth, jested, "I truly misjudged you. I didn't expect such seemingly modest individuals to be so well off. Indeed, in these times, wealth is often concealed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Zigu, employed at the steel factory nearby, and you?" Upon hearing the mention of the familiar steel factory, Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya looked up at the man, inquiring if he knew many people there. Zhou Zigu, brimming with confidence, thumped his chest and proclaimed he could recognize even the factory's mice. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Xin Zhao had been troubled about how to locate Xinzong in the vast factory, uncertain of which workshop he might be in, and had anticipated a hassle in asking the gatekeeper for assistance. But now, Zhou Zigu had come forward, and it was indeed a fortuitous inquiry. However, when Xin Zhao mentioned Xinzong's name, Zhou Zigu's confidence faltered. He pondered for a moment, struggling to recall anyone by that name within the factory. "You must be mistaken. Our steel factory does not employ anyone named Xinzong." Xin Zhao, incredulous, exchanged glances with Lu Kuanya. That wasn't his elder brother working at the steel factory. How could there be no record of him? Unless something unfortunate had occurred. Recalling the last time Xinzong returned home from work, his expression had been grave, as if he had something unsaid. He mentioned feeling the commute was too burdensome, hence he applied for dormitory accommodation and would return home when time allowed. Though everyone lamented his departure, they understood that living in the dormitory would be more convenient than waking at dawn to ride a bicycle to work. In hindsight, it appeared Xinzong may have been less than truthful. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya found themselves at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhou Zigu volunteered to assist them. "I've only recently joined the steel factory, but I can look up past employees to see if their SA Xinzong listed." Grateful for any assistance, Xin Zhao accepted his offer, expressing her thanks as she piled several pieces of meat onto his plate. Zhou Zigu blushed and moved his bowl slightly away. "No need, it's a mere trifle, you enjoy your meal, I'm already full." After their meal, the 3 parted ways outside the state-run restaurant. Zhou Zigu waved cheerfully, instructing them to tell the old man at the entrance to look for him upon their return. "Goodbye, see you later." Chapter 44. A narrow path for enemies. Most of the people on the road hurried by, rarely resembling Xin Zhao and her companion, who were laden with a plethora of items as if they were merchants arriving to stock up. With a heap of goods in hand and an additional load on their shoulders, passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at them. After inquiring about the route to the convoy, they unexpectedly collided with 2 familiar faces, those they had encountered at the state-run restaurant. Truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Upon seeing the numerous bags they carried, the woman couldn't suppress a twinge of envy and jealousy, yet, recollecting the earlier humiliation they had suffered at the restaurant, she felt vexed, interpreting Xin Zhao and her companion's presence as a deliberate flaunting of their good fortune. Muttering a quiet curse under her breath, she held her head high and strode past them, settling onto a bicycle by the roadside, waiting for her companion to carry her away. Xin Zhao was hardly inclined to engage with an irate fool. After all, even if a mad dog snapped at them, they could not retaliate. She had thought she would never encounter those 2 again, yet the world proved to be remarkably small. Upon reaching the transportation convoy where Shinzu was stationed, he looked at them with surprise and delight, assisting them in unloading their burdens while questioning whether they had brought along items to sell that had failed to find buyers. Xinzhao shot Shinzu a look, silently questioning whether she appeared to be the type who would haul such a load for sale. With a furrowed brow, Shinzu worriedly suggested they inquire with the kitchen staff about any surplus vegetables, hoping to spare them the arduous task of carrying everything back. Hearing this, Xinzhao felt a genuine sense of exasperation and kicked Shinzu lightly. "What madness are you ranting about now? If you weren't my brother, I would seriously consider striking you, Shinzu. Use your eyes to see for yourself." It was truly challenging to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of such ignorance. Xinzhao began to regret her visit to Shinzu, realizing she had only invited trouble upon herself. She turned to glance at Lu Kuanya, who had prepared warm water for her and was half squatting to massage her legs. Shinzu, oblivious to the heap of items on the ground, assumed that Xinzhao had gone on another spending spree with the family money. Thus, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon her. Xinjiao, I can hardly believe I was deceived by your third brother's words, thinking you had genuinely improved. It's only been a few days since you left home, and already you reveal your true self, comparing yourself to city folks and splurging on those useless and exorbitantly priced clothes, shoes, and cosmetics. Do you have any idea how arduous it is for us to earn money out here, Xinjiao? For your age, can't you exhibit a modicum of understanding? Witnessing Xinjiao dismiss his words and instead relish Lu Kuanye's massage, Shenzu felt his frustration reaching a boiling point, glaring at Lu Kuanye in disappointment. Xiaolu, why do you indulge Xinjiao's whims? You two are utterly ridiculous. Sort through these items and see which can be returned, then go home and sincerely apologize to our parents. Shenzu sensed that any further conversation with these two would surely drive him to exasperation, sighing as he realized that as long as Xinjiao was around, his worries would never cease. As he uncovered the items beneath the cloth and bags, Shenzu momentarily thought he was hallucinating. With a sharp gasp, he rushed to Xinjiao's side, pulling her up. Did you buy these things for me? Xinjiao shot him a glance, flicking his hand away and turning her head. Lu Kuanye, observing Shenzu's elation, chimed in. There is also a share for Shinzong. The array of candies, cigarettes, and fine delicacies strewn on the ground stirred Shenzu's excitement to the point of near euphoria, causing him to dash around the convoy in circles, unable to calm down. Leaning against Lu Kuanye, Xinjiao began to crack sunflower seeds while engaging in light banter. Is Shenzu going mad? Not at all. He'll calm down soon enough. The boundless energy displayed by Shenzu left Xinjiao feeling dizzy. Upon seeing Xinjiao, Shenzu suddenly recalled the harsh words he had hurled at her earlier, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He seized Xinjiao's hand, offering a flurry of apologies. Xiaowu, I misjudged you. Fourth brother apologizes. Who would have thought you would think of your brother after a simple shopping trip? It's truly remarkable that you've grown up. I was too quick to judge. I promise never to scold without understanding ever again. Here, I have $3 for you. He shoved the money into Xinjiao's pocket, prepared with a retort should she refuse. However, Xinjiao was never one to adhere to conventional norms. Graciously accepting the money with a sweet smile, she expressed, thank you, fourth brother, for my pocket money. Shenzu, clutching the candies and cigarettes, led Xinjiao and Lu Kuanye through the convoy, proudly narrating their journey. When he mentioned that Xinjiao was his sister who had brought him a trove of delightful items, his tone brimmed with pride and satisfaction. The members of the convoy, accepting the cigarettes and candies, readily echoed Shenzu's praises. As they prepared to move to the next building, Shenzu halted them, quietly cautioning, inside is the captain of another squad, known for a foul temper, accompanied by a rather pretentious woman. Upon hearing this, Xinjiao felt a sense of familiarity. Upon pushing open the door and greeting the occupants, she encountered a familiar face. Oh, what a coincidence to see some acquaintances again. Shenzu's lively demeanor noticeably faded as he handed over the items and introduced Xinjiao and Lu Kuanye as his sister and brother-in-law. Intending to leave, the woman crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Who said you could leave? Weren't we just having a lively conversation outside? Why do you want to depart so soon? Do you look down on us, little Zhu? Shenzu, lowering his gaze, replied submissively, not at all. I merely feared interrupting your conversation. The man wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, surveying the trio before his gaze lingered on Xinjiao's striking visage, revealing a flicker of desire. The woman, sensing his intentions, bristled with protectiveness, believing Xinjiao's repeated appearances were an attempt to entice her partner. With a pointed finger, she commanded, come here. Xinjiao stood her ground, stating, I am not yours to command. If you desire these items, take them, if not, return them to us. She resolutely grasped Shenzu and Lu Kuanye's hands, striding towards the exit, ignoring the impotent fury of the man and woman behind her, slamming the door shut. As they finished their meal, Xinjiao berated Shenzu for allowing himself to be bullied by the neighboring squad leader, considering it utterly disgraceful. She urged him to take care of himself and return home if he felt overwhelmed. Before departing, she thrust the hair clips and headbands she had purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative into Shenzu's hands. Noticing his bewildered expression, she sighed and explained, here, to help you win over a girlfriend. I'm off now. Chapter 45. A replacement. Xinjiao walked alongside Lu Kuanye down the street, one trailing behind the other. After a while, Lu Kuanye, with a smile gracing his features, observed the strands of hair dancing in the gentle breeze ahead. Aren't you afraid that fourth brother will be targeted? He inquired, referring to the incident where Xinjiao had confronted a pair of individuals. Xinjiao raised an eyebrow, her heart untroubled as she turned to meet his gaze. Isn't it evident how much he's been bullied? I rather enjoy seeing him in his arrogant demeanor. Besides, he's merely the captain of another team. The worst that could happen is he returns home. You will assist me, won't you? Faced with Xinjiao's penetrating gaze, Lu Kuanye could only acquiesce with a non-committal hum. Then it's settled. You will take over teaching fourth brother how to drive. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Xinjiao's eyes as she quickened her pace. Her playful hair swirled in the air with her movements, brushing against Lu Kuanye's nose, leaving behind an enticing fragrance and endless musings. He was oblivious to how invaluable the smile on his face had become. His fingertips brushed against the skin where her hair had touched, leaving a lingering sense of yearning. After Xinjiao had run quite a distance, she noticed that there was no sound behind her and turned back to see Lu Kuanye still standing in place, lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about? She asked. Lu Kuanye smiled lightly before catching up to her. Together, they arrived at the entrance of the steel factory. It was the middle of the workday, and not a soul could be seen outside. The two approached the security booth at the entrance and politely tapped on the window. The elderly guard, dozing off, jolted awake, his head bobbing forward before he looked up, bleary-eyed. What can I do for you? Who are you looking for? Xinjiao mentioned the name Zhou Zigu with the guard, squinting, suddenly opened his eyes wide, donning his reading glasses perched on his nose, scrutinizing the two at the entrance. What is your relationship with him? We're friends. We arranged to meet him this afternoon, Shinzhao replied candidly. The guard's demeanor shifted to one of warmth, and he welcomed them into the booth to rest, even pouring them cups of hot water. As they discussed Zhou Zigu, the guard adopted a gossipy tone. Are you relatives of Director Zhou? Shinzhao was taken aback. Director Zhou? Lu Kuangye offered some nonchalant replies, and seeing that he could not extract any more gossip, the guard fell silent. Fortunately, Zhou Zigu arrived shortly thereafter, striding briskly from the office building and waving to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries with the guard and slipping him a cigarette, Zhou Zigu led Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye to a quieter location to sit down. Once the door was closed, Zhou Zigu's expression turned grave. He first apologized to Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye, stating, there indeed was an individual named Shinzong at our steel factory, and his employment dates align with what you provided. However, he left just 2 days before I assumed my position. Zhou Zigu had taken the time to investigate why a newly hired worker would suddenly resign. It was a solid job, a veritable iron rice bowl. No one would be foolish enough to walk away from it. Upon further inquiry, it became clear that someone had usurped Shinzong's position, forcing him out. The person who replaced him has some connections, being a relative of a school administrator. Initially, everyone held Shinzong in awe, believing he had substantial backing, as the factory director personally instructed his hiring. However, after a dinner where drinks were consumed, someone managed to extract Shinzong's background, leading to his replacement. Unfortunately, such occurrences are not uncommon. If one lacks sufficient strength, one must endure this silent suffering. Both Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye remained remarkably composed after hearing Zhou Zigu's account, leaving him startled, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the revelation. He reassured them repeatedly that as long as they could locate Shinzong, he would provide a satisfactory resolution. His guilty demeanor made Shinzhao feel somewhat embarrassed. It's all right, this isn't your fault. By the way, you seem to wield considerable influence at the steel factory. I didn't realize you were so accomplished. Upon receiving the compliment, Zhou Zigu shyly scratched the back of his head, modestly downplaying his significance. I owe it all to my sister. The factory director is my brother-in-law. Since I was idle at home, he arranged a position for me. Despite my youth, I'm actually over 30 and a college graduate. Upon hearing this, both Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye turned to Zhou Zigu, astonished. A college graduate? How rare. It was no wonder he was appointed to a director's position upon joining. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. Shinzhao expressed her appreciation for her luck. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Zigu, Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye finalized their plans to search for Shinzong. However, despite the area being relatively small, finding one person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Given the multitude of places one could hide, before they departed, Zhou Zigu pointed them in the direction of a neglected area where numerous homeless individuals were known to sleep. Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye resolved to try their luck there, reasoning that Shinzong likely had little money and would need to conserve his resources after so many days outside. They had envisioned the environment to be dire, but upon arrival, they found it exceeded their expectations. It was nothing short of a hellish nightmare. Ragged underpasses were open to the elements, cluttered with a chaotic assortment of items, rivaling a garbage dump. Even from a distance, the stench was overpowering. It was difficult to fathom how Shinzong had been surviving in such conditions if he truly was inside. Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye held their breaths as they ventured in, calling out Shinzong's name while scanning for any familiar faces. Upon reaching the farthest corner, they spotted a figure curled up with his head buried, and Shinzhao knew they had found him. Shinzong appeared even more disheveled than she had imagined, looking less presentable than the homeless individuals around him. When Shinzhao pulled him out, his instinctive reaction was to hide, mumbling that he had no money. Witnessing his pitiful state, it was evident just how harshly he had been treated. Although Shinzong often argued with her back home, it seemed that none of the 4 brothers held her in high regard except for the eldest. Regardless, she thought, it wasn't a significant issue. Yet seeing her family member treated so poorly ignited a genuine anger within Shinzhao. It was utterly unacceptable. She took Shinzong to a guest house, securing a room for him and providing him with new clothes and hot water to clean himself up. Shinzhao and Lu Kuangye sat silently outside, waiting. As the sound of water ceased, Shinzong finally emerged looking somewhat presentable. Shinzhao's gaze fell upon his gaunt, sunken face, filling her with guilt. She felt she had let Shinzong down. Attempting to maintain a calm demeanor, her voice quivered as she called out, "Second brother, it's time to eat." Shinzong nodded, sitting down to eat in silence, his pace hurried, his body tense, as if bracing for someone to snatch away his meal. Seeing this, tears welled in Shinzhao's eyes, and she turned to hide her face against Lu Kuangye's shoulder, weeping silently. After some time, she managed to regain her composure and solemnly assured Shinzong, "I will help you seek justice, second brother. I will ensure that those who have wronged you are duly punished." Chapter 46. Out of control and disappointment. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, the 3 sat together in a comfortable silence. "Second brother, if you have any grievances, please voice them." Shinzong, gripping his water cup, took a silent sip, lowering his head with a faint shake. The prolonged silence was punctuated by his voice, which emerged as rough as a saw cutting through wood, tinged with a hint of harshness. "Shinzhao, I understand you have your own opinions now, but my affairs do not require your intervention." When Shinzong uttered these words, his demeanor was remarkably composed, even bordering on indifference. His attitude pierced Shinzhao's heart deeply, prompting her, like a helpless child, to tentatively inquire, "Second brother, are you blaming me?" Blaming her was indeed warranted, yet, Shinzong merely shook his head, offering no further explanation, urging her instead to refrain from meddling and to gather promptly when the time came. However, Shinzhao's emotions shattered at the sound of Shinzong's cold dismissal. "I told you I would help you, Shinzong. I am attempting to assist you. I truly can help, just trust me." Shinzong gazed at Shinjiao's breakdown in silence, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. He simply conveyed through his demeanor, "Go home, I do not require your aid." Lu Kuan-ye, supporting Shinjiao's shoulder, observed the stark contrast between the intense emotions of the two, akin to fire and ice, and the struggling Shinjiao on the brink of collapse. He embraced her tightly, enveloping her in warmth and providing her with formidable strength. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat served as a soothing balm, instilling a sense of security. Once he had stabilized Shinjiao, Lu Kuan-ye redirected his attention to Shinzong. After a brief observation, he discerned that Shinzong bore significant psychological burdens, leaving them all in the dark about the turmoil he had recently endured. Noticing the scars on his exposed skin, Lu Kuan-ye could surmise the nature of Shinzong's distress. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced by Shinzong's misplaced resentment. Yes, all his frustrations had been directed at Shinjiao. Presently, Shinzong resembled a porcupine, bristling with quills. Anyone who approached would find themselves painfully pricked. Shinjiao had invested too much emotion and thought into the Shin family, even believing she had integrated into this household, yet, this was merely an illusion. Upon confronting the stark reality, no matter how resilient Shinjiao's psyche, it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to endure. The fates of Shinzu and Shinzong had fortuitously intertwined. Lu Kuan-ye's cold gaze fixed upon Shinzong, the oppressive silence in the air becoming almost suffocating. Shinzong maintained an attitude of complete detachment. He indeed harbored resentment towards Shinjiao. Witnessing her anguish instead brought him a sense of twisted satisfaction. Aside from Shinjiao, he had no one else to blame. It was solely his hatred for her that had propelled him forward thus far. With his gaze diverted to the floor, Shinzong attempted to dismiss the fleeting pang of guilt that flickered within him, continuing to deceive himself by attributing all wrongdoing to Shinjiao. The tense atmosphere, which had lingered for so long, was shattered by Lu Kuan-ye's succinct remark, "Let's head back." Shinzong shook his head defiantly, stating, "You all go back, I will remain here." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lu Kuan-ye's lips. "Are you still contemplating the notion of being a beggar?" The term beggar struck a sensitive nerve within Shinzong, causing him to shoot up his head, eyes wide with fury as he glared at Lu Kuan-ye. "You're the beggar. Do you have a job, money, a house, food? If you possess none of these, what else could you possibly be?" Lu Kuan-ye had always been straightforward, though he had previously tempered his sharpness in front of Shinjiao. Out of respect for her feelings towards the Shin family, he had afforded them some semblance of kindness. However, given Shinzong's disregard for Shinjiao's family, he saw no reason to hold back. Shinzong's complexion drained of color, inching toward a pallid hue as he glared at Lu Kuan-ye. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "It has nothing to do with you." Lu Kuan-ye acknowledged this with a nonchalant, "If it weren't for Zhao Zhao, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. So don't expect me to show you any courtesy." Yet, Shinzong was resolute in his refusal to return. Lu Kuan-ye shrugged, "If you choose not to return, then a night at the police station awaits you. Tomorrow, mother will come to personally teach you some manners. You're being utterly insufferable." Shinzong could no longer tolerate Lu Kuan-ye's taunts. Ultimately, Shinzong was subdued and reluctantly agreed to accompany them back. Once Shinjiao had composed herself, she entrusted Shinzong's matters to Lu Kuan-ye, neither looking at him nor speaking with him. This left Shinzong feeling somewhat uneasy, and seizing a moment when Shinjiao was distracted, he quietly asked Lu Kuan-ye, "Is she all right?" Lu Kuan-ye cast a sidelong glance at Shinzong but offered no reply. Upon arriving at the gathering place of the ox cart, a considerable number of people were already seated, engaged in conversation. The sight of Shinjiao and Lu Kuan-ye was enough to stir excitement, but upon noticing Shinzong alongside them, their gossiping instincts exploded. "Shinzong, that outfit of yours is quite impressive. I feel like I've seen it at the supply and marketing cooperative. It must be expensive. Look at Shinzong now, he is quite successful, a worker at the steel factory. Surely, it's only natural for him to dress well, unlike us country bumpkins. But why does Shinzong look so unwell? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. I guess the food at your factory not to your liking? Pfft, you really don't understand, do you? I bet he is simply exhausted from work. I have a relative who works at the steel factory, and he says the cafeteria serves excellent meals, meat at every meal." Shinzong remained silent, as though the discussions around him were about someone else entirely. Gradually, the conversation shifted away from the three of them, and they began to quietly mock the Shin family, believing that just because they had produced a worker, they had somehow elevated their status, looking down on others and speaking dismissively. The three of them could clearly hear the whispers, yet none had the inclination to respond. After what felt like an eternity, they finally returned to the village, with Shinjiao being the first to disembark and walk home. Shinzong trailed behind, moving as if in a daze. Word of Shinzong's return had already reached the keen-eyed members of the Shin family, prompting them to hastily rush home to tend to their chores. Upon entering, they were greeted by a chaotic mess of piled items and Shinzong, who sat on a stool, seemingly lost in thought. Initially believing Shinzong had brought home a plethora of goods, Shin old lady's blood pressure skyrocketed as she angrily patted Shinzong's back, scolding, "Why did you buy so much? You may not care about money, but I do. These useless things could have fed our family for half a month." However, the moment Shinzong lifted his gaze to meet hers, revealing eyes devoid of life, Shin old lady was taken aback. "Second son, what on earth has happened to you? Speak." Shin old man, puffing on his cigarette, approached silently. Su Yanhong, about to voice her frustration over Shinzong's apparent lack of thoughtfulness in buying gifts for her, hesitated upon witnessing his expression. Shinzong scanned the room, and abruptly dropped a bombshell. "Shinjiao bought them. I've been laid off." Chapter 47 Heartfelt exchanges. The members of the Shin family felt as though their ears had betrayed them. Su Yanhong, in a state of despair, lunged forward and grasped Shinzong's collar, repeatedly seeking confirmation that this was not reality, yet, no matter how many times she inquired, the answer remained the same: it was indeed true. Just as Su Yanhong was on the brink of madness, Lin Xiaodi and Feng Erlin intervened to restrain her. It was Shin old lady who maintained her composure, instructing Shin Yao and Shin Guang to summon Shin Zhao while she stood before Shinzong, meticulously questioning him. You've only recently started your job, how could you be laid off? What is truly happening, second son, clarify. Shinzong lowered his gaze, unable to meet his mother's eyes, and muttered sullenly, Shin Zhao knows. At that moment, Shin old lady felt a profound disappointment in her son. He was truly a disappointment. Just when things seemed manageable, he had transformed into this dullard. While she could somewhat excuse the eldest, Shin Guan, for behaving in such a manner, to see the second son follow suit was utterly disheartening. She began to question whether the family's fortune was somehow amiss. Shin Zhao emerged from her room alongside Lu Kuanya, recounting the entire incident in a calm and unembellished manner, including Shinzong's insistence that she refrain from intervening. Su Yanhong and Shin old lady were incensed upon hearing this, demanding to know why. Shinzong, displaying an aloofness as if he were an outsider, raised his head with indifference. You are merely upset because the city jobs are respectable and lucrative. I simply do not wish to continue. What is wrong with that? Shin old lady, her chest heaving with indignation, pointed at him, exclaiming, if you had only expressed your desire to forego the job, we could have found someone else. Why must you now cast blame on others? Shinzong, is this how I have raised you? What is your attitude toward your sister? Apologize. Shinzong's eyes flickered with resentment as he stared at Shin old lady, his tone laden with bitterness. Mother, after all these years, you still only favor Shin Zhao. Why can't you show concern for us? Su Yanhong tugged at Shinzong's clothing, reproaching him for not listening to her earlier advice to give the job to his brother, which would have prevented this turmoil. Your brother would certainly be diligent. She derided Shinzong as a worthless failure, incapable of retaining a single job, destined to toil in the earth for the rest of his days. Shinzong scoffed, forcefully pushing Su Yanhong away. And what of your brother? Even if I were to perish, I would never relinquish my advantages to your family. Give up your hopes. Su Yanhong was infuriated, cursing that they were husband and wife, sharing a bed, yet Shinzong allowed the Shin family to manipulate him to the point where he no longer trusted his own wife. It was no wonder he found himself in this predicament. For so long, she had endured in feigned patience, biding her time to secure a job, and now that it was lost, she was done pretending. The crux of the matter lay in Shinzong's own unwillingness to fight for his position. Su Yanhong turned to grasp Shin Zhao's hand, attempting to manipulate her while testing whether Shin Zhao indeed possessed the means to reclaim the job. Shin Zhao gazed at Su Yanhong with indifference, unyielding to her flattery. She was neither a masochist nor a saint, and she remembered all too well the misdeeds Su Yanhong had committed. Withdrawing her hand, she forced a smile that was more grim than genuine. I do have a way to retrieve the job, but since Shinzong has declined, let us all forego it. Su Yanhong was seething. It was an opportunity of immense potential, and if they did not want it, then she would, yet no one paid her any heed. Shin Zhao approached Shinzong. You are certain you wish to embrace this uselessness? It matters little whether you desire the job, for it is not mine. However, you must apologize to me. Observing Shinzong's despondent demeanor, Shin Zhao applied pressure. If you do not apologize, you may leave the Shin family and return to the city to beg. She had no desire to bear the burden of someone so devoid of ambition. After all, there were still the eldest and the third brothers to consider. Shinzong glared at Shin Zhao, humiliation etched across his face, as though she were his enemy. This displeased Shin old lady greatly. She protectively pulled Shin Zhao behind her, entirely disregarding her son. If you do not apologize to your younger sister, you may leave. This was fundamentally Shinzong's issue. At 28, he was a grown man yet still lacked the wisdom to resolve problems, preferring instead to cast blame on others. Shinzong, how have I failed to notice that I have such a formidable son? Shin Zhao sighed and took Shin old lady's hand. Mother, do not concern yourself with him. Look at the delightful items I have brought back for you. I do not require insincere apologies. Shin old lady bestowed endless affection upon Shin Zhao, her heart swelling with joy as she embraced her, praising her. Daughters are indeed the best. They are thoughtful and remember to bring gifts for their mothers. Did you buy anything for yourself, dear? You must not forsake your own desires for the sake of gifts. Shin Zhao smiled softly and nodded. I purchased everything, but do you not worry that I am frivolously spending? If my daughter wishes to spend, then spend. If you cannot even afford your own desires, then it is solely the fault of the men in this household for lacking the ability to earn. You were born to enjoy life. Shin old lady exclaimed, her eyes closed in blissful ignorance. Shin Zhao felt her heart soften, whispering into Shin old lady's ear, Mother, all this money was earned by me. I will take care of you. Shin old lady was so overjoyed she could hardly contain herself, following Shin Zhao as she marveled at the pile of goods on the floor. Upon seeing the large meat bun she had specially brought back from the state-run restaurant, she could not help but pinch Shin Zhao's cheeks, exclaiming, How can you be so wonderful? It is because I have such a splendid mother. Shin Zhao spoke with genuine sincerity. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, if it were not for Shin old lady's unabashed favoritism, supporting her in every endeavor and never once reproaching her, she would have faced countless adversities. Whenever she overheard anyone utter a word against Shin Zhao, she would immediately defend her. Most importantly, Shin Zhao understood that all of Shin old lady's affection was directed towards her, not the original owner of this body. That evening, as Shin Zhao brought some ginseng for Shin old lady to prepare soup, she suggested adding a few roots for nourishment. Shin old lady's eyes sparkled with warmth, enveloping Shin Zhao in soft affection. Her rough, calloused hands caressed Xinjiao's head, smoothing down her fine hair, and her gaze conveyed understanding. She knew everything but chose to accept it. Later, Xinjiao seized the opportunity to inquire of Shin old lady why, knowing that their souls had diverged, she had not chosen to regard her as a monster. Shin old lady simply replied that through those familiar eyes, she sensed a profound connection with Xinjiao, an inexplicable fondness that transcended understanding. Moreover, she had dreamt of the original owner's departure from this body and believed that dream to be true. Most importantly, it was a matter of reciprocal sincerity. Shin old lady beamed with pride, boasting to everyone about Xinjiao's kindness, though occasionally she would remind Xinjiao to save some money for the future, lest they find themselves in need. This delighted Xinjiao, who affectionately draped her arm over Shin old lady's shoulder, nuzzling close. Mother, rest assured, with me around, our family shall never know poverty. Well then, I shall await a life of comfort. Chapter 48. An awkward apology before dawn had broken. A figure stood hesitantly at the entrance of Xinjiao's room, hand poised in uncertainty. Xinjiao was pulled upright by Lu Kuangye. They had plans to venture out today. As the door swung open, the bleary-eyed Xinjiao startled, leaping up to cling to Lu Kuangye like a koala. She feared little in life, save for the occasional spook from ghosts. Lu Kuangye, with one hand supporting her legs, allowed her to rest effortlessly against him while greeting the person at the door. Second brother. Upon realizing it was a person, Xinjiao immediately descended from Lu Kuangye, shooting a displeased glare at Shinzong, and with a huff, she brushed past him and stepped outside. Shinzong, filled with unspoken words, mustered the courage to speak, only to find himself addressing nothing but the heiress. Xinjiao had already slipped away to breakfast, disinterested in waiting for his thoughts. As she savored her porridge, a figure unexpectedly took a seat beside her. I owe you an apology. The stilted words came from a rather uncomfortable individual. Xinjiao did not lift her gaze, continuing to sip her porridge. Xinjiao, I'm sorry, I should not have vented my anger on you. I do not expect your forgiveness. Swallowing the last morsel of her porridge, she wiped her mouth and found herself suppressing a laugh at Shinzong's stammering apology. I heard you, you may leave now. You're blocking my air. Shinzong obediently shifted aside, but the bench lost its balance with his departure, and Xinjiao, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Shinzong with wide eyes. In a flurry of motion, Shinzong rushed over to assist her, only to be rebuffed. Ultimately, it was Lu Kuangye who lifted Xinjiao back onto her feet. Shinzong, were you deliberately trying to make me fall? Xinjiao tugged at Lu Kuangye as they proceeded outside. Yaoer, you haven't eaten your meat buns yet. Shin Laotai called out anxiously from behind. Xinjiao's voice drifted back from beyond the wall. You all enjoy it. The familiar ox cart awaited them, though today's passengers were different. The sight of the rudimentary cart made Xinjiao wince at the thought of enduring the bumpy ride. She pondered whether squatting might alleviate the discomfort of a sore backside. Suddenly, Lu Kuangye's deep, magnetic voice interrupted her thoughts. Lift your bottom. Obediently, Xinjiao complied, but within moments, Lu Kuangye had seated her down again, and as she prepared to inquire about his intentions, she felt an unfamiliar sensation beneath her. Glancing down, she discovered it was a piece of clothing. Her bright eyes turned to Lu Kuangye. Wearing tea. You worried about discomfort? With this cushion, it won't be as painful. Xinjiao enveloped Lu Kuangye in a generous embrace, exclaiming, You've done splendidly, little Lu. Lu Kuangye's once rigid demeanor softened as he returned her embrace, his hand encircling her waist effortlessly, his gaze deep and contemplative. As long as you're pleased. Goodness, I thought this was your home. How shameless to be so affectionate in front of so many. It was Aunt May from next door. Xinjiao did not release Lu Kuangye. Instead, she tightened her grip and smiled sweetly at Aunt May. If you're envious, you might as well find a man to hug you too. Uncle Wang from the village seems quite suitable. Should I play matchmaker for you? What is wrong with a married couple sharing a hug? Xinjiao continued, watching as Aunt May wilted in response, clearly perplexed as to how Xinjiao had gleaned knowledge of her fleeting glance at Uncle Wang. After all, they had scarcely exchanged words. Internally, Aunt May cursed Xinjiao, recognizing the same stubbornness in her as in Shin Laotai, and chose to remain silent. With the atmosphere stifled, the others naturally refrained from provoking Xinjiao further. The journey was marked by an unusual tranquility. Upon disembarking, Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye spotted Zhou Jianping awaiting them. Comrade Xinjiao and her beloved, you've finally arrived. Please, come to my home. Understanding that certain matters required discretion, Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye did not decline and followed Zhou Jianping home. His residence was a cylindrical building, noticeably newer and more attractive than the others in the vicinity. Zhou Jianping lived on the second floor, centrally located. Upon entering, they were greeted by an atmosphere of cleanliness and comfort that starkly contrasted with the cramped living conditions of other cylindrical buildings, leaving Xinjiao utterly impressed. Zhou Jianping smiled as he explained that this was a family housing complex, recently constructed, where everyone worked together, and the environment was quite pleasant. At the door of Zhou Jianping's home stood a modest wooden entrance. Welcoming them were Zhou Jianping's father and young child Zhou's father, still not entirely gray, appeared approachable, adorned with reading glasses, and after greeting them, encouraged the child to address Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye as brother and sister. Zhou Laotai emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, bearing steaming corn and buns, inviting them to sit down for breakfast. Though they initially protested, claiming they had already eaten, Zhou Laotai's hospitality was insistent. Reluctantly, they complied, having consumed a bun and half a corn before firmly declining any more. Once they had satisfied Zhou Laotai's insistence, Xinjiao produced ginseng and various herbs to replenish qi and blood, presenting a collection of items including Dangshan, Yangshan, Baizhu, Ganqiao, Dangui, Jishuetang, and Yishouwu, all crammed into Zhou Jianping's hands. Zhou's parents, familiar with herbal medicine through experience, became flustered at the sight of such a bounty, refusing to accept them and insisting on returning them to Xinjiao. These are gifts for you, uncle and aunt. Please don't be polite. Comrade Zhou Jianping has already compensated us. Zhou Jianping found himself reprimanded by his parents, who felt he had offered too little, considering how rare such herbs were nowadays. Following a series of promises from Zhou Jianpain that he would ensure Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye did not suffer losses, the reprimand subsided. He recognized precisely how valuable the items Xin Zhao had brought truly were. Initially, he had agreed to compensate her if the ginseng was of high quality, estimating its worth at 150 yuan per root. After inspecting their quality, he felt that even 200 yuan was too little, ultimately insisting on shoving 5 large bills into Xin Zhao's hands, along with some assorted tickets. Delighted, Xin Zhao took the money, bidding farewell as she hurried off to find Zhou Zigu. Upon encountering Zhou Zigu, she promptly declared, "I no longer want the job, but I must demand compensation." After discussing the matter with Shen Laotai the previous night, Xin Zhao concluded that it was best to relinquish the job. Xin Yao had no desire to return to work, nor did Xin Zong wish to go back, unwilling to benefit Su Yanhong's brother. It seemed far more practical to exchange the situation for cash. Xin Zhao then suggested using the money for business ventures, leading to a unanimous decision to let go of the job in favor of financial gain. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zigu expressed interest in Lu Kuangye, believing him to be a talented individual with a strong understanding of machinery, and thought he would excel at the steel factory. He sought to persuade Lu Kuangye to stay. However, Lu Kuangye declined. Zhou Zigu, confused, assumed that Xin Zong's situation had cast a shadow over Lu Kuangye, and he assured that Lu Kuangye would be treated well. Nevertheless, Lu Kuangye remained resolute in his refusal. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and a breathless newcomer exclaimed, "Not good, Zhou Gong, there has been an incident." Chapter 49. The display of skill. The man who rushed to deliver the news pulled Zhou Zigu away. However, Zhou Zigu turned around and insisted that Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye follow along. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye politely declined, joking that they were not employees there but merely seeking financial compensation, so there was no reason for them to tag along. Zhou Zigu blinked, feigning profundity as he inquired, "Don't you wish to meet the individual who has taken over your position?" "Not at all." Xin Zhao retorted without a moment's hesitation. They certainly had no desire to stir up trouble. Yet, Zhou Zigu stubbornly dragged the two along, urging, "Come on, let's go take a look together." Upon arriving at the workshop of the steel factory, a crowd had gathered around a massive machine, engaged in fervent discussion. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Zhou Gong has arrived, everyone, make way." The crowd swiftly parted, their curious gazes shifting to Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye. "Zhou Gong, the machine is malfunctioning, could you take a look?" A man, with a playful demeanor, led Zhou Zigu to the halted machine. "And who might these two be?" the man suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye. Zhou Zigu shielded them from scrutiny, casually explaining, "Friends." The man snorted, warning, "Zhou Gong, you must distinguish between work and play, we cannot afford to be reckless." Zhou Zigu stepped past him to inspect the machine. As he removed the cover for examination, a troubled expression crossed his face. "It can't be irreparable, can it?" The man, now with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "But the factory director said you would surely manage." Zhou Zigu's gaze remained fixed on the machine, contemplating its complexities. It was not that it couldn't be repaired, but that it would be quite troublesome. Encouraged by the man's taunts, the surrounding workers began to question Zhou Zigu's capabilities, branding him a mere greenhorn who had gained his position through connections, inferior even to them, simply collecting a paycheck for doing nothing. Xin Zhao nudged the composed Lu Kuangye beside her, whispering, "Can you fix it?" Her inquiry inadvertently caught the ears of nearby workers, who erupted into laughter, derisively pointing at Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye, exclaiming, "You too? You haven't even seen our machine, ours is the most advanced in the nation, worth hundreds of thousands each. Do you think you can fix it? Don't be ridiculous." Yet, Zhou Zigu appeared to have seized upon a lifeline, pulling Lu Kuangye before the malfunctioning machine. "I can only think of a rather complicated method to repair it, but it requires custom parts, which are not only expensive but also time-consuming. Do you have any other ideas?" Zhou Zigu promised Lu Kuangye that if he could resolve the issue, he would be sincerely grateful. With eager anticipation, Zhou Zigu fixed an intense gaze upon Lu Kuangye, his heart racing. However, the surrounding workers were oblivious to Lu Kuangye's true worth, merely perceiving Zhou Zigu as having randomly recruited someone to attempt the repair. They jeered, opposing the idea and insisting that someone report to the leadership. Lu Kuangye, withdrawing his hand from the machine, leaned back nonchalantly, his hands in his pockets, indifferent to the reluctance to let him inspect it. Zhou Zigu was on the verge of tears. He had finally found a prodigy to assist him, and these individuals were oblivious to his worth. During their conversation the previous day, Zhou Zigu had sensed Lu Kuangye's prowess. The problem with the machine was undoubtedly solvable by Lu Kuangye, and Zhou Zigu was eager to witness it, hoping to learn in the process. The factory director was soon brought over. "What is the matter? I trust Zhou Zigu to handle it." "Director, you really shouldn't," someone interjected. "Zhou Gong has brought in an outsider to repair the machine." "Does that sound reasonable?" The director, intrigued, responded, "Oh, I wonder who could compel the proud Zhou Zigu to seek assistance." It was evident that Zhou Zigu would not casually ask for help unless he knew the individual's capabilities. It appeared he had discovered a hidden gem. The person who had summoned the director noticed that, despite delivering such grave news, the director seemed amused, feeling that things were amiss. Disappointed, they realized the director was indeed biased towards his brother. Law. It seemed their scheme to use this opportunity to oust Zhou Zigu would likely come to naught. "Zhou Zigu, who have you brought to assist? Please introduce me." The director, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward, casting a glance at the imposing Lu Kuangye, who made a favorable first impression. Seeing her brother-in-law arrive, Zhou Zigu rushed forward to recommend Lu Kuangye, eager for the director to give him a chance. The director chuckled, patting his belly as he looked at Zhou Zigu, teasing him, "You hold him in such high regard, but I am willing to vouch for him. If he fails to fix the machine, I shall compensate and resign myself." Xin Zhao tugged at Lu Kuangye's sleeve, pulling him down and whispering in his ear, "You didn't promise to fix the machine, did you?" Lu Kuangye feigned calmness, straightening up and casually pinching his tingling ear, responding with a soft "MHM." Just as Zhou Zigu was elated at the prospect of the director's approval, he overheard their conversation, feeling as though the sky were collapsing. Grabbing Lu Kuangye's arm, he pleaded, "You must help me, my future hinges upon your assistance, please, I beg you, sister-in-law, you must persuade Lu Gu to help me fix the machine." Seeing Zhou Zigu's desperate antics was rather amusing, Xin Zhao stifled a laugh and nodded. With Xin Zhao's support, Zhou Zigu felt reassured. This was a sure win. He turned with renewed bravado towards those who had mocked him, declaring, "You lack the vision to recognize true talent. Watch as Lu Gu demonstrates his prowess and leaves you in awe." Xin Zhao, equally curious about Lu Kuangye's capabilities, pushed him forward. With a resigned smile directed at Xin Zhao, Lu Kuangye lightly tapped her forehead. As he turned to face the machine, he regained his usual calm demeanor. Seriousness etched upon his face as he swiftly dismantled the apparatus. Of the onlookers held their breath, captivated by Lu Kuangye's every movement. Half an hour later, Lu Kuangye stood up, his expression relaxed as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "All right, let us give it a try." The workers, taken aback, quickly nodded and scurried to turn on the machine. To everyone's delight, it whirred back to life. "Hey, it actually works," the workers exclaimed, astonished. Even the factory director beamed with approval, patting Zhou Zigu on the back. "Well done, you've brought us such a remarkable talent." He then extended an olive branch to Lu Kuangye, promising to arrange a clerical position for Xin Zhao as well, which left the surrounding workers envious. Lu Kuangye, however, declined the offer. Under the incredulous gazes of those around them, Xin Zhao and the others accompanied the director to his office. After discussing the situation, the director came to understand Lu Kuangye's and Xin Zhao's unfavorable impressions of the factory. He was furious about the underhanded tactics employed to usurp Zhou Zigu's position. If a talent like Lu Kuangye were to be lured to their factory, the future would undoubtedly look bright. Yet, Lu Kuangye's refusal was resolute. With a heavy heart, the director let him go, even assisting in resolving Zhou's own situation and securing additional funds. As they departed, he handed Lu Kuangye an envelope, solemnly inviting them to visit whenever they could. Once seated in the returning bullock cart, Xin Zhao opened the envelope, discovering a generous sum inside. "Keep it, he is a wise man," she mused. Chapter 50. Cultivating the land requires learning. You have returned. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Shinzong was already waiting nearby. The others cast curious glances at him, wondering why he was home at this hour. Aunt May, without any decorum, boldly inquired. Shinzong, unreservedly, disclosed his decision to quit and return home to farm. When Shinzong accompanied Shinzhao back yesterday, some had already speculated, yet no one dared to confront the Shin family. To their surprise, Shinzong willingly spoke of it himself. Aunt May, with a critical gaze fixed upon him, scoffed, remarking that he was merely a rural simpleton who aspired to work in the city, only to be kicked back home. "Shinzong, are you foolish? What about your position? Might you relinquish it to us?" Shinzong shrugged, stating that the position was no longer available. The crowd dispersed, yet their jeers lingered. Shinzhao observed Shinzong's demeanor, noting a remarkable tranquility, as if he had transformed overnight. Shinzong stepped forward, sincerely apologizing and explaining that the morning incident had indeed been an accident. He even offered to assist Lu Kuangye with his belongings. Shinzhao and the others did not hinder his attempts at goodwill. If he wished to help, so be it. Upon returning home, the Shin family was already gathered around the table. Shinzhao produced the money he had brought back from the steel factory, revealing a substantial sum. He clarified that this was the payment for Lu Kuangye's repairs. Su Yanhong stifled a laugh, rudely pointing at Lu Kuangye. "His payment for repairs? You must be joking, Shinzhao. If you desire money, you could take it from this family without anyone stopping you, but do not concoct such laughable excuses." Shinzhao pressed the money into Lu Kuangye's hands, asserting that it rightfully belonged to him. "If you doubt me, inquire with the factory manager. You are correct. Had I wished for money, I could have taken it all, for this sum was secured through my insistence. You have no grounds to speak." Su Yanhong, hands on her hips, protested, "And why do I lack grounds? The job was meant for my husband. Any compensation should rightfully be directed to him." Just as Grandma Shin was about to rise and chastise Su Yanhong, her mind clouded by money, Shinzhao restrained her. "I refuse to converse with those incapable of rational thought. Aside from that 100, all the money is for my mother." Shinzhao, before the gathered family, handed the money to Grandma Shin. Although Su Yanhong was dissatisfied, she still feared her mother-in-law. She muttered quietly, "Giving it to Grandma is akin to letting you take it at will." Shinzong pulled Su Yanhong aside and addressed the others. "I support my sister's decision to let mother manage the funds. Disregard my wife's words, her mind is not quite right." Reluctantly, Su Yanhong was led back into the house. The lights in their room remained aglow until late at night. With Su Yanhong, the troublemaker, out of the picture, the atmosphere grew far more harmonious. Grandma Shen's first act was to commend Shinzhao, urging a few of the others to learn from him and exhibit a bit more cleverness instead of always succumbing to bullying. Lin Jiadi and Fong Erlin laughed as they draped their arms around Shinzhao's shoulders, teasing, "They wish to be as clever as Xiao Zhao, but that will be a challenge." Shin Guang and Shin Yao were particularly intrigued by Lu Kuangye's repairs at the steel factory, eager to learn more details. Their admiration grew when they heard how Lu Kuangye had resolved a challenging problem in just half an hour. They expressed a desire for him to teach them. The women present erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Grandma Shin wiped away a tear. "Are any of you as clever as young Lu?" He is a university student. Shin Guang and Shin Yao immediately wilted, conceding defeat, nearly forgetting that Lu Kuangye had previously worked at a research institute. Shin Zishou approached, wrapping his arms around Shin Zhao's leg, and cautiously glanced up at Lu Kuangye, his eyes filled with admiration. Children are often drawn to those who are impressive, particularly someone as capable as their uncle, yet, they were also wary of him. He was 100 times more intimidating than their aunt, and they privately dubbed him a wolf. As they contemplated excuses to escape, Lu Kuangye stopped them, ensuring they stood still like little radishes. Last night, little Shin Zishou declared he wished to be as formidable as I am. Thus, your aunt has entrusted you to me for lessons, so you may grow to be impressive adults like me, but we only wish to be children right now. Protested Shin Zishou. Just one of us should attend lessons. We do not aspire to be as remarkable as you. I want to farm like my father. Lu Kuangye smiled gently. Farming also requires learning. Chapter 51. The treatment of the darling daughter with a toothbrush in her mouth and foam bubbling over her lips, Shin Zhao beamed at the little ones, who appeared thoroughly battered by their studies. The brilliant and radiant light shone upon Lu Kuangye, adorning him with a dazzling halo, making him look like a celestial being gracing the earth. Yet, in the eyes of the children, Lu Kuangye was nothing short of a terrifying demon, burdening them with the arduous task of mastering pinyin, numbers, and letters since the break of dawn. What kind of child is subjected to such high-level learning upon entering school? Although their uncle had chosen a more engaging and playful method to educate them, for these kids who had never encountered such concepts before, it felt akin to deciphering an alien language. Countless times they had dozed off, only to be roused and punished with standing. Each passing minute was a torment. Auntie! The big, pleading eyes of each child screamed for rescue. Shin Zhao, muffled in her response, chose to feign ignorance and pinched each child's cheek in a gesture of encouragement. Be good and learn from your uncle. You can do it. With that, Shin Zhao floated away, heedless of the children's desperate gazes, to wash up and have breakfast. The children, eyes brimming with tears, persisted in their studies. Once satiated, Shin Zhao prepared to venture up the mountain. With a basket slung over her back, she hurried toward the ascent. Fortune favored her today. As soon as she reached the mountain, she stumbled upon a bounty of mushrooms and bamboo shoots, appearing freshly sprouted. Last night, the children had been craving mushrooms, so Shin Zhao knelt down and gathered half a basket before moving on. The path upward was lined with various medicinal herbs, and she even spotted exposed veins of gold in the earth, alongside herds of animals, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, wild boars, and rabbits that seemed less than intelligent, oblivious to her presence. Shin Zhao was taken aback. Today, the mountain resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, with all its treasures laid bare as if to ensure that none would remain unnoticed. However, Shin Zhao did not dwell on such thoughts and promptly gathered what she needed. As she departed, she heard Shin Zhao's exclamation behind her. This truly is a treasure trove. Hiding behind a tree, Shin Zhao suddenly realized that her dear daughter had arrived, which explained the mountain's plentiful offerings. Today, she had unwittingly benefited from her presence. Shin Zhao, not wishing to confront Shin Zhaodi just yet, cautiously made her exit. Upon reaching the cattle shed to unload her finds, she did not linger but left promptly. However, from the old professors at the cattle shed, Shin Zhao learned that there was another girl recently attempting to create opportunities for contact with them. Each time, she sought to assist or rescue them. Yet, under Shin Zhao's guidance, their health had improved significantly. They could manage on their own, were filled with hope, and had clear minds. They were wary of someone who approached with apparent intentions, fearing she might be a spy sent to uncover Shin Zhao's connections with them. Thus, they had shared their concerns with Shin Zhao. Nodding in understanding, Shin Zhao reassured them, "For now, I am a good person who can assist you." The professors nodded in agreement, successfully persuading Shin Zhao to depart. Once she was gone, they resumed their work with the herbs while chatting. "Though Comrade Xiao Zhao speaks well, I can't shake the feeling that the girl has ulterior motives," one remarked. "Indeed, the last time I told her not to assist me, she insisted on helping, all while probing into my past, nearly giving me a heart attack. Such an ambitious girl, she may well become a significant figure. We, having one foot in the grave, should not speculate too much. Let's just help Xiao Zhao with the herbs." Intent on avoiding Shin Zhaodi, Shin Zhao deliberately chose a different route down the mountain. Yet, by sheer coincidence, she encountered Shin Zhaodi on her ascent. Both were taken aback upon their meeting, but quickly feigned casual greetings. "What a coincidence, Xiao Zhao, you're heading up the mountain too?" Shin Zhao nodded, acknowledging the serendipity. "Yes, but I'm actually on my way down." Upon hearing that Shin Zhao was descending, Shin Zhaodi visibly relaxed, yet her curiosity was piqued regarding the contents of Shin Zhao's basket. She couldn't help but speculate whether Shin Zhao had collected a wealth of treasures, prompting her to descend. The thought that Shin Zhao had reached the mountain before her and the allure of every item she had gathered ignited a pang of envy within Shin Zhaodi, causing her to swallow hard. "Have you found what you were looking for?" Shin Zhao, sensing her unease, revealed the contents of her basket: wild fruits and mushrooms. "The children at home are craving these, so I picked some to take back." Shin Zhaodi couldn't articulate the bitter feelings stirring within her. Perhaps it was the realization of Shin Zhao's unconditional affection for her family, evident in her willingness to journey far for their delight. Or perhaps it was the haunting memory of her own family, filled with those who drained her spirit, including her defenseless younger sister. As they parted ways, Shin Zhaodi quietly advised Shin Zhao to be cautious on her journey, hinting that she might encounter delightful surprises. After expressing her gratitude, they continued on their separate paths, focused ahead, each lost in thought as they brushed past one another toward their respective destinations. After a time, Shin Zhaodi glanced back, only to find the road behind her empty, reminiscent of two parallel lines that briefly intersected before diverging once more. She envied Shin Zhao, who was cherished by her parents and had been cradled in love from a young age. Even her husband, devoid of a prestigious job, treated her with unwavering kindness. Thoughts of Lu Kuan-Ye stirred a mix of confusion and curiosity within Xin Zhao. In her memory, Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-Ye had never been this close. They had even divorced later on, yet now, they appeared blissfully united, and the Xin family seemed whole rather than fragmented as she had recalled. Xin Zhao envisioned Xin Zhao's captivating face, with its bright eyes and charming smile that could sway hearts, coupled with her humble demeanor. Perhaps she could embark on a new journey, striving to live life in her own vibrant way. A light-hearted smile spread across Xin Zhao's face as the heavy shackles that had bound her began to feel lighter, even her steps grew more buoyant. On her descent, Xin Zhao glanced around, noting that the mountain had nearly returned to its original state, the clumsy little creatures having vanished. Nevertheless, she managed to catch a couple of wild chickens to take home. Upon entering the village, she was halted by an auntie lurking beneath a tree. "Xiao Zhao, come chat with us for a moment." The auntie feigned casualness while glancing over Xin Zhao's shoulder. "Oh, Xiao Zhao, you've been to the mountain? What did you bring back? I've been passing by your place at night and can smell the aroma of meat. I hear you never return empty-handed from the mountain. Is that true? You can tell me. I promise not to share." The auntie nearly swore an oath, straining to keep her drooping eyelids wide open as she gazed at Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao chuckled lightly, playfully downplaying her excursion. "Oh, I just went for a stroll and picked some fruits. Auntie, it's time for dinner." Chapter 52, Can I change my uncle? Xin Zhao was evasively fending off her aunt's inquiries, seeking an opportunity to extricate herself from the conversation. Just then, a group of children arrived most fortuitously. "My child is calling me for dinner. Auntie, let us continue our chat another time." Her aunt, unable to insist further, could only bid a reluctant farewell, promising to catch up soon. Xin Zhao nodded, assuring her that they would indeed speak again. Xin Zhexiao and several other children rushed forward, clinging to her legs with voices tinged with a hint of tears. "Auntie, can we not go home just yet? Can we play outside instead? Auntie, can we go to the mountain? Auntie, can we change our uncle?" Xin Zhao nearly burst into laughter. While the first few requests were understandable, the last one about changing uncles was utterly perplexing. What on earth had Lu Kuan-Ye done to these children to evoke such strong aversion? Crouching down, she playfully grasped Xin Zhixiao's shoulders and inquired curiously, "Little Xiao, why do you wish to change your uncle? What is wrong with this one?" Xin Zhixiao glanced at his younger siblings, then lowered his head, a touch of embarrassment creeping over him as he fidgeted with his small hands. "Uncle is very nice, but he is too nice. We want a less perfect uncle, like Shirtu and Shunzi's uncle. He is just right." Xin Zhao could hardly suppress her laughter. It was evident that the children disliked their uncle's overbearing nature. She gently informed them that changing uncles would require the uncle's consent as well. The children immediately wilted like frostbitten eggplants, realizing that such a change was unlikely. "Uncle likes Auntie the most. He sticks to her all the time. Not if he sees us playing with you, he gets jealous." A flush crept onto Xin Zhao's face. "Did your uncle tell you that?" The children exchanged knowing glances, their expressions clearly saying, "We can tell." Were today's children truly that perceptive? Had Lu Kuan-Ye's feelings been so evident? As the children huddled together, upon noticing the blush on Xin Zhao's cheeks, they seemed to lose all their energy and resolve. They whispered among themselves, "It seems Auntie really likes uncle. Perhaps we cannot change uncles after all." No sooner had they expressed this sorrowful realization than they were startled by the sudden appearance of a head beside them, causing them to scream and scatter. It was Lu Kuan-Ye, who had quietly approached and overheard their conversation. The children were filled with dread, unable to fathom the stern measures their uncle might employ against them. Seeking refuge, they hid behind Xin Zhao. Coming back to her senses, she too was startled to see Lu Kuan-Ye. "Xiao Xiao, big girl, bring your siblings over." His voice was calm, devoid of any inflection, as if he had heard nothing. However, the children could keenly sense that this calmness was merely the eye of the storm, and they clutched Xin Zhao's garment, unwilling to budge. "Auntie, you must protect us." Xin Zhao chuckled softly, crossing her arms and looking down at the little ones. "If you wish for my protection, you must first tell me what mischief you've been up to." Xin Zhixiao exchanged glances with his siblings, and with unwavering resolve, they chose to confide in their seemingly amiable aunt rather than their ominous uncle. They recounted all the unflattering remarks they had made about him. Xin Zhao listened, struggling to stifle her laughter as she pinched her thigh. Finding them utterly adorable, feigning seriousness, she asked, "Will you all say such things again next time?" The little ones shook their heads in unison, declaring, "No, we won tea. We won tea dare." Xin Zhao nodded in satisfaction, taking the opportunity to impart a lesson about the impropriety of speaking ill of others behind their backs and emphasizing that Lu Kuan-Ye's intentions were ultimately for their benefit, encouraging them to respect their teachers. The children looked bewildered, their minds overwhelmed by an influx of knowledge. Their tiny brains seemed to declare a state of overload, leaving them nodding vacantly. After finishing her lecture, Xin Zhao affectionately patted their heads. "Now that you understand, it's time to head home for dinner. I need to have a word with your uncle." With heads bowed, Xin Zhixiao and the others scurried away, dragging their younger siblings along at a rapid pace towards home. Only Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-Ye remained. He approached her slowly, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, gently brushing aside a wayward strand of hair, and softly said, "I truly appreciate how you stand up for me." Xin Zhao raised an eyebrow, her tone playful yet firm. "I did not stand up for you. I merely aimed to instill a proper worldview in the children." Lu Kuan-Ye lowered his gaze, studying her features, a silent smile gracing his lips. "By the way, may I ask what you did to them today? They were well behaved when I left them this morning, yet by noon, they had transformed into little sourpusses." She was filled with skepticism regarding the drastic change. Although the children were not particularly obedient, they were certainly not unruly. For someone to turn them into escape artists, it could only be Lu Kuang-ye. His low, rumbling laughter brushed against her ears like a feather. Nothing much, just wanted to tease them a bit. Shen Zhao shot him a glare, exasperated. You really shouldn't antagonize them like that. Just don't make them dislike learning. Lu Kuang-ye took the basket from her back, chuckling as he strolled towards home. I promise I won't. Please trust me, Zhao Zhao. Shen Zhao let out a soft laugh, playfully pinching the muscle at his waist. You had better know your limits. As they were walking home, the sudden honking of a car horn caught their attention. They turned to see a familiar face leaning out of the front passenger window. It was Lu Lingyi, whom they had not seen for some time. Recently, Lu Lingyi had written to inform them that her family had secured her a job, primarily to prevent her from wandering off and getting into trouble as she had before. Her parents, disregarding her protests, found her a quiet position in the military, intending to keep her from straying. Consequently, she and Shen Zhao could only communicate through letters. Lu Lingyi had often expressed her boredom with the job and her desire to visit Shen Zhao, but without any days off and with her home being quite far away, such plans were complicated. Thus, seeing Lu Lingyi now was almost unbelievable until she called out Shen Zhao's name twice. Shen Zhao, what a surprise! Lu Lingyi urged the driver to stop, eagerly leaping from the vehicle to embrace Shen Zhao. I came to find you. I am so sorry, Shen Zhao. Chapter 53, We are good friends. Lu Lingyi unexpectedly gleaned information about Shen Zhao's family from her parents' casual conversation with the steel mill's director. Upon learning that Shen Zhao had lost her job, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. After all, it was Lu Lingyi who had specifically sought that position for Shen Zhao, both to repay her kindness and to fulfill her desire to live in the city together, enjoying each other's company during holidays. However, who could have anticipated that the outcome would be a job at the steel mill? At that moment, Lu Lingyi had suspected that Shen Zhao would likely decline it. As expected, she did. Subsequently, Lu Lingyi paid little attention to the job, but was taken aback to hear about the Shen family's misfortune, particularly how Shen Zhao and Lu Kuang-ye had excelled at the steel mill. Shen Zhao was a technician of extraordinary skill, whose remarkable abilities had caught the attention of the director himself, who sought to retain her. In contrast, Lu Kuang-ye possessed an exceptional talent for negotiation, adept at psychological tactics, and remained unfazed even when faced with individuals of significantly higher social status and wealth, steadfastly defending his interests. The director regarded the couple as if they were treasures, recognizing their exceptional talents, yet, it was surprising that the coveted job position seemed to elude Shen Zhao and Lu Kuang-ye. The director understood, after all, those with genuine talent would undoubtedly succeed in any endeavor they pursued. While the steel mill was perceived as a stable job by others, to them it may have seemed lacking in challenge, unappetizing yet too valuable to discard. Lu Lingyi felt an immense pride upon overhearing the director's praise for Shen Zhao. She yearned to proclaim to the world, "This is my dearest friend, truly remarkable." Yet, she was still irked by the injustice Shen Zhao had suffered and worried that their friendship might be tainted by suspicion or fractured due to this incident. After enduring a night of forced confinement at home by her parents, Lu Lingyi could hardly contain her eagerness to see Shen Zhao the next morning. Xiao Zhao, you don't blame me, do you? I am so sorry for my oversight. I never imagined someone would exploit the situation. Don't worry, I will not let this go. I will make sure those who bullied you face consequences. By the way, do you want to work in the city? As she spoke, Lu Lingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Zhao, how about we work together? Join my workplace, we could commute together, and no one would dare to separate us. I'll make sure no one bullies you. Shen Zhao shook her head with a smile, seeing Lu Lingyi, who resembled a homeless puppy in a downpour, evoked tenderness in Shen Zhao, prompting her to pinch Lu Lingyi's chubby cheek. It felt just as she had imagined, soft and smooth. Concerned that Lu Lingyi might actually cry, Shen Zhao explained that she had no desire to work in the city. She preferred to remain close to her parents, relishing the carefree life of a child. As for financial matters, there was no need for concern. Shen Zhao assured Lu Lingyi that she was the cherished one in her family, and with Grandma Shen and Lu Kuang-ye around, she would never go hungry. Her words were utterly convincing, for Lu Lingyi had previously visited Shen Zhao's family, where everyone, from her 60-year-old parents to a 1-year-old child, doted on her. Reflecting on this, Lu Lingyi earnestly grasped Shen Zhao's hand and said, I truly envy you. If only we could switch places. I was forced into work by my parents after staying at home too long. Speaking of it brings tears. Shen Zhao comfortingly patted Lu Lingyi's shoulder and invited her to sit on the ridge of a field, both hugging their knees and gazing into the distance. The golden waves of wheat had vanished, leaving only short stubs, while a few children nearby bent down to gather dropped rice ears, playfully laughing and chatting. A warm scene indeed. Lingyi, you know, your life is already enviable to many. You have loving parents, a wealthy family, and connections that can secure a job with just a word. You've endured very little hardship. Shen Zhao's tone was calm, her gentle voice carried by the wind into Lu Lingyi's ears. Lu Lingyi, who had been chatty, fell silent, pondering deeply and nodding vigorously. Xiao Zhao, you are right. My life is indeed too good. I have faced very little hardship. I hope you don't think poorly of me for wanting to hang out with you. My parents always say I'm too naive and a bit dim-witted. Shen Zhao chuckled softly, glancing at Lu Lingyi, who was lost in thought. In truth, I haven't faced much hardship either. My family dotes on me, and I haven't even worked the land much. Accompanying me might not provide you with much growth. Lu Lingyi shook her head resolutely. Xiao Zhao, you exude intelligence, as if you've navigated through difficulties from a young age, both resilient and adaptable. Moreover, your decisions are typically sound. Xin Zhao felt a flutter in her heart. Lu Lingyi's perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. It was the original owner of this body who had not endured hardship. Xin Zhao herself had clawed her way up from the bottom, striving tirelessly for the life she desired. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Lingyi would discern this during such a mundane moment. Xin Zhao fell silent. Lu Lingyi, like a cheerful little bird, chirped incessantly in Xin Zhao's ear. Though her chatter was noisy, it was far from irritating. Rather, it imbued a sense of liveliness into the atmosphere. You should head back. I must return home as well. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xin Zhao quietly bid farewell to Lu Lingyi. Will you still play with me in the future? Lu Lingyi cautiously asked, her expression uncertain as she looked at Xin Zhao. Of course. We are friends, after all, but it's getting late today. I can take you out tomorrow, Xin Zhao replied readily. She genuinely appreciated the warmth of Lu Lingyi's exuberance. The repeated gestures of assistance and care were sincere, and she wished to shield Lu Lingyi's eyes from any shadows. Upon hearing Xin Zhao's words, Lu Lingyi nearly leapt with excitement. We are friends, how wonderful, I finally have a good friend. Can I come over for dinner tonight? I've missed your family's cooking so much. It is absolutely delicious. Lu Lingyi pouted playfully, swaying Xin Zhao's sleeve, her voice sweeter than honey. Of course, you are always welcome. Xin Zhao took Lu Lingyi's hand, and together they walked toward the Xin household. Xiao Zhao, is the basket heavy? Let me help. Where did you go today? I nearly got sick from the ride. I took a 3-day leave just to spend more time with you. Xin Zhao answered each question one by one, until the last one. Do your parents know you took so many days off? Lu Lingyi's gaze wandered, avoiding Xin Zhao's eyes. They should know, right? Behind them, Lu Kuan-ye silently gritted his teeth, watching Lu Lingyi flirt with his wife. 3 of them were together, yet he felt utterly nameless. Chapter 54 of The Little Fangirl. Here comes Lingyi. Granny Shen wiped her damp hands on her clothes and joyfully rushed out to greet Lu Lingyi and Xin Zhao. My dear, tonight I prepared stir-fried cured meat for you. Would you like to have some? Xin Zhao's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously, following Xin Zhao into the room. Lu Kuan-ye remained silent throughout, yet the inky depths of his gaze gradually morphed into an unfathomable blackness, quietly fixated on Xin Zhao, who was laughing merrily with others, utterly oblivious to his presence. Xin Zhao continued to playfully curry favor with Granny Shen. Mom, you're the one who loves me the most. I merely mentioned it, and you've already made it for me. I am so fortunate to have such a wonderful mother. Tonight, Lingyi would also be dining at home. Could you possibly whip up a vegetable dish for Lingyi as well? Lu Lingyi, accustomed to charming her own parents, now effortlessly turned her affections towards Granny Shen. Yes, Auntie, I truly crave the vegetables you make. Ever since I had your vegetables last time, I lost all interest in others. I didn't even desire to take a single bite. For several nights, I've dreamt of coming to your house just to eat your vegetables. Granny Shen was evidently pleased. After all, who wouldn't relish in being complimented? Her joy radiated to the point where her teeth were nearly exposed. With a grand gesture, she proclaimed, What is just a vegetable? Give me 3 minutes. I'll toss it in the pan and stir-fry it. There's even some fat from the cured meat left over tonight, perfect for enhancing the flavor. Xin Zhao pouted, tugging at Granny Shen's other arm, her voice dripping with jealousy. Mom treats Lingyi better than me now. Humph, I'm no longer your favorite little one. I wanted you to cook with that lard, but you wouldn't yet, the moment Lingyi asks, you comply. Granny Shen hurried to soothe Xin Zhao. On the other side, Lu Lingyi also clung to Granny Shen, playfully claiming she wanted to be her daughter. This left Granny Shen feeling sweetly burdened. Fortunately, Lin Zhadi appeared to rescue the indecisive Granny Shen. Mom, the vegetables are washed. Granny Shen quickly seized the opportunity to escape her predicament under the pretense of cooking. Xin Zhao and Lu Lingyi laughed together, exclaiming, Auntie is so adorable. Xin Zhao silently agreed, raising her eyebrows in tacit approval of Lu Lingyi's words. The two then recalled the backpack still resting in Lu Kuan-ye's grasp, and Lu Lingyi's curiosity was piqued. Especially after hearing Xin Zhao describe how they had raked through the fallen leaves on the mountain to uncover the hidden mushrooms beneath, likening it to a treasure hunt. Lu Lingyi had only been to the mountains once in her life. While she felt a tinge of fear regarding the heights, her curiosity about the natural wonders that grew there was undeniable. The two made their way outside, where they saw Lu Kuan-ye standing by the wall, the backpack still slung over his shoulder. Xin Zhao was startled. What are you doing? Why don't you put it down? Lu Kuan-ye slowly raised his head, and the moment his eyes met Xin Zhao's, they locked on her like a wolf pack zeroing in on its prey, fixated and unyielding. His calm voice cloaked a profound depth. I'm waiting for the moment you remember me. Xin Zhao awkwardly chuckled. She ran over and pulled the backpack off Lu Kuan-ye's shoulder. Alright, don't be upset. I won't forget you. Lu Kuan-ye's lips pressed into a straight line, his gaze unwaveringly following Xin Zhao's every move. Even if you truly forget me, I will always be by your side. Tonight, he would reclaim everything that belonged to him. That annoying and obstructive Lu Lingyi could be tolerated for just a bit longer. Lu Kuan-ye remained silent, like Xin Zhao's shadow, standing aside without interrupting her playful banter with Lu Lingyi, yet occasionally asserting his rightful status. Lu Lingyi, frustrated and gnashing her teeth, could not help but feel vexed. After all, he was indeed her husband. Xin Zhao enthusiastically introduced each item in the backpack to Lu Lingyi, detailing their origins and uses, causing Lu Lingyi to become utterly enchanted. With her chin resting on her hands, she nodded along with Xin Zhao's explanations, punctuated by continuous exclamations of wonder. For the first time, Xin Zhao felt a sense of pride in her knowledge of so many herbs. Her fair cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Finally, she shyly covered her face, her voice muffled through her fingers. Lingy, please stop praising me, I'm really not that remarkable. You are amazing, Xiao Xiao. You are the most impressive person I know. Lu Lingy declared, some of the older kids from the neighbors are studying traditional Chinese medicine, but none of them can identify all the herbs like you can. Xin Zhao waved her hand dismissively, I can only recognize the herbs. I cannot heal or save people, not like them. Lu Lingy gently stroked Xin Zhao's hand as if caressing a precious jade. No, Xiao Xiao, you are the best person in the world. In my heart, no one compares to you. Lu Kuangye, who had been silent, finally interjected, Zhao Zhao is wonderful, she can support me. Lu Lingy turned back in disbelief, assessing Lu Kuangye. Such a big guy, aren't you supposed to be impressive? Why do you need Xin Zhao to support you? Lu Kuangye, understanding her unspoken thoughts, proudly puffed out his chest. You wouldn't understand the feeling of having someone to rely on if you don't have a wife. Lu Lingy's mind echoed with 3 words a phoenix man. Quietly, she pulled Xin Zhao aside, forbidding Lu Kuangye from following. Xiao Zhao, don't settle for a man who relies on you. Break up with him, I have plenty of single neighbor boys to introduce to you, they're all great and, most importantly, they can earn money. Xin Zhao stifled a laugh, she had grown somewhat accustomed to Lu Kuangye's playful antics. Comfortingly, she patted Lu Lingy's hand. Don't worry, he is just joking, normally, he is the one who supports me, just look at that incident with fixing the machines at the steel factory. He earned quite a bit from that. Lu Kuangye clenched his fists, casting a sideways glare at Lu Kuangye. It wasn't her fault, she simply couldn't stand seeing Xin Zhao being coddled by Lu Kuangye. She felt that this man was unworthy of her best friend, thus, she deliberately raised her voice so that Lu Kuangye, standing not far away, could hear. If you're not satisfied with Lu Kuangye, just tell me, and I'll find you a new man, one that guarantees your satisfaction. Lu Kuangye's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Xin Zhao's lips, his mind already calculating the benefits of the night ahead. Xin Zhao chuckled awkwardly, too embarrassed to look at either of them. Fortunately, Granny Xin emerged just in time with the dishes to rescue her. Dinner is ready, I specially cooked 3 dishes. Let us eat heartily tonight. The postman delivered a thin letter to the post office, awaiting the recipient's arrival. Chapter 55. A letter. Lu Lingy, both supportive and courteous, praised the women of the Xin family while enjoying her meal, causing them to feel utterly flustered. The matriarch, old Madame Xin, readily agreed to recognize Lu Lingy as her goddaughter, with one arm wrapped around old Madame Xin's, calling her godmother, and the other around Xin Zhao's, referring to her as sister. Lu Lingy exhibited a familiarity that seemed innate to the family. She did not neglect to greet all her brothers and sisters-in-law in turn. That evening, a luxurious and eye-catching car came to a halt at the entrance of the Xin residence. A young man in a green uniform anxiously paced outside, reluctant to intrude upon Miss Lu's joyful demeanor. He wrestled with the weight of urgent news. After weighing the pros and cons, he rushed inside and whispered a few words into Lu Lingy's ear, shielding his mouth with his hand. Upon hearing the news, Lu Lingy's expression shifted dramatically, her previously charming and carefree demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness, exuding an air of distance and authority. Lu Lingy apologized to old Madame Xin, explaining that she had pressing matters to attend to. Old Madame Xin, not being a malicious old lady, understood and urged Lu Lingy to address her urgent affairs, assuring her that they could converse whenever convenient. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Lingy grasped old Madame Xin's hand, praising her kindness profusely. After bidding farewell to each member of the Xin family, she even took a moment to say goodbye to the plants in the courtyard. It was evident to anyone watching that Lu Lingy was stalling for time, yet the family, charmed by her sweet demeanor, chose to feign ignorance. Finally, standing before Xin Zhao, Lu Lingy clung to her arm, urging her to remember to think of her. Xin Zhao assured her that she would indeed keep Lu Lingy in her thoughts, expressing a hope that Lu Lingy would complete her task swiftly and return to play together. Despite the reluctance, they ultimately had to part ways. Lu Lingy approached Lu Kuangye, lowering her voice to threaten him softly, take care of Xiao Zhao while I'm away, that if you dare to bully her or allow others to do so, I will ensure you pay for it 100-fold. Lu Kuangye scoffed, stepping back slightly to assert his claim, stating, that is my wife. I know better than you how to cherish her. Lu Lingy glared at Lu Kuangye, feeling an overwhelming urge to lash out, but the urgency of the moment prevented her from acting on it. As she settled into the backseat of the car, she leaned out to bid her final farewells to the Xin family. The wind tousled her hair, and her expression grew solemn. It was only when Lu Lingy's car disappeared from view that Xin Zhao and the others returned inside. Days passed with no word from Lu Lingy, causing Xin Zhao to feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. Lu Lingy was not the type to keep things hidden, something must have occurred that prevented her from even notifying them. The more she pondered, the deeper her frown became. Eventually, she gathered some local goods she had saved and wrote a letter to Lu Lingy, then set off to the town market with Lu Kuangye. Fortunately, their journey went smoothly this time. Xin Zhao recalled that their frequent outings often resulted in unexpected encounters, where every question posed could lead to uncomfortable conversations. It was common knowledge that if they inadvertently broached a topic the couple wished to avoid, they would unite to deflect any further inquiries. The atmosphere in the carriage was quiet, save for the sound of their breathing. Xin Zhao turned to glance at Lu Kuangye, who was resting with his eyes closed. His bright, sharp eyes were concealed beneath his eyelids, and his long, thick lashes fluttered gently, evoking a sense of tenderness. The straight bridge of his nose reminded Xin Zhao of a whimsical thought, how she wished to slide down it like a slide. His chiseled jawline resembled a finely crafted sculpture, and as the soft light filtered through the clouds, it cast a gentle glow upon his face, adding an air of mystery and beauty. Unable to resist, Xin Zhao's fingertip brushed against Lu Kuangye's profile. In an instant, he opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto hers. Upon recognizing her, all his defenses melted away, and with a playful grin, he took her hand and placed it against his cheek, teasing, "If you wish to touch, you may do so openly and freely. We are, after all, a lawful couple." The other passengers in the cart pretended not to eavesdrop, but they were all suppressing their curiosity, eager to glean any details about Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye's interaction. Xin Zhao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, as if her mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts, and she hastily withdrew her hand, glancing around in a flustered manner. Finally, under Lu Kuangye's amused gaze, she awkwardly changed the subject. "Is there a reason you insisted on accompanying me to town today?" She recalled witnessing a man discreetly approach Lu Kuangye earlier, whispering a few words before departing. Standing at a distance, she had not recognized the individual or the content of their conversation. The thought lingered, leaving a bitter taste in her heart, as she realized how little she truly knew about Lu Kuangye. Lifting her gaze to Lu Kuangye, a flicker of hope sparkled in her eyes. "My parents wrote to me, I need to go collect the letter." Xin Zhao's mouth fell open in surprise, and Lu Kuangye instinctively caught her chin before it could drop. "I apologize for not mentioning my parents before. When I have the time, I will share everything with you." Xin Zhao nodded absently. All along, she had unconsciously assumed that Lu Kuangye's only family were the professors who brought him into their research fold, completely overlooking the existence of his biological parents. She racked her brain, recalling the storyline. They had merely been supporting characters, their presence minimal, serving only as background figures. The only details she remembered were that Lu Kuangye's parents had fallen ill, and at that time, Xin Zhao had been the one holding the purse strings. In her desire to appear favorable against the women in town, she had uttered some hurtful words, ultimately leading to the death of Lu Kuangye's parents. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. Unsurprisingly, it was tied to her ever since learning of the circumstances surrounding Lu Kuangye's parents. A heavy weight settled in her heart. Rather than seeking out Lu Lingyi, she clasped Lu Kuangye's hand and headed straight for the post office. At last, the long-awaited letter arrived in Lu Kuangye's hands. Even the typically stoic Lu Kuangye felt his eyes moisten upon seeing the familiar yet distant handwriting on the envelope. It was his father's writing, "To my son, Lu Kuangye." Chapter 56. The Cold War. Xin Zhao led the distracted Lu Kuangye to a quiet and secluded corner to sit down. "All right, let us take a look here." Lu Kuangye's gaze was fixed intently on the words emblazoned on the envelope, as if attempting to unravel a hidden meaning from them. Even Xin Zhao could no longer bear to watch. "Why not check the contents? When we return home tonight, I'll buy you a frame to display the letter, shall I?" Lu Kuangye nodded silently, cautiously tearing open the seal of the letter, extracting the contents within. As he did so, a piece of paper floated out. Xin Zhao, quick-witted, reached out to catch it, lowering her head for a closer inspection. It was a ration coupon. Lu Kuangye's heart jolted. He was well aware of his parents' circumstances, which was why he had consistently sent them useful items whenever an opportunity arose. However, the oversight on his parents' end was rather stringent. Many items could not be dispatched directly. Lu Kuangye understood that even a number of the things he sent would often be intercepted by the inspectors. Thus, he always included only a few items in each package, penning countless letters to encourage his parents. Holding back tears that threatened to spill, Lu Kuangye struggled to keep his vision clear, forcing himself to read the letter. "My dear son, I hope this letter finds you well. We are doing quite well here. There is no need for you to send us items so frequently. You have now become a responsible man with a family of your own. From a young age, we taught you to treat your future partner with unwavering kindness. In these tumultuous times, it is your own family, your wife, that you must protect. As your father and your mother as husband, I shall naturally shoulder my responsibilities. We would much prefer to hear good news about you and your wife. In your last letter, you mentioned resigning from your position. We trust this was a decision made after careful consideration. Regardless of your choices, you have our unconditional support. However, we suspect you may not have discussed this matter with your wife. Do remember to improve upon that in the future. We are aware that you are a responsible and commendable child. Even after resigning, with your intelligence, you can certainly find work to support your family. We won't nag you excessively. We were overjoyed to receive your letter, and hope that next time you can write to us together with your wife." Upon finishing the letter, even the stoic Lu Kuangye could not contain himself, burying his head in his knees and shedding silent tears. When he finally lifted his head, had it not been for the damp patch on his pants, Xin Zhao would have remained oblivious to his emotional outpouring. He discreetly retrieved a half-used tissue and tucked it into his pocket, only to be halted by a firm grip on his wrist. "Wasn't that for me? Why are you taking it back?" Xin Zhao shrugged, remaining silent. Although curious about the contents of the letter, she chose not to pry. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Kuangye had been waiting for her inquiry. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything, even as she urged him to rise and catch the bus, Lu Kuangye's composure finally shattered. He grasped Xin Zhao's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. "Why don't you ask?" "Ask what?" "The letter." His eyes bore into hers, fierce and intense, as if ready to lash out if she spoke a word he found displeasing. "That letter was from your parents. Why should I be curious?" Seeing that his parents had written to him was a normal emotional response, wasn't it? If there was something he wished to convey, he would naturally share it. If he did not wish to disclose it, no amount of questioning would elicit a response. Lu Kuangye felt a surge of frustration. Did Xin Zhao not realize he was her husband? To think he would conceal his affairs from her was utterly disheartening. His expression was so fervent and direct that Xin Zhao, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze and muttered, "I wasn't wrong." Lu Kuangye longed to lift Xin Zhao's chin and delve into her thoughts, bewildered by how she could utter words so cold with such warmth in her voice, leaving him feeling desolate. Initially, he intended to further discuss the matter with Xin Zhao, believing it necessary for her to grasp her position in his heart. Moreover, he wished to remind her of her responsibilities as a wife, not to remain aloof regarding his affairs. However, to his dismay, Xin Zhao did not engage, instead tugging at his hand to hurry him along to the bus station, urging him to board. Lu Kuangye found himself at a loss, his usually calm and rational mind now in disarray, consumed by thoughts of Xin Zhao's apparent lack of concern for him. As she led him onward, he wore a sullen expression, fixated on their intertwined hands, grappling with the question of why Xin Zhao seemed indifferent. Yet, despite this perceived neglect, he found solace in the fact that she still remembered to take him along. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Lu Kuangye felt torn. On one hand, he acknowledged that while Xin Zhao might not yet be fully invested, he reassured himself that there was still a semblance of space for him in her heart. On the other hand, he chastised himself for being so easily satisfied. It was evident that Xin Zhao did not wholeheartedly cherish him, her heart seemingly occupied by many others. The entirety of the Xin family, along with Lu Lingyi, likely left little room for him, barely the size of a fingernail. To forgive Xin Zhao so readily would be overly magnanimous. He resolved to make her recognize that he was her husband and the most significant person in her life. In simpler terms, he decided to sulk and ignore Xin Zhao until her attention was drawn back to him. Ultimately, the latter impulse won out, primarily because Lu Kuangye yearned for a more prominent place in Xin Zhao's heart. Being merely a shadow was an exhausting existence. Though he beheld Xin Zhao daily, witnessing her joyful exchanges with others left him feeling a twinge of bitterness. Thus, Lu Kuangye embarked on a one-sided campaign of sulking towards Xin Zhao, commonly referred to as a Cold War. He allowed Xin Zhao to pull him to the bus station, buy tickets, and board the train, all while remaining utterly silent, even denying her the slightest glance. Yet within, he awaited the moment when Xin Zhao would notice his unusual demeanor and engage him in conversation. Regrettably, that moment never arrived. Her gaze remained captivated by the scenery outside the window. Chapter 57. Do you wish to change your wife? The vehicle, cruising at a steady pace, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. In a daze, Xin Zhao's head was thrown back, perilously close to colliding with the glass window. In the next instant, a hand gently supported her head, guiding it to rest upon a shoulder. Unbeknownst to her, the slumbering Xin Zhao remained blissfully unaware of Lu Kuangye's disdain for her obliviousness. With a stoic exterior but a lively interior, Lu Kuangye mused that perhaps it would serve Xin Zhao well to experience the sting of hitting the glass. Yet, regardless of his internal musings, he was unwavering in his attentiveness, shielding her from the sun, covering her ears, brushing her hair, wiping her sweat, and adjusting her position for optimal comfort until they reached their destination, at which point Lu Kuangye roused Xin Zhao with a feigned sternness, instructing her to disembark. Still in a state of confusion, Xin Zhao uttered a sleepy acknowledgement before gathering her belongings and stepping out of the vehicle. Lu Kuangye awkwardly withdrew his hand, feeling superfluous in his concern for the oblivious Xin Zhao. As she alighted, she placed a hefty bag on the ground, stretched her limbs, inhaled the fresh air, and took a moment to admire the cityscape around her. The towering skyscrapers and modern architecture starkly contrasted with the familiar village, adorned with colossal billboards and sleek automobiles, not to mention the exquisite attire she had never encountered before. Each passerby wore a radiant smile, and in comparison, Xin Zhao, accustomed to the trends of her small county, felt decidedly out of place. Although the bystanders refrained from openly mocking Xin Zhao, their curious glances lingered a moment longer. Lu Kuangye followed her silently, observing without a word. It was only when Xin Zhao turned to him that she realized they had overlooked a crucial detail. With an icy demeanor, Lu Kuangye inquired, "What issue are you referring to?" "We seem to be unaware of Lu Lingyi's home location," Xin Zhao recalled, realizing that despite their lengthy visits, it was Lu Lingyi who had always come to them, and they had never bothered to ascertain her exact address, only knowing the city in which she resided. In her previous worry for Lu Lingyi, she had not entertained such thoughts, her mind solely focused on arriving here. With arms crossed, Lu Kuangye posed the question in a nonchalant tone, "What shall we do? Shall we return home?" Naturally, Xin Zhao rejected the notion. It would be absurd to leave so soon after arriving, before even setting foot on the ground. "Then what do you propose?" Lu Kuangye gazed down at Xin Zhao, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Xin Zhao's attention was drawn to a tall building nearby, prominently displaying the name Zhongxing Tower. "I have an idea," she exclaimed, seizing Lu Kuangye's hand and racing in a determined direction. "An idea? Pray tell. If it proves too challenging, I am at your service." Lu Kuangye attempted to keep his tone neutral, concealing his ulterior motives. "No need, I truly have a plan. Just wait and see how clever I can be," she retorted, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. Lu Kuangye felt a pang of frustration. Was it truly so difficult for Xin Zhao to solicit his assistance? At times, having a bright, capable, and formidable wife could be quite exasperating. Yet, despite such sentiments, all the descriptors he associated with Xin Zhao were positive, filling him with pride and admiration. It was merely a sweet burden. Panting slightly, Xin Zhao brought a composed Lu Kuangye to a halt before the tower. They both looked up and suddenly, Xin Zhao noticed that Lu Kuangye appeared not the least bit fatigued. Rather, he seemed effortlessly relaxed, which irked her. Hands on her hips, she queried, "Why aren't you tired?" Lu Kuangye adjusted his stance with a leisurely air, his gaze filled with delight. Finally, Xin Zhao was expressing concern for him. Alarmed by his reaction, Xin Zhao questioned her own inquiry. "Is my question misplaced? Indeed, you asked the perfect question. What a splendid inquiry. Come, continue to question me. Ask anything you wish." Xin Zhao took a step back, regarding Lu Kuangye as if he were a peculiar creature. What was he so pleased about? Sensing that she might have triggered some hidden aspect of Lu Kuangye's personality, she decisively stated, "Let us not waste time on this. We have matters to attend to." Without allowing him a moment to respond, she tugged him inside. However, as they crossed the threshold, they were immediately halted by a security guard. "Excuse me, may I ask if you two have come to the wrong place?" Xin Zhao looked at the guard, puzzled surely, he could see that she was neither blind nor illiterate. How could they be in the wrong location? No, we are not mistaken, we wish to enter, she asserted with evident annoyance. Noting her displeasure, the guard relented slightly but cautioned, our shopping center does not permit touching or trying on items, you may only observe and purchase, thank you for your cooperation. Fearing they had not comprehended his message, the guard reiterated his instructions several times, even confirming whether they understood. Every passerby moved freely without obstruction, while Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye stood before the guard as if reprimanded by an authority figure. Onlookers regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and disdain, casting condescending glances as though they were observing children in trouble. Unable to contain herself, Xin Zhao pinched Lu Kuangye's arm and offered a faint smile towards the security guard. Why not pinch my own arm? Because it hurts too much, Lu Kuangye responded, it's fine. If my wife is the one pinching me, I'm willing. Nowhere does it state that those from the countryside are prohibited from entering. Initially, you courteously informed us of the rules, but there is no need to treat us as though we are a threat. If every individual entering must be educated on these so-called regulations, then please ensure all entrants receive the same instruction, rather than singling us out. Our time is precious. The guard's face shifted from embarrassment to anger as he found himself lectured in front of a crowd, but when Xin Zhao mentioned the value of time, he chuckled. Casting a disdainful glance up and down, he scoffed, does it truly impact your farming endeavors? Xin Zhao shot back coldly, do you not eat? Let us not forget that rice and vegetables are indeed cultivated by the very countryfolk you look down upon. A light laugh echoed from nearby. Not at all, I refuse to consume such filthy rice, who knows if the produce from you peasants carries disease? I only consume imported goods, and even my drinking water is the most exquisite distilled variety. A woman's haughty voice rang out from behind Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye, her words dripping with superiority. Surely, you countryfolk have never encountered such clean and luxurious items before. Turning to face the woman, Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye were momentarily taken aback by her scornful remarks. The woman's expression swiftly morphed, her condescension faded as she became shy and demure, casting a bashful glance at Lu Kuangye's robust physique, a coy smile gracing her lips. Do you wish to change your wife? Chapter 58. Would you be willing to become my wife? No need, I have already declined for him. Xin Zhao stood before Lu Kuangye, shielding him from the woman's predatory gaze. Being a woman herself, she discerned the ravenous look in the other's eyes in an instant. She absolutely could not allow the helpless and delicate Lu Kuangye to fall into this woman's clutches. He would be utterly drained. Who are you? Do you even know who I am to dare speak to me like this? Xin Zhao did not even lift her eyes. And do you know who I am? I don't know. Who are you? What right do you have to meddle? Xin Zhao smirked, I am his wife. The woman was momentarily taken aback, the word she had prepared caught in her throat. She shot Xin Zhao a glare, aren't you his sister? If you're his wife, why didn't you say so earlier? Don't you know you can't just let your husband wander around freely? Her words became increasingly incoherent, her mind in complete disarray, completely unaware of what she was saying. She had initially intended to berate Xin Zhao further, but upon seeing Xin Zhao's appearance, she found herself at a loss for words. At first, she had thought Xin Zhao was merely a younger sister, given how petite she looked beside the tall Lu Kuangye, resembling a doll. She had not even spared Xin Zhao a glance, thinking Lu Kuangye should discard his plain and ordinary wife, as Xin Zhao was not only youthful and beautiful but also came from wealth that would surely elevate Lu Kuangye to the pinnacle of success. She imagined no one in the village could compare to her, her attire was exquisite, and she was adept at makeup. However, all those thoughts dissipated when she truly beheld Xin Zhao's visage. Xin Zhao appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, even clad in the most mundane and unflattering attire, devoid of any accentuating curves. Her alabaster skin, slender wrists, and the graceful arch of her neck revealed the elegance beneath her clothing. Her hair was casually tied in a half ponytail, framing her perfectly rounded forehead and the exquisite contours of her face. Stealing a husband? Don't be absurd. If Lu Kuangye were truly willing to leave Xin Zhao, that would be a sign of true folly. Yet, it was precisely the kind of brainless, superficial man that she found most detestable, so should Lu Kuangye indeed agree, she would gladly cast him aside. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the woman's mind, only aware that her demeanor was shifting dramatically. Xin Zhao even took the opportunity to tease Lu Kuangye, it seems your aspirations to cozy up to a wealthy woman are in vain, she no longer desires you. Lu Kuangye looked at Xin Zhao with a mix of helplessness and indulgence, a smile playing on his lips as he playfully flicked her forehead. But the next moment, Lu Kuangye was sent flying by a human cannonball. When he regained his bearings, he found himself several meters away, staring in shock at the place he had just occupied. There stood the woman, her hand raised as she barred Xin Zhao's path, her expression one of fierce vigilance directed at Lu Kuangye. Lu Kuangye blinked in confusion, casting an inquiring glance at Xin Zhao, silently asking what had transpired. Xin Zhao shrugged with a bemused smile, conveying her lack of understanding, and offered him a helpless look. Just as Lu Kuangye prepared to return to Xin Zhao's side, he was met with a sharp reprimand. Stay right there. Don't move, the woman commanded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lu Kuangye was at a loss for words, finally uttering, what right do you have to control me? The right that your wife is now under my jurisdiction. Her bold declaration left Lu Kuangye dumbfounded, a laugh escaping him. I can manage my own wife. Even Xin Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The woman's thought process was utterly perplexing, it was impossible to fathom her intentions. Just a moment ago, she had wanted Lu Kuangye to be her husband, and now she was declaring him to be Xin Zhao's husband? Was this truly reasonable? The erratic leaps in her reasoning left both Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman at the entrance was becoming increasingly agitated. If you two are going to quarrel, could you not do it outside? It is truly disruptive for others trying to enter. The onlookers, drawn by the spectacle, had abandoned their own affairs to gather at the entrance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The old man was genuinely distressed. Should the building's management catch wind of this, he would face reprimand and perhaps even a pay cut. Before Xinjiao could respond, the woman shot a withering glare at the old gentleman, indignantly retorting, "What I wish to do is none of your concern. I'll speak wherever I please, this is my home." The old man and those around him erupted in laughter. "Little girl, don't overreach, is your mind even functioning? How could this possibly be your home?" The woman scoffed, her icy gaze landing on the security guard, as if casually inquiring, "You truly don't know who I am?" The security guard fanned himself, "I couldn't care less who you are. All I know is that arguing at the entrance is not allowed." The woman nodded, "How could I not know that rule, but we don't need to explain our regulations to you, an outsider." "Fine, you're fired. Go settle your wages and get out," she declared with an air of authority, not even glancing at the guard, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Kuan-ye. The security guard, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, then erupted in laughter. All of this unfolded with such rapidity that the surrounding crowd barely had time to react, as three burly men emerged from the throng and forcibly escorted the still fuming guard away. A brief silence fell over the assembly. The woman merely cast a disdainful glance in the direction the guard had vanished, stating, "If he doesn't even recognize me, there is no need for him to continue working in my building." Only then did everyone realize that this young lady was not jesting. This indeed was her home, not merely a wealthy woman, but a woman of the highest echelon. The entire building belonged to her, which explained her commanding presence, the lavish lifestyle, and the audacity of her words. Xinjiao shot a teasing glance at Lu Kuan-ye, pondering what it must feel like for him to realize he had overlooked such an affluent and elite figure. Would he regret his missed opportunity, wishing he had agreed at the first chance? As for her, she could not discern Lu Kuan-ye's feelings. All she knew was that she felt quite regretful that she hadn't immediately delivered Lu Kuan-ye, stripped bare, to the wealthy woman's bed when the opportunity arose. Otherwise, he could have been the one earning a living for her. She didn't mind Lu Kuan-ye having another wife. If the wealthy woman had any qualms, she could always step aside. Lu Kuan-ye exclaimed, "Thank you." Suddenly, the wealthy woman enveloped Xinjiao in an embrace. "Now that you know my true identity, would you be willing to become my wife?" Chapter 59. A mistaken encounter. Zhao Wenyin gazed regretfully at Xinjiao, having been rejected. She could not comprehend why her wife did not wish to be with her. Xinjiao realized that Zhao Wenyin was merely a late-stage aesthetic enthusiast. She craved the company of the beautiful, regardless of gender. In truth, it was rather endearing. "May I ask you for a favor?" Xinjiao thought of the address of Lu Lingyi's residence and felt it would be appropriate to seek Zhao Wenyin's assistance. Although Zhao Wenyin appeared somewhat distracted, she perked up upon hearing Xinjiao's request and nodded enthusiastically. "I will help you, but only if you accompany me for a meal. I can assist you with anything." Lu Kuan-ye clenched his jaw tightly, discreetly forming a fist. Observing Zhao Wenyin, he felt an overwhelming sense of rivalry, recognizing the fervent obsession and possessiveness lurking behind the seemingly amiable exterior of this woman. This was his wife. At that moment, Lu Kuan-ye had no intention of concealing his desires. He wanted to pull Xinjiao away, but he had his own connections and means to locate Lu Lingyi's home. Xinjiao tugged at Lu Kuan-ye's hand, mistakenly believing he wished to avoid any interaction with Zhao Wenyin. However, with the opportunity laid before them, a simple meal hardly posed a challenge, and Xinjiao found it acceptable. "I wish to find the residence of a vendor from your building." Zhao Wenyin adjusted her somewhat awkward stance and squinted at Xinjiao, curiously inquiring why she sought this individual. Was it possible that this person had unwittingly offended her? Xinjiao merely stated that they were friends. Zhao Wenyin immediately became alert. "Friends? Your friend? Who is it, and how do you know each other?" Xinjiao shot a glance at the agitated Zhao Wenyin and thought to herself, "I am under no obligation to disclose that." Sensing Xinjiao's coldness, Zhao Wenyin's mind began to cool. She reassured herself that their acquaintance was simply too brief, and in time, she would undoubtedly become the closest person to Xinjiao. "Patience brings beauty." With a bright smile, she added, "I apologize for my excitement. What is the name of the person you are looking for? Let me see if I recognize them. If not, I can help you find information." Upon hearing the name Lu Lingyi, Zhao Wenyin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a familiar name. She relaxed and discreetly scrutinized Xinjiao, realizing that this was the woman Lu Lingyi had praised to the heavens. It was rare for Lu Lingyi to have an occasion where her judgment was sound. "I know where she lives. Come on, I'll take you there." Zhao Wenyin beckoned to Xinjiao. The group exited the building together. Soon, a brand new car pulled up in front of Zhao Wenyin, and the driver swiftly exited to open the rear door. Zhao Wenyin, however, did not enter the car. Instead, she cheerfully pulled Xinjiao over. "Ladies first." Xinjiao understood that Zhao Wenyin would not resort to any tricks and felt reassured as she climbed into the vehicle. Lu Kuan-ye closely followed his wife, preparing to join her inside, but an unexpected arm appeared before him. Following the arm, he saw Zhao Wenyin. Her eyes narrowed. "Considering your decent looks, you may sit in the passenger seat, or you can choose to run behind the car." Lu Kuan-ye stood his ground. "I want to sit with my wife." Zhao Wenyin's face broke into a sudden smile, and she deliberately elongated her words. "That's not allowed." Who would have thought that Lu Kuan-ye could be so shameless, complaining to Xinjiao in front of her? He claimed that Zhao Wenyin would not allow him to get in the car and insisted he run alongside. Xinjiao observed the two of them, each refusing to yield, and rubbed her temples, feeling as though she were dealing with a pair of toddlers. "Xiao Lu, you sit in the front, and Miss Zhao will sit with me in the back." Upon hearing Xinjiao's words, they both surprisingly echoed, "As you wish." Before getting in the car, Zhao Wenin threw Lu Kuangye a smug glance, exuding an air of mischief. Lu Kuangye silently entered the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of Xinjiao. As soon as Zhao Wenin entered the car, she cautiously inched closer to Xinjiao, observing her carefully until she felt it was safe to move. When they were close enough that their hands rested on the seat, she nervously swallowed, inching her hand over until their fingers finally brushed against one another. Feigning ignorance, she looked out at the scenery, though the reflection in the car window clearly revealed the smile tugging at her lips. Xinjiao paid little heed to this minor touch, but Lu Kuangye, seated in the front and watching intently, felt a fire igniting within him as he shot a glare at Zhao Wenin. Halfway through the journey, the quiet atmosphere made Zhao Wenin feel as though swarms of insects were crawling on her. After glancing at Xinjiao's reflection in the window, she pretended to casually initiate a conversation. The scenery outside is quite lovely. Could you share with me your relationship with Lu Lingyi? Ever since she left in haste, I've not heard from her and have been quite worried. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenin wanted to slap herself. Her mouth had betrayed her and now, hearing Xinjiao's evident concern for Lu Lingyi, she felt a surge of jealousy bubbling within her. How could that foolish Lu Lingyi be so fortunate? Did she even comprehend the significance of this friendship? Zhao Wenin forced a smile. It is truly a blessing to be able to befriend you. She then proceeded to discuss Lu's family matters, though she intentionally downplayed the severity of the situation, not wishing for Xinjiao to feel sympathy for anyone else. The Lu family is fine. The issues will be resolved in a few days, so do not worry. She simply neglected to specify whether the resolution pertained to the family or the issues themselves. Seeing Xinjiao nod in understanding, Zhao Wenin could not contain her anticipation and asked, "So, do we consider ourselves friends now?" Xinjiao looked at her, resembling a dog eagerly wagging its tail, awaiting a pat from its owner. Her demeanor softened slightly. "If you wish, then I shall be." I wish very much." Zhao Wenin's eyes sparkled brighter than jewels. As the car came to a halt, Zhao Wenin hurriedly exited and opened the door for Xinjiao, eager to assist her, leaving Xinjiao feeling somewhat bewildered. "Really, you need not go to such lengths. I am more than happy to do so. It is my honor to assist you." Fearing she might hear something more distant from Xinjiao, Zhao Wenin promptly shifted the topic. "Do you need me to accompany you inside?" Xinjiao shook her head. "No, we can manage on our own. Thank you for bringing us here." After bidding farewell, Lu Kuangye swiftly occupied the space beside Xinjiao, deliberately placing his hand on her waist to assert his claim while leaning in to whisper intimately. From behind, they resembled a pair of celestial lovers, perfectly matched to fuming. Zhao Wenin clenched her fist and struck the car, her teeth grinding in frustration. Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye knocked on the door before them. "Who is it?" "We're here." The door swung open to reveal an unfamiliar woman. "Hello, may I ask if Lu Lingyi is home?" "She is not. You have the wrong place." Chapter 60. How did you arrive here? Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye exchanged a glance, sensing that something was amiss. The woman, in a frantic hurry, began to usher them away, her demeanor betraying a palpable sense of guilt. Xinjiao inquired once more, "Is she truly not here? Yet the address you provided me was indeed this place." The woman's eyes flickered as she insisted, "Yes, this is my home. You have been deceived. You must leave at once." Naturally, Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye could not force their way inside. They took a slight step back, intending to find a nearby spot to conceal themselves. Zhao Wenin had no reason to deceive them, and the woman's attitude had clearly suggested that she was concealing something. Xinjiao speculated that perhaps recent troubles befalling the Lu family had made her wary of unwelcome visitors, which might explain her assertion that this was not the Lu residence. Before long, they observed the woman, who appeared rather brazen, furtively glancing around as if hiding something in her arms, cautiously departing her home. Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye kept their eyes fixed on her, convinced that this woman was not affiliated with the Lu family. Her demeanor was utterly incongruous. Earlier, she had spoken with an air of authority, yet now she resembled a rat scuttling through a sewer. Xinjiao found it implausible that she could be related to Lu Lingyi. As the woman rounded a corner, a small portion of the bundle wrapped in cloth slipped into view. Xinjiao caught sight of it. It was grain. Could this individual possibly be pilfering? Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye exchanged looks, both understanding the unspoken agreement to intercept the woman and demand clarification. Seizing the moment, they stealthily emerged from their hiding place to apprehend her. "What are you doing? What do you have concealed?" Perhaps due to her guilty conscience, the woman failed to recognize her captors at first and instinctively pleaded for mercy. However, upon realizing her mistake and seeing the two countryfolk before her, she exploded in fury, shaking off Xinjiao's grip and hurling insults. "You two little rascals are meddling where you don't belong, are you? If you don't leave this instant, I'll call the constable." Casting a disdainful glance at Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye, she continued, "You're too late to snatch anything of value. It has all been taken already. This place is merely a shell now. You should flee before you find yourselves in trouble." Xinjiao was taken aback by her words, sensing that the situation regarding the Lu family was far more complex than Zhao Wenin had indicated. Gripping the woman's clothing, her expression icy, Xinjiao demanded, "What on earth has transpired? You must explain yourself, or I shall take you to the police and report you for theft." The woman scoffed derisively, her gaze mocking Xinjiao as if to belittle her audacity. "Even if you report me to the highest authorities, no one will heed you. The Lu family is in grave trouble. Soon, they will all be paraded in protest." Xinjiao furrowed her brow, the deep crease drawing Lu Kuangye as concerned. He reached out to smooth her furrowed brow before turning his attention back to the woman. "Who are you, and what is your connection to the Lu family?" The woman let out a derisive laugh, pointing to herself as she stated, "I reside here just like them. I am leaving now." Xin Zhao stubbornly clutched the woman's clothing, her grip causing the fabric to stretch perilously, which only served to infuriate the woman further. With a venomous tone, she threatened Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye. Xin Zhao firmly reiterated, "Put down the goods." The woman, however, was reluctant to relinquish her ill-gotten gains, having worked hard to acquire them, yet, upon noticing the approach of uniformed individuals, fear washed over her, and with gritted teeth, she shoved the items into Xin Zhao's arms, cursing under her breath before hastily covering her face and fleeing. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye returned to the Lu family's doorstep and knocked once more, but after a prolonged silence, they tentatively turned the doorknob. To their surprise, it opened. At that moment, an elderly man passed by, his gaze filled with disdain as he muttered, "What a world we live in, thieves at the door." Xin Zhao quickly intercepted the old gentleman, clarifying that they were not thieves but merely seeking Lu Lingyi. Initially skeptical, the elderess' demeanor shifted as Xin Zhao recounted her acquaintance with Lu Lingyi, mentioning the last time she saw her leave in haste, never to return. This prompted the elder to lower his hostile gaze. He led Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye aside, letting out a heavy sigh. The Lu family has fallen on hard times, beset by a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Funds have been misappropriated, leading to significant losses, and now they find themselves embroiled in scandal, with accusations of receiving illicit funds under the guise of gifts to the Lu family. Even if they deny it, an investigation is unavoidable. The patriarch of the Lu family has suffered a stroke from the stress and remains unconscious in the hospital, while the family members are utterly overwhelmed, waiting for him to awaken. As he spoke, the elder grew curious about how Xin Zhao and her companion had located this place, noting that it was not easily found, even if one were to inquire. Xin Zhao recounted her encounter with Zhao Wenin. The elder's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, so it was that girl from the Zhao family, no wonder she managed to bring you here. However, be wary, she is quite the trickster. Did she neglect to inform you that the Lu family is currently at the hospital?" Xin Zhao nodded to the elder, proving to be a kind soul, arranged for a driver to take Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye to the hospital. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent elder before embarking on their journey. Upon arriving at the hospital, the driver thoughtfully guided them through the corridors. At last, Xin Zhao laid eyes on Lu Lingyi. However, the sight brought her immediate sorrow. In the brief days since they last met, Lu Lingyi had lost considerable weight. What was once a frail figure now appeared as if the slightest breeze might topple her. Her pallid profile evinced a profound fragility. She sat by the bedside, grasping the hand of the unconscious elder, her lips moving as if in conversation. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuan-ye did not see Lu Lingyi's parents present. As Lu Lingyi spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Overwhelmed with compassion, Xin Zhao knocked gently on the ward door. "Lu Lingyi." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Lingyi hesitated, momentarily questioning her own ears before a self-deprecating smile graced her lips. She turned to her grandfather, exclaiming, "I must be losing my mind, grandfather, I think I just heard my dear friend calling my name." "You heard correctly, I truly have come, Lu Lingyi, it is I, Xin Zhao." Lu Lingyi swiftly turned, her eyes brimming with tears. "How did you arrive here?" Chapter 61. Contest for affection. Xin Zhao wept bitterly in an embrace with Lu Lingyi just as they were engulfed in tears. Lu's parents returned, carrying a food box, and happened to spot Lu Kuan-ye standing at the door. As they were about to inquire about Lu Kuan-ye's presence, their gaze fell upon the two young women clinging to each other behind him. Lu's parents turned away, discreetly wiping their eyes. Lu Kuan-ye stepped aside and greeted them, "Uncle, aunt, you have arrived." Lu Lingyi and Xin Zhao released their hold, wiping away the tears from their faces. In a husky voice, Lu Lingyi asked, "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" "Didn't we tell you to rest well? I can manage just fine here." Lu's parents entered the house, setting down their belongings, and gently touched Lu Lingyi's pale, emaciated face. "We have rested enough, but you, dear, must not neglect your health simply because you are young." Lu's mother smiled at Xin Zhao and added, "Xiao Zhao, you must help us persuade this headstrong girl." Xin Zhao, her expression serious, nodded in agreement, assuring Lu's parents, "Do not worry, I shall see this task through." With that, she took Lu Lingyi's hand and led her outside. To Xin Zhao, Lu Lingyi seemed obedient, showing no signs of resistance. Instead, she smiled and effortlessly followed Xin Zhao, voicing her reluctance to go out while her feet remained steadfastly in motion. Lu Kuan-ye, trailing behind them, observed with disdain, scoffing at such petty tactics. Yet, as he watched Xin Zhao coax and care for Lu Lingyi, he felt a fleeting pang of jealousy beneath the surface of his indifference in response to Lu Lingyi's radiant smile. The trio promptly sought a state-run restaurant for a meal upon exiting the hospital. "Zhao Zhao, I am truly not hungry." Lu Lingyi protested at the entrance, reluctant to step inside. Xin Zhao halted, patting her stomach in mock distress, "But I am famished. We spent ages in the car without eating a thing, my stomach feels absolutely empty." Lu Lingyi turned to Lu Kuan-ye, casting a reproachful glance as if to say, "What is the matter with you, allowing Zhao Zhao to go hungry?" Lu Kuan-ye shot a glance at Xin Zhao, who clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, silently asking for forgiveness. He took the blame willingly. Lu Lingyi, no longer resisting, enthusiastically began recommending dishes to Xin Zhao, sharing which were most delectable. This state-run restaurant was significantly larger than the one Xin Zhao and her companions had previously visited, boasting a more refined ambience where patrons were elegantly attired, dining in serene silence. The menu was extensive, requiring a booklet rather than a single sheet of paper. Seeing Lu Lingyi enthusiastically placing her orders, Xin Zhao felt compelled to intervene. "All right, that is enough, there are just 3 of us. We need not order so many dishes, it would be wasteful if we cannot finish them, there will be other meals to enjoy later." Lu Lingyi reluctantly closed the menu, following Xin Zhao to a table by the window. The two began discussing how they had discovered this place. The mention of Zhao Wenyuan ignited a palpable fury on Lu Lingyi's face, especially upon hearing that Zhao Wenyuan dared to harass Xin Zhao, shamelessly desiring her as a wife. Lu Lingyi could no longer contain herself and slammed a fist onto the table. That lunatic Zhao Wenyuan. Zhao Zhao, do not pay her any mind, she's simply a pervert. Lu Lingyi clung to Xin Zhao's arm, visibly distressed, seeking reassurance from her. However, upon learning that Xin Zhao had not provided Zhao Wenyuan with her address, she visibly relaxed. Xin Zhao embraced Lu Lingyi, gently patting her back. As they discussed the half-truths surrounding Zhao Wenyuan and their visit to Lu's home, Lu Lingyi's temper flared once more, wishing she could confront Zhao Wenyuan and deliver a well-deserved thrashing. How utterly detestable. She fervently urged Xin Zhao to steer clear of that lunatic. Before she could finish her sentence, a bag suddenly appeared on their table. Oh, how lively, were you discussing me? Why not include the real person in your conversation? Xin Zhao looked up to find the smiling Zhao Wenyuan, sensing immediate trouble, and quickly restrained the agitated Lu Lingyi. She offered Zhao Wenyuan an apology, aware that they had been speaking ill of her behind her back, and failing to apologize would be most inappropriate. Zhao Wenyuan, however, responded with surprising amiability, leisurely taking a seat, removing the bag from the table, and casting a glance at the woman nestled in Xin Zhao's embrace, pretending to be angry but actually seizing the opportunity to get closer, her irritation palpable. No need for the beautiful lady to apologize. I only require an apology from the one who has been speaking ill of me. Lu Lingyi abruptly lifted her head from Xin Zhao's shoulder and spat at Zhao Wenyuan. You think I would apologize to you? Not in this lifetime, you can leave, you are not welcome here. Zhao Wenyuan nodded, her head bowed, obscuring her expression as she replied coolly, is that so? It seems you no longer wish to be a part of the Lu family. Lu Lingyi stiffened, the atmosphere growing frigid as her gaze turned icy. Are you attempting any underhanded tricks? Cease your despicable schemes. Sensing the tension, Xin Zhao quickly intervened, pulling Lu Lingyi away to break their locked stares. Alright, Lingyi, why not apologize to Miss Zhao? We were in the wrong, and we hope Miss Zhao can be magnanimous. Reluctantly, Lu Lingyi uttered an apology. Yet, Zhao Wenyuan was not inclined to let it go easily, fixating on Xin Zhao. Why do you call me Miss Zhao but refer to her as Lingyi? Unless you address me in a manner that satisfies me, I shall not forgive her. Xin Zhao perceived Zhao Wenyuan's behavior as that of a petulant child vying for attention, throwing a tantrum over not receiving the desired treat. From their earlier exchanges, Xin Zhao gleaned that Zhao Wenyuan's family held considerable influence. The Lu family was already in a precarious position, adding further complications would be unwise. Thus, she resolved to avoid offending Zhao Wenyuan if at all possible. Would Wenyuan suffice? Zhao Wenyuan immediately relaxed, sinking back into her seat with a satisfied nod. Just then, the dishes were served, and the tension evaporated with Xin Zhao's simple remark, restoring a sense of camaraderie. In high spirits, Zhao Wenyuan ordered additional dishes. Lu Lingyi covered Xin Zhao's mouth, leaning in to whisper, don't worry about her spending. The Zhao family is excessively wealthy. Xin Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. However, as the table filled with an abundance of food, she could not help but gasp, it was far too much. Zhao Wenyuan waved her hand, urging them to eat heartily without concern for waste, suggesting they could pack leftovers for the less fortunate. As they dined, Zhao Wenyuan noticed Xin Zhao and Lu Lingyi seated closely, discussing which dishes were most delicious and sharing food, a pang of envy gnawing at her. Deliberately, she dropped her chopsticks to create a clatter. When the others turned to her, she forced a smile and said, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves, would it be too much trouble to include me? Lu Lingyi was about to assert that it was indeed inconvenient when Zhao Wenyuan presented the most irresistible bait. I have a way to help the Lu family. Chapter 62. Who is the thief? Xin Zhao preemptively answered on behalf of Lu Lingyi. She engaged in conversation with Zhao Wenyuan after they had indulged in food and drink. Xin Zhao inquired about how Zhao Wenyuan could assist the Lu family. Wiping the remnants of her meal from the corners of her mouth, Zhao Wenyuan elegantly replied, of course, it will be my Zhao family that intervenes. She then elaborated on the formidable influence of her family in the area, asserting that there was nothing they could not achieve if they set their minds to it. Xin Zhao, furrowing her brow, could not contain her curiosity and interrupted, are you certain that this information can be shared so freely? It sounds rather confidential and not something to be disclosed lightly. Zhao Wenyuan, with an air of certainty, responded, of course, it cannot be shared with just anyone, but you are not just anyone. You are my confidant. Before Xin Zhao could react, Lu Lingyi had already pushed aside the ostentatious Zhao Wenyuan, retorting, aren't you infatuated with Lu Kuangye? Consider him a gift, and do not meddle with my Zhao Zhao. Zhao Wenyuan exclaimed in delight, her gaze fixed on Xin Zhao, so your name is Zhao Zhao? What a lovely name. The four of them departed from the state-run restaurant, with Zhao Wenyuan naturally clinging to them. They returned to the Lu residence in Zhao Wenyuan's car, standing at the entrance of the Lu villa, admiring the disheveled state of affairs. Zhao Wenyuan could not suppress a smirk. How delightful in its chaos. If it weren't for my promise to Zhao Zhao, I would relish seeing you in this state for all eternity. Her words were devoid of insincerity, prompting Lu Lingyi to silently clench her fists, vowing to make Zhao Wenyuan pay for her insolence once this ordeal was over. Xin Zhao chose to disregard the underlying tensions between them, recognizing that any attempt to mediate would inevitably lead to a quarrel. Even a kindergarten teacher would find such disputes exhausting. She and Lu Kuangye entered the Lu villa, only to be met with the chaotic scene of disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Zhao Wenyuan laughed aloud, but Lu Lingyi had no time to indulge her, remaining close to Xin Zhao. Upon seeing the gifts Shinjiao had brought and the items reclaimed from that individual, her eyes brimmed with tears. She felt unworthy of such a remarkable friend. Even Zhao Wenin, witnessing this, felt a pang of jealousy, insisting she must prepare a gift for Shinjiao during their next meeting. Shinjiao reluctantly acquiesced. Amidst the commotion, the neighbor entered, expressing surprise at Lu Lingyi's presence and inquiring about the elder Lu's condition. Upon spotting Zhao Wenin, he was even more astonished. "Aren't you two girls always at odds?" Zhao Wenin and Lu Lingyi exchanged glances of mutual disdain. The neighbor, amused, proceeded to share the latest news. A new investigation team had been formed to look into the Lu family's affairs, and they would likely be seeking out the family soon. Zhao Wenin confidently reassured Shinjiao, patting her chest, "I guarantee the Lu family will be just fine. As long as you remain my good friend, I promise to assist her. What do you say?" "It's a most advantageous arrangement." Shinjiao, determined to support Lu Lingyi, would never refuse. However, Lu Lingyi was somewhat displeased, privately cursing Zhao Wenin for her underhandedness. Zhao Wenin unabashedly nodded. If being unscrupulous was the means to an end, then so be it. Shinjiao and Lu Kuanya lacked the village chief's authorization and had to return that evening, otherwise, they could find themselves in serious trouble. Declining Zhao Wenin's invitation to stay at her home, Shinjiao purchased return tickets after confirming that the Lu family's issues could indeed be resolved. At the station, Lu Lingyi grasped Shinjiao's hand reluctantly. Zhao, wait for me. Once I sort out my family matters, I will come to visit you." Zhao Wenin, arms crossed and smiling, chimed in, "Me too. And don't forget to prepare a gift for me." As the vehicle set off, the figures of Lu Lingyi and Zhao Wenin grew smaller. Shinjiao, exhausted, leaned against Lu Kuanya's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Lu Kuanya, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently caressed her face and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, providing her with a sense of security. This tranquility, however, was short-lived. Just as Shinjiao was in a deep slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the passengers in disarray, on the verge of a brawl. Noticing that Shinjiao had stirred, Lu Kuanya leaned closer, gently touching her cheek, relieved to find her warm, and took her hand in his. The commotion soon became clear to Shinjiao. An elderly man had suddenly discovered his belongings missing. He claimed that it was a wallet containing not only money and tickets given to him by his son but also a gold piece. The surrounding passengers, upon hearing of such a valuable item, hesitated to speak, hastily rummaging through their bags to clear themselves of suspicion. None wished to invite trouble, and all complied with the requests. However, when it came to an elderly woman, she was unwilling to cooperate, clutching her luggage tightly and refusing to let anyone see. She insisted she had not taken the man's belongings, her tone dripping with disdain, which escalated into a heated argument. Shinjiao and Lu Kuanya, seated towards the back, watched the unfolding drama. As the situation progressed, Shinjiao began to sense that the elderly woman was acting suspiciously. She nudged the indifferent Lu Kuanya, whispering, "Do you suspect something is amiss?" Lu Kuanya did not conceal his thoughts and nodded. The situation was, in essence, quite simple. The elderly man had not lost his wallet at all. He had merely seen the contents of the elderly woman's bag and, without a second thought, fabricated a story of loss to create a scene, intending to seize her possessions. The elderly woman quickly realized the man was targeting her and dared not open her bag, for it contained her life savings, yet the man capitalized on her fear and continued to create a ruckus, urging the crowd to insist that she prove her innocence. The elderly woman, visibly distressed and isolated, leaned against the window, clutching her bag tightly. The elderly man, in earnest desperation, sought help from the onlookers, his frantic demeanor convincing many. The crowd turned their ire towards the elderly woman, and someone even attempted to snatch her belongings. Outnumbered, the elderly woman ultimately succumbed, and her bag was forcibly opened, revealing a wallet and a glimmer of gold. Well-meaning bystanders extracted the items, inquiring if they belonged to the elderly man. He eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "This is indeed my lost wallet, thank you, kind souls." The surrounding crowd was incensed, demanding the elderly woman be handed over to the police. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded her innocence. The elderly man, basking in his triumph, wore a smug smile, yet, before he could revel in his victory for long, he felt an emptiness in his grasp, his smile freezing in place. "What are you doing, young man?" Chapter 63. The young lad Shinjiao stood beside Lu Kuanya, arms crossed and a leisurely smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the furious elder. Just as the elder was about to erupt and incite those around him to condemn them, he inquired, "Old man, how much money do you have in your wallet, and how many grams of gold does it weigh?" The elder's mind momentarily blanked, stuttering as he pointed at Shinjiao, "What business is it of yours? Everyone, come and judge. These two are actually aiding the thief and robbing me, they must be in cahoots." Shinjiao paid no heed to the impotent rage of the elder and turned to the anxious woman beside him. "Auntie, can you provide an answer?" The woman, head bowed, wore an expression of evasive uncertainty, lifting her gaze to the crowd yet remaining silent. The onlookers had begun to regain their composure, sensing that something was amiss, and surprisingly, neither side was receiving assistance. Holding the wallet, Shinjiao regarded the two individuals, one resembling an enraged lion and the other a quiet little rabbit, with a heart far from the calm exterior he presented. He glanced at Lu Kuanya, and they both discerned a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The crowd encircled the pair, while the driver skillfully maneuvered the vehicle toward the police station. The police apprehended the elder and the woman, simultaneously confiscating the wallet to investigate and locate its rightful owner. After Shinjiao and the others were checked and found to be without fault, they were released and continued their journey home in the vehicle with the others. Unbeknownst to them, that evening, when the wallet's owner arrived at the police station, the first words out of his mouth were a heartfelt thanks to the kind souls who had helped retrieve it. After a day of bustling activity, Shinjiao returned to the town just in time to catch a bullock cart. Once aboard, she found herself the subject of curious gossip from the other passengers. Their inquiries were laced with curiosity about what Xin Zhao and her companions had been up to that day. It was no wonder they were intrigued. The items Xin Zhao had brought back were exceedingly eye-catching. Who among the good people would return from market with such a bounty, as if they had transported an entire street back with them? More importantly, many of the items were unfamiliar yet appeared quite valuable. Zhao girl, have you struck it rich? The villagers' inquisitive gazes fell upon the heap of belongings at Xin Zhao's feet and in her arms. No, these are gifts from a friend. Oh? Which friend is so generous? You haven't ensnared a wealthy admirer, have you? Why, Zhao girl is quite capable, they teased. Little Lu, it's no wonder you're so protective, your wife is quite the beauty. Wouldn't you be vigilant? If she were to run off, where would you go to weep? The passengers exchanged knowing glances, mockery evident in their jibes. Xin Zhao raised her eyes to them, noting their unfamiliar faces. Who are you? Why are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Their irritation was palpable. Xin Zhao, don't think that a little money has given you wings, we don't even know you. Amused, Xin Zhao regarded them with a sardonic gaze. Do I need to know you? Her scorn was unmasked, for she was most vexed by complete strangers making baseless assumptions and inquiries. Gossip was one thing, but their ill intent was a gross overestimation of their significance. The group's countenance darkened, displeased by Xin Zhao's indifference towards their taunts. One declared, we are all from Zhangjia village. We are relatives of your mother's side, so you ought to call us auntie. Xin Zhao merely replied with an indifferent "oh," showing no inclination to comply. This infuriated the others, who pointed fingers and chastised her for her perceived ingratitude. Lu Kuangye, with a stern expression, positioned himself before Xin Zhao, shielding her from their vitriol. He recalled the last incident when he had allowed Xin Zhao to visit her uncle alone, a wave of regret washing over him, intensifying his concern for her. Yet, Xin Zhao remained unfazed. After all, mere words could not inflict wounds, and their barbs were as harmless as they were irritating. The passengers, witnessing Xin Zhao's unyielding demeanor, grew weary as their attempts to provoke her bore no fruit. Just then, the cart halted at the entrance of Xin's village. Xin Zhao, clutching her belongings, disembarked alongside Lu Kuangye, cheerfully waving goodbye to the disgruntled onlookers. Her indifference was akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water, leaving the passengers seething in frustration, vowing to confront Xin Zhao's uncles the following day. With her arm linked through Lu Kuangye's, Xin Zhao nestled her head against his arm, laughing heartily. The sight of their discomfiture was simply too delightful. Under the cover of night, only the moon suspended in the sky bore witness to Lu Kuangye's indulgent affection and concern. He gently patted Xin Zhao's back, cautioning her to stifle her laughter. Just as he spoke, Xin Zhao coughed, having choked on her mirth, prompting him to pat her back with an exasperated sigh. A silent understanding and warmth enveloped the two. Suddenly, a snicker pierced the air. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye looked up to see a young boy. Aren't you too cold, standing out here at this hour? The youthful lad's cherubic face belied a bold tone, imbued with the audacity of youth. He stood atop a small mound of earth, bathed in moonlight, resembling a knight clad in silver armor, exuding an air of nonchalance. You adults really have no sense of shame. His comment flushed Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye's cheeks crimson, hastily creating distance between them, pretending to be preoccupied as they looked around. The boy found their antics amusing, chuckling, you two are quite entertaining. Embarrassment washed over Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye, leaving them speechless in response to the boy's teasing. They had expected the streets to be deserted at this late hour, unaware that a juvenile observer would witness their affectionate exchange in its entirety, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground and never emerge. The boy, unfazed, continued to engage them. It's fine, I've grown accustomed to seeing such things. Why are you shy? I've seen much more scandalous sights while hiding in the haystack at night. Before he could finish, Xin Zhao, her cheeks aflame, swiftly covered his mouth. All right, little one, mind your words and don't stare. Muffled, the boy's protests were lost, but his expressive eyes betrayed a mischievous glint. Once released, he leaned closer to Xin Zhao, whispering, someone has been watching you. A chill ran down Xin Zhao's spine, realizing that someone had been lurking in the shadows all along. Lu Kuangye, too, caught the boy's words and casually cast his gaze outward. It was not long before he spotted an inconspicuous figure retreating into the shadows. Once assured the figure had departed, Xin Zhao felt her tense demeanor relax. She affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, producing a piece of candy from her pile of belongings and offering it to him. The boy stared intently at the candy in Xin Zhao's palm, a flicker of restrained desire shimmering in his eyes. Yet, he ultimately shook his head, declining. I don't want candy, can we trade instead? His gaze shifted to the assortment of items held by Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye. Chapter 64 Scolded. What do you want? Xin Zhao opened her bag, revealing all its contents before the youth. The boy gazed at Xin Zhao and Lu Kuangye, who stood by her side without intervening, with an expression that was difficult to decipher, part perplexed, part strange. He could neither articulate whether he felt joy or bitterness, nor could he discern which of his conflicting emotions held greater sway. All he knew was that his heart was a tumultuous blend of sweetness and sourness. After a lengthy pause, he regained his voice, blinking forcefully in an attempt to dispel the onslaught of tears, and nonchalantly remarked, you truly lack vigilance. Aren't you afraid that I might seize your belongings and flee? Xin Zhao simply smiled and inquired, would you? The boy fell silent, his gaze fixed on Xin Zhao's smiling face, and internally he answered, I would, for that was indeed my initial intent. Yet, at this moment, it seemed he no longer wished to pursue that course of action. Xin Zhao raised her hand, intending to touch the boy's disheveled yet seemingly soft hair. However, as she lifted her hand, she noticed the boy's instinctive flinch and fleeting stiffness. Pretending not to notice, she let her palm rest upon his hair, her eyes twinkling with mirth as she exclaimed, it is even softer than I imagined. A blush spread across the boy's small face as he, feeling uncomfortable, attempted to shake off the intrusive hand. Yet perhaps out of a longing for that fleeting warmth, he resisted the urge to pull away, standing rigidly like a piece of wood, allowing Shinzhao to explore his hair at will. I trust my judgment. You are not a bad child. Shinzhao selected a bag of snacks and pressed it into the boy's hands, waving goodbye to Lu Kuan-ye as they made their way toward the village. Until we meet again. The boy stood rooted to the spot, watching them depart, and after a long while, a soft "until next time" drifted through the wind. Upon opening the bag, he discovered not only food but also some money and the candies he had previously rejected. Clutching the candies in his palm, he felt as if a fish on the brink of death had encountered a rainstorm, revitalized with newfound life. On their way home, Shinzhao continued to discuss the identity of this child with Lu Kuan-ye. They seemed to have never encountered a child so strikingly handsome, and he appeared quite disheveled, as though he had not eaten in a long time. Lu Kuan-ye wrapped his arm around Shinzhao's shoulder, listening to her musings while offering reasonable conjectures. Perhaps he only just arrived in our vicinity. If that is the case, he likely has nowhere to stay. Such a fine boy, it is rather pitiable. Shinzhao's voice brimmed with sympathy and concern. Lu Kuan-ye neither mocked her nor elaborated further. Shinzhao was not particularly interested in his response. Thankfully, he had not attempted to steal from them. He was a kind-hearted child. How could they not perceive the boy's intentions? He merely wished to observe how the youth would choose, and fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint them. However, the sudden appearance of an unseen voyeur lurking in the shadows greatly irked them. Shinzhao clenched her fist and angrily threw a punch at the air. That rat had better not let me uncover their identity. It is utterly immoral to spy on others at night, more reprehensible than a half-grown child. Lu Kuan-ye coaxed Shinzhao to return home. As soon as they stepped inside, Grandma Shen rushed over, inspecting Shinzhao with a fervor that left her too startled to speak. Once assured of Shinzhao's well-being, Grandma Shen began to scold her, lamenting, "You ungrateful child, so grown yet still causing worry," as she playfully swatted Shinzhao's back. Though the reprimands sounded fierce, they were more bluster than pain. It was evident that the blows did not hurt. Shinzhao feigned great distress, pleading, "Mother, please stop, I promise I have learned my lesson." Grandma Shen snorted, "So you do remember that I am your mother?" Shinzhao smiled and clung to her arm. "Of course, you are my only mother." "Mother, who else would I remember?" "Mother, please do not be angry. If you wish for me not to be angry, then tell us where you have been today." Grandma Shen pulled Shinzhao away from her side. Sensing that her concern was genuine, the smaller children in the house shrank back behind Shinzhao, seeking refuge. "Auntie, you should hurry and apologize to Grandma, she is quite upset." "Yes, Grandma has not eaten all evening, waiting for you." "Auntie, we could not find you. Others said you had left us behind, was that true?" "Foolish child, that is simply false, Auntie is right here before us." The children's chatter helped Shinzhao piece together the events that had transpired. She could not help but inwardly curse the one who had spread such ridiculous rumors. If she discovered their identity, she would certainly tear their mouth to shreds, but now was not the time for such thoughts. Shinzhao rushed back to embrace Grandma Shen once more, nestling against her. Regardless of being scolded or swatted away, she remained glued to her side. Eventually, Grandma Shen's frustration subsided as she stroked Shinzhao's hair and sighed, "I truly owe you all so much." Shinzhao tilted her face up, smiling at Grandma Shen. "Raising you, my troublesome child, has been a source of great worry. You should inform your family before venturing out. Disappearing for an entire day causes us all great concern. Last time you went up the mountain, so many searched for you, I feared the worst. I am 50 this year, and my health is not what it once was to keep up with your escapades." As Grandma Shen spoke, she appeared to age decades in an instant, her frustration dissipating. Shinzhao understood that all this was born from Grandma Shen's care for her. Leaning against her, she gently nudged, "I promise to inform you wherever I go from now on." "You said the same last time. Have you truly kept that promise?" Grandma Shen shot her a knowing glance. Shinzhao felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched her head. "Next time, I absolutely will. Enough of your nonsense, let us eat first. Who knows if you even had a meal today, or did you simply run away to avoid home-cooked meals? If you dislike my cooking, then I shall not bother to feed you." Shinzhao flitted about her side like a butterfly, exclaiming, "How could I not enjoy home-cooked meals? I adore your cooking, Mother. If it weren't for pressing matters, I would definitely have returned home." Shinzhao's assurances held little credibility with Grandma Shen, who snorted in response. The other brothers of the Shen family quickly chimed in to placate her. "Mother, who does not know that our little sister adores your cooking?" Chapter 65. Thank you, Elder Shen. Naturally, she could not truly bring herself to reproach Shinzhao. Her scolding was merely an outlet for the anxiety that had consumed her throughout the afternoon. It was not that she feared her daughter would abandon her. Rather, she was concerned that Shinzhao would be unable to care for herself in the outside world. With a tender gaze, she watched Shinzhao obediently fill her mouth with food, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, utterly adorable. The more she looked, the softer her heart became. Such a beautiful and charming daughter was indeed her own. Only after Shinzhao had satisfied her hunger did she share the events of the day with the Shen family. When Elder Shen learned that Shinzhao had ventured to a distant city with Lu Kuan-ye in search of Lu Lingyi, her heart nearly stopped from fright. What should be done about such a mischievous and reckless child? "Little sister, engaging in such a perilous endeavor so far from home, you ought to have informed us first, so we could accompany you." Shen Guang regarded Shinzhao with disapproval, his expression laden with deep concern. Shinzhao took a sip of water and wiped her mouth. "But I had Lu Kuan-ye with me. You all had to work, there was no need to take time off just for me." Nevertheless, her family expressed vehement disapproval, deeming the situation far too hazardous. In order to avoid becoming the target of their criticism, Shin Zhao resorted to showcasing the treasures she had brought back from the city. Upon seeing the abundance of delightful items, the Shin family was utterly mesmerized. When she offered them, they hesitated to take them, but Shin Zhao insisted, pressing the gifts into their hands. Shin Zhexiao, Shin Zedi, and Shin Zizhong rushed over to examine the items, pleading with Shin Zhao to describe the city to them. They had barely ventured beyond their town, their visits to the market countable on 10 fingers. Shin Zhao called the little ones over, and once they were gathered, she playfully handed the child in her arms to Lu Kuangye. With an innocent expression, she declared, perhaps it would be best if your teacher explained it to you. The little ones were momentarily stunned, especially Shin Ernio, who pouted her lips in a near cry, reaching out for Shin Zhao's embrace. Shin Zhao ducked behind Lu Kuangye, chuckling, your uncle is far better at storytelling than I am. Don't you wish to hear him? While they were tempted to protest, they could hardly voice their reluctance under Lu Kuangye's watchful gaze. A refusal in his presence would undoubtedly lead to consequences the following morning during class, and the thought of that made them anxious. Remembering the weighty homework looming over them, the children fell silent, obediently murmuring, we want to listen. Internally, they could feel the storm brewing. With a mere glance, Lu Kuangye discerned the children struggle to hold back tears. He then turned his gaze to Shin Zhao, whose mischievous smile signaled her delight in their predicament, and felt a touch of helplessness. Sitting calmly, he began to describe the towering skyscrapers of the city with precision, albeit in a rather dull manner, occasionally prompting them to ensure they were paying attention. Meanwhile, Shin Zhao sat nearby, nibbling on a washed cucumber, thoroughly entertained by the scene. Once their conversation concluded, the children, with red-rimmed eyes, bowed in gratitude before hastily retreating to their rooms, fearful of being caught and questioned. Shin Zhao collapsed into Lu Kuangye's embrace, laughing, you, as a teacher, are terrifying. Look at how frightened they are. With a sigh, Lu Kuangye reassured her briefly before heading off to wash up and change clothes. Shin Zhao continued munching on her cucumber, praising herself for securing such an exceptional teacher for the children. If only Lu Kuangye could remain their instructor indefinitely, it would be nearly impossible for them to struggle with their studies. After all, even she found their lessons and assignments quite challenging. The following morning, Shin Zhao rose early to inspect the sweet potato field. Although she was not overly hands-on, the rest of the Shin family had been helping her with watering and fertilizing, ensuring everything was tended to. Now, the sweet potato sprouts had flourished, forming a lush expanse that blanketed the entire field. Just days prior, Elder Shin had complimented her on the impressive growth of the sweet potatoes. Soon, they would be ready for harvest. In high spirits, Shin Zhao wandered into the house to observe the children during their lessons. The little ones were diligently engaged, their tiny hands gripping pencils as they carefully wrote in their notebooks, utterly charming and delightful, making Shin Zhao's hands itch to join them. Her gaze drifted to the adjacent classroom, where a row of children too young for school were seated in specially designed baby chairs, eagerly absorbing knowledge, their little heads bobbing with drowsiness. Lu Kuangye was particularly lenient with the younger ones, allowing them to take a nap as he kept one eye open. Shin Zhao, standing at the doorway with her hand over her mouth to stifle her laughter, quietly slipped away upon receiving a warning glance from Lu Kuangye. The day was gloriously sunny, perfect for venturing outdoors, considering the dwindling supplies at home and the lack of fresh meat. Shin Zhao shouldered her basket and stepped outside. To her surprise, she spotted Song Xiao, whom she had not seen in quite some time. With keen eyesight, she noticed him hiding behind a bush, grumbling about how he was blocking the most important path. If she had to take a detour, it would mean an exhausting extra round. From a distance, it seemed Song Xiao was clutching something in his hand, glancing at it with a silly grin, then shifting his gaze elsewhere as if waiting for someone. Shin Zhao quickly deduced that he must have struck up a connection with someone, which explained his recent quiet demeanor, devoid of any news. Just as she was contemplating this, she was startled by the sudden presence of Shin Lady beside her. Surprised, Shin Zhao was about to inquire about her presence when Shin Lady pointed ahead, her lips forming the word look without making a sound. The person approaching Song Xiao was none other than Zhou Yuwei. Shin Zhao was not particularly taken aback, although she hadn't seen Song Xiao for a while. News traveled quickly in the village, and she was well aware of the happenings around her. Zhou Yuwei and Song Xiao were gazing at each other with affection, the air thick with sweetness and flirtation, resembling a charming young couple. They exchanged shy smiles, and the breeze caught Zhou Yuwei's long hair, cascading it onto Song Xiao's shoulder. Suddenly, Song Xiao opened his fist before Zhou Yuwei, revealing a hairpin and a beautiful ribbon meant to delight young girls. The look of surprise on Zhou Yuwei's face indicated her satisfaction with the gift. Soon, they shared a smile, shouldered their gifts, and departed together. He is nothing but a charming rogue who knows how to deceive women, Shin Lady spoke calmly as she watched their retreating figures. Shin Zhao nodded in agreement. You must not be misled again, your family is truly the best for you. After saying this, Shin Lady left without casting a glance back at Shin Zhao, who, if not for the slight flush on Lady S' ears, might have thought her words were directed at herself. Still, Shin Zhao found Shin Lady quite amiable for taking the time to offer her a gentle reminder. It was noteworthy, considering that in the past, Shin Zhao had not treated her particularly well, and they had been little more than strangers. In high spirits, Shin Zhao quickened her pace to catch up with Shin Lady, smiling sweetly, thank you. Shin Lady's eyes flickered as she pretended not to hear, ignoring Shin Zhao. Were it not for her reddening ears betraying her, one might have assumed she was an aloof person. Are you heading to the back mountain? Shall we go together? Chapter 66 Barbecue on the mountain. Under the persistent and clingy advances of Shin Zhao, Shin Lady acquiesced to Shin Zhao's companionship. As they journeyed, she took care of him at every turn. Approaching the mountain, Shin Lady reflected upon the various peculiar occurrences she had encountered recently and felt it prudent to give Shin Zhao a forewarning. She casually inquired about what Shin Zhao was seeking on the mountain, offering her assistance. Xin Zhao, with an air of familiarity, entwined her arm around Xin Lady's, expressing gratitude while gazing around. She muttered, "You mustn't underestimate me. I'm quite capable. That in the past, I've managed to find things on my own, and I can even catch fish in the river, big ones, no less." Xin Lady recalled the tales she had heard about Xin Zhao's fishing prowess and chuckled softly. All right, you are impressive. However, if you could share what you're truly after, it would expedite our search. Xin Zhao confidently revealed her desire to catch a few wild chickens and rabbits to take home, while also foraging for herbs. Xin Lady regarded her with goodwill, and Xin Zhao, equally unguarded, shared her knowledge of various plants, her demeanor resembling that of a playful kitten proudly presenting its catch to humans, utterly charming. Unable to suppress her amusement, Xin Lady smiled and gently patted Xin Zhao's face, exclaiming, "You really are remarkable." Fearing that the little kitten might become flustered, she promptly led them deeper into the mountain. "Let's go catch some chickens and rabbits. I happened to discover a few nests yesterday." Xin Zhao, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind Xin Lady, eagerly anticipating the chance to witness the protagonist's remarkable skills firsthand. Before they reached their destination, they encountered a young boy, the very one Xin Zhao had met the previous night. Initially, the boy intended to flee upon seeing them, but he paused, recognizing a familiar voice. "Hey, why are you running so fast? Come here, kid." The boy, poised to retort that he was not a child, turned to see a beautiful woman with an ethereal smile, reminiscent of a fairy. Recalling the hearty meal from the previous night, he hesitated, feeling awkward but intrigued. Xin Lady was about to caution Xin Zhao against approaching strangers when Xin Zhao interjected, "I know this kid. I met him last night, and he even helped me." Xin Lady fell silent, accompanying Xin Zhao without objection. Noticing the unfamiliar woman beside Xin Zhao, the boy remained quiet, a shadow of unease crossing his brow. Yet, Xin Zhao paid no heed, running over to invite the boy along. "Join us. If we catch more prey, I'll share some with you. Have you eaten this morning?" Xin Zhao chattered away, while the boy, perhaps only responding once in 10 queries, did little to dampen her enthusiasm. Xin Lady occasionally interjected, reminding Xin Zhao to pay attention to her surroundings. She remained vigilant regarding the newcomer, sensing a certain fierceness about him. Had it not been for Xin Zhao's fondness, she would have long sent him on his way. The trio arrived at their destination, hiding behind the grass to observe the plump rabbits grazing, causing Xin Zhao to salivate. The boy, though taken aback, concealed his surprise. Xin Lady promptly reminded them to prepare for catching the rabbits. They all lunged forward, each capturing a rabbit, swiftly binding their feet with the ropes they had prepared. After each of them caught 4, they ceased their efforts, leaving with their spoils, Xin Zhao's face beaming with joy. The boy silently extended one of his rabbits to Xin Zhao, inadvertently colliding with Xin Lady. Xin Zhao blinked as her eyes met the rabbit in their hands, her smile widening as she graciously accepted their kindness. "Thank you." The boy averted his gaze, muttering, as a token of appreciation. Xin Zhao understood he referred to the bag of goodies from the previous night. Xin Lady felt the need to offer Xin Zhao more, considering that 4 rabbits might not suffice for her large family. Imagining Xin Zhao's forlorn expression if she couldn't have meat, Xin Lady's heart softened. 3 rabbits would be ample for her and her sisters. However, such a scenario would never arise in Xin's household, as no matter who liked meat, they would ensure Xin Zhao never went without. Together, they sought a nearby stream to process the rabbits, where both the boy and Xin Lady needed to prepare things. Xin Lady skillfully dispatched the rabbits, her movements precise and efficient. Xin Zhao, standing nearby, lavished praise upon Xin Lady for her adeptness. The boy chimed in, "Only sweet talk, but no hard work from this woman." Upon hearing this, Xin Zhao's eyes sparkled mischievously as she turned to shower compliments on the boy. Although he initially feigned indifference to her flattery, his movements quickened, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he listened to Xin Zhao and Xin Lady exchanged knowing glances, amused by the boy's proud yet receptive demeanor. Under Xin Lady's capable hands, the fire soon blazed. Xin Zhao, curious to roast a rabbit, was met with an unyielding refusal from Xin Lady, who shooed her aside to entertain herself for a while. The boy, bemused by Xin Lady's sudden shift from indulgence to discipline, understood when he witnessed Xin Lady receiving a rabbit from Xin Zhao's hands, one that was nearly burnt to a crisp. He cast an incredulous glance at Xin Zhao, recognizing her as the quintessential young lady, untouched by labor, utterly delicate, and stunningly beautiful. He regarded Xin Lady with a twinge of sympathy. As Xin Lady attentively turned the rabbit over, she shot the boy a warning glance. "Mind your gaze, I am not Xin Zhao's family." Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Xin Zhao playing innocently by the water's edge, her expression softening. Though she was not Xin Zhao's kin, it did not prevent her from caring for her, did it? In response to Xin Zhao, the boy's demeanor softened as well, and the two exchanged a few words after a prolonged silence. Suddenly, they heard a splash, and both turned, anxiety etched on their faces, fearing they might witness Xin Zhao falling into the water. Instead, they beheld her half-soaked attire, a goofy grin on her face as she brandished 2 fish triumphantly. "Look, I caught fish." Both Xin Lady and the boy erupted into laughter. Xin Zhao approached, laying the fish before them. "These are for you." In gratitude for their gift of a rabbit, Xin Zhao had procured fish. "This is my secret to fishing, do you want to know?" Xin Lady and the boy nodded enthusiastically, eager to learn. "Hee, I won't tell you just yet. You'll have to guess." "Are you 3 years old this year?" the boy asked earnestly. Chapter 67 A Bountiful Harvest. Xin Zhao showcased her skills in front of Xin Lady and the young man, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she listened to their lackluster praise. After catching the fish, Xin Lady swiftly scaled and gutted it, placing it over the fire to roast. The 3 gathered around the campfire. "What is your name?" Xin Zhao asked, her eyes reflecting the lively flames. The young man paused in his movements of turning the rabbit and fish, lowering his head to conceal the deep, complex emotion swirling within. Shinzhao distinctly heard his cold voice as he replied, I have no name. Then where do you come from? Are you searching for your family? Considering her acquaintances in the town and city, Shinzhao inquired further. To her surprise, it seemed she had struck a nerve, as he vehemently rejected her, his demeanor resembling a prickly hedgehog warding off all kindness. I do not need your sympathy or pity. I am perfectly capable of living on my own. Observing his clear resistance, Shinzhao decided to change the subject. Meanwhile, Shin Lady, though silent, had been keenly observing the young man. Noting his fierce rejection of all goodwill, she expressed her concern for Shinzhao, saying flatly, It's burnt, turn it over. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Once the rabbit was done roasting, Shinzhao and Shin Lady gathered their belongings and departed, leaving the young man to contemplate in solitude. As they descended the mountain, Shinzhao's spirits noticeably lifted. They chatted playfully while keeping an eye out for useful herbs, digging and teaching Shin Lady as they went. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, they had amassed a bountiful harvest. However, Shin Lady needed to part ways with Shinzhao to conceal her findings and ensure the roasted rabbit was consumed outside, so it sent Wen Ti attract her younger sisters. Otherwise, there would be no chance of them tasting any of it. Shinzhao was well aware of her family's ways, and after bidding farewell, she headed home. A gust of wind swept by, prompting Shinzhao to gaze up at the sky, her brow furrowing in concern. Upon returning home, she found only Lu Kuan-ye tidying up his school supplies. Shinzhao casually asked, Where did they go? Lu Kuan-ye approached and helped her remove her belongings, replying, They ran out to play after class. Shinzhao responded with an understanding "oh," glancing at the densely packed information on the small blackboard, feeling sympathy for Shinzeshio and the others who had been cooped up at home all morning. By the way, I brought back roasted rabbit. She triumphantly revealed the still-warm rabbit from her backpack, relieved that she had walked quickly, lest it turn cold and unappetizing. In the kitchen, she cut the rabbit, keeping only 2 pieces and leaving the rest for others. Shinzhao handed a piece to Lu Kuan-ye and began recounting the events of their mountain excursion. Lu Kuan-ye lowered his lashes, obscuring the murky emotions lurking in his eyes. So you had a wonderful time outside without me, did you? Shinzhao's animated chatter suddenly faltered, turning to face Lu Kuan-ye. She could hardly believe such envious words had escaped his lips. It felt as though, in the next moment, he would adopt the demeanor of a wronged wife abandoned by her husband, lamenting, I toiled at home caring for the children while you frolicked outside with others, you heartless scoundrel. Shinzhao swallowed hard, her already round eyes widening in disbelief as she waved her hands dismissively. I was not unhappy without you. Swiftly steering away from the topic, she casually picked up another subject to discuss with Lu Kuan-ye. I heard the village school is in need of teachers. Would you consider trying out? Lu Kuan-ye cast her a disinterested glance, his refusal crisp and decisive. No, thank you. He had no genuine desire to teach, and besides, with several children at home, he had more than enough to handle without taking on additional responsibilities in the village, which would only give him a headache. With so much time on his hands, he preferred to focus on his research. Shinzhao was not particularly surprised. She could tell that Lu Kuan-ye was quite reluctant to teach, and the teaching position was one that both villagers and young educated women eagerly vied for. Nevertheless, she issued a gentle warning, I heard from mother that the village chief seems to be looking for you. Lu Kuan-ye responded with a non-committal offering no further comment as he leisurely tidied up the remaining items and prepared to cook. Shinzhao stood at the door with a bowl of water, watching the lively scene of people returning home, a smile gracing her lips. At the dinner table, old man Shin was particularly animated today, even requesting that Shin Guang and Shin Zong bring out their treasured wine. It's a good day. Let us drink to our heart's content. Despite usually imposing restrictions on old man Shin's drinking, old lady Shin surprisingly supported him this time. Not only were Shinzhao's family members jubilant, but the entire village shared in the merriment. Today was indeed a day of celebration, except for Lu Kuan-ye, who sipped only a small cup. Old man Shin, Shin Guang, Shin Zong, and Shin Yao had already lost their senses to the drink, their faces flushed like ripe peaches, yet they continued to toast joyfully. Old lady Shin and the others cheerfully savored their meals while feeding the children. After finishing her bowl of rice, Shin Zhao, rubbing her now full belly, curiously asked old lady Shin what the source of such happiness was. My dear, this year has been a bountiful harvest. After submitting the rice tax, each family will receive an extra 20 pounds. This year, we can finally enjoy a hearty feast during the new year. Old lady Shin's words brimmed with uncontainable excitement and joy. Shinzhao finally understood why they could indulge so freely today. The rice harvest had been tallied. Hearing the good news, the entire village was brimming with joy. After dinner, Shinzhao and Lu Kuan-ye stepped outside for a stroll to aid digestion while also fulfilling old lady Shin's errand of delivering a bowl of meat to Aunt Nil. They took advantage of the still light sky to wander about. After successfully delivering the meat and exchanging a few words with Aunt Nil, she insisted, Child, you need not bring so much meat. Just a little is enough, take the rest back home. Aunt Nil, that simply won't do. Mother said it must all go to you. If she sees me returning with meat, she will surely scold me. Shinzhao replied, besides, with so many children in your household, a single bowl of meat would barely be enough for each one. Dear girl, truly not necessary. We have meat at home. Shinzhao did not give Aunt Nil a chance to continue her objections, promptly pouring the meat into their dish, bidding her farewell as she turned to leave. This left Aunt Nil flustered, ultimately accepting the goodwill of the Shin family. Her heart warmed with gratitude after ensuring the children, whose eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of meat, received their share. She reminded them to repay the Shin family's kindness in the future. She suspected Xinjiao had noticed her embarrassment in asking for it, and given the dilapidated state of their home, it hardly seemed like a place that could afford such luxuries. As Xinjiao and Lu Kuangye carried their bowls away, they chatted about Aunt Neo. They encountered Xinlady and her sisters returning home. Exchanging greetings, Xinlady urged her sisters to go ahead and quietly reminded Xinjiao, "It's going to rain tonight." Chapter 68. Gathering items. As the knowledgeable Xinjiao and the reborn Xinlady are aware of the unfolding events, both understand that a torrential downpour is imminent this evening. The storm arrives unexpectedly, threatening to breach the dams and transforming the villagers' joy of harvest into tears of despair. Xinjiao is cognizant of this narrative but is uncertain of its precise timing, having been preoccupied with other matters and momentarily forgotten. It is only upon Xinlady's reminder that the memory resurfaces. In the script, although Xinjia village is not submerged, the relentless and fierce rain falls in the dead of night, leaving no time for the villagers to salvage their crops, resulting in all the rice being rendered useless. Other crops in the fields also perish. The remaining grain in the village is scant, ushering in chaotic and arduous times, compelling everyone to tighten their belts. After parting ways with Xinlady, Xinjiao remains in a state of distraction. At that moment, Xinlady mistakenly believes Xinjiao doubts her, prompting her to speak up several times. After all, today is a brilliantly sunny day, and according to past customs, rain would be unlikely. The village elders, who monitor the weather, have proclaimed that these days are ideal for drying rice. With their guard down, the villagers spread the rice out on the ground. Xinlady, wishing to avoid trouble and refrain from meddling in Xinjia village's affairs, recalls that throughout her previous life and this rebirth, only Xinjiao has shown her kindness, while others had coldly witnessed her being beaten by her family. Now, even with foreknowledge of the impending disaster, they remain passive, focusing solely on themselves and their sister. However, Xinjiao is unwilling to be a bystander and despises the thought of witnessing disappointment and sorrow reflected in those bright eyes. Having spoken her mind, if Xinjiao remains skeptical and takes no action, there is little Xinlady can do. With a heavy heart, she turns to pursue her sister. Lu Kuangye walks beside Xinjiao, his gentle gaze seemingly forever her source of strength and support, patiently waiting for her to confide in him. Xinjiao, clutching Lu Kuangye's arm, sighs. How could Xinlady be so kind-hearted? The thought of her enduring such hardship fills Xinjiao with an overwhelming sense of compassion. In truth, today's warning of the impending storm serves as an opportunity for the village. Despite the villagers' past treatment of her, Xinlady chooses to repay malice with kindness. Xinjiao blinks her slightly dry eyes and lifts her gaze to Lu Kuangye. "Lady just told me it's going to rain tonight. We must hurry back and inform our parents." Lu Kuangye responds without hesitation, merely affirming with a sound as he quickens their pace homeward. Xinjiao casts a suspicious glance at Lu Kuangye's resolute profile, pondering, "You wouldn't also be privy to this news, would you?" Another affirmative sound. Xinjiao feels a chill run down her spine. The number of people aware of this news seems excessive, yet she still seeks to tease Lu Kuangye. "Oh, you, Comrade Lu, your awareness of the situation leaves much to be desired. Knowing it's going to rain, why didn't you alert us sooner? Comrade Xinjiao, weren't you also aware of it long ago? Surely you haven't forgotten the timing." Xinjiao is momentarily speechless. She indeed knew but had forgotten the crucial timeline, nearly allowing calamity to strike. But how could Lu Kuangye have anticipated it? Striding with renewed vigor, Xinjiao leaves Lu Kuangye trailing behind. Upon returning home, the men of the Xin family are already inebriated, while Grandma Xin and her daughters-in-law are tidying up the table. Xinjiao rushes over, taking Grandma Xin by the arm. "Mother, I insist it's going to rain tonight. Let us find the village chief and arrange for the rice to be gathered, shall we?" Via Grandma Xin, initially believing Xinjiao is merely babbling, chuckles and playfully slaps her arm. Step aside, I have no time for your nonsense. There is much work waiting for me. If you're so idle, go help your sister-in-law with the children." After dismissing Xinjiao's concerns, Grandma Xin attempts to resume her tasks, only to be pulled back by her daughter once more. "Mother, you've always said I'm your little lucky star. Haven to you. Do you not trust me? I'm serious. It's going to rain." Grandma Xin scrutinizes Xinjiao's expression and realizes she isn't jesting. Yet, uncertainty lingers. While Xinjiao is indeed her lucky star, such weather predictions have never come to pass. If it does not rain tonight and they harvest the rice, the villagers' complaints will be no laughing matter. After all, they had only just restored the reputation of the youngest son. However, if Xinjiao's prediction is accurate and rain falls, but no one believes her, the consequences would be dire. This year is a bountiful harvest year. The entire village relies on a plentiful yield to sustain themselves. Grandma Xin finds herself in a quandary. Just then, she realizes there is no one to consult, regretting allowing Grandpa Xin to drink so much. Observing her mother's indecision, Xinjiao grows anxious and stamps her foot. "Mother, please trust me this once. If it doesn't rain, I will bear all the responsibility, even if the entire village scolds me." But the village chief just consulted Uncle Chi about the weather, who assured us these days would be sunny. It's not that Grandma Xin is unwilling to believe Xinjiao. It's just that Uncle Chi has been the village's weather forecaster for many years, never once erring. Even if she were to trust Xinjiao, the village chief and the villagers would not. Lu Kuangye steps forward to support Xinjiao's plea. "Mother, let us at least gather the rice. If it doesn't rain, that is for the best. We'll merely face some scolding. However, if it does rain, we will have saved the entire village." Lu Kuangye's words sway Grandma Xin's heart. Hearing both her daughter and son-in-law advocating for the rice to be collected, and recalling her son-in-law's scholarly background, Grandma Xin's resolve begins to waver. She glances at Grandpa Xin, who was fast asleep, feeling a sense of urgency. Had she known, she would have stopped him. Now, he is as useless as a dead pig, providing no assistance, and it drives her to distraction. "Mother, does this mean you agree for us to consult the village chief?" Xinjiao asks, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Grandma Xin nods begrudgingly. Xinjiao quietly cheers. "Mother, you're simply wonderful. I'll take care of Dad and my brothers. Just give me 5 minutes, and I'll ensure they wake up." Coincidentally, they had just harvested some herbs that could alleviate drunkenness. Xin Zhao drags Lu Kuanye to prepare the herbs. Meanwhile, Grandma Xin instructs her daughters-in-law to get to work. After a bowl of concoction is administered, Grandpa Xin and Xinguang awaken, albeit feeling quite uncomfortable, as if they had ingested something foul. Xin Zhao, what have you made us drink? Have we wronged you in recent times? It's one thing to play tricks on us, but to include Dad as well, Xin Zong grumbles while rinsing his mouth. Ignoring him, Xin Zhao beams at Grandma Xin. Mother, look, I'm impressive, RNTI, they're all awake, impressive, you're the most impressive. The four men, feeling overlooked, can only silently suffer. Mother, you're so biased. Chapter 69. A rain upon awakening. The four of them were hastily urged out the door by Grandma Xin and Xin Zhao. As they made their way outside, they inquired, perplexed, about the events that had transpired. The news of impending rain was met with incredulity. However, they complied obediently. Grandma Xin had been persuaded by Xin Zhao, and they felt no need to question the situation. After all, the worst that could happen was to be the subject of gossip among the villagers. They knocked on the door of the village chief's residence. The chief had already extinguished all the fires in his home, likely having retired for the night. Hearing the urgent knocking, he assumed something significant had occurred and hastily donned a robe before rushing out. Upon seeing Xin Zhao's family, he squinted and inquired about the matter at hand. Old man Xin and Grandma Xin approached the chief to converse, while Xin Zhao and the others stood at the entrance, anxiously observing the chief's expression, which sent a chill through their hearts. The chief pulled his robe tighter around his shoulders. Elder Yan, this matter must not be spoken of lightly. Everyone has gone to bed. If we roused them to gather belongings, it would be catastrophic. Most importantly, he harbored doubts about the likelihood of rain falling that night. Nonetheless, he offered a few gentle refusals to Old Man Xin and Grandma Xin, quickly surmising that it was Xin Zhao who had predicted the rain. He glanced at Xin Zhao, his expression seemingly conveying disbelief. I understand your family holds Xin Zhao in high regard, but this is no trivial matter. Everyone is weary from a long day. Xin Zhao took the initiative, stepping forward with her brothers to explain to the chief that, although the weather appeared fine at present, signs of impending rain were already evident. After listening, Xinguang's expression grew serious as he exchanged a few more words with the chief. Chief, we should collect the rice first. If it truly rains, we cannot afford the loss. It was rare for Xinguang to insist on something, and the chief furrowed his brow, pondering the situation carefully. He recognized that caution was warranted. Xinguang took it upon himself to shoulder the responsibility of the rain warning. Uncle, just say it was my idea. If blame is to be assigned, it won't be severe. Although many in the village harbored disdain for the Xin family, few felt animosity toward Xinguang. In fact, many lamented that such an exemplary son had come from Grandma Xin. Diligent and earnest in his work, kind to his elders, tolerant with his siblings, affectionate towards his wife and children, and always ready to assist fellow villagers, he was the epitome of a perfect son. Thus, despite the prior whispers of discontent directed at several members of the Xin family, Xinguang had never been the target of such criticism. The chief was well aware that Xinguang was acting to protect his family. His forehead creased with worry as he realized Xinguang was essentially betting on this. Though he did not fully agree, he understood that utilizing Xinguang's suggestion was the best course of action. He nodded in agreement, instructing the Xin family to assist in rousing the villagers. While Grandma Xin and the others were reluctant to let Xinguang bear the brunt of any backlash alone, Xinguang's rare stubbornness, combined with the chief's consent, forced everyone to acquiesce to his wishes. They proceeded door to door, rousing the villagers from their slumber. The once dark village gradually illuminated with flickering lights as news spread. Most villagers, though confused, complied and ventured outside. A small faction lingered at their doorsteps, mocking Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanye. Is it fun to trick people in the dead of night? They jeered. We're not deceiving anyone. If you don't believe us, go ask the chief. Daniel scoffed, even as he noticed several neighboring households emerging, resolutely refusing to join them. He continued to discourage others from leaving their homes. The elder has already declared that it won't rain. What are you making a fuss about? Do you trust the elder over Xin Zhao? A few nearby households exchanged doubtful glances. Sensing their wavering resolve, Daniel felt a surge of triumph. I'm heading back to sleep. You're just overreacting. Were you not exhausted from the day? Xin Zhao's expression darkened. Daniel's refusal to go was one thing, but his attempts to dissuade others was infuriating. If you don't believe me, that is your choice. Does the chief not have your trust as well? Upon hearing the chief's name, the others opted to heed Xin Zhao's warning. Daniel glared at them, his teeth clenched, arms crossed defiantly at his doorstep. Even if you begged me on your knees, I wouldn't go. Xin Zhao shot a glance at the arrogant Daniel. Did he truly think she would kneel for him? Surely, he had no reflective surfaces at home to gauge his own ridiculousness. Gripping Lu Kuanye's wrist, Xin Zhao turned without a word and strode away. If you don't want to go, then so be it. It's none of my concern. Apart from a small minority, all the adults in the village emerged, standing in the open space before the chief's home. They displayed their reluctance. However, upon hearing the chief's command to collect the rice, they chose to believe the warning. Curiosity piqued about who would stir them from their slumber at such an hour. They knew it must be one of the Xin family, yet the specifics held significant weight. If it were Xin Zhao, there would surely be much to say if it didn't rain. Their minds whirled with speculation. The revelation that it was Xinguang who had raised the alarm startled some. As they swiftly began gathering the rice, villagers working alongside Xinguang inquired curiously, Hey, Guangzi, what is going on? Xinguang remained taciturn, focused on his task. You're such a tight-lipped fellow. I can't get a word out of you. I only came because of you, and you won't even answer my question. The man glared at Xinguang, ceasing his work to express his dissatisfaction. Only when Xinguang finally spoke did he resume his labor with renewed vigor. I'll tell you after we finish. The man was easily appeased and threw himself into the work. No villager dared to slack off, all eager to complete their tasks and return home to rest, exhausted from being roused in the middle of the night. A large group worked swiftly, and within half an hour, they had collected all the rice laid out to dry in the village. The chief directed the villagers to carry bag after bag of rice into the granary, a structure built specifically for the village, designed to store various grains until taxes were due, elevated to prevent rain from dampening the contents. Once everything was secured, they gathered in a cluster to hear the chief speak. Tonight, everyone's enthusiasm is commendable. Thank you for your hard work. The man who had previously spoken to Xinguang approached him once more, nudging him with his shoulder. So, can you finally tell me what's going on? Xinguang, lacking eloquence, stumbled through recounting Xin Zhao's conversation with the chief, causing the man to chuckle heartily. Guanzi, you're truly impressive. After knowing you for so many years, I never realized you had such a knack for weather forecasting. You're better than the elder. Xinguang's ears flushed with embarrassment as he stood awkwardly, allowing the man to continue. With a tone tinged with sympathy, the man placed a hand on Xinguang's shoulder, asking, You're not being bullied, are you? Xinguang abruptly looked up at him, shaking his head. I'm not being bullied. I am doing this willingly. The man chuckled, knowing that Xinguang could be as stubborn as a mule, nearly impossible to sway. Just then, the chief, having calmed everyone's spirits, announced the gathering was dismissed. As the villagers began to disperse, a single raindrop fell upon their faces. Oh, it's really raining. Chapter 70. Others are not so fortunate. The rain began to fall in heavy drops, and before anyone had time to react, it rapidly escalated into a torrential downpour. The crowd had scarcely a moment to utter a word before they were compelled to shield their heads and dash homeward. Just as they returned, the rain, accompanied by a fierce wind, descended violently, resembling a waterfall poised to inundate the entire village. Within the confines of their home, the wind's howling could still be heard, battering against the windows like a whisper from a malevolent spirit. This deluge arrived with alarming swiftness and ferocity. The Shin family had only just made it home, their clothes thoroughly soaked, yet, rather than feeling disheartened by their damp garments, they were filled with exhilaration and relief. Fortuitously, they had heeded Xin Zhao's advice and harvested all their grains prior to the rain's onset. Thank goodness, Lin Jiadi and her 3 sisters-in-law had just finished lulling the children to sleep and were awaiting the return of the others in the living room. They handed over clean towels and hot water while engaging in cheerful conversation. Have all the grains been secured? Thank goodness for our younger sister's message. They were genuinely elated, for the village's grain supply was crucial to the sustenance of the entire community for the coming year. However, uncertainty loomed over when this relentless rain would cease. There were still peanuts, potatoes, and sweet potatoes left unharvested. With the rain pouring down, it was uncertain how they would manage. At least the grains were safe. Even if other crops were ruined by the rain, the losses would remain within the villagers' capacity to bear. After all, they were a community that relied on the land for their livelihood, and their greatest concern was the preservation of their grains. Having once endured hardship, they cherished every morsel. The thought of so many unharvested crops left to ruin weighed heavily on their hearts. Old Lady Shin and Old Man Shin promptly ushered the younger members back inside. Go to bed. You all look miserable, with those long faces. Get inside. After scolding Xinguang and the others away, the elderly couple sat silently in the living room, watching the rain intensify. After a considerable pause, Old Lady Shin finally broke the silence with her hoarse voice. We truly owe this to our youngest son. Indeed. But what about the other villages? Old Man Shin mused. Let us not worry about that now. It's not our burden to bear. With a slightly hunched back, he made his way back into the house as Old Lady Shin discreetly wiped her face and followed suit. The rain continued to fall as if determined to engulf everyone, showing no signs of abating. The Shin family had spent the entire day indoors, observing the relentless downpour. The children were reluctantly sent to study, and as a result, their lessons extended well into the day. The women busied themselves with mending shoes, while the men wove items from bamboo, each absorbed in their tasks in a tranquil atmosphere. The conversations that needed to be had already taken place over breakfast. Now, with the rain pouring down in a frightful manner, there was little anyone could do but find solace in their chores to quell their restless minds. Suddenly, a figure donned in a wide-brimmed hat and a raincoat dashed into the Shin household. Upon removing his attire, it became evident that it was the village chief. Old Shin, I've come to ask for your assistance in repairing the western riverbank. We must find materials to fortify it. Otherwise, our village will be submerged. The chief's words were not mere exaggeration. If the riverbank were to collapse, several nearby villages would face inundation. The men of the Shin family readily agreed. Wait here, village chief. We will change and be out shortly. With a quick acknowledgement, the chief left to gather supplies, instructing them to head over directly. Xin Zhao remained behind, while Lu Kuangye accompanied Xinguang and the others as they set out. Just before they departed, Xin Zhao felt a pang of reluctance. Please be careful, do not stand under any trees. Lu Kuangye smiled softly, gently patting Xin Zhao's head. I know, don't worry, I will take care of myself and the 3 brothers. Just help me teach the others while I'm gone, alright? Xin Zhao lowered her gaze, responding with a muted Lu Kuangye immediately sensed the quiver in her voice, sighed, and embraced her gently. I promise to return safely with them. Trust me. Xin Zhao rubbed her face against Lu Kuangye's shoulder, wiping away her tears and feigning indifference. If anything happens to you, I will remarry immediately. Though aware that it was merely a jest, Lu Kuangye solemnly assured her. The women and children stood silently at the door, bidding them farewell. All the men from the village had departed, and by the time they reached the riverbank, they were already hard at work, joined by the men from Chen village and Jiang village. The three villages were in close proximity. Should the embankment fail, none would escape. Thus, the men from all three villages toiled together. As the Shen family arrived, no one had the luxury of conversation. They merely exchanged greetings before returning to their labors. They worked tirelessly throughout the day. By evening, they returned home, weary and supporting one another. Their spirits were dampened, especially since the men from the other two villages were in even worse spirits, having lost their rice crops to the flood. They were far less fortunate than the Shen family, braving the torrential rain. Shen Guang and his companions arrived home only to hear distressing news. A child had been swept away. A disobedient teenager had ventured out when no one was watching and, unable to see through the downpour, had stumbled near the riverbank and fallen in, carried off by the raging waters. Now, the parents were in tears, pleading with the village chief for assistance. The Shen family was filled with sympathy, yet they lacked the energy to intervene in the affairs of others. After a day spent in the water, they were not only pale and wrinkled but utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, they washed up with hot water, drank ginger soup, and collapsed into bed. Meanwhile, Shen Zhao was still conducting lessons for Shen Zixio and the others. Upon hearing about the child being swept away, she immediately thought of the boy from the mountain. Once she realized it was not him, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, though a melancholy lingered within. Losing a child they had painstakingly raised would surely devastate that family. Seizing the opportunity, she imparted a lesson to the Shen children, reminding them to be mindful and not venture outside in such inclement weather. The torrential rain was no jest. After delivering her exaggerated admonition and witnessing the children dutifully promise to heed her words, Shen Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Before long, there was a knock at the door once more. As Shen Zhao had just concluded her lesson, she took it upon herself to answer, allowing old lady Shen to rest. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Song Jishu and Jiang Xiucheng, drenched and in a state of distress. "What has happened?" Shen Zhao inquired. "Please, help us. The cowshed has collapsed, and they are trapped. Old Su has gone into the mountains and has not returned." Startled, Shen Zhao nearly lost her footing. After informing old lady Shen, she rushed outside. "You foolish child. Can you manage alone? Go find the village chief." Waving her hand dismissively, she turned her back and sprinted up the mountain with Jiang Xiucheng and the others. Time was of the essence. Chapter 71. A person found the trio, braving the wind and rain, hurried up the muddy path towards the mountain. Were it not for their familiarity with this route, they would never have dared to traverse it in such treacherous conditions. As they made their way, Shen Zhao inquired about the disappearance of Professor Su, only to learn that he had ventured out in search of medicinal herbs. Everyone was injured, and if left unchecked, infections could easily set in, leading to fever and further complications. Jiang Xiucheng and Song Jishu had been preoccupied at the time, completely unaware until more than an hour had passed and the professor was already missing, which left them utterly alarmed. Within the village, Shen Zhao was the only person they knew to seek help from, so they hurriedly rushed to enlist her assistance. Upon reaching the cowshed on the mountain, Shen Zhao immediately assessed the site of the collapse. Noticing that everyone was engaged in rescue efforts, she felt somewhat reassured upon learning that only old Yuan remained trapped inside. After checking their injuries, she found they were merely abrasions, unfortunate, yet not particularly severe, a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. With Shen Zhao's aid, they swiftly cleared the rubble, uncovering old Yuan, who, though gravely injured and suffocated beneath the debris, had fortunately not been submerged in water. Shen Zhao led them to a natural cave nearby, spacious enough to shelter them from the rain and conveniently located not far from the cowshed. Once she ensured their safety, she resolved to search for the missing Professor Su. "Xiao Zhao, isn't it a bit too perilous for you to go alone?" Jiang Xiucheng, concerned for her safety, halted her as she donned a simple raincloak, thoroughly drenched. Shen Zhao firmly pushed him down onto a rock. "Rest easy, comrade Jiang Xiucheng. I am still young and in excellent physical condition. I frequently trek up this mountain. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. You all take a good rest and await my good news." She wiped the rainwater from her face that obscured her vision. These were all elderly individuals, their health already precarious, and they were utterly exhausted from the ordeal at the cowshed. If they were to accompany Shen Zhao in search of Professor Su, she feared that the number of people in need of rescue might multiply, thereby increasing her burden. It would be better for her to go alone from the outset. Seeing Shen Zhao's resolute demeanor and knowing she had prepared herbal remedies to ward off the chill, they reluctantly agreed to remain behind, aware that they would only be a liability. "We can stay, but Xiao Zhao, you must take care of yourself. Watch your step, the mud is slippery in this rain." Shen Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, adjusting her disheveled cloak before plunging into the curtain of rain. Only when her figure vanished from sight did their anxious gazes retract. They wondered how Professor Su was faring, pondering how he could have gone missing. They fervently hoped that neither he nor Shen Zhao would come to harm. Once outside the cave, Shen Zhao commenced her search, speculating on the possible paths Professor Su might have taken. However, the torrential downpour significantly hampered her efforts. Many traces had been washed away, and visibility was severely reduced. She proceeded cautiously, step by step, remaining vigilant of her footing. Fortunately, fortune seemed to favor her, as she encountered no mishaps along the way. She soon arrived at a location frequently discussed by the professors at the cowshed, known for its abundance of medicinal herbs. There, she spotted several disordered footprints near a large tree, instantly surmising that Professor Su had traversed this area. Kneeling down to scrutinize the prints, she noted their chaotic pattern, suggesting a possible incident had transpired. Her heart raced as she gazed in the direction the footprints pointed, only to find, to her dismay, that they were few in number, with the rest obliterated by the rain. Following the scant traces, she ran onward and discovered a large pit, one that she and the others had previously excavated upon finding signs of wild boars nearby, a precaution against the dangers posed by such beasts. A wave of concern washed over her as she feared that Professor Sue might have fallen into the pit. She rushed to the opening, calling out for him. After a long silence, only the sound of a wild boar's howl reached her ears, relieving her somewhat. Squinting, she peered into the depths of the pit and was taken aback by the sight of a massive wild boar, so large that it would take 2 people to embrace it. The mere thought of Professor Sue encountering such a creature sent a shiver down her spine. What a harrowing experience that would have been, yet, the absence of any human presence in the pit signified a glimmer of hope. Xinjiao skirted around the wild boar's pit, resuming her search of the surrounding area. Soon enough, she stumbled upon further signs left by Professor Sue, eliciting a wave of joy as she quickly pursued the trail. Fortunately, she successfully located Professor Sue from a distance. She spotted the edge of his clothing, and while a sense of relief washed over her, anxiety also crept in as she saw him lying in the mud, appearing utterly lifeless. As she approached, she placed her fingers on his neck and felt warmth. He was still alive. "Professor Sue, are you alright? Are you conscious? If you can hear me, please move a finger." To her delight, his finger twitched slightly. Xinjiao's heart soared with relief. She removed her cloak and draped it over him, lifting him and setting off in the direction of the cave. Xinjiao possessed remarkable strength, maintaining a steady pace as she trudged back. Along the way, she engaged in one-sided conversation with Professor Sue, primarily to keep him alert and prevent him from losing consciousness, which would complicate matters severely. In her eagerness to return swiftly, she opted for a more treacherous shortcut through a thicket of thorns. Today seemed to be a day for rescues. Her gaze landed on a figure not far away, prompting a sigh. Another familiar face, the unnamed young boy. Upon assessing his condition, she found him burning with fever, clearly in dire straits. If left here, he would surely perish. Xinjiao tucked him under her arm and carried him back alongside Professor Sue, even jesting with the latter about whether he would be indignant upon waking to discover he had been rescued by her. As she spoke to herself, her mind conjured an image of the boy's angry countenance, and she chuckled softly. "Is that you returning? I could have sworn I saw a figure. Hey, Lao Song, give it a rest. What can you see with those old eyes of yours without your glasses? Come take a look, it really seems like someone is back." The individuals inside the cave gathered at the entrance, their spirits lifting as they discerned the silhouette, erupting in joyous cheers, nearly rushing out to greet the returnee. Fortunately, Jiang Xiucheng restrained them. "Do you all wish to run out into the rain? If you slip and fall or fall ill, it will only add to Xiao Zhao's burden. She will surely scold you." Xinjiao's name proved to be quite effective, and one by one, they settled down, anxiously awaiting her return at the entrance. Chapter 72 The Dead Girl. Upon witnessing Xinjiao bearing the weight of 2 individuals, the inhabitants of the cave became restless, eager to rush out and offer their assistance to it. Was Xinjiao who, with a calm demeanor, suggested that if they ventured out into the rain, they would face her ire, which effectively quelled their impulsive desires. After gently setting down the 2 individuals, Xinjiao took a moment to stretch nearby. Song Jishu approached cheerfully, relieved that Xiao Zhao was present. Otherwise, this group of old children would have been quite unruly. Xinjiao, with a warm smile, glanced at the now quiet crowd in the cave before inquiring about Professor Sue's condition and the feverish youth. Song Jishu's brows furrowed with concern. "It is not looking good. Old Sue has sustained a head injury and hurt his leg, while the young man is merely suffering from a fever due to the rain and is somewhat malnourished." Nodding, Xinjiao reassured, "If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality." Gratitude welled in Song Jishu's eyes, nearly spilling over as he felt a wave of emotion. They all understood that had it not been for Xinjiao's timely intervention, many of them would not have endured this far. "How could we be anything but grateful to you? Just do not complain about us old folks being a burden." Xinjiao exchanged a few light-hearted words with him, calming the group to remain where they were before donning a raincoat and heading out. She needed to gather some herbs and procure food. The professors from the cattle shed had emerged safely, yet they possessed nothing else. Ignoring their needs would leave them hungry. Furthermore, she had to descend the mountain to reassure Grandma Shin of her safety. With quickened steps, Xinjiao made her way down the mountain and fortuitously encountered the village chief Dai in the midst of the rain. Their eyes met, and the chief, surprised to see her, wiped his face to confirm, "Is that you, Zhao girl?" Xinjiao nodded, pondering whether the rain had altered her appearance so drastically. "Why have you come down so quickly?" The chief's curiosity was piqued. "Because the matters on the mountain have been resolved," Xinjiao replied as she led the chief towards the village. "Oh, resolved? What do you mean, resolved?" The chief's eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth has been resolved? It cannot be about the cattle shed, can it?" "They have been found and rescued, chief. You can inform everyone that they need not ascend the mountain. It is perilous up there." Upon hearing this, the chief awkwardly adjusted his clothing, his gaze evasive. It was rather embarrassing to admit to Xinjiao that he was the only one from the village willing to venture up the mountain to assist the cattle shed. He felt shame for the men of the village, wondering why they were so timid. After exhausting all options, everyone claimed that today's work on the dam was too exhausting and they lacked the strength to climb the mountain. The women deemed it dangerous and did not wish for their families to leave home. Thus, he was left to come alone, and just as he was fretting over what to do, he encountered Xinjiao. The chief regarded Xinjiao with newfound respect, thinking to himself that she had single-handedly managed such a perilous situation. "Zhao girl, did you truly handle everything? You weren't injured, this is no trifling matter." Xinjiao nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, chief, I am perfectly fine. However, they may need some food. The cattle shed is utterly ruined, and they have nothing to eat." With the situation confirmed to be under control and no need for dangerous ascents, the chief was elated and patted Xin Zhao on the shoulder. It is merely a bit of food. The village can provide that. We owe you our gratitude, Zhao girl, for otherwise, we would have had to go up the mountain ourselves. Xin Zhao felt a sense of joy, every little bit helped. The two of them walked contentedly into the village. The chief escorted Xin Zhao home, instructing her to wait peacefully while he fetched the provisions. The Xin family, upon seeing Xin Zhao return safely, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Grandma Xin immediately approached and playfully slapped Xin Zhao's arm. You wretched child, you've truly grown up and developed your own ideas, you never listen, running out into such heavy rain all by yourself. What if you had been injured? Have you considered how worried your dear father and mother are? After receiving the scolding, Xin Zhao humbly admitted her fault, showering Grandma Xin with affectionate pleas for forgiveness. Mother, this is simply a matter of not trusting your daughter's capabilities. You always say I have the best luck, surely I would return safely. Look, I am completely unscathed. Xin Zhao twirled in front of Grandma Xin, showcasing her well-being, and produced a bouquet of flowers hidden beneath her raincoat to present to her. Mother, these are for you. Fresh flowers for my beloved beauty. Grandma Xin feigned annoyance, shooting Xin Zhao a glare while muttering about her lack of decorum, yet, the smile on her face was unmistakable. Pretending to be disdainful, she accepted the flowers from Xin Zhao's hands, giving a huff as she regarded her granddaughter. Had Xin Zhao returned in anything less than perfect health, Grandma Xin would have lost her temper. If Xin Zhao had sustained even the slightest injury, she would have twisted her ear as a lesson. Go wash up quickly. Look at your clothes, what have you done to them, are they even salvageable? Xin Zhao was promptly sent off by Grandma Xin to take a hot bath, while the chief seized the opportunity to praise Xin Zhao to her. Zhao girl single-handedly resolved the issues on the mountain. She is truly remarkable. However, as he spoke, Grandma Xin shooed him away. How can you, as the village chief, let my daughter go up the mountain alone? If anything happened, who would take responsibility? You promised my daughter you would find food, so hurry up and do it, talking here won't yield any rice. The chief, chastised by Grandma Xin, offered a few awkward pleasantries before hastily departing. When Xin Zhao emerged from her bath, she found a sack of rice and some sweet potatoes, and corn waiting in the living room. Seeing the joy on her face, Grandma Xin's mood soured instantly. You don't plan on going back up there, do you? Xin Zhao immediately sensed her mother's displeasure and dared not nod in affirmation. Fine, you stubborn girl, I cannot stop you. Xin Zhao knew that Grandma Xin was tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. Although she verbally expressed her reluctance for Xin Zhao to venture out, worrying for her health, she was also aware that without Xin Zhao delivering food, those in need would go hungry. After all, it was their lives that had been saved by Xin Zhao. Grandma Xin had always taught her children the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Xin Zhao shouldered the provisions sent by the chief, along with the bread and pickled vegetables prepared by Grandma Xin, and just before leaving, she joyfully ran back to her and hugged her tightly, whispering, "Thank you, mother." As Xin Zhao departed, Grandma Xin wiped her eyes and muttered, "This wretched child, always making me worry. If I don't keep an eye on her, she'll go hungry." Lin Zhaodi and the others, while serving rice, laughed and praised Xin Zhao to Grandma Xin, who didn't he know that Grandma Xin's scolding was merely a facade? In truth, she cared for Xin Zhao more than anyone. When Xin Zhao arrived back at the cave, she was greeted by the sounds of commotion within, accompanied by a furious shout, "Let me out!" Chapter 73. The soul-lost Xin lady. The youth resembled an enraged calf, rampaging without restraint. Upon spotting Xin Zhao standing before the cave, he finally regained his composure. "Xiao Zhao, you're here." Song Jishu greeted him warmly. Xin Zhao nodded, handing over the rice and other provisions. "These are contributions from the villagers at the village chief's behest, and this additional bundle is from my family." As she spoke, she produced still warm flatbreads and pickled vegetables from her bosom, offering them to Jiang Xiucheng. "Please, eat something." After attending to these matters, Xin Zhao beckoned to the young man. He hesitated, lowering his head, reluctant to face Xin Zhao after his earlier outburst. Ultimately, however, he approached, for the thought of losing Xin Zhao was far more daunting. A wave of shame and guilt washed over him, and he was the first to speak. "I only wanted to run away because I didn't know them. It wasn't intentional." The sharpness in Xin Zhao's gaze softened slightly. Raising her hand, she noticed the boy instinctively shrink back, and feigning ignorance, she placed her hand gently atop his head. "Next time, do refrain from losing your temper." The young man nodded silently in agreement. "With such heavy rain, do you have somewhere to go?" The young man's body stiffened momentarily, then, choosing honesty over deception, he shook his head. Xin Zhao gave him a gentle push. "Stay here until the rain subsides, they will look after you. It is far too dangerous for you to be alone in the mountains." The boy nodded, acquiescing. Jiang Xiucheng approached, cheerfully offering the young man a flatbread, and he extended one to Xin Zhao as well. However, Xin Zhao declined, for she was not a glutton. If she desired food, old lady Xin would prepare it for her at home without the need to vie with the professors. Casting a glance at the overcast sky, Xin Zhao felt it was time to return. Noticing the quiet boy in the corner, she approached and crouched down to meet his gaze. "I have a favor to ask. Can you assist me?" The boy nodded eagerly. "I will help with anything I can." His fervor suggested that he would comply even if Xin Zhao's request entailed a grave task. With a smile, Xin Zhao ruffled the boy's hair. "Professor Su is injured. Could you help me take care of him and the other professors here?" The boy appeared slightly taken aback but readily agreed. "In the next few days, I may not have time to come back, so please take good care of them." He nodded earnestly. After bidding farewell to those in the cave and checking on Professor Su, whose condition was stable, Xinjiao felt a sense of relief. As she traversed the muddy path, her steps were uneven. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. Xinlady. Slowly, she approached her. The rain poured heavily, and Xinlady had only a simple straw hat, already drenched. As Xinjiao drew nearer, she could see Xinlady trembling in the downpour. Without hesitation, she rushed over and enveloped Xinlady in her arms. "Why are you out in this rain?" The sound of the rain was deafening, compelling Xinjiao to raise her voice. Xinlady appeared as if she had lost her spirit, her dazed eyes fixated on Xinjiao, murmuring, "She has gone." "What do you mean, gone?" The icy form in her embrace offered no response. With vacant eyes, she murmured for Xinjiao to let her go. There was no way Xinjiao would permit her to wander alone in such a state. The consequences could be dire. Anxiety and frustration surged within Xinjiao as she pondered what calamity could shatter the resilience of the heroine from the books. Despite having previously perceived her as a tenacious and wise woman, Xinjiao was left at a loss. In desperation, she sought refuge beneath a sturdy tree to shield Xinlady from the elements, gripping her shoulders and shaking her fervently. "Xinlady, pull yourself together, speak to me about what happened." Gradually, Xinlady's unfocused gaze began to clear, locking onto Xinjiao, as if the world had narrowed to just her. "She's lost. My sister is lost." Finally, she articulated her distress, prompting Xinjiao to exhale in relief. "My mother, no, not my mother, that woman, knowing full well it was pouring, still sent my sister out, and now she is missing." Xinjiao furrowed her brow. Such reckless behavior was indeed characteristic of Xinlady's mother. "She is only 10, just a child, she must be cold and frightened, waiting for me to find her. I have to find her." Xinlady seemed entranced, and Xinjiao could only temporarily restrain her. "Calm down, and tell me everything in detail. I will help you find her." The reason for not seeking the village chief's assistance was evident. They would likely be of no help. The village was steeped in patriarchal biases, and given that the people in the cowshed had been reluctant to assist, a little girl would undoubtedly be overlooked. Both Xinjiao and Xinlady understood this unspoken reality. Desperate, Xinlady clutched Xinjiao's garment tightly. "Are you truly willing to help me? If I find my sister, I will repay you in any way I can. I will serve you for a lifetime." Xinjiao smiled gently, refusing her offer. "There is no need for that, we live in a new society now. I help you because I consider you a friend." Xinlady recounted the events leading to her sister's disappearance, including inquiries made during the search, which revealed that her sister had gone up the mountain, leading her to this location. Xinjiao pondered for a moment. "Who did you ask?" "Song Xiao." Xinjiao's brow furrowed even tighter. Song Xiao was notoriously duplicitous, and his words could not be trusted. She urged Xinlady to recount the details once more, ensuring she provided every aspect, including time and place, without omission. After listening intently, Xinjiao firmly stated, "You've been deceived. Song Xiao never saw your sister. It was all a cruel jest meant to satisfy his twisted amusement." It was likely he had laughed as he watched Xinlady, full of belief, ascend the mountain. Xinlady was taken aback. In her haste, she had not paused to consider, and Xinjiao's words rang like a clarion call in her mind, dispelling the fog of confusion. Regaining her composure, Xinlady realized there were numerous inconsistencies in Song Xiao's account. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been so easily misled, yet, in her anxiety over her sister's safety, her mind had failed to process. "Yes, I was deceived." Tears streamed down her face. "This is not the time for tears. Let us go, we must find someone quickly." Time had already been wasted, and if they did not hurry, darkness would fall, making it even more challenging to locate her sister. Xinlady wiped her tears and rallied herself, and the two shared a raincoat, albeit small. It would at least keep them somewhat dry. "Let us check near your home. I believe your sister is a clever girl." Chapter 74. Do you still remember how to go home? The two of them returned to the vicinity of Xinlady's home, searching around to ensure it was empty before moving farther away. They did not part ways but continued their search together. "I seem to recall a place, perhaps my sister might be there." Xinlady exclaimed excitedly, grasping Xinjiao's hand and pulling her along. They hurriedly approached a dilapidated house. The structure was in such disrepair that it could barely provide shelter from the elements. Without pausing to explain, Xinlady dashed inside, searching frantically. Soon, there was good news. In a corner, she discovered her sister curled up and asleep. It was as though Xinlady had found her anchor. All her spirit and strength returned. She rushed forward, enveloping her sister in a tight embrace, her hot tears falling to the ground, mingling with the rain and disappearing without a trace. The little girl awoke, groggily realizing it was her sister holding her, and instantly shed all defenses, smiling sweetly and murmuring, "Sister, you found me." Xinlady choked out a response, tightening her hold. The small child was so obedient and understanding that it tugged at Xinlady's heart. Once she had composed herself, Xinlady gently extracted her sister from her arms, meticulously checking for any injuries. Fortunately, aside from being damp, the girl bore no other wounds. The little one even had the energy to tease Xinlady, saying, "I know I have an amazing, all-powerful sister who would definitely come to rescue me. You said I just had to wait for you here." Xinlady nodded, smiling as she playfully nudged the girl's nose. "Yes, I remember clearly. Very clever. You did well this time. Next time, you must wait for me again." The little girl nodded vigorously. After comforting her sister, Xinlady turned to Xinjiao, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you. There is no need for thanks among friends. I helped you willingly, and now that we've found her, what shall we do next?" Xinjiao expressed her concerns for Xinlady. Initially believing Shin Lady, as the protagonist, could overcome any obstacle and that everything would seem simple before her, Shin Zhao realized today that she had been mistaken. Things were far from straightforward. The smile on Shin Lady's face faded, as she allowed the rain to wash over her, blending with her tears until they vanished. With resolve, she uttered the words separate households. If we cannot separate, I will leave here tonight with my sister. She could no longer tolerate the increasingly outrageous behavior of her family. She had hoped that enduring for a year would grant her freedom, but who could have anticipated that life after rebirth would not be so simple? Everything had changed. At times, she questioned whether her memories from her previous life were truly real or merely a dream. Sensing Shin Lady's confusion, Shin Zhao's heart tightened. You are doing wonderfully, Shin Lady. You must pull yourself together. Do not forget you have 2 younger sisters waiting for you. You cannot be so easily defeated. Gazing into Shin Zhao's clear eyes and resolute expression, Shin Lady suddenly smiled, akin to a beautiful ephemeron, leaving Shin Zhao momentarily entranced. All right, I will gather myself. Let us head back. Shin Zhao grasped Shin Lady's wrist. Are you really going back like this? Shin Lady nodded. Don't worry, we will be fine. She offered Shin Zhao a slight reassurance before lifting her own frail sister into her arms. You should hurry home too, Shin Zhao. Your family loves you dearly. With her back turned to Shin Zhao, her tone was flat, leaving an ambiguous remark. After watching them depart, Shin Zhao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart and took a moment to compose herself before heading home. She thought to herself that if Shin Lady wished to separate from her family, she must lend her a hand. Just before reaching home, she spotted old lady Shin braving the rain to greet her. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you out in such heavy rain? What if you catch a cold? Shin Zhao exclaimed, pulling old lady Shin inside hurriedly. The elderly lady chuckled lightly, casting a cool glance at Shin Zhao. I simply wanted to see if the rain outside possessed any magic that could keep my daughter from wanting to return home. Shin Zhao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mom, this rain has no magic, and look, I'm back home now, RNTI? Lin Zhaodi entered carrying a steaming bowl of ginger soup, cheerfully diffusing the situation. Mom was worried sick about you, little sister. She kept staring at the door, and no one could persuade her to sit down. Shin Zhao accepted the ginger soup, smiling at her sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. She took a hearty sip, only to wince at the spiciness, her face contorting in reaction. Suddenly, a piece of candy appeared before her. It was the cantankerous old lady Shin, who shoved the candy into Shin Zhao's mouth, then averted her gaze, stubbornly saying, make sure to get her a few more bowls of ginger soup until it burns her up. Yet, Shin Zhao found this cantankerous demeanor of old lady Shin endearing. Lin Zhaodi knew her mother-in-law was just joking. Mom, there isn't that much ginger soup, it's just 1 bowl for each of us. Old lady Shin glanced at Shin Zhao's still dripping clothes, feigning disdain. I want tea, drink it. Let her have it. My health is far better than someone who dislikes going out for exercise. She pointed at the dripping wet floor. Look, your clothes are still soaking, go change out of those wet clothes quickly. She urged Shin Zhao toward the house. Shin Zhao resisted. I want tea change, I like my wet clothes. If it bothers you so much, why don't you help me change? Old lady Shin sneered, pinching Shin Zhao's arm. How many times have I changed your clothes since you were little? Now that you're grown, you still want to order me around. Who is going to look after you if you catch a fever? They exchanged playful banter until Shin Zhao finally felt relieved enough to return and change clothes after noticing old lady Shin's tense expression ease. As she swung open the door, a soft voice called out, you still remember how to go home? Shin Zhao looked up abruptly to see Lu Kuan-ye sitting by the bed, appearing somewhat displeased. Shin Zhao grabbed her clothes and bolted. I'll talk to you later, I need to take a shower. Lu Kuan-ye watched her dash away like an agitated rabbit, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Shin Zhao clutched her pounding heart, hiding in the bathroom to shower. Why did it feel like Lu Kuan-ye had the potential to become a brooding, possessive tycoon? She had the distinct impression he was about to transform at any moment. But this wasn't our intended scenario. After taking her time in the shower, she opened the door only to be startled by the figure at the entrance. What are you doing here? Ha, I thought you planned to hide in the bathroom for the rest of your life. Shin Zhao patted him and beckoned him closer. Come here. I have something to tell you. Lu Kuan-ye lowered his gaze and stepped closer to Shin Zhao. Suddenly, she grasped his arm, and in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Shin Zhao, kiss him. Chapter 75. Do not dampen enthusiasm. The torrential rain had persisted for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. The voices of those who questioned the Shin family had entirely vanished, replaced instead by expressions of praise. If it weren't for Shin Guang's insistence that we harvest the sweet potatoes, we would have truly been left with nothing for next year. Fortunately, we heeded his advice, but what could account for Shin Guang's sudden prowess? Within the Shin household, Shin Zhao sat with others on small stools, gazing at the rain. The dam appeared to be holding firm, yet the uncertainty of when the rain would cease loomed over them. If this deluge continued for several more days, they would soon need to gather their belongings and retreat to the mountains for safety. Old lady Shin, nervously twisting the thread in her hands, spoke with concern as she lowered her gaze to mend the clothes that the children had torn during their play. Old man Shin took a puff from his pipe, exuding confidence. Do not fret, my dear. The dam, which we 3 villages have diligently overseen, is absolutely sturdy. Even if it rains for another 10 days, it will not collapse. Shin Guang, Shin Zone, and Shin Yao all nodded in agreement. Only Lu Kuangye remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao rose from her seat, standing at the entrance to observe the torrential rain in the fields beyond. The once verdant sweet potato vines had wilted under the relentless watering, their disarray exacerbated by the fierce gusts of wind. It pained her to witness the devastation. The action-oriented among them had donned their raincoats and hefted their hoes, ready to venture out. Upon seeing Xin Zhao's intent, the others quickly called out to her. "Younger sister, where are you off to? It's pouring rain." Xin Zhao pointed towards the sweet potato field. "I'll just be at the doorstep. It's nothing to worry about." Old Lady Shen set aside her work and came over to take a look. "Child, do you feel restless if you're not causing mischief? If you have nothing to do, why not learn to mend clothes from me, or help your siblings in the kitchen? Stop always thinking about running outside to play. Shen Zeti and Shen Zhong are not nearly as unruly as you." The two young men, suddenly named by their grandmother, felt a wave of shyness wash over them, their mirrored expressions resembling one another as if looking into a mirror. "Grandma, I am not mischievous. It is Shen Zhe Xiao and Shen Zeti who are." Their playful banter elicited laughter from those present. "Mother, I assure you, I am not troublesome. Xiao Xiao and Titi are not either. They are merely a bit spirited." Old Lady Shen turned her gaze to Xin Zhao, her eyes seemingly questioning what more she might say. "Mother, can you bear to see the sweet potatoes growing at our doorstep drown? It would be utterly heartbreaking." Xin Zhao's words struck a chord with Old Lady Shen, who detested wastefulness above all else. Having lived through their era, she understood the true value of food. The thought of other crops going unharvested while everything else in neighboring villages succumbed to the floods had kept her awake at night. Hearing Xin Zhao speak so passionately about the sweet potatoes only deepened her concern. "Indeed, we cannot afford to waste anything, especially when it grows right in our own yard. Let us dig them up." Xin Zhao's face lit up with a smile, and just as she was about to dash into the rain, a large hand suddenly appeared, blocking her path. "Stay indoors and do not run about," Lu Kuangye said sternly, his gaze fixed intently on Xin Zhao. She handed him the tool she had been carrying and lovingly helped him don his raincoat. With a sense of grave responsibility, she stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Lu Kuangye on the shoulder. Since Comrade Lu is so eager to participate in work, the organization will certainly not stifle such enthusiasm. "Go forth and do well, I'll be watching you here." She gave him a light push on his back. Seeing this, Xin Yao chimed in with a teasing tone directed at his wife, Fang Erlan. "Wife, you should help me with my raincoat as well. It's as if no one here has a partner." He then called out loudly towards Xin Zhao and the others, elongating his words for effect. "Do not dampen the enthusiasm of our comrades." As if that weren't enough, Xin Zhao found herself facing her third brother, who tilted his chin at her with a dismissive demeanor. "Why aren't you encouraging me? Is there a double standard at play? I am your blood brother." Xin Zhao cast a playful glance at Xin Yao, her expression teasing. "Brother, you already have a sister-in-law, yet you still feel jealous? Jealous? Ah, Xin Zhao, what do you think of yourself? I simply cannot stand seeing you two so brazenly attached to one another outside." Xin Yao's face flushed red, as if he might strike Xin Zhao in the next moment. Xin Zhao merely nodded dismissively, not even sparing him a glance. "All right, I understand, brother, do your best. Whether I have food to eat next year depends on you." She repeated the same sentiment to her elder brothers, standing obediently to the side, waiting to observe their efforts. Xin Zhao's attention was immediately drawn back to Lu Kuangye, and she could hardly tear her gaze away. It was exhilarating, just the thought that this man, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, long legs, and a face that stood out even amongst gods, was her husband filled her with joy. Xin Zhao now sincerely wished she could slap her past self for being so oblivious. When her relationship with Lu Kuangye had just begun to thaw, she had claimed that her least favorite type was precisely the kind of seemingly obedient boy who, upon shedding his clothes, revealed a more mischievous nature. Now, she realized she had been deceiving herself. The truth was, she adored him. As she labored alongside the three men, Xin Zhao nearly forgot their identities, her focus solely on Lu Kuangye as he toiled in the fields, sweat glistening on his brow. While her eyes were filled solely with him, Lu Kuangye's gaze was equally fixed on Xin Zhao. Though they stood a distance apart, their occasional eye contact sparked an undeniable chemistry, a sweet tension lingering in the air around them. Xin Yao felt as if he might shatter his teeth from clenching them so tightly, burying himself in relentless labor. The earth had been washed away by rain for 3 full days, transforming the ground into a quagmire. The sweet potatoes, nestled within the soil, were initially unearthed with hoes, but each strike split them in half. Such damaged produce could not be sold, they would have to be consumed by the family. Following Lu Kuangye's suggestion, they switched to hand digging to avoid harming the sweet potatoes. The 4 of them fumbled through the dirt, often mistaking each other as hands or feet for something precious, only to feel disheartened upon realizing their error. Yet, the effort bore fruit, and they carried their harvest to the well to rinse off the muddy coating. As the dirt was washed away, the true appearance of the sweet potatoes was revealed, startling the more timid members of the family. Particularly Old Man Shen, Shen Guang, and Old Lady Shen, all of whom became agitated, rushing over to inspect the bounty, their exclamations of awe filling the air. "These sweet potatoes are simply magnificent." Chapter 76. The big news: the entire Shen family had toiled in the fields for a lifetime, yet they had never encountered sweet potatoes of such extraordinary yield and stunning appearance. They were nothing short of a dream come true. Most remarkably, from a mere acre of land, they harvested 3 full baskets of sweet potatoes, each one plump, round, and substantial. Shen Guang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind racing with the thought that if these sweet potato seeds were shared with everyone, perhaps they would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Meanwhile, grandmother Shin was curious about the flavor of the sweet potatoes once cooked. The Shin family busied themselves with their tasks, and when a large platter of sweet potatoes was brought to the dining table, grandmother Shin declared, "Today's lunch will consist of sweet potatoes and pickled vegetables." To her relief, no one opposed her decision. Initially, the unfamiliar variety caused some hesitation, especially since the flesh was a pale yellow, which made them feel uneasy. None wished to be the first to taste. Eventually, however, a few children could no longer contain their curiosity and took bites of the sweet potatoes. The aroma was enticing, and the texture was incredibly soft and sweet. It surpassed all previous varieties they had tasted. The adults attempted to intervene, but their speed could not match that of the children. By the time they reached for the sweet potatoes, their hands were already empty. Watching the children devour the treats made the adults' hearts race with anticipation, and soon they too were intrigued by the flavor. The children eagerly snatched up the sweet potatoes, and the adults, taking advantage of their longer limbs and age, quickly retrieved the entire platter. A few adults sampled the sweet potatoes and were pleasantly surprised by the delightful taste, glancing at Shinjiao with curiosity. "Little sister, where did you find these sweet potatoes?" Shin Guang could hardly contain his eagerness to ask. "I picked them up on the way up the mountain," she replied. As everyone finished their meal and began to disperse, Shin Guang, who had hesitated for quite some time, reached out to Shinjiao as she stood up. "Little sister, if I wish to obtain your seeds, how about I inform the village chief and have him help distribute them?" The glimmer in Shin Guang's eyes resembled a vast expanse of stars. "Brother, your suggestion is excellent, but with the heavy rains these past few days, I believe we should wait for the right moment to discuss it with the village chief." Shinjiao's words elicited no response from Shin Guang, who seemed to silently agree. Unexpectedly, Shin Guang exhibited a rather audacious side, clearly reflecting the nature of his parents. He proceeded to hoard all the sweet potatoes, placing them beside his pillow. Each day, he would gaze at them, counting them repeatedly while speaking to them. The other members of the Shin family, tempted by the sweet potatoes, were persuaded by Shin Guang to refrain from taking any. Eventually, a few children approached Shinjiao, expressing their dismay and pleading for sweet potatoes. Shinjiao, moved by their earnestness, felt that even if they wished for an explosion of the earth, she would likely grant their request. Accompanied by a throng of children, she encountered many mothers who were urging their little ones to bring back more sweet potatoes. It wasn't mere gluttony. The sweet potatoes were so delectable that consuming them revitalized their spirits. When Shinjiao found Shin Guang's room, he was engrossed in telling a story to his little sweet potato number 78 to lull it to sleep. Witnessing this scene made Shinjiao's lips twitch, and she shifted her gaze to Lin Zhaodi beside her. Had she known her brother would become like this, she would have treated her sister-in-law with more kindness. The Shin family truly had its quirks. "Alright, enough chatting for now, say goodbye to your sweet potato, for I need 20 of them today, hurry." Shinjiao feigned anger, scrunching her face. After several attempts to resist, Shin Guang realized Shinjiao was genuinely craving sweet potatoes and reluctantly relinquished them, even as he mourned the loss of his precious tubers. Inside the house, Shin Guang sighed deeply, reminiscing about the sweet potatoes he had lost. However, when the fragrant, boiled sweet potatoes were finally served, he dashed out first, devouring them without hesitation. Shinjiao teased him, "What changed, now you're willing to eat your beloved sweet potatoes?" As he munched, he gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, a tear slipping from his eye. "I just wanted to be with them forever, to become one with them." "What is wrong with that?" The suddenness of his words made Shinjiao feel uncomfortable, sending shivers down her spine. "Alright, brother, just return to being the old you. If you love them, then eat." It was still a gloomy, rainy day, yet the village buzzed with activity. People donned their raincoats and moved in unison towards the Shin family's ancestral hall. The roads were partially submerged, and everyone tread carefully, supporting one another. Shinjiao was among them, but she had the luxury of being carried. All she needed to do was cling tightly to Lu Kuang's neck as he lifted her, for he found her walking pace too slow. A throng gathered at the entrance of the ancestral hall, shaking off droplets from their raincoats while indulging in gossip. "Do you know why the village chief was in such a hurry to summon us? You Haven Tea herd? It seems you've truly missed out on the excitement during these rainy days." The Shin family was embroiled in a dispute over separation. A group of aunts huddled together, discussing the matter. "That can't be. Shin Lady's mother would never agree. Their entire family relies on those girls to work and support them, who would be willing to serve them if they split up. I even heard they were searching for suitors for those girls. They certainly wouldn't be able to part with their money now. You all know far too little." They initially resisted separation, but it's said that Shin Lady has gone mad and attacked 3 people with a knife. If they don't separate, who knows if they'll even survive tomorrow. The shocking revelation stirred excitement among the crowd, who clamored for more details about why Shin Lady had suddenly gone berserk. After all, everyone in the village knew her as a timid girl, easily bullied, who rose before the roosters and slept later than the dogs. She was always diligent in her work, never displaying any other intentions. Moreover, having lived so many years, even if she had a temper, it would have surely been extinguished by now. They speculated that Shin Lady's family must have done something exceedingly egregious to provoke such a reaction from the timid girl. The aunt, wearing a knowing expression, successfully amused the others. It's all because Shin Lady's mother insisted that her youngest daughter marry immediately, and to a cruel 70-year-old man. Chapter 77 Unexpected Success. Upon hearing the gossip, it became abundantly clear what had transpired. The blame lay squarely on Shin Lady's mother, Aunt Jo, whose behavior was truly outrageous, bordering on inhuman. After shaking off the rain from their cloaks, everyone entered together inside. The gathering was divided into 3 factions. At the center stood the village chief along with several esteemed elders. To the left were Shin Lady and her sisters, while Aunt Jo, accompanied by her husband and son, occupied the right side. As the villagers arrived, they continued to hurl insults. Is it really necessary for so many people to attend to our family affairs? These gossipmongers are just like dogs. In truth, Aunt Jo dared not confront the village chief directly, resorting instead to a roundabout method of indirect insults. However, the villagers were not to be trifled with. To dare to insult them, particularly the most shameless and loathsome Aunt Jo, was akin to swallowing a fly. Truly unbearable. Old Lady Shin was particularly forthright, criticizing the absurdity of troubling them to come out in such heavy rain. Aunt Jo gritted her teeth, glaring at Old Lady Shin, who remained unfazed and composed. The disdain from others only intensified, as they chimed in with sarcastic remarks, further infuriating Aunt Jo. She could only endure in silence, like a quail. Even as her frustration mounted, she sensed the discontent from her husband and son, which made her feel unjustly wronged. After all, she had only acted out of concern for the family, provoking Shin Lady for their sake. Fearing that Aunt Jo's erratic behavior might complicate matters, Shin Lady's father hurriedly soothed her with a few words and issued a veiled threat. We are all striving for our son to find a good wife. We mustn't act impulsively. Ignore the villagers, they are merely envious of your good fortune. It must be said that Shin Lady's father understood how to handle Aunt Jo deftly, causing her to retreat into a sullen silence, akin to a shy 18-year-old college girl. Shin Zhao observed Shin Lady's demeanor, which was icy and defensive, as she tightly embraced her sister, her posture bristling with indignation. In stark contrast to the jovial scene surrounding Aunt Jo, Shin Lady's situation appeared bleak. However, the aloofness that had surrounded Shin Lady dissipated the moment she saw Shin Zhao arrive. You're here, she stated. Yes, Shin Zhao replied. Are you aware of everything? I just overheard a few words at the entrance, Shin Lady said with a self-deprecating smile. Shin Zhao gently patted her arm, ruffling her sister's hair in a tender gesture. I will protect my sister at all costs, even if it means sacrificing myself. I will pull her from the depths of despair. Shin Lady spoke with unwavering resolve. Shin Zhao nodded, affirming that she would indeed assist them in escaping their plight, but cautioned against adopting a mindset of self-sacrifice. Your sister will need your care in the future. I will help you. These words acted as a balm, soothing Shin Lady's anxious heart. After exchanging pleasantries, Shin Zhao approached Old Lady Shun. Have you spoken with Lady? Mother, we must assist them, Shin Zhao replied cheerfully. Old Lady Shin readily agreed, primarily due to her perception of the bond between Shin Zhao and Shin Lady. She sensed the wild ambition and desire in Shin Lady's eyes, suspecting that her aspirations would lead her to carve out a name for herself in the world. It was prudent to offer help now, for it could yield favorable outcomes later. As the gathering swelled, the village chief rapped his table to call for silence. He then addressed Aunt Jo and her companions with a stern countenance. Let us hear the matter at hand. The trio complied, presenting their case to the villagers. We wish to expose our family's ungrateful daughter. Despite her parents being alive, she seeks to divide the family and even encourages the abduction of her sister. Is this what one would call a human being? Aunt Jo passionately denounced Shin Lady. The villagers, however, were not easily swayed. Who among us is unaware of the character of that family? They even mocked, is it not your own failure in upbringing that has led to this? What misdeeds have you committed that you speak so loudly? The room erupted in laughter, reddening the faces of Aunt Jo and her cohorts. You understand nothing, we are merely striving for the sake of our family and for our precious son to marry and propagate. The laughter grew louder, with a son like Shin Baojian, who was akin to a pig. Do you truly expect anyone to marry into your family? Your mother is both wicked and lazy, and your husband is foolish and corpulent. Aunt Jo, incensed by any disparagement of her son, began a vociferous argument with the entire village, ignoring the pleas of both the village chief and her husband, until she was quelled by a sharp slap from her spouse. Shin Lady's father shook his head, remarking on the thickness of her skin as his hand throbbed from the blow. The villagers looked on with disdain at the trio. The village chief, weary of the situation, clarified matters before calling for a vote, an anonymous one. The villagers traditionally favored multi-generational households and were generally opposed to the idea of division, especially when parents were still alive. Shin Lady and Shin Zhao had prepared alternative strategies for separation. The villagers quickly cast their votes, and the village chief, accompanied by several elders, went to tally the results. Aunt Jo and Shin Lady's father stood nervously, their expressions mocking as they observed the three sisters. Particularly, Shin Baojian swaggered over, arrogantly lifting his chin and surveying them with disdain. Just wait until I sell you off. Shin Lady's expression turned to ice, her gaze seething with hatred as she wished nothing more than to see him suffer. Shin Zhao pulled Lu Kuangye to one side. With his imposing heightened presence, he successfully intimidated Shin Baojian, who, after shooting a venomous glare, retreated to Aunt Jo's side. Do not worry. Today, we will ensure your escape from this misery, Shin Lady said with conviction, confident in Shin Zhao's capability. The village chief returned with the results. In stark contrast to the tension felt by Shin Zhao and the others, Aunt Jo's family wore expressions of glee, as if they had already received the money for selling their daughter. I hereby announce the results of the vote. The villagers agree that Shin Lady may establish her own household, but she must not abandon her parents entirely. Aunt Jo and her companions were rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. They lunged toward the village chief, attempting to seize the results from his hands while continuing to shout in protest. This cannot be, you are deceiving us, we do not believe you, you are all siding with those wretched girls. The villagers laughed derisively as they restrained them. Shin Zhao, filled with excitement, grasped Shin Lady's hand. Did you hear, you have succeeded. Chapter 78, Teacher Shin's beautiful calligraphy. Shin Lady and her sister were in a daze. Had they truly succeeded, they had not been scolded for being unfilial, nor had they been beaten by the villagers. Had they really achieved victory so effortlessly, the ease of their triumph left them with an almost surreal sensation. Sister, why does it feel like I am in a dream? Shinlady herself felt as though she were lost in a dream. It was not until Shinjiao's warm hand clasped hers that the feeling of unreality dissipated. In an instant, a surge of emotions flooded her heart. She had indeed succeeded in separating from her family alongside her sister. After 2 lifetimes, they had finally accomplished this. It seemed that this endeavor was not entirely impossible. She had rescued her sister. No longer would she have to witness her young sister becoming a target for others' cruelty, nor would she have to see her gradually wither away. Shinlady resolved to ensure that her sisters would lead a good life, to send them to school, and to buy them many beautiful clothes. Seeing Shinlady's tear-filled eyes, Shinjiao felt a pang of sorrow in her own heart. Lu Kuangye pulled her into his embrace, gently stroking her head, assuring her to stop crying, for they would surely have a better life ahead. Shinjiao nodded vigorously, wiping her tears on Lu Kuangye's clothes. They would undoubtedly reap the rewards of their hardships. Aunt Zhou and her companions, after receiving a scolding from the villagers, had become subdued, their faces marred with numerous colorful bruises. However, their words had become considerably more restrained. The village head promptly revealed the tallied votes. There were a total of 357 voters in Xinjia village, with 312 in favor and 45 against. Having served as village head for many years, everyone knew he was not one to manipulate the results, and in fact, the villagers had privately discussed the voting, having a general idea of how each individual had voted. Upon seeing this outcome, the villagers rejoiced, particularly the aunt who had vocally quarreled with Aunt Zhou upon entering. Just look at yourselves, how unlikable you are in this village. Aunt Zhou opened her mouth to retort but ultimately fell silent in defeat. She would have liked to claim that her reputation in the village was good, but such a falsehood uttered before everyone would only invite ridicule. We do not agree with Lady taking her sister to live separately. What kind of parents are alive yet allow their children to separate? Shinlady's father was adamant in his refusal. The village head narrowed his eyes, addressing him in a calm tone. So you choose to disregard my authority as village head? The man stammered, hastily explaining that it was not a matter of disobedience, but rather a desire to see if another vote could be cast. He shamelessly claimed that the previous voting was influenced by Aunt Zhou's indiscreet remarks. The village head waved his hand in agreement, the villagers raised no objections, and even Shinlady concurred. Shinlady observed with a cold smile as Aunt Zhou and her companions dug their own graves. The next tally was completed more swiftly. 356 votes in favor. It was the most united vote the village had ever seen. The village head, beaming, placed the results before Shinlady's father, who, in a fit of rage, snatched the paper away, tearing it to shreds while shouting in disbelief. In the end, he was left utterly infuriated. Apart from Aunt Zhou and Shin Baojin, no one paid him any mind. The village head approached Shinlady, saying, "You are a good child, having been burdened with such unworthy parents. We sympathize with your plight." The villagers quickly joined in comforting Shinlady and her sister, expressing that they had endured enough hardship over the years, and that their future would surely improve. While we do not agree with the separation, we certainly do not wish to see the young girls suffer. They offered their assistance, encouraging her to reach out if she needed anything, assuring her that they would help if they could. The house the village had allocated to you is quite dilapidated. We will help you repair it, for it is uninhabitable as it stands. It is indeed unfortunate that the village head chose such a decrepit place. They were all apprehensive about the roof collapsing. The village head scratched his nose, admitting that he had little choice, as there were not many vacant houses in the village, and this was the only option for relocating Shinlady and her sisters, yet the location was decent, at least far from Shin Baojin and his ilk. Shinlady stepped forward with a smile to ease the village head's embarrassment. We are grateful for the house, thank you to all the aunts and uncles for your votes and assistance. If anything arises, we will surely inform everyone. Shinlady bowed deeply, with her sisters mimicking her gestures, leaving the villagers somewhat flustered. Arrangements were made to carry Shinlady's father back home, while other men went to assist with repairing the roof of the dilapidated house. The women either followed Shinlady to retrieve their belongings or returned home. Naturally, Shinjiao accompanied Shinlady back. The villagers gazed in shock at the sight of Shinlady and her 2 little sisters, their luggage overwhelming. They cursed Aunt Zhou and her companions for their cruelty toward the 3 girls. They escorted Shinlady to their new home. By the time they arrived, the roof had already been mended. After a gentle push from Shinjiao, the 3 sisters entered the small house, gazing around in silence, tears streaming down their cheeks, their shoulders trembling. The villagers quietly departed, leaving the space for the sisters. Shinjiao bid farewell and left as well. Finally, everything had settled into place, with Shin Baojin and his companions no longer a concern. Shinlady's spirits began to lift rapidly. 3 days later, the heavy rain ceased. The sun re-emerged in the sky, casting warm rays upon Shinlady, heralding a new beginning. However, the villagers were not feeling particularly cheerful. The water had not yet receded, and many crops had perished, with several houses having collapsed and still under repair. Furthermore, news from neighboring villages indicated that the damages were far worse than they had anticipated. As soon as the rain paused, the village head was summoned to a meeting in town. This had no bearing on Shinjiao, who was at home with Lu Kuangye, grading assignments. The chaotic scrawls were nearly enough to give Shinjiao cross eyes. She shot an annoyed glare at Lu Kuangye, indignantly questioning him. Little Lu, you can't just focus on imparting knowledge without attending to the children's handwriting. Look at this, it resembles a scribble. Lu Kuangye promptly acknowledged his fault, apologizing sincerely. I am sorry, Teacher Shin, it was my oversight. However, I must say, your handwriting is more beautiful. If the children could have you as their teacher, they would certainly not need to worry about their writing in the future. Shinjiao chuckled lightly, playfully slapping Lu Kuangye on the shoulder. This young man was truly incorrigible, attempting to set her up. Chapter 79. A requestion lady stood at the entrance of Xinjiao's home, clutching a basket of goods. Today, she had come to express her gratitude. She had already visited the homes of the other villagers, and Xinjiao's was the last on her list. Just then, old Madame Shin was preparing to step outside for a chat. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Shin lady, who appeared somewhat dazed. No, she should now be referred to as Shin Baozhu. Baozhu, what are you doing at the door? Come inside and sit down. Shin Baozhu lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing the eggs within. I have come to deliver these eggs. Without further ado, old Madame Shin pulled Shin Baozhu inside. Bring the eggs in and join us for a cup of tea. Shin Zhao is inside, feeling a bit shy. Shin Baozhu nodded. Thank you. Fourth aunt. As she entered the house, the lively sounds of conversation filled the air. Shin Zhao and Lu Kuanye were engaged in light-hearted banter. Shin Baozhu couldn't help but divert some of her attention to their exchange. Teacher Lu, today the students complained to me that the assignments you set are too difficult and numerous. What are your thoughts on this, Shin Lasher? I believe there is no issue with my teaching. If the students study diligently, they can complete the assignments. If they encounter difficulties, they are welcome to come and ask me. Lu Kuanye replied with a serious expression, his tone resolute. Seeing his icy demeanor made Shin Zhao want to laugh, while Shin Zisho and a few others felt a shiver of apprehension at the sight of him. They dared not question Lu Kuanye. His image in their minds had long since transformed from that of a charming uncle to a fearsome and strict teacher. Yaoer, Baozhu is here to see you, old Madame Shin called out, successfully capturing Shin Zhao's attention. Shin Zhao responded, abandoning Lu Kuanye to rush outside. Upon seeing Shin Baozhu, who was sitting awkwardly on a stool, Shin Zhao's face lit up with joy. Baozhu, you've come, is everything settled at home? Shin Baozhu nodded and produced a bowl of meat from the basket, presenting it to Shin Zhao. For me, Shin Zhao asked, noticing Shin Baozhu's nod before continuing, then I shall not be polite. Have your sisters eaten? As they delved into familiar topics, Shin Baozhu relaxed. Yes, don't worry, they've all eaten. Shin Zhao teased, you had me worried for no reason. I thought you meant to keep the meat for yourself, leaving your sisters without any. She shot a playful glare at Shin Baozhu. After numerous assurances from Shin Baozhu, Shin Zhao finally accepted the bowl of meat. They continued their conversation, touching upon Shin Baozhu's family. Have your parents and brothers stopped pestering you? Shin Baozhu's smile faded slightly as she recalled the relentless trio who clung to her like shadows, making her feel as though she had swallowed a fly. She shook her head, remaining silent. Shin Zhao could surmise the situation. How could those three scoundrels simply let go of three obedient and compliant caretakers, especially since these caretakers could be sold for money without the need for wages? As for the village gossip about division and Shin Baozhu's talk of severing ties, they pretended not to hear. After all, blood is thicker than water, and these girls had emerged from her own womb. Even in separation, they remained family. If Shin Baozhu and her companions were to disregard them, it would be deemed a grave act of filial piety in the village. Recalling the trio's incessant disturbances over the past few days, Shin Lady felt genuinely exasperated, but she didn't wish to burden Shin Zhao with her troubles. Forcing a smile, she replied, it's all trivial matters, I can handle it. Not wanting Shin Zhao to linger on the subject, Shin Baozhu took the initiative to change the topic. You must try this meat, it's exceptionally delicious. Nian and the others praised it, saying I must let you taste it, for you will surely love it. Shin Zhao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the meat, and she could indeed smell its enticing aroma. Not wishing to be polite, she grabbed a pair of chopsticks and placed a piece in her mouth. Delicious, her eyes brightened instantly. This flavor is reminiscent of Orleans roasted chicken, no wonder Nian and the others enjoy it so much. A tall figure settled onto the stool beside her. Lu Kuanye nudged Shin Zhao. Wife, I trust you would not wish to indulge in this delicacy alone. Shin Zhao cast a glance at him, exasperated by his antics, especially as he wore that preposterous serious expression. She promptly thrust the chopsticks into Lu Kuanye's hands, simultaneously pushing the entire bowl of meat toward him. Of course, I would not indulge alone. Lu Kuanye promptly returned the chopsticks to Shin Zhao, stating, but I would much prefer to eat what you feed me. Shin Zhao's smile was strained. Lu Kuanye truly dared to speak so boldly. He gazed at Shin Zhao with a pitiful expression, as if to suggest that if she did not feed him, she would be betraying him. Taking a deep breath, Shin Zhao placed a piece of meat in Lu Kuanye's mouth, urging, eat, eat. She then turned to Shin Baozhu, apologizing, pardon me, there's an unruly one at home. Shin Baozhu bit her lower lip, stifling her laughter, and pulled Shin Zhao outside. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Kuanye rising to follow. Perhaps you should refrain from joining our conversation. It is meant for women. Lu Kuanye, unperturbed, continued to step forward. As a lawful husband, is it a crime to enjoy the company of my wife? Shin Baozhu shot him a look of exasperation, marveling at his audacious resilience. Lu Kuanye remained steadfast beside Shin Zhao, asserting, surely, there is nothing in your conversation that I cannot overhear. Shin Zhao hesitated, then nodded helplessly. If you wish to listen, then follow along. There is nothing you cannot hear. With a faint glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, Lu Kuanye glanced at Shin Baozhu, clearly reveling in the moment. Through gritted teeth, Shin Zhao remarked, Xiao Zhao, you're mistaken. Lu Kuanye is nothing but a male enchantress. Ultimately, the trio ventured outdoors together, settling beneath a tranquil tree. The weather was delightful, with warm sunlight and a gentle, cool breeze. After a while, Shin Baozhu mustered the courage to address Shin Zhao. May I ask you a favor, Xiao Zhao? Shin Zhao nodded. I will assist you in any way I can. Shin Baozhu gazed at Shin Zhao's earnest face. Tears of joy welled up as she embraced her. Thank you, Xiao Zhao. It is my greatest fortune to have you as a friend. Shin Zhao gently patted Shin Baozhu's back. It is my fortune too. You were so fortunate to help me capture prey whenever I go hunting. It is I who should be thanking you. They exchanged no further pleasantries. Their hearts were well aware. I wish to step out for a while and entrust my sisters to you. It1 belong. Can they accompany Xiao Xiao and the others to school? Shin Baozhu hesitated, uttering that last sentence. It was already a great blessing to provide them with a meal. Was she being too greedy? She desired for her sisters to have the confidence to step beyond the mountains one day and to gain admission to university. Chapter 80 Good fortune. I had thought it was a momentous matter, but this is it? Quite agreeable, Shen Zhao readily consented. Adding a couple more students was merely a trivial task. After all, Shen Zhixiao and his companions were still grappling with foundational knowledge. Shen Yan'an and her peers would easily catch up. Shen Baozhu let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Thank you, Xiao Zhao. As she spoke, she retrieved a stack of cash and tickets from her pocket and handed them to Shen Zhao. Upon glancing down, Shen Zhao gasped, "What extravagance! There were both money and tickets. This is unacceptable," she protested, attempting to return the items to Shen Baozhu, who stopped her. Do not refuse. This money is not solely for you, but for your family as well. They have worked hard to care for Nianan and her friends, not to mention covering their meal and tuition fees. Shen Zhao pursed her lips, but this is far too much. Shen Baozhu shook her head. Not at all. In fact, I feel I am giving too little. When I am more affluent in the future, I shall give more. Suddenly, Shen Zhao felt as though she were some sort of tyrant, collecting protection fees. Lu Kuangye, however, reassured Shen Zhao to accept the money. After chatting for a while longer, Shen Baozhu hurried off to prepare her departure. Shen Zhao returned home, presenting the money and tickets to old lady Shen while recounting Shen Baozhu's intention to entrust her sister to their care. Initially, upon seeing such a substantial sum, old lady Shen suspected Shen Zhao had been up to no good behind her back. Only after learning it was from Shen Baozhu did she relax. As long as Shen Zhao wasn't involved in any illicit activities, all was well. Old lady Shen readily agreed to owe them. It was merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks to the table. Old lady Shen took only a portion of the money, leaving the rest for Shen Zhao to manage. Shen Zhao disagreed, but old lady Shen was adamant. This is the tuition given by Baozhu for you all. Why should I take it? Am I, an illiterate old woman, expected to teach Nianan and her friends? Shen Baozhu teased. Mother, you truly have a knack for humor. If you were willing to teach them, they would be overjoyed. Who says one must be literate to educate? We lack the skills you possess. Old lady Shen playfully tapped Shen Zhao's head, chuckling. I know how to sweet talk the old lady to make her happy. With this matter settled, and with old lady Shen's support, the rest of the Shen family would pose no objections. Moreover, they were not simply receiving a free meal, they had been generously compensated. If Shen Guang and the others were still reluctant, they would surely face reprimand. With this issue resolved, Shen Zhao took Lu Kuangye out. Before leaving, she reminded class monitor Shen Zhixiao to keep an eye on their classmates, ensuring all assignments were completed before their return, warning that anyone caught slacking would face punishment. What was Shen Zhao and Lu Kuangye heading out for? Naturally, they were off to the mountains. So, you brought me along because you wanted me to be your free labor? He remarked with a knowing tone, nearly choking Shen Zhao with laughter. That is not how it is. How could you think of yourself as mere free labor? I brought you along because I sensed your desire to be close to me. If you don't want to go, you may turn back now, Shen Zhao teased, gesturing for him to descend. Lu Kuangye merely jested. In reality, no one was more eager to accompany Shen Zhao than he. The two engaged in playful banter as they ascended the mountain. Upon nearing the cave, several professors had already organized their belongings, preparing to move back. Lu Kuangye helped carry some of the heavier items. During their time residing in the cave, the professors had not been idle. They had crafted tables, stools, and cooking utensils. Thus, there was quite a bit to transport. After moving everything back to the barn, they began to tidy up. Lu Kuangye, being the primary laborer, took on the bulk of the renovation work. Working alongside him was the young Jiang Xuan. Indeed, Jiang Xuan had successfully settled here. After residing with the professors for some time, he had softened, taking on the role of caretaker for them. Seeing that Jiang Xuan had no family or place to stay, the professors inquired if he would like to remain with them, clearly outlining the hardships of their re-education. Jiang Xuan agreed, thinking that perhaps pausing his wanderings was quite nice. He had grown weary of a nomadic life and found solace in caring for the elderly. Thus, he stayed, and the professors affectionately named him Sui Sui Ping and Jiang Xuan. Shen Zhao gently ruffled the dust from the boy's hair. What a lovely name, and you are quite wonderful too. Jiang Xuan, feeling bashful, turned his head away and stubbornly retorted, of course, I am better than you. His tone was brusque, but the flushed ears betrayed his true feelings. Shen Zhao stifled a laugh. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Kuangye had appeared before her, silently observing. When Shen Zhao's gaze finally met his, he softly inquired, is it amusing to tease him? Shen Zhao instantly understood Lu Kuangye's intent. Smiling, she leaned closer and playfully patted his head, pinching his lean cheek, thinking how delightful it was that children had such pinchable faces. Of course, she lacked the audacity to voice her inner thoughts. It is indeed fun to tease you. Lu Kuangye's mood shifted from gloomy to bright, his energy renewed as he energetically resumed his labor. Shen Zhao nodded in satisfaction. The barn was not large, although it had collapsed. Rebuilding it was relatively simple. However, Shen Zhao and Lu Kuangye intended to make it a bit better, which slowed their progress. Lunchtime consisted of the fish and duck Shen Zhao had caught, accompanied by fruits and wild vegetables, and naturally, it was Professor Su who cooked, as they dared not let Shen Zhao undertake such a task. They toiled until nightfall before Shen Zhao and Lu Kuangye descended the mountain. Upon entering, Jiang Xiuqing and the others beheld a space that had more than doubled in size, with sleeping and cooking areas finally separated. The house's waterproofing, insulation, and stability had significantly improved. They would no longer have to worry about the cold during windy or rainy weather. What thoughtful and kind-hearted children! Jiang Xiuqing and the others felt their eyes welling with tears, realizing how fortunate they were to have met Shen Zhao. Now, they could not only eat their fill and dress warmly but also sleep soundly. As they dined, the professors reminded Jiang Xuan to treat Shen Zhao's family well, for they had helped them immensely. Jiang Xuan, sipping his porridge and feeling warm, recalled the items and fish Shen Zhao had given him, nodding in agreement. In contrast to Jiang Xiuqing and his companion's good fortune, others dispatched nationwide had not fared as well. Even Lu Kuangye's parents had not escaped hardship after spending days in the water. They were now toiling in the fields, exhausted and significantly thinner, appearing quite alarming. Old man, it's time to write a letter to assure my son of my well-being. Chapter 81 Ration tickets. A villager arrived at the Shin family's store from the town. Is Lu Kuangye home? Shin Guang exchanged a few words with his cousin outside before nodding and inviting him in for a drink. His cousin waved his hand in refusal. It's nothing much, my wife has prepared a meal and is waiting for my return. I happened to hear from the postal workers in town that there's a letter for Lu Kuangye, so I thought I'd stop by and let you know since I was passing by. Shin Guang expressed his gratitude to his cousin and handed him a hand-rolled cigarette before closing the door. During dinner, he casually mentioned this incident. However, once back in her room, Shin Zhao revealed a look of concern. She was uncertain about the condition of Lu Kuangye's parents and their relocation, but the thought of Lu Kuangye being left alone in the world stirred her heart with compassion. Shin Zhao reached out her hand to Lu Kuangye, gazing down at her delicate, soft palm. Lu Kuangye approached, placing his hand atop hers and then sitting beside her. What's the matter? Shall I accompany you tomorrow? Yes, but you must rest early tonight, or else you'll make excuses to stay in bed, Shin Zhao replied. Upon hearing this, she realized he was concerned for her, yet he teased her in return. She playfully glared at Lu Kuangye, huffed, and declared, I won't hold it against you. By the way, let us send some food and clothing to my parents tomorrow. I wonder how they are faring there. Listening to Shin Zhao's concern for his parents, Lu Kuangye felt a heaviness wash over him, as if his heart were submerged in water. Before he could respond, Shin Zhao had already dashed out. She went to find old Madame Shin and, without stating her intentions, was met with a decisive wave of old Madame Shin's hand, indicating she could gather whatever she needed. Shin Zhao affectionately approached old Madame Shin, sitting close and exclaiming, Mother, I am truly the happiest child in the world, you are so wonderful. Old Madame Shin embraced her, rocking her gently as she replied, I feel very fortunate to have you as well. After a pleasant conversation, old Madame Shin deftly pushed aside the clingy Shin Zhao and began assisting in gathering items. While tidying up, she chided Shin Zhao, You're so slow and forgetful. If I weren't here, how would you manage on your own? You can't even figure out how to pack a few things. I am truly blessed to have you, but you've become too pampered and lazy. Shin Zhao, unbothered by the criticism, smiled and stepped forward, eager to help. With a touch of pride, she asserted that her behavior was indeed a result of old Madame Shin's indulgence. Ultimately, old Madame Shin handed Shin Zhao a hefty bundle and closed the door, playfully barring her from entering. Stop pestering your mother, hurry back and get some sleep. Feeling the weight of the package in her arms, Shin Zhao smiled and sweetly bid goodnight before retiring to her room. The next morning, Lu Kuangye roused the sleepy Shin Zhao from her slumber. What a familiar scene it was. Noticing Shin Zhao's reluctance to rise, Lu Kuangye released her hand and stepped outside. When he returned, he held a steaming towel in his hand. Shin Zhao, still groggy, found herself sinking deeper into sleep, only to be roused by something warm and slightly heavy covering her face. Time to wake up. Upon recognizing Lu Kuangye's caring gesture, her irritation dissipated, especially as he smiled at her. Considering his charming demeanor, Shin Zhao decided to forgive him. After breakfast, they set out with their bundles. Staggering into town, Shin Zhao and Lu Kuangye hurried to the post office to collect the letters addressed to Lu Kuangye. They didn't rush to send off their items but first opened the letter. It was a brief note from Lu's parents, assuring their safety and inquiring about Lu Kuangye's well-being. Yet, Shin Zhao sensed something amiss between the lines. With a serious expression, she turned to Lu Kuangye. Perhaps we should buy more items to send, along with some money and ration tickets. Upon finishing their discussion, they sprang into action. The only place where they could exchange for tickets was the black market. Thus, they ventured once more into that familiar territory. Upon spotting them, Chen Shun's eyes lit up. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, you finally come. It's been ages. Indeed, it had been quite some time since their last meeting, as a series of chaotic events had kept Shin Zhao and Lu Kuangye preoccupied. Chen Shun warmly welcomed them and found them a place to sit. I thought you had washed your hands of this business, Brother Yi. I was just thinking, if I could find a wife as beautiful as sister-in-law, I'd quit too. Lu Kuangye's indifferent gaze swept past Chen Shun's face. You won tea. Chen Shun was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of sulky reflection. Brother Yi, you don't need to remind me. I am fully aware that I'm not as handsome as you, nor do I earn as well. How's everything in your village? Is everything alright? I heard that after the recent heavy rain, the town nearly descended into chaos. Lu Kuangye sought to cut through the small talk. How many ration tickets do you have? The mention of business shifted Chen Shun's demeanor to a serious one. Brother, how many do you need? Lu Kuangye turned to Shin Zhao with a questioning look. Shin Zhao pondered for a moment. Do you have 100 pounds? Chen Shun gasped in shock. 100 pounds was no trivial amount. Are you all out of your minds? What do you need so much for? Is it that your village's food supply was completely washed away, and you want to stock up? He continued, I'll be honest, the townsfolk started hoarding long before you did, and the ration tickets have skyrocketed in price. Lu Kuangye held Shin Zhao's hand, his agitated spirit slightly alleviated. Can't you get them? Chen Shun felt challenged. Brother, that's not fair. You can't question your own brother. You know what I'm capable of. I in this situation, while others might find it nearly impossible to gather that many tickets, who am I? I am the most resourceful person in this town. Shin Zhao interjected, suggesting that Chen Shun try to find smaller denomination tickets. If the tickets are too large, they might draw unwanted attention. Chen Shun assured them, just wait here for half an hour, and I'll handle everything. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya had a fair amount of trust in Chen Shun. They found a table at a state-run restaurant to eat and drink tea while waiting. Just then, Zhou Jianping walked past the restaurant, caught sight of Xin Zhao through the glass window, and entered to greet her. Comrade Xin Zhao. Long time no see, are you here for a visit? Surprised to encounter an acquaintance, Xin Zhao replied, what brings you here? I happened to pass by and saw you too, so I thought I'd stop in to say hello. What else would you like to eat? It's on me. Chapter 82. A frightening calm. Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya were not as rigidly dismissive of Zhou Jianping's goodwill. After all, they could now be regarded as friends. It was merely a meal. After taking a seat and sipping some water to clear his throat, Zhou Jianping observed that Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya appeared to be in reasonable spirits, not having lost much weight, which eased his mind considerably. He then initiated a conversation about the torrential rain. Through Zhou Jianping, Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya gained a more direct and clearer understanding of the extensive damage that the deluge had inflicted upon the city and even the entire nation. Many were still weeping over their losses. Zhou Jianping sighed melancholically, expressing his concern that, should the situation fail to improve, a staggering number of people across the country might face starvation. Xin Zhao inquired whether the government had implemented any measures or if there were any food reserves for relief. Zhou Jianping's expression darkened with deeper worry. Indeed, the government had some reserves, as every region possessed government-stored food. Yet, these supplies were but a drop in the ocean for the multitude of people in need. The more daunting question loomed: how long would they have to endure this hardship? The food reserves could only last a month. What then? What would everyone do after that? However, Zhou Jianping chose to refrain from voicing these thoughts, not wanting to dampen Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya's spirits or incite panic. He merely advised them to stock up on provisions over the coming year, suggesting that they should purchase extra food now. Xin Zhao comforted Zhou Jianping, asserting that a path would surely present itself when they reached the mountain, and that solutions would emerge in due time. Zhou Jianping let out a long sigh and urged Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya to eat more. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Zhou Jianping's assistant rushed in, looking unusually disheveled despite his typically neat appearance. Breathless, he announced that a group of agitated citizens had gathered at the government office. Zhou Jianping's expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness as he apologized to Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya, standing to inquire about the situation in detail. Upon hearing that government staff had been injured, Zhou Jianping was incensed. Had the police been notified to maintain order? The assistant nodded, stating that they had already been informed and were merely waiting for Zhou Jianping to return to take charge. It seemed that today he would not be able to enjoy a proper meal with them. He promised to host them another time. Xin Zhao, not one to be overly sentimental, waved him off, urging him to attend to the urgent matter. Go on, we can manage without you. And we must thank you for ordering such delectable dishes. The urgency of the situation was palpable as Zhou Jianping departed like a gust of wind. As they continued their meal, Xin Zhao reflected on how busy Zhou Jianping truly was. Shortly after Zhou Jianping left, Chen Shun arrived unceremoniously, seating himself and requesting the waiter to bring another set of chopsticks as he dove into the food. Hey, I must say, this meal is truly delightful. It must have cost a fortune to order so much. Did you find a new business venture without me, Brother Yi? Why didn't you bring me along? Chen Shun's chatter was incessant, and his mouth hardly paused for breath. Lu Kuanya grew increasingly impatient with his incessant talking. Just eat and stop talking. Chen Shun, feeling aggrieved, stuffed his mouth with food while casting a mournful glance at Lu Kuanya. Brother, you've changed. You're so fierce with me now. Ever since you got a girlfriend, our bond has faded, hasn't it? A fickle man. Lu Kuanya, lowering his head, could hardly bear to observe Chen Shun's exaggerated demeanor or his faux pouting. He glanced at Xin Zhao, relieved that she seemed to find Chen Shun's ramblings amusing. As long as Xin Zhao was not offended, he would refrain from reprimanding Chen Shun. Xin Zhao found Chen Shun rather entertaining, especially considering she was well aware of Lu Kuanya's preferences. Recalling their previous encounter with Zhou Jianping at the police station, and seeing Chen Shun relish his meal, Xin Zhao couldn't suppress her mischievous thoughts. She rested her elbow on the table and propped her chin in her hand, asking, Chen Shun, do you know who is treating you to this meal? Of course. It's my brother Yi. Chen Shun replied, his mouth full of food. Not raising his head, Xin Zhao chuckled lightly. Not quite. It's Zhou Jianping who was treating you as. Do you remember? Here's a little hint. Last time we were all detained. His eating suddenly slowed. Chen Shun, attempting to swallow his food, choked instead. He pounded his chest desperately, gulping down nearly a whole pot of water before managing to clear his throat. Looking incredulously at the food on the table, then back at Xin Zhao and Lu Kuanya, he stammered, sister-in-law, you can't be joking, right? Xin Zhao narrowed her eyes and smiled. What do you think? Chen Shun's expression morphed into one that looked more like a grimace than a smile. Brother Yi, this can't possibly be true. Lu Kuanya, slowly picking the bones out of the fish for Xin Zhao, nodded in confirmation. Ah. So this meal was ordered by that big shot. How could I have dared to partake? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Is he still here? He won't come to arrest me, will he? Sister-in-law, save me. Chen Shun frantically clutched his hair, glancing around anxiously as if fearing someone would leap out and apprehend him. Seeing his reaction, Xin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so frightened of him? We've met several times. Comrade Zhou Jianping is quite amicable and generous towards us. Chen Shun's smile was as strained as his earlier expression. Can I be compared to you and Brother Lu? I've committed offenses. If I get caught again, I'll be facing serious consequences. Who wouldn't be scared? Besides, Zhou Jianping is an official. I've heard he wields considerable power. How could an insignificant person like me dare to cross paths with him? Chen Shun sprang to his feet, ready to bolt, only to be restrained by Lu Kuanye and Xin Zhao. Don't be alarmed. We were just teasing you, Comrade Zhou Jianpain had to attend to urgent matters and has already left, you can eat in peace. Xin Zhao reassured him, and eventually, Chen Shun settled back down, this time eating with considerably more decorum, though he frequently glanced around to ensure the coast was clear before continuing. Observing his skittish demeanor, Xin Zhao suddenly recalled a phrase. I in the battle between fear and appetite, Chen Shun had chosen to eat in fear, she couldn't help but smile. Chen Shun, why do you seem like you haven't eaten in ages? Logically, you should be thriving here, considering you've built such a large business. Chen Shun paused mid-bite, feigning nonchalance as he replied, I send all my money to my mother and sister, one is ill, and the other is in school.